Chapter 941 The Overlord's Deadly Strike? This was not the first time the ruler of Mount Futu and Huaqiu had met. He also appeared in the Glazed Realm to stop the supreme being of the Profound Realm from joining forces against Huaqiu, and issued an order that no one should attack Huaqiu before the start of the 100 Realms Grand Competition. This led some Xuanzhen cultivators to believe that the ruler of Futu Mountain was protecting Huaqiu. Huaqiu also believed that with someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, the four rulers wouldn't dare to deal with him rashly. Only now, with the arrival of the floating mountain sovereign and the release of his boundless killing intent, did Huaqiu realize just how much he wanted to kill him. He did indeed restrain himself, never revealing his true form, allowing Huaqiu to run rampant on Mount Futu. Within this star field, the four rulers, who are cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage, can control almost everything no matter how far apart they are. They cannot be unaware of what is happening at Mount Futu, and if they want to take action, they can tear through space and rush over at any time. But he remained silent until now, when he finally made a swift and decisive move. Perhaps, he was just waiting for this opportunity to make his move. Once Huaqiu reaches a certain level, give him a reasonable opportunity to make a move. From the moment he made his move, he aimed for a fatal blow. At this moment, all the powerful figures in the entire Xuanzhen realm sensed it. Because such fluctuations are extremely rare, and powerful enough to affect the laws of heaven and earth in the Xuanzhen realm. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces finally going to fall, the powerful figures of the major forces gloated. Huaqiu's face was gloomy. The Lord of Mount Futu has used almost all his strength in this attack, and with his current 7th level of the creation technique, he has no chance of stopping it. Even with the addition of the ultimate treasure body, if one is truly hit by it, one will still be reduced to ashes. In everyone's eyes, Huaqiu was doomed to die. Buzz. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated, the sun and moon lost their light, as if the end of the world had arrived. Huaqiu's divine sense spread out, penetrating beyond the Xuanzhen realm. He sensed an immense energy rapidly approaching from beyond the boundary. That energy was even stronger than that emitted by the ruler of Mount Futu. Huaqiu understood that it was the mastermind behind him, a wandering immortal. That old madman uses the 9 provinces as his chess pieces, so naturally he won't let his king piece of the 9 provinces be destroyed. Therefore, upon sensing the sudden change here, his first priority was to pierce through space and descend. However, the ruler of Mount Futu also planned his move, aiming for a fatal blow that would catch the planners off guard. He did it. By the time the mastermind behind Kyushu arrived, his attack was already complete. Therefore, that wandering immortal could not save Huaqiu. You think you can kill me, a mere tribulation cultivator? Huaqiu sneered. So what if my cultivation level is inferior to that of a dominator? He was a peerless figure in the immortal realm. The small immortal artifact tower in Huaqiu's hand floated up, its body radiating golden light. If this small tower were to unleash its full divine power, it wouldn't be difficult for it to block the mighty attack of the floating mountain ruler. But that would be extremely taxing for Huaqiu, and he didn't want to be in a weakened state. Therefore, he only used a portion of the tower's divine power to deal with that attack. The divine light of the floating pagoda's ruler struck, but was blocked by the golden light of the small pagoda. But a moment later, the golden light burst open, unable to block all the divine light of the sovereign. This was expected. Below the celestial realm, no one can truly control a celestial artifact, nor does anyone possess enough spiritual power to unleash its full potential. The smiles on the faces of the supreme beings of Mount Futu widened, waiting for the next moment when Huaqiu would be completely annihilated. The Jiang family patriarch's heart was in his throat, and his face turned pale. He felt that this time, the supreme lord of Kyushu was probably really going to die. As the divine light of domination approached, Huaqiu's lips curled into a smile. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of him began to distort. The laws of space? The Lord of Mount Futu raised his eyes slightly. Huaqiu had already demonstrated the power of spatial laws, so this was not surprising. As the first of the 10 supreme laws, the laws of space are indeed powerful. However, Huaqiu is merely a supreme being. No matter how extraordinary the cultivators in this star field who comprehend the laws of space are, they are not capable of shaking the supreme ruler beyond their level. Even with the ultimate understanding of the laws of space, the full force of the floating Pagoda Mountain ruler's attack could not be stopped. Lung. The space in front of Huaqiu was distorted in large swathes, and the laws of heaven and earth were fluctuating violently. The floating mountain master unconsciously frowned. He understood the power of higher-order spatial laws. Huaqiu's technique seemed somewhat different, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly what was different. After all, this ruler did not comprehend the laws of space. In the blink of an eye, the sovereign divine light arrived in front of Huaqiu and struck the distorted spatial ripples. Buzz buzz buzz. A peculiar scene unfolded before Huaqiu. The divine light of domination was directed into another space. This is not difficult for someone who has a thorough understanding of the laws of space. Even the first supreme being of the heavenly palace can do it, so no one was surprised. Click click click. That layer of space quickly collapsed, unable to withstand the divine power of the ruler, and was released again, continuing to bombard Huaqiu. Oh! Huaqiu chuckled softly. This is just the beginning. As soon as that layer of space shattered, the power of the sovereign did not flow out, instead, it twisted and entered another space. Disperse and disperse again, pass on and pass on again. In an instant, the divine light in front of Huaqiu became layered and multiplied, turning into countless threads that were distributed in different spaces. One layer of space could not withstand the power of the ruling god. However, if countless layers of space are combined, that power can be continuously divided until it becomes invisible. The Lord of Mount Futu's pupils dilated, and his gaze became incredibly sharp. His flickering eyes revealed the turmoil in his heart. The supreme beings of the Xuanzhen realm changed their expressions drastically, their faces stiffening. They managed to defend against it? They couldn't believe it. That's impossible. No matter how powerful the laws of space are, they shouldn't be able to withstand the might of the supreme god. Otherwise, the Heavenly Palace Supreme, who is known as the number one in spatial laws, would have already clashed with the four main powers. Xiping was now on equal footing. No one could understand Huaqiu's move at all. Perhaps only the ruler of Mount Futu can sense something. Of course, the laws of space are not that simple after all. Space is still finite no matter how much there is. Huaqiu smiled faintly. What he used was not the laws of space at all. Rather, it is the origin of space. That was a method that these cultivators wouldn't even dare to dream of. Create space. In an instant, Huaqiu created countless spaces to divide and devour the power of the sovereign god. He neutralized the supreme ruler's deadly attack with the power of the origin of space. The scene was completely silent. Huaqiu's performance stunned everyone. Although the first supreme being of the 9 provinces was extraordinary and could challenge the ruler, he had never been this outrageous. This second generation is truly outrageous. Bang! As everyone fell silent, a beam of light suddenly shot down, revealing a human figure within it. An unkempt old man, looking rather eccentric. His face was tense, and as soon as he arrived, his sharp gaze fell on Huaqiu, filled with a sense of oppression. 942, Chapter 942 Loose Immortal. The visitor is a wandering immortal. The supreme beings of Mount Futu fell silent, their faces turning extremely grim. The world believes that the 4 supreme rulers are the most invincible beings in this star field, gods who control everything. Only a very few people know that the 4 rulers are merely the rulers in name only. There exists a being that is actually more powerful than the 4 sovereigns. Those are the wandering immortals who exist outside the rules. The so-called loose immortals are actually cultivators who failed to transcend the tribulation. Their physical bodies were destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, leaving only their primordial spirit. Although they can reconstitute their physical bodies with their primordial spirit, their strength will be greatly reduced. Afterwards, the wandering immortals will have to undergo multiple heavenly tribulations, each of which could result in their complete annihilation. The difficulty of becoming an immortal is far greater for a wandering immortal than for a cultivator undergoing tribulation. However, precisely because of this, those scattered immortals who have survived multiple tribulations are stronger than cultivators in the tribulation stage. Huaqiu knew that a rogue immortal who had survived 12 tribulations was quite powerful, and would not be weak even in the immortal realm. However, most wandering immortals ultimately fail to survive the 12 tribulations and never see the gates of the immortal realm. Judging from the aura of the old madman in front of him, Huaqiu guessed that he should be a rogue immortal who had survived 7 or 8 heavenly tribulations. This is already quite good. Cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage are no match for it. This is also the main reason why, as the strategists, the 4 rulers could only swallow their anger even if they were dissatisfied. As soon as the old madman appeared, his powerful aura enveloped the entire floating pagoda mountain, and even the supreme beings dared not breathe. With just a glance from him, even those with supreme cultivation could only tremble. When the old madman's aura was released, the entire floating pagoda mountain was sealed off, and the divine senses of the powerful figures from all the major forces were cut off, so no one could detect him anymore. The Lord of Mount Futu's expression darkened slightly. The arrival of the wandering immortal behind Kyushu meant that he had lost his chance to kill Huaqiu here. The master of Mount Futu quickly regained his composure and bowed slightly to the old madman. "Greetings, Venerable Yuntsong," he said calmly. Master Yuntsong gave the floating mountain ruler a cold look, then his gaze fell on Huaqiu, filled with murderous intent. Who gave you permission to cause trouble here?" he demanded in a stern tone, his divine sense constantly surrounding Huaqiu. He knew of Huaqiu's extraordinary abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have considered him the chesspiece of Kyushu. But in that battle just now, Huaqiu's strength exceeded his expectations. The power of spatial laws could never reach that level. This made him feel like the pieces were out of his control, which made him very unhappy. Huaqiu's face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with coldness. A murderous aura was hidden in his chest. That old man. He must kill him. To dare treat a supreme immortal emperor as a pawn is truly utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. Before Huaqiu could answer, Yunsong Shangren stared at the master of Futu Mountain. Even if the supreme being of the 9 provinces has overstepped the rules, you should not have been so ruthless as to kill Mado. You really think I don't exist? Venerable Yunsong said with a gloomy face. How could he not be aware of the schemes of the ruler of Mount Futu? Your Mount Futu, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. He sneered. Yunsong, how majestic you are. Just as the words were spoken, a voice suddenly rang out from the clouds. Master Yunsong narrowed his eyes. Pingfeng, you're here now, why are you hiding like this? He said in a deep voice. A loud laugh came from the clouds, and a figure descended. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe, with a refined demeanor and a smile on his face. Huaqiu's expression shifted slightly. Another wandering immortal. He's not much weaker than Master Yunsong, he's just as powerful. He too had torn through space to arrive, something Huaqiu had already sensed. This person hid in the clouds for a while before revealing himself. Huaqiu could feel that when he was in the clouds, his divine sense was constantly focused on him, full of aggression, trying to probe every part of him. Of course, he couldn't get what he wanted. Even a wandering immortal's divine sense cannot penetrate Huaqiu's true nature. It's not hard to guess that this person is the rogue immortal behind the Xuanzhen realm, and one of the architects of the 100 Realms Grand Competition. Greetings, Venerable Pengfong. All the cultivators from Mount Futu bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Venerable Pengfong nodded kindly and gave the Lord of Mount Futu an approving look. Clearly, he approves of the actions of the ruler of Mount Futu. Or perhaps he was already aware of that plot. After all, this supreme being of the 9 provinces was too monstrous. Even they, as scattered immortals, were greatly shocked and felt a sense of crisis. It's a pity we couldn't kill the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Pengfong, were you aware of this matter? Venerable Yunsong pressed, looking as if he were about to interrogate someone. Of course I don't know, Venerable Pengfong denied vehemently, his statement resolute. Since there was a prior agreement, I naturally won't act in private. As you know, I'm a person who values rules the most, Venerable Pengfong said with a smile. However, it was your kid from Kyushu who broke the rules first, so it's no wonder that Futo Mountain wanted to kill him if he really falls. It's his own fault, and he can't blame anyone else. Humph. Venerable Yun Song snorted coldly. Huaqiu had indeed gone too far. They were in the wrong. Although he was dissatisfied, he couldn't pursue the matter too much. There is something I am very curious about, Venerable Pangfang said casually with a smile. The methods displayed by the Supreme Friend of the 9 provinces just now were truly breathtaking. I never imagined that the laws of space could be used to such an extent. It's really not something that ordinary cultivators could achieve. He spoke meaningfully, his smile concealing a cold indifference. As rogue immortals, they were somewhat sensitive to the spatial origin power used by Huaqiu. That shouldn't be a method that could appear below the immortal realm. The power of origin is a top-tier and powerful force, even in the immortal realm, beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. That held immense allure for these wandering immortals. I'm curious too. Venerable Yun Sang glanced at Huaqiu, his gaze turning somewhat cold. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, tell me, where did the power you just used against the ruler of Mount Futu come from? Then that can't be the normal spatial laws, right? Both immortals stared intently at Huaqiu, awaiting his answer. If Huaqiu were to reveal that it was the origin of space, these two would probably devour him whole. But it can't be said that it's just ordinary spatial law. They would never believe that. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. He opened his mouth as if to speak. Suddenly, before he could even utter a word, his expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened, and his face turned extremely pale. Both of the wandering immortals frowned. What's going on here? That was the ultimate spatial law power that I unleashed with all my might, even at the cost of my own life, Huaqiu said weakly. How could I easily block the killing move of the floating pagoda mountain master? This move has severely damaged my vital energy. 943, Chapter 943. Handing over the immortal artifact? Huaqiu's performance surprised everyone. His vomiting of blood was quite abrupt. But it seems to make sense. The Lord of Mount Futu is a true top expert in the tribulation transcending stage with his full strength. The supreme being of the 9 provinces is only a Mahayana stage cultivator, and in theory, he should not have survived. His success in neutralizing that attack was already astonishing enough. If he had emerged unscathed, it would have defied the natural order. Now that he is coughing up blood and is weak, claiming to be seriously injured, it makes sense. Master Yun Song and Master Pengfang both looked on with suspicion. They didn't really believe it. Huaqiu was perfectly fine just now, and his breathing was very steady. How could he suddenly be so severely injured? It's hard not to think he's faking it. Let me take a look. Master Yun Song appeared in front of Huaqiu in a flash, placed his hand on Huaqiu's shoulder, and examined his condition. Not to be outdone, Master Pengfang also appeared next to Huaqiu and put his arm around his other shoulder. A moment later, the two men's expressions turned somber. Huaqiu's internal energy was disordered, and he had serious injuries in many places, which was what they discovered. He was indeed seriously injured, the two rogue immortals said with long faces. Was that truly the power of the spatial laws you exerted with all your might? Venerable Pengfang asked, frowning. Yes, Huaqiu replied calmly. What else could it be? Master Pengfang's smile froze slightly, and he remained silent. Alright, since that's the case, let's drop this matter, said Venerable Yun Song. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you caused a great disturbance at Mount Futu, breaking the rules, but you have also met your end. Let's let this matter rest. He spoke with an air of final judgment. How is Pengfang? Master Pengfang's smile remained cold. Since fellow Taoist Yun Song has spoken, I have nothing more to say, he said with a faint smile. Then we can go now, Huaqiu said, making a move to leave. You think you can just leave like that? You wish. The cultivators from Mount Futu protested. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I will temporarily waive the charges against you for the damage you caused to Mount Futu, but you must hand over the treasures you plundered from Mount Futu immediately, or you will not be leaving. Huaqiu's face darkened upon hearing this. Hand it over, then all my injuries were for nothing? He retorted sharply, his aura rising again, as if he were ready to fight again no matter what. What the supreme being of the 9 provinces said makes sense, Venerable Yun Sung said with a smile. He stole from Futu Mountain, and Futu Mountain killed him because Futu Mountain was incompetent and failed. No one on Mount Futu dared to talk back to this wandering immortal, they were all indignant. They could only turn to Master Pengfong for help. Master Pengfong frowned, unable to make a decision for the time being. Naturally, we cannot afford to fall out with Venerable Yun Sung because of this. If 2 wandering immortals were to fight, the damage they would cause would be enormous. He glanced at the Lord of Mount Futu, wanting the Lord of Mount Futu to make the decision himself. You can take other things, but the immortal artifacts must be left behind, the Lord of Mount Futu said with a grim face. I risked my life to get this, I can't hand it over. Hua Cho shook his head and refused. There is no room for negotiation regarding the immortal artifact, otherwise, it will be a fight to the death, the Lord of Mount Futu stated firmly. How dare you take away such a precious treasure as a celestial artifact? Venerable Pengfong stared at Hua Cho, his gaze filled with pressure. You can't take the immortal artifact with you, Venerable Yun Sung said quietly. That is the most prized treasure of Mount Futu. Even these rogue immortals don't have any immortal artifacts to wield. Even if Futishan were willing, Pengfong would never agree. Hua Cho is an oddball, he can activate immortal artifacts for extended periods of time. If he were to take that little tower to participate in the 100 Realms Grand Competition, who could be his opponent? Give it back to them. Venerable Yun Sung looked at Hua Cho. Hua Cho's face was grim, and she looked extremely unwilling. After a while, he took out the small tower with a dark expression. Take it. He threw the small pagoda to the people of Mount Futu. Everyone hurriedly went to receive it with alarmed expressions. After checking it, they bowed and presented it to the Lord of Futu Mountain. The Lord of Mount Futu picked up the small pagoda, looked at it, and then nodded to Venerable Pengfong. You may leave, Master Pengfong waved his hand. Farewell, Master Yun Sung said, and with a wave of his sleeve, he instantly swept up Hua Cho and the Zhang clan ancestor and soared into the sky. Only the cultivators of Mount Futu remained, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty. The sect was extensively damaged, and a large number of rare and precious materials were lost. Even the orchard and herb garden were looted by that damned brat. But that supreme ruler of the 9 provinces only suffered injuries in the end, without paying any other price. They harbored a deep, secret hatred for Hua Cho, a hatred so intense it made them grit their teeth. On a mountain peak outside Futu Mountain, Master Yun Sung landed with Hua Cho and another person. Master Yun Sung looked sullen and very unhappy. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, didn't I warn you not to go too far? What have you done? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been annihilated long ago. He accused Hua Cho. I don't think there's anything wrong with the rules, Hua Cho replied calmly. They've plundered so many planes and powers, it's perfectly reasonable for me to take some good things here. The old madman's expression faltered slightly. Nonsense, you almost died. He roared. He cared deeply about Hua Cho's life and death. Take this pill and heal your injuries as soon as possible. The 100 Realms Grand Competition is about to begin. If you cannot unleash your true strength and win the crown, the entire 9 provinces will be destroyed, Venerable Yun Sung said indifferently, tossing a pill to Hua Cho. Hua Cho narrowed his eyes slightly. In truth, Master Yun Sung didn't care about the safety of Kyushu at all. But that was just his gamble. He treats all living beings as pawns, caring for them when they are useful and discarding them when they are no longer needed. He was telling Hua Cho that the 100 Realms Grand Competition could only be won, not lost. If he loses, he will destroy the 9 provinces without any regard for the Xuanzhen realm. Stop causing trouble and wait quietly for the 100 Realms Grand Competition begin. Master Yun Sung gave the order as if it were a command, then his figure blurred and disappeared. Only then did the Zhang family patriarch dare to approach Hua Cho. Your Majesty, are you all right? He asked with concern. I'm fine, Hua Cho replied, her pale face regaining its rosy hue and her complexion looking quite good. Physically not injured? The Zhang family patriarch was greatly surprised. How did he manage to fool 2 wandering immortals? Hua Cho simply smiled. Alas, what a pity we still didn't get that immortal artifact. It returned to the hands of Mount Futu. The Zhang clan ancestor suddenly sighed. Who said that? Huaqiao smiled slightly, and a small pagoda appeared in the golden light in his hand. A celestial artifact. The Zhang clan patriarch's eyes widened immediately, his face filled with disbelief. Didn't he return it to Futu Mountain? Even the wandering immortals couldn't see anything wrong with it. How did Huaqiao manage to do it? Among the 3,000 laws, there is one called the Law of Replication. 944, Chapter 944 I'm going to mind. The law of replication is one of the 3,000 laws. The 3,000 laws pose no difficulty whatsoever for someone like Huaqiao, who has mastered all the great Daos. He can freely use any of them. Therefore, when the ruler of Mount Futu demanded that he return the immortal artifact tower, he immediately used the law of replication to create a perfect copy. This replica is exactly the same as the original, with no difference in appearance or internal structure, making it impossible to distinguish between them. It can even possess a trace of the divine power of a celestial artifact. Of course, the law of replication is not that abnormal. The more complex and extraordinary something is, the more difficult it is to replicate, and the amount of spiritual energy required from the cultivators also varies. Even now, Huaqiao cannot use the law of replication to create a true immortal artifact. The replicas he created only possessed the aura of a celestial artifact and a trace of divine power, and were far from the original. However, this was enough to get away with it. Below the immortal realm, apart from an outlier like him, no cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage can truly unleash the divine power of an immortal artifact. A rogue immortal might be able to activate it to some extent, but the ruler of Mount Futu clearly wouldn't hand over the immortal artifact to him. In their eyes, what Huaqiao handed over was genuine. With this immortal artifact, Your Majesty is no longer afraid of the rulers. No one in this starfield can bring you down, Ancestor Jiang said excitedly. With this celestial artifact, the chances of victory in the great battle between Kyushu and Xuanzhen have increased significantly. Once Huaqiao's cultivation improves further, he might be able to defeat the supreme ruler with this immortal artifact. He seemed to see the dawn of victory. External forces are ultimately just external forces. True strength lies in one's own abilities, Huaqiao said in a deep voice. He knew he wasn't strong enough. Although he has reached this level in less than 5 years of cultivation, which is something no immortal could achieve, he has no chance of winning against the 4 sovereigns. Moreover, there are those schemers at the loose immortal realm behind them. To prevent your destiny from being controlled by others, you must become stronger. The 8th floor, Huaqiao murmured. The next goal is to break through and reach the 8th level as soon as possible. Perhaps, one might find an opportunity during the 100 Realms Grand Competition. Let's go back. Huaqiao waved his hand and led the Zhang clan ancestor through the spatial portal to the first level of the Xuanzhen realm. In just a short while, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the main city of Qingjiao in the first layer of heaven. Upon seeing Huaqiao return safely, the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain immediately showed joy. The Supreme One has returned. Patriarch Pang and clan chief Zhang cheered. Upon seeing the Zhang clan patriarch behind him, the 2 quickly went to greet him. Ancestor! The Zhang clan chief's eyes filled with tears. You have achieved the supreme status, good, very good. The Zhang clan ancestor smiled broadly when he saw him. This is all thanks to the Supreme One, the Zhang clan chief said with a smile. The divine pills refined by the Supreme One can create Mahayana cultivators in batches. What? The Zhang family patriarch was so shocked that he was completely stunned. Mass-producing supreme beings. This was a huge shock to any cultivator below the immortal realm. After all, supreme cultivators are so powerful and rare. Which one of them didn't cultivate for thousands of years and work hard to reach that level? Just who is this second-generation Supreme Lord of ours? The Zhang clan ancestor was more and more shocked each time. If there are a lot of supreme beings in the 9 provinces, then what is there to fear from Xuanzhen? The group landed on the main city wall. The cultivators from the main city crowded around. Young prince, how is it up there? They asked anxiously. Although Hua Qiu had made it clear that he was not the real Ling Ying, these cultivators still regarded him as the young prince of Qingjiao Plain, the guardian deity they revered and loved. Hua Qiu looked up and glanced at it. The spatial vortex in the sky still exists. Some powerful figures from the second and third heavens still managed to penetrate down with their divine senses, keeping an eye on the movements of the first heaven. No force is willing to give up such a lucrative opportunity as the first heaven. Hua Qiu naturally would not reseal the first level of heaven. In fact, although the Xuanjin first heaven can provide him with a lot of resources now, it doesn't mean much to him personally anymore. He needs more advanced resources. There's no need to become enemies with the major powers of Qingjiao Plain and the second and third heavens anymore. He glanced at the cultivators in King Jiewen. Everyone looked at him expectantly. They regarded him as a god. He then looked at Li Tianwang and Ling Ying. King Li hesitated, perhaps embarrassed to ask Hua Qiu to protect Qingjiao Plain again. Ling Ying's thoughts were already written all over her face. He will not abandon King Jiewen, he will defend it to the death. A moment later, Hua Qiu withdrew his gaze and looked up at the vortex in the sky. The first heaven will be completely separated from the second and third heavens from now on. Cultivators from the second and third heavens are not allowed to enter at will, or they will be reduced to ashes, he said. The sky and the earth were silent. No one expected Hua Qiu to be so arrogant. The cultivators of King Jiewen all looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. They only wanted Hua Qiu to protect Qingjiao Plain, but they didn't expect him to say such things. In the second and third heavens, the powerful figures from those major forces had gloomy expressions. A person who does not belong to the Xuanjin realm. A supreme being from a hostile plane of the Xuanjin realm has actually started to domineeringly govern the Xuanjin realm. Utterly ridiculous. Utterly arrogant. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, don't forget, you are the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. A voice came through the spatial vortex, full of sarcasm. What right do you have to interfere in the affairs of the Xuanjin realm? You should worry about yourself first, who knows when you might perish. I'm going to interfere, so what? Hua Qiu replied indifferently. You can't control it. Came another voice. Hua Qiu chuckled softly, her body rising into the sky. He threw out many spiritual treasures from heaven and earth. This is to set up a formation. Trying to use an array to stop us, wishful thinking. No matter how powerful your array is, how can it stop all cultivators? It can stop low and mid-level cultivators, but it can't stop high-level ones. The powerful figures from the major forces sneered. First heaven, they didn't believe Hua Qiu had the ability to set up a formation that could block out different planes, given how large the area was. Unbeknownst to them, the ceiling formation they had created was actually the work of Hua Qiu. That is a spiritual object from the treasure vault of my Mount Futu. A powerful figure from Mount Futu cast his divine sense down and his face darkened upon seeing what Hua Qiu had set up. Everyone was watching with a spectator's mentality. As Hua Qiu continued to move, intricate runes danced between heaven and earth, and a world-shaking array gradually took shape. The vast and profound aura emanating from it immediately caused many powerful figures to slightly change their expressions. This formation seems to be quite extraordinary. Even if they're incredibly powerful, it shouldn't be like that. The powerful figures still didn't believe it. Hua Qiu continued to deploy his troops. He threw out more and more top-tier spiritual items, all of which were incorporated into the grand formation. The powerful figures of Mount Futu gritted their teeth, wishing they could devour people. Those are all treasures from Mount Futu. Buzz. As the formation descended, the heavens and earth resounded with a buzzing sound. A terrifying aura enveloped the area outside the first layer of celestial barrier. At that moment, everyone's expression completely changed. Immortal array. 945, Chapter 945. A loose immortal blocks the way. No one expected that Hua Qiu's casual arrangement would actually create a massive immortal array. Immortal formations are the highest level formations below the immortal realm. They cannot be created by formation masters in the lower realms and are mostly passed down from the immortal realm for some special reasons. Moreover, immortal formations circulating in the lower realms are extremely rare. Only the four dominant forces could possibly obtain the immortal array plate. Otherwise, even if one obtains the array diagram, it would be very difficult for a lower-level array master to set it up. Because that involves the power of the rules of the immortal realm, which is beyond the control of cultivators in the lower realms. Many powerful individuals have sensed the unique aura of the immortal array. When Hua Chui set up the immortal array and the array was completed, everyone was greatly shocked. This was too shocking and beyond the comprehension of cultivators from the lower realms. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Why does he always exceed the rules and is completely unpredictable? Such an existence is rather unusual for the lower realms. A celestial array, and such a massive one at that. It was unbelievable to both sides, friend and foe alike. Even the immortal array plates obtained by dominant forces like Mount Futu can only protect one force. However, what Hua Qiu set up covered the entire outer wall of the first heaven, which was not even in the same league. Where did he get this skill? No one above the nascent soul stage can enter this formation, or they will be killed by the immortal formation, and the same goes for those at the supreme level. A powerful figure from a major force, skilled in formations, said with a grim expression. This level of formation is unmatched. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from powerful factions all changed color. Wouldn't that level of heaven be out of control again? No matter how many cultivators below the nascent soul stage go down, it won't be enough for the supreme beings of the 9 provinces to slaughter. Then what about the supreme ruler? Don't we still have 4 rulers? Someone asked hopefully. The powerful formation master remained silent. Even he couldn't discern the limits of that immortal formation, he only sensed immense danger and dared not speak rashly. If the sovereign insists on breaking through, it will trigger the great Tao tribulation, causing the immortal tribulation to descend prematurely. Hua Qiu spoke calmly at this moment, answering the question. A profound silence fell over all directions, beyond words. Celestial tribulation. That was the goal that countless cultivators strived for. Even those at the sovereign level are desperately seeking the opportunity to become immortals, hoping to overcome the immortal tribulation and break through the boundary to become immortals. This immortal array can actually influence the great Tao and attract immortal tribulations. However, this kind of celestial tribulation is not what cultivators in the lower realms want. Tribulation is inherently defying the heavens. Only by relying on one's own self-initiated tribulation can one hope to become an immortal. Passive initiation of tribulation will likely only result in death and the dissipation of one's cultivation. Hua Qiu set up a large formation, silencing the major powers in the 2nd and 3rd heavens. That immortal formation was insurmountable for any of the major powers. The 1st heaven is indeed under the control of the supreme being of the 9 provinces. This is the territory of the Xuanzhen realm, yet it is controlled by the leader of an opposing plane for the cultivators of the Xuanzhen realm. This is an utter disgrace. But no matter how much you can't accept it, it's no use. Cultivators at the 1st level of heaven can freely enter and exit this formation, and so can you, Hua Qiu said to the cultivators of Qingjiao Plain below. The you he was referring to naturally included cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above, including Ling Ying. As long as they leave a trace of their aura within the immortal array, they will not be hindered by it. Young prince is mighty, human lord is mighty. The numerous cultivators from Qingjiawen shouted with great enthusiasm. This celestial array signifies that the 1st heaven has truly become independent. The problem of the 1st heaven has been resolved. We should leave now, Hua Qiu said, turning to Ling Ying and the others. The 100 Realms Grand Competition is about to begin, and he will take a few people back to the Glazed Realm. Ling Ying reluctantly bid farewell to Li Tianwang and his sister, then followed Hua Qiu with a determined look in her eyes. After witnessing Hua Qiu's astonishing methods, this proud member of the celestial race's royal bloodline was completely convinced. He was full of anticipation. There will surely be many surprises and opportunities in the upcoming 100 Realms Grand Competition. As long as he closely follows the footsteps of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he believes that the day when he can overthrow the dominant forces and revitalize the celestial race will come soon. Hua Qiu waved his hand to open the spatial passage and led the group inside. With his current cultivation level, even if he were to travel a great distance and lead a few people from the Xuanzhen realm to the Liuli realm, it wouldn't take long. In spatial passages, the concept of time is diminished. Buzz. Just as Hua Qiu activated the laws of space, preparing to teleport with the others, his surroundings suddenly trembled, and a powerful force penetrated into the space he was in. The power was domineering yet subtle, suppressing the noise as much as possible, as if afraid of being discovered. Hua Qiu frowned, her face turning cold. Even the most supreme beings don't have the ability to penetrate space, and the four rulers, who are not proficient in the laws of space, cannot do so either. This level of power. He is undoubtedly a wandering immortal. Master Peng Fang. Hua Qiu stared coldly at an energy entity that was gradually appearing in front of him. Who else could it be but Master Peng Fang, the mastermind behind the Xuanzhen realm? He used his domineering power to hinder Hua Qiu's spatial leap and forcibly dragged him into a hidden space. This is a space that is closed off and controlled by Master Peng Fang. He is capable of using the power of spatial laws. Although he is not proficient in them, he can still do things that even the number one supreme being in the heavenly palace cannot do, thanks to his powerful cultivation. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Master Peng Fang still wore a smile, but that smile carried a chill. You seem to know that I, the Venerable One, will appear, Venerable One, Peng Fang said, squinting his eyes. His aura had completely locked onto Hua Qiu. Seal off everything to prevent Hua Qiu from escaping. Your appearance is not surprising at all, Hua Qiu said calmly. He sensed it back when he was at Mount Futu. This Venerable Fang has been secretly probing me with his divine sense, clearly harboring ill intentions. As he left, the shadow in Master Peng Fang's eyes was he noticed. He was certain that Master Peng Fang would come looking for him. What a supreme being of the 9 provinces, no wonder you are the reincarnation of an ancient immortal of the 9 provinces. Venerable Peng Fang put away his smile and said in a sinister tone. Master Peng Fang, what brings you here? Hua Qiu was too lazy to waste words with him and got straight to the point. Master Peng Fang stared intently at Hua Qiu, then suddenly smiled again. What you used when you resisted the fatal blow from the floating mountain ruler at Floating Mountain was not the law of space at all, was it? He said meaningfully. Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. That's not the law of space, but the origin of space. Master Peng Fang's tone couldn't hide a hint of excitement. The power of origin. Legend has it that only immortals of the king level in the celestial realm can control and use this power. Its power surpasses the laws of nature by countless degrees. Tell me, when such power is right before your eyes, which cultivator below the immortal realm wouldn't be excited? Would they be able to resist the temptation? Hua Qiu remained indifferent, and his spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly within his body. 946, Chapter 946, The Plot of Deception. Master Peng Fang was extremely moved by the power of the origin. He came with ill intentions, wanting to obtain the power of the spatial origin from Hua Qiu. He couldn't make a move outside, because any slight disturbance would attract the attention of Venerable Yun Song. He deliberately waited until Hua Qiu and the others entered the spatial passage before making his move. Moreover, what appeared before Hua Qiu was not the true form of Peng Fang Shangren, but an energy entity. This is the divine soul he cultivated. Loose immortals are beings who have failed their tribulation and are now only souls. Their subsequent cultivation focuses on cultivating their souls. Therefore, their greatest strength is not their physical cultivation, but their souls. Master Peng Fang's divine soul pierced through space, sealing Hua Qiu, determined to obtain the power of the space's origin. Supreme Lord of the 9 provinces, I know you are the reincarnation of an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces, but the things on you are not something that can be accessed in the lower realms, Venerable Peng Fang said with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained an astonishing secret treasure somewhere, the treasure of a top-tier immortal expert. He was very confident in his conjecture. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Perhaps he was right. However, that secret treasure originally belonged to him. Hua Qiu watched his performance quietly without saying a word, but silently channeled certain powers within herself. This space has been sealed off by me, and even Yun Tsung cannot discover anything here. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, now, tell me everything you know and hand over all the treasures you have acquired, or I will make you perish in this deep spatial world. Venerable Pangfong threatened coldly. His spiritual energy filled the entire enclosed space. This is his source of confidence. Most ordinary cultivators practice supernatural abilities and techniques, and their soul power is relatively weak. He believed that here, his extremely powerful soul power could completely suppress Hua Qiu, and crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Hua Qiu remained quite calm. I can hand over the treasure, but before that, could you please clear up my doubts? He said with a faint smile. Dare to negotiate with me? Venerable Pingfong's face darkened, and the space vibrated with a buzzing sound. That treasure is known only to me, Hua Qiu said. Master Pingfong's expression froze, his gaze turning icy. Still so curious even when you're about to die, he sneered. Ask away, but don't ask too many questions. Hua Qiu remained calm. What exactly is this so-called strategy you're talking about? He asked. Master Pingfong's expression grew even colder, his gaze fixed on Hua Qiu with intense killing intent. This was originally a secret of these powerful rogue immortals, and even the 4 great rulers were not qualified to touch it. So be it, it doesn't matter if you know about this dying man, Venerable Pingfong sneered. Our so-called plan is actually not that complicated. It is nothing more than to make all the strong people in this star field go to the Immortal Ascension domain to fight a bloody battle, and finally sacrifice all the cultivators in order to open the gateway to the immortal realm, he said indifferently. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened upon hearing this. He was once a supreme immortal emperor, and was very knowledgeable. Master Pingfong's words reminded him of a method of ascending to immortality rarely used in the mortal realm. When some demon immortals ascend to immortality, they leave a mark in the mortal realm where they ascended to immortality using a special and ancient method. Later generations can activate that mark to pry open a crack in the gate to the immortal realm, thus sneaking into the immortal realm. The method to activate the mark is to obtain a rich and powerful blood essence, which must be at least at the Mahayana stage. Hua Qiu hadn't expected this at first. This so-called grand competition of 100 realms, the so-called battle for supremacy in the star domains, and the so-called reshuffling of planes were all, in fact, a bloody conspiracy. All the excuses were just to deceive those monks. They believed that the time had come for a reshuffling of this star field, and that as long as they achieved good results in the 100 realms grand competition, they would gain tremendous opportunities and elevate the rank of their own plane. Little did they know, the ascension domain of the 100 realms grand competition was meant to bury them. The schemes of the wandering immortals are now obvious. They are wandering immortals, and it is extremely difficult for them to cultivate a golden body and become immortals after passing through 12 heavenly tribulations on their own. The chances of them dying and disappearing in any one of the heavenly tribulations are very high. Which reclusive immortal is not afraid of death and doesn't want to take shortcuts? The fairy mark is their best shortcut. All of them were activated by the mark, and after sneaking into the immortal realm, they absorbed immortal energy to cultivate. Although they were far less powerful than cultivators who relied on their own tribulations to become immortals, they had still stepped into the immortal realm and become pseudo-immortals. From then on, they no longer had to worry about triggering heavenly tribulations and perishing. Hua Qiu was very displeased. He looked down on such a bloody method of ascension to immortality. The fact that he was also involved in this conspiracy made him even more uncomfortable. He schemed against so many high-level cultivators, even including him, a celestial emperor, only to end up doing it all for a shady, low-level method of ascension. How many loose immortals did you set up in total? Hua Qiu then asked. 12, Master Pengfang answered readily. The 12 scattered immortals are the culmination of countless years of accumulation in this starfield. Hua Qiu was also prepared to ask a few more questions. Master Pengfang, however, was impatient. Don't push your luck, your time is up, he said coldly. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu revealed a mocking smile. What are you laughing at? Venerable Pengfang frowned upon seeing this. Hua Qiu's cold laugh made him very uncomfortable. He controls everything here, including Hua Qiu. The other party, however, was not alarmed. On the contrary, their attitude displeased him greatly. Who would dare to disrespect a wandering immortal? Even the four rulers of the Xuanzhen realm could only swallow their pride and remain respectful in front of the loose immortals. This supreme being of the 9 provinces is merely a Mahayana cultivator. What makes him so composed in front of me? Isn't he afraid of dying? If it weren't for the desire to find out about the immortal's treasure, Master Pengfang would have slapped Hua Qiu to death long ago. Seeing Hua Qiu smile like that, his anger erupted. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is utterly ignorant of his own limitations. As soon as the words fell then, he released his powerful soul force, which pressed down on Hua Qiu like a tidal wave. He wanted Hua Qiu to feel the immense gap between them, and at least to have more respect for him, this powerful rogue immortal. After all, the suppression at the level of the soul is the most profound, and no living being can avoid it. Inferior souls can only tremble in fear before superior souls. The intense soul power surged towards Hua Qiu, even impacting his sea of consciousness with such ferocity. Even an ordinary supreme cultivator couldn't withstand such an attack, and those with weaker soul energy risked having their sea of consciousness collapse. Master Pengfang stared at Hua Qiu's expression, trying to discern any trace of awe in him. But he couldn't find it. Hua Qiu was unbelievably calm, so calm that Hua Qiu couldn't believe it. How could you be all right? Venerable Pengfang exclaimed in surprise. Hua Qiu grinned. Your biggest mistake was appearing before me in spirit form. 947, Chapter 947 Imprisonment. Hua Qiu is least afraid of soul attacks. He possesses the indestructible divine soul of a supreme immortal emperor. For a mere rogue immortal to use a soul attack on him is no different from showing off one's limited skills before an expert. Moreover, Master Pengfang appeared before Hua Qiu in the form of a soul energy body. If you were to travel through space in your physical body, then I would truly be suppressed by you, Hua Qiu said with a hint of sarcasm. But you chose to appear here in your soul form. Such behavior can be considered somewhat overestimating your own abilities. Hua Qiu was telling the truth. If Venerable Pengfang were to descend in his true form, with his physical body possessing cultivation that had withstood several heavenly tribulations, he would truly be no match for him and would be completely suppressed. But in the realm of the soul, let alone this mere lower realm, even in the immortal realm, few can compare to Hua Qiu. Master Pengfang did not understand what Hua Qiu meant. He frowned. What, you're not actually a cultivator who specializes in the soul, are you? He was somewhat skeptical. Below the immortal realm, there are very few cultivators who cultivate their souls, and even fewer who achieve great things. No matter how powerful Hua Qiu's soul power was, he didn't believe it could surpass a rogue immortal like himself. Hua Qiu smiled without saying a word, appearing confident and composed, like a master. Master Pengfang frowned even more deeply. Since you refuse to cooperate, then I will deny you even the chance to reincarnate. He roared, his soul glowing. He was about to use his soul power to bombard Hua Qiu's sea of consciousness, a method that usually resulted in the complete annihilation of a person's body and soul. Buzz. Master Pengfang's soul power easily rushed into Hua Qiu's sea of consciousness, with almost no resistance. This surprised Master Pengfang somewhat. He thought there would at least be some resistance. It's just an act, Master Pengfang sneered. His soul power solidified into his image, standing within Hua Qiu's sea of consciousness, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. Hua Qiu's mind was completely dark, which only made him sneer repeatedly. Generally speaking, only when a cultivator's sea of consciousness is narrowly and limitedly developed will it be so dark. The smaller the sea of consciousness is developed, the weaker the cultivator's soul power is. Is that all you've got? Venerable Pengfang sneered. For a moment, he genuinely believed that Hua Qiu was a powerful soul cultivator. With such a weak sea of consciousness, I fear it would collapse directly if I were to use the soul-searching technique. He shook his head. Just as he was talking to himself, a light suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, the soul of Master Pengfang was surrounded by light. He paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around to look. In an instant, Master Pingfong's soul and body froze. What did he see? The light illuminated this world of consciousness. It stretches as far as the eye can see, boundless and limitless. Master Pingfong's pupils constricted, and he stared in disbelief. Is this really a cultivator's sea of consciousness? How could anyone have such a vast ocean of consciousness? He couldn't believe it, he was utterly shocked. His prized sea of consciousness was but a drop in the ocean compared to this. Immortal? No, even immortals in the celestial realm could not possess such an incredible sea of consciousness. He soon discovered the source of the light. A towering giant appeared, radiating golden light that illuminated the world of consciousness. Master Pingfong could certainly recognize what it was. But he couldn't accept it, and became so stiff that he couldn't say a word. His soul was like a tiny ant, not even as big as a giant's fingernail. God's soul. Master Pingfong's soul felt parched and his soul became unsteady. What an astonishing and extraordinary divine soul! Even the legendary kings of the celestial realm were far less terrifying than this. He strongly suspected that he was hallucinating, or that the supreme being of the 9 provinces was behind it all, making him see an illusion that could never exist. This can't be real, there's no way such a thing could exist in the world, the soul of Venerable Pingfong murmured. He refused to believe it, and was unable to believe it. This was a huge shock to a powerful, self-important immortal who thought he could control everything. Ant, what are you thinking? The golden giant in the sea of consciousness lowered its head and asked in a voice as loud as thunder. With just this one question, the fluctuations caused the soul of Venerable Pingfong to become unstable and almost immediately collapse. Master Pingfong's soul was terrified. That's absolutely terrifying. What exactly are you? He finally accepted that this was not a hallucination, but he was even more horrified. You are not worthy to know, the golden giant said indifferently, raising his foot to stomp down. With one stomp, he directly shattered the soul energy body of the Venerable Pingfong. Ah! Outside, the Venerable Pingfong let out a scream. He did not blast all his soul energy into Huaqiu's sea of consciousness, therefore, when the soul energy in Huaqiu's sea of consciousness was swallowed up, the main body of the soul outside was only severely injured. But this is enough to keep him going. Damage to the soul is far more painful than physical injury. The spirit of Master Pingfong glanced at Huaqiu in fear, then turned and fled. That's terrifying, that's terrifying. He didn't know what the supreme being of the 9 provinces was or where he came from. He only knew that if he stayed here any longer, his powerful divine soul, which he had worked so hard to cultivate, might be destroyed. The thought of the golden giant in his mind made him tremble involuntarily. The space was no longer sealed off, and the spirit of Master Pingfong fled for his life. Huaqiu stood there with a cold smile. How could we possibly let him escape? If his soul were to return to his physical body, he would surely reveal his secret to the other rogue immortals. If a group of rogue immortals came to attack, he would be in a real predicament. Crackling sounds, the space made a sound as it compressed and contracted layer by layer. Huaqiu created layers of space to form a cage, intending to trap the soul of Pingfong Shangren. The divine soul was greatly frightened and fled desperately through this space. But Huaqiu is someone who controls the origin of space. How could we let him really escape, go out? As soon as Master Pingfong's soul flew out of one space, he turned around and entered another space controlled by Huaqiu. No matter how hard he tried, he could never escape this spatial cage. Master Pingfong had never been so embarrassed and frightened. The vast difference in their spiritual and intellectual levels left him with no way to resist. Are you going to destroy me? If you destroy this part of my soul, the last remaining fragment of my soul in my physical body will immediately sense it. Even if it doesn't know what really happened, it will contact all the scattered immortals to deal with you. Venerable Pingfong's soul shouted. Huaqiu frowned. Master Pingfong was not exaggerating. These wandering immortals are most afraid of death, and they don't even know how many fragmented souls they have. Even though they are separated by vast distances, and the divided soul cannot fully empathize with the main soul, it can still sense the destruction of the main soul. Hua Qiu doesn't want to provoke any of the wandering immortals for the time being. So he used the essence of space to create a solid spatial prison tailored to the soul of Venerable Pangfang. You'd better stay here obediently, Hua Qiu said calmly. When he reopens this cell, it will be the day of Master Pangfang's death. 948, Chapter 948 The 100 Realms Grand Competition begins. After imprisoning Master Pangfang, Hua Qiu left that space and found the lost Ling Ying and the others. He reopened the spatial passage and led the group to the Emperor's palace in the Heavenly Emperor domain of the Glazed Realm. Supreme Ruler of the 9 provinces, you've finally returned. The Supreme Ruler of the Glazed Realm immediately came forward to greet him. Perfect timing, the 100 Realms Grand Competition is about to begin, said King Li, the leader of the Glazed Realm. It turns out they had just received notification that the 100 Realms Grand Competition would begin, and the passage would open tomorrow. Then we've come back at just the right time, Hua Qiu said with a smile. The supreme beings of the Glazed Realm were very pleased to see that he had brought back several supreme cultivators. The alliance between the 9 provinces and the Glazed Realm is now not lacking in supreme-level powerhouses. Aside from the strongest Xuanzhen realm, they are among the top-ranked groups. There are many planes in this starfield, including about 10 superior planes like our Glazed Realm, and 3 stronger than our Glazed Realm, so we still can't let our guard down. This 100 Realms Grand Competition is unpredictable, King Li specifically instructed Hua Qiu. In some planes, powerful seeds are born, some even carrying the fortune of an entire realm. Their strength cannot be judged by ordinary standards. If you encounter these people during the 100 Realms tournament, it is best not to provoke them. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu thought of someone. The otherworldly being he encountered in the underground world was incredibly proud. He comes from the Yuanyang realm and carries a spatial magic treasure that allows him to travel through space. Although he has only cultivated for 1,000 years, his strength is not weak, and his talent is no less than that of the 4 great rulers in their youth. That must be what they call a seed. Everyone, rest well today and conserve your energy. We will set off when the time is right tomorrow. After King Li finished speaking, everyone dispersed to make their own preparations. Unlike the other excited cultivators, Hua Qiu remained calm. He did not tell the truth to everyone. If I were to say this now, people might not believe it, and it would be more harmful than helpful. He absolutely had to go and see that so-called place of ascension. He had a premonition that his opportunity would lie there. After resting for a night, everyone gathered at the Emperor's palace the next day. Since the news didn't specify a time frame, everyone can only wait. Hua Qiu waited until noon before opening her eyes. Here I am, he uttered. He sensed an energy erupting from the center of the starfield, dispersing and flying towards various planes. At the same time, an evil aura emanated from the center, causing Hua Qiu to frown. Bang! Not long after, a thick beam of light descended from the sky and landed in the celestial domain of the Glazed Realm. It was a teleportation beam connecting to some hidden place. Let's go! King Li shouted, and the group rode the spiritual light towards the beam of light. At the same time, the Xuanzhen experts stationed outside the Emperor's domain also set off. The 100 Realms Grand Competition has high requirements for cultivators' cultivation levels. Only those at the integration stage or above can be teleported away. As for the other Xuanzhen cultivators, they will be teleported back to the Glazed Realm by the power of the Supreme Ruler's laws after the teleportation is completed. Although this invasion of the Glass Realm did not yield as much as in the past, the major forces did not come for nothing and can be said to have returned with a full load. The cultivators from the Glazed Realm and the Profound Realm gathered together. Although the two sides had a deep-seated grudge, neither of them had any will to fight at the moment. Instead, they flew into the teleportation beam in batches. After a familiar, unsettling feeling of teleportation, the cultivators were already far from their original plane. This is an alternate dimension that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. A flash of light, and Hua Qiu and the others solidified into figures. Everyone looked around curiously, and the surroundings suddenly became noisy. There are many cultivators who come from different planes. It's like a meeting point where all the cultivators participating in the competition transit. Upon arrival, cultivators from their respective planes naturally seek to reunite with other cultivators from their own plane. Hua Qiu used spatial laws to intervene, teleporting the group together and saving them time in searching. Hua Qiu surveyed his surroundings, releasing his divine sense. He quickly figured out the true nature of the place. This is merely a space where the power of laws is somewhat unstable, connected to a small world. That small world must be the location of the grand competition. And the so-called Land of Ascension is naturally located there. The area outside the small world was filled with arrays and an evil aura. Hua Qiu did not forcefully investigate, to avoid alerting the enemy. Because he knew that 11 divine senses were enveloping this place. Those were the masterminds behind the scenes, 11 wandering immortals. There were originally 12 immortals, but one is missing now. Master Pangfang from the Xuanjin realm was absent. The other 11 people had doubts and exchanged information in secret, but none of them knew anything about Master Pangfang, so they couldn't come up with anything. Regardless of his presence or absence, the 100 Realms Grand Competition will continue. Everyone was observing and sensing their surroundings, and Hua Qiu was no exception. Once inside the small world, everyone is in competition. Hua Qiu noticed that some groups of cultivators from different planes were quite weak, with only a few at the integration stage and none at the supreme stage. That must be a medium or even lower plane. Most planes consist of a few nascent soul cultivators plus 2 or 3 supreme beings. Those planes with multiple supreme beings are considered superior planes. The lineup of the glass realm is top-notch, few other planes can compare. In the past, the number of supreme beings in the glazed realm was limited, but because of the Hua Qiu Mahayana pill, the number of supreme beings in the glazed realm is now second only to the Xuanjin realm, with a total of only 3 planes. The glazed realm has gained so many supreme beings. The cultivators familiar with the strength of the glazed realm were all shocked and found it unbelievable. The Xuanjin faction, in particular, looked extremely grim. They understood that the glazed realm had no such foundation, the only variable was that supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. No one knows what method he used, but he managed to cause the number of supreme beings in the glazed realm to surge dramatically. Many powerful individuals harbored intense killing intent towards Hua Qiu, each harboring the same thought in their hearts. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, who defies all reason, must be annihilated in that small world. If he misses this opportunity, no one will be able to limit his development, posing a huge threat to the Xuanjin realm. Arrogance without limit. Hua Qiu spotted a familiar figure and glanced at it. That is a seed from the Yuanyang realm, whose strength is no weaker than that of a top-tier supreme being. There are actually several people like him. Once Hua Qiu sensed it, no one could escape his divine eye, the truth and the falsehood became clear. Similar to Ao Wuji, there are a total of 4 other planes in total. When Hua Qiu turned his gaze toward the Xuanjin realm, his eyes narrowed slightly. Such seeds also exist in the Xuanjin realm. Moreover, there are 5 of them. They are all top geniuses of the Xuanjin realm, and their cultivation has been within the last 1,000 years. The divine sons and daughters of a dominant force? Hua Qiu asked knowingly. The foundation of a dominant force is still there. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a beautiful figure, and his expression turned slightly serious. 949, Chapter 949. The first bird to stick its head out. After several years, I met an acquaintance again. My first encounter with her was within the immortal realm of the 9 provinces. At that time, Hua Qiu's cultivation level was only equivalent to the nascent soul stage. In the crowd, the woman stood out like a star surrounded by the moon, possessing an unparalleled beauty and charm. She was aloof and taciturn, and the overall strength of the cultivators around her was the strongest in this space. The cultivators surrounding her were all at least supreme level. She herself is also very strong. Hua Qiu immediately understood. Seed. She is one of the seeds of the Xuanjin realm, and is of the same kind as Ao Wuji. As Hua Qiu gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman, she clearly sensed it and looked over. Upon seeing Hua Qiu's appearance, her eyes immediately trembled. This is enough to show the turmoil in her heart. It was simply because that man had left such a deep impression on her. How noble is a goddess from the heavenly palace! She descended to the 9 provinces in an incarnation, solely to uncover the secrets of the 9 provinces. What a proud and talented woman, yet she suffered a terrible setback at the hands of a native. Not only was his avatar destroyed, but all his plans were ruined, and even his personal divine weapon, the sword, was stolen. That was a great humiliation for her. "It's you!" The goddess of the heavenly palace spoke, her tone tinged with resentment. "Brush." In an instant, many Xuanjin cultivators showed strange expressions, and their eyes all swept towards Huaqiu. The heavenly goddess is very aloof. This is no secret in the Xuanjin realm. She had never been so out of control before. The Xuanjin cultivator was very surprised and couldn't understand what was so special about that man that made the heavenly palace goddess look like this. To the uninformed, judging solely from the goddess's expression, one might think that the man had wronged her. The heavenly goddess had no shortage of suitors, who stared at Huaqiu with hostility. "Goddess, who is that person?" someone asked. "He is the 2nd-generation supreme being of the 9 provinces, a Xuanjin cultivator said. There are quite a few Xuanjin cultivators who have seen Huaqiu in the glazed realm. Most of those who don't know Huaqiu are young prodigies from various powerful forces. They did not follow the main force to the glazed realm before that. They were undergoing training arranged by a dominant force in a certain secret realm to accumulate strength for the 100 Realms Grand Competition. Upon hearing that Huaqiu was the supreme being of the 9 provinces who had shone brightly in the glazed realm and killed the patriarch of the longevity sect, everyone's faces immediately turned cold. Which of these young prodigies isn't full of youthful vigor? Upon learning that the supreme being of the 9 provinces could suppress many supreme beings of the profound realm at such a young age, they felt not only resentment at his lack of ambition but also anger. If we hadn't been training in the secret realm, how could a native from the 9 provinces have the chance to roam around in the glazed realm? This was the thought of the prodigies. The incident involving Huaqiu at Mount Futu has been covered up by Mount Futu, and the truth has not yet been circulated. "Goddess of the heavenly palace, it's been a long time," Huaqiu said meaningfully. The goddess of the heavenly palace had a taut face and a cold gaze. "Is my green sword still working properly?" she asked in a gloomy tone. "Not bad, better than those scrap metal." Huaqiu took out a cyan sword and played with it in his hand. The young prodigies of the Xuanjin realm stared wide-eyed. Who doesn't know that's the personal sword of the goddess of the heavens? How did it end up in the hands of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? What exactly happened between the two of them? The heavenly goddess's expression grew even colder. The sight of Huaqiu constantly fiddling with her personal sword made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Give me back my green sword," the heavenly goddess coldly shouted. "Still?" Huaqiu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. "You gave this to me personally, how can I ask for it back now?" This statement immediately caused a considerable misunderstanding. It's hard not to suspect that he had something going on with the goddess of the heavens. The young prodigies of the Xuanjin realm were furious. "When did I give it to you?" The goddess of the heavenly palace was also so angry that her face turned pale. The azure sword was clearly taken by the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. It's as if this is a token of love she gave him. The heavenly goddess harbored intense killing intent towards Huaqiu, but she refrained from making a move. This is the entrance to the 100 Realms Grand Competition, and the Ascension groundtaking action now could easily trigger unpredictable changes. She could tolerate it, but those who admired her couldn't. "Shut up, how dare you, a lowly commoner, desecrate the goddess!" A young prodigy roared, leaping forward and charging towards Huaqiu with a hammer in hand. Those who dare to make a move have naturally reached the supreme level. These young prodigies of the Xuanjin realm are very confident they have cultivated to the Mahayana stage within 1,000 years, which makes them somewhat arrogant. The advantages they received from the first plane made them look down on the geniuses and strong individuals from other planes. The young prodigy struck with his hammer, causing the earth to shake and the entire space to tremble, making many cultivators pale. "If something goes wrong, we might not be able to enter the Ascension ground." Some tried to stop it, but it was too late. The man wielding the hammer clearly intended to kill Hua Qiu in one move, and he exerted tremendous force, with waves of power constantly surging through him. He thought he would teach the supreme being of the 9 provinces a lesson to attract the attention of the heavenly palace goddess and make her look at him with new eyes. As for the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he didn't take him seriously at all. How strong can a supreme being who comes from a backward, barbaric land be? The fact that the patriarch of the longevity cult would fall into his hands is due to the patriarch's own incompetence. Boom! The giant hammer slammed directly down on Hua Qiu's head. Hua Qiu remained indifferent, raising one hand to catch the hammer with his bare palm. Ahayuri asking for it. The young prodigy laughed disdainfully. Among his fellow cultivators, who would dare to accept his hammer like that? He believed that Hua Qiu was doomed, and the hammer would fall even faster. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and lightning crackled and danced around Hua Qiu. The hammer-wielding cultivator, believing Hua Qiu to be dead, burst into laughter once more. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is nothing more than this. He sneered. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, all the lightning bolts and serpents shuddered violently and vanished without a trace. Magnificent Qiu's figure appeared, holding the hammer steadily, her aura calm and undisturbed. What? The young talents all showed surprise. He actually caught that hammer blow with just one hand? He didn't even use his spiritual power. How is that possible? Crack! Hua Qiu applied a little force, and the hammer cracked all over its body. The next moment, it shattered into many pieces. At this moment, the man wielding the hammer gaped open, and the assembled prodigies could not hide their shock. Such methods are truly astonishing. Who can crush a top-tier treasure hammer with their bare hands? The celestial goddess's pupils contracted slightly. Is this really the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces that she once met? Just a few years ago, he was nothing more than a nascent soul cultivator. You're the one courting death. Hua Qiu glanced at the young prodigy in front of him and gently blew a breath. The man was horrified, but his body had already turned to ash and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. He left no trace, along with the precious hammer and himself. Whoosh! The scene erupted in chaos and uproar. 950, Chapter 950 all appear together. No one could help but be astonished. No one could remain unmoved. What is a prodigy? The most outstanding talents of our time are all peerless geniuses who have achieved the pinnacle of supreme power within 1,000 years. Each of them possesses the ability to fight beyond their level, and their potential is limitless. In the past, this was a sign of dominance, and it was rare to see someone like this appear every few years. We live in a prosperous era, and such prodigies have become more numerous, but they are still rare. Yet this young prodigy was annihilated before the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. It was truly astonishing. Those supreme beings who have witnessed some of Hua Qiu's strength know that Hua Qiu definitely possesses combat power comparable to the most outstanding geniuses, and can even rival the best among them. They anticipated that the hammer-wielding prodigy would be defeated, but they never imagined that he would lose so incredibly. That was a true instant kill. He wiped out a young prodigy in one fell swoop. Even though they had already been terrified by Hua Qiu, the Xuanzhen Supremes were still utterly astonished when Hua Qiu came again. All eyes were on Hua Qiu, and everyone's expression was different. Most Xuanzhen cultivators were wary and fearful. All the young prodigies were attracted, and they all looked at Hua Qiu, secretly assessing the gap between themselves and each other. Even among the elite, there are different classes. Those who just made their moves are on par with most of the top talents. The other type is the peerless genius known as the seed. It is said that there is a 100% chance of breaking through to the dominator level, or even surpassing the dominator level, and that it is a seed that may transcend tribulation and become an immortal. The 5 divine sons and daughters of the 4 dominant forces in the Xuanzhen realm are of this type. All the other planes combined resulted in 3 beings. The 5 divine sons and daughters looked somewhat solemn. Hua Qiu's strength demonstrated in this battle should not be underestimated. Although they could easily defeat that hammer-wielding prodigy, it would still be quite difficult for them to annihilate him in an instant. As expected of the person I've chosen, in the Yuan-Yang realm camp, Aowoji, dressed in a green robe, smiled slightly on his aloof face. Another peerless genius has emerged. The other two prodigies of the same level frowned. This era is so prosperous that the appearance of even one person like them would shake the world, and they alone would enjoy the fortune of the world. But the competition is too fierce now. The 5 divine sons and daughters of the Xuanzhen realm were already difficult enough to deal with, but unexpectedly, they were born in the dilapidated 9 provinces world. It is no exaggeration to call it a miracle. With just one move, Hua Qiu's reputation and status soared to rival those of unparalleled geniuses, attracting widespread attention. Do any of you still want to come and die? Hua Qiu sneered as he looked at the young prodigies of the Xuanzhen camp. Xuanzhen Tianjiao's face immediately turned pale, looking quite unsightly. With past examples already laid bare, who would dare to step forward? Only the most outstanding talents can participate in the battle. Anyone else who went there would only face certain death. Is this all the Xuanzhen realm, the first plane, is capable of? Hua Qiu continued to mock. The Xuanzhen cultivator was so angry that smoke was practically billowing from his 7 orifices. Representatives of all the forces in the entire starfield gathered here, but the Xuanzhen realm, as the leader, was publicly provoked and insulted, yet no one dared to stand up and respond. This is a disgrace. No one wanted to avoid killing Hua Qiu. But they lacked the strength to step forward. Even the Xuanzhen realm has met its match. Many cultivators from other planes who had grudges against the cultivators of the Xuanzhen realm laughed without any restraint. The Xuanzhen cultivator's face grew even uglier. The 5-seated players attracted everyone's attention, with everyone hoping they would make a move and show Hua Qiu their strength. 4 of them remained unmoved, seemingly unwilling to make a move easily. They had many considerations, knowing this was not the place for fighting. But one of them was not going to tolerate it. The man's hair and beard were all crimson, and he was surrounded by flames. He cultivates fire-based techniques and has a fiery temper. He has no reason to swallow his anger. This divine child will have a go at you. The red-haired youth shouted and stepped out. Call. The flames around him glowed red, and the terrifying heat made the cultivators who were nearby feel as if they were being roasted on a fire pit, causing them to quickly scatter in fright. The flames on his body were no ordinary flames, but unique divine fire, extremely powerful. This is Huoli, the divine son of the netherworld, one of the 4 dominant forces. He is extremely powerful, and ordinary late-stage Mahayana cultivators are no match for him. The 3 divine true fires on his body would burn even a supreme being to ashes just by touching them. Immediately, a Xuanzhen cultivator began to discuss excitedly. When the netherworld godchild Huoli made his move, the Xuanzhen cultivators placed high hopes on him, believing that someone of his level would definitely be able to suppress the supreme being of the 9 provinces and restore the reputation of the Xuanzhen realm. This is interesting. Ao Wuji revealed a meaningful smile. A battle between 2 unparalleled geniuses is sure to be spectacular. This will allow them to assess the strength of those 2 beforehand, so they can better prepare for future confrontations. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are far too arrogant, even more so than I, Huoli. Huoli said coldly. I, Huoli, can kill you all by myself without anyone else's help. As he spoke, the crimson flames on his body intensified, and his aura became extremely oppressive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding cultivators retreated, trying to stay as far away from the two's battle as possible. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, he just grinned. These unparalleled geniuses truly deserve the title of peerless geniuses in the lower realms, and even in the immortal realms, their talent would be considered quite remarkable. But in front of Hua Qiu, even the most amazing genius is no match. Hua Qiu shook the green sword in his hand. This is the personal sword of the goddess of the heavenly palace. Today, I will use the sword of the goddess of the Xuanzhen realm to slay a divine son. He beckoned to Huoli with his finger, his face full of disdain. Huoli's gaze turned cold and sharp as he suddenly charged towards Hua Qiu. Because of the cultivation method, he was naturally short-tempered and couldn't tolerate it. Hua Qiu's expression vanished, replaced by murderous intent. The green sword in his hand gleamed coldly, and the intent of destruction began to surge forth. As long as he swings his sword, even if Huo Li is a seed of unparalleled genius, he will be crippled if he doesn't die. Boom! Just as Huo Li was about toes, Huo Li rushed towards Hua Qiu. A divine light suddenly descended from above, blocking his path. Huo Li looked surprised and was stopped in his tracks. Hua Qiu looked up, his expression displeased. A giant hand descended from above, grabbing at Huo Li. Huo Li was unable to resist at all and was directly grabbed by that large hand, then thrown back into the camp of the underworld forces. All the cultivators were astonished. Huo Li stared blankly at the sky. The next moment, he quickly bowed down. Disciple Huo Li greets your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. The cultivators of the underworld also bowed down, their expressions extremely respectful. A figure appeared in the sky, majestic and imposing, with an aura that surpassed all others in the entire realm. The Lord of the Underworld. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. He thought someone of that caliber wouldn't show up. Buzz. As the Lord of the Underworld appeared, the sky quickly trembled again, and three figures appeared in three different directions. The cultivators throughout the space erupted in excitement. The four rulers have all appeared. 951, Chapter 951, Entering the Realm of Demons and Immortals. The four rulers of the Xuanzhen realm rarely appear together. The last time was more than 5,000 years ago during the invasion of the 9 provinces, when the four rulers joined forces to eliminate the first supreme being of the 9 provinces. What, even a ruler of this level has to participate in the 100 Realms Grand Competition? The cultivators from other planes stared wide-eyed. With the four rulers of the Xuanzhen realm involved, what chance do other planes have of winning? The difference in strength was already quite significant, so what's the point of comparing them? In fact, looking at this sensational 100 Realms Grand Competition, many cultivators didn't even know why they should participate or what benefits they could gain. Most people only had a general understanding. Most monks participate passively. Those so-called planners were pushing things along in the shadows, rarely showing themselves, which made the process of the 100 Realms Grand Competition somewhat chaotic. Regardless, cultivators at the integration realm and above from all planes have finally gathered together. This 100 Realms Grand Competition has various restrictions, otherwise what's the point of holding it? We should just let the Xuanzhen realm win the championship, a thoughtful and powerful figure said, which calmed the resentment considerably. The appearance of the four rulers brought an end to the battle between Hua Qiu and the son of the underworld. The space here is unstable, and large-scale battles are not allowed, otherwise, both sides will be swallowed up by the demon immortal realm, a ruler said coldly. My lord, Huo Li knows he was wrong. Huo Li quickly bowed and admitted his mistake. I shouldn't make my move here. I should openly and honorably slay the supreme being of the 9 provinces in the realm of demons and immortals, and display the might of my underworld god. The Lord of the Underworld nodded. Huo Li bowed again, then gave Hua Qiu a deep look. I'll let you live a little longer, he said coldly. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He wanted to say that too. Let me explain the rules of the demon immortal realm. The majestic figure of the heavenly palace ruler stood in the air, his powerful aura permeating all directions, causing cultivators from all planes to remain silent. Within the realm of demons and immortals, there are unimaginable opportunities as well as unknown and immense dangers. Cultivators from different planes will disperse after being teleported in. There are 4 spatial worlds in the demon immortal realm. Everyone will be teleported to the first level first. When the teleportation is activated, a divine light of destruction will gradually shrink from the outermost edge to the center. Anyone touched by the divine light of destruction will be completely annihilated, without exception. What? Upon hearing the heavenly palace ruler's words, the cultivators from all planes changed their expressions. These rules are just too outrageous. Of course, the divine light of destruction will not keep shrinking. It will eventually stop at the very center, leaving an empty space. At that time, the cultivators who are still there can advance and leap to the next level of space, starting the same cycle as the first level, until the 4th level, at which point they will have passed the test, the heavenly palace ruler continued. The ranking system for this 100 Realms Grand Competition is also very simple. It is based on a points system. Cultivators from each plane can earn points for their own plane, and there is only one way to obtain points. That is, killing cultivators from other planes. The points gained from killing cultivators of different realms are also different. The higher the realm, the more points are awarded. After the Heavenly Palace ruler finished speaking, the space erupted in an uproar. Isn't the rule of this 100 Realms Grand Competition designed to force cultivators from different planes to kill each other? Only by constantly killing can you gain points and improve your ranking in your current dimension. Upon entering the realm of immortals, everyone will receive a jade token, which will record their points and the total points of their current plane in real time. The Heavenly Palace ruler said meaningfully, killing someone not only increases your points, but the killer also gains all the points earned by the killed. Hua Qiu frowned. I don't know who came up with this idea. They tried every means to cause bloodshed and maximize the number of deaths. He knew that this was using the flesh and blood of cultivators to activate the ascension platform left behind by the demon immortals in the demon immortal realm. Once the ascension platform is activated, the passage to the immortal realm will open, allowing those wandering immortals to secretly cross over to the immortal realm, saving them the suffering of tribulation. They were determined to sacrifice all the cultivators in the demon immortal realm. With the strength of those rogue immortals, they could easily wreak havoc. After the cultivators from the 100 realms enter the demon immortal realm, no one would be their match, and naturally, no one could stop them, Hua Qiu muttered. But those wandering immortals didn't do that, they were just making plans behind the scenes. There must be some restrictions in the fairy realm that made them give up this option. Each level of the demon immortal realm has its own unique rules. Don't even think about resisting them. The four of us are powerless against those rules, the Heavenly Palace ruler's voice continued. The cultivators from all planes were greatly surprised. Most people had no idea about the origins of this demon realm, so they were naturally very surprised to hear that even the supreme ruler could not defy its rules. I've left a mark on each of you once inside. Don't act rashly. Come and meet me as soon as possible, Hua Qiu instructed the people behind him. With so many cultivators entering the demon immortal realm, they tend to scatter without Hua Qiu's protection. His subordinates are easily in mortal danger. Yes, the Pang and Jiang clans replied respectfully. Cultivators from other planes were also discussing countermeasures. A few planes that had received advance warning had already made preparations and distributed different communication artifacts. Ling Ying, I won't restrict you. Once you're in the demon immortal realm, you can do whatever you want and kill as many people as you like, Hua Qiu transmitted to Ling Ying again. Ling Ying nodded, indicating that she understood. He came to participate in the 100 Worlds Grand Competition mainly for experience. I hereby declare the 100 Realms Grand Competition officially open. The Heavenly Palace ruler gave the order. The four supreme rulers took the lead and flew forward. Soon, their figures disappeared without a trace. This means we have already entered the realm of the immortals. Walk. The rulers have already entered. The forces from other planes, however, they were unwilling to fall behind. Numerous cultivators disappeared one after another, being transported to the demon immortal realm. Once the crowd thinned out, Hua Qiu and his group began their operation. Gather as soon as possible and fight the enemy together, King Li instructed Hua Qiu, and then led the cultivators from the glazed realm into the barrier. Hua Qiu watched silently. He always felt somewhat uncomfortable. The aura emanating from this magical realm is strange. I wonder if those wandering immortals tampered with it. Hua Qiu always felt like he was being watched, but when he tried to sense it carefully, he couldn't find anything. After staring intently at the entrance barrier for a long time with a somber expression, Hua Qiu finally gave the order to depart. With a flash of white light, Hua Qiu and his group were teleported. After regaining his footing, Hua Qiu immediately released his divine sense. He was now standing in a completely unfamiliar place. The magic fairy realm. After assessing his own condition, Hua Qiu frowned. Is this the rule of the first heaven? 952, Chapter 952. The suppression was too severe. Hua Qiu's cultivation level at this moment was rather pathetic. He felt it for a moment and couldn't help but frown deeply. Early stage of foundation building. That pitiful stage of just breaking free from the chi refining realm. Compared to cultivators in the demon immortal realm who often reach the great ascension stage, those in the foundation establishment stage are not much different from ants. It's perfectly normal for secret realms to suppress a cultivator's cultivation level. It's quite rare to see such severe suppression. This time is different from when we were in the glass realm. That time, it was the power of the laws of the four sovereigns that suppressed Huaqiu because Huaqiu controlled 3,000 laws and was superior to the four sovereigns. He was not affected by their power of laws and could exert his normal strength. But the laws of this magical realm. It is already different from the outside world, having been tainted by immortal power, and strictly speaking, it is more advanced than the laws of the outside world. This is not only the suppression of laws, but also the suppression of immortal power. Huaqiu's current cultivation level is naturally inferior to that of those who have already become immortals, so he will also be suppressed. It shouldn't just be him, all cultivators who entered the first level of the demon immortal realm were suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Everyone is suppressed to the same level, Huaqiu pondered. These must be the rules of the magical fairy world. Among those who entered were nascent soul cultivators, Mahayana cultivators, and four tribulation transcending cultivators. If the scoring system were applied, those at higher levels could easily crush those at lower levels. The four sovereigns would be invincible, so there would be no need for further comparison. When everyone is suppressed to the same level, there are too many variables. A person at a higher level can be killed by someone at a lower level. However, those in the same realm may not necessarily have the same combat strength. Even at the same level, different cultivators can display varying degrees of strength. People at higher levels generally have a more perfect control and application of spiritual power than those at lower levels, making it easier for them to gain an advantage in battle. However, it cannot be ruled out that there are some amazing geniuses in the lower realms who possess the strength to fight beyond their level, and they are just as powerful within the same realm. The higher realm can still suppress the lower realm, but it may also be defeated by the lower realm in a war of attrition. There are too many variables. Unfortunately, the main theme of the 100 Realms Grand Competition is mutual killing, which further intensifies the conflict. There will be quite a few cultivators who will perish in the first level alone. Huaqiu's eyes flickered. Battle within the same realm. He is the least afraid. He possesses the foundation of a supreme immortal emperor, and was virtually invincible among his peers in the immortal realm. Now that everyone is at a very low foundation establishment stage, he is not afraid to fight anyone, including the originally invincible four rulers. Huaqiu's mind started to wander. He was originally no match for the four rulers, but now they are all at the same level. If they meet, Huaqiu is confident that he can kill all four of them. He immediately released his divine sense, searching for traces of cultivators from the Xuanjin realm. Unfortunately, his divine sense was also greatly restricted in the demon immortal realm. Even though his divine sense surpassed that of anyone else, he could not search as freely as he could in the outside world. Other cultivators probably couldn't even use their divine senses and could only grope around in a daze. If we could find the four rulers of the Xuanjin realm and kill them all on the first level, it would save us a lot of trouble, Huaqiu muttered to himself. The world of magic and immortals is also full of dangers and opportunities, but he was too lazy to explore them at the moment. His mind was only focused on killing. So he recklessly charged ahead. Roar! The magic fairy realm is an independent little world with its own ecosystem, and it is inhabited by monsters. Huaqiu walked recklessly through the territory of some demonic beasts, driving them into a frenzy. Huaqiu killed a demonic beast equivalent to the foundation establishment stage with a single punch without even glancing at it, without even needing to activate his spiritual power. His physical body was also suppressed, but the strength he could unleash still exceeded the limits of the foundation establishment stage. Ah! A demon beast that had formed its demon core was startled and angrily charged at Huaqiu, intending to eat him. Huaqiu threw a punch with a cold expression, which immediately sent sand and stones flying, with great force and weight. The demon beast that had formed its demon core was dumbfounded, its body shattered by the force of that punch. It probably never understood, even in its death, how such terrifying humans could appear on the first level. Having gotten used to high-level supernatural powers and techniques, it's really a bit strange to be suddenly restricted to such a weak state, Huaqiu complained as he walked past the corpse of a core formation demon beast. Little did he know that the other cultivators who had entered the demon immortal realm were suffering terribly at that moment. A dignified venerable one who has achieved the highest level of enlightenment, a supreme being of the Mahayana stage, who among them is not high above and commands the wind and rain in the outside world. Upon entering the world of demons and immortals, I suddenly became a weakling at the foundation establishment stage. Any random monster could chase a group of people, causing them to scream and flee for their lives. The monster's body was enormous and hard, suppressing the many cultivators and rendering them powerless. Killing people to gain points is the right thing to do, that's for sure. But the prerequisite is to save your own life first. Along the way, Huaqiu encountered some cultivators from other planes, most of whom were being chased by demonic beasts and were in a sorry state. He ignored them regardless of whether they were pleading for help or not. Huaqiu had no interest in dealing with cultivators from other planes, as long as they didn't provoke him, nor did he intend to kill them. If he encounters a Xuanjin cultivator, he will naturally take action. After walking for a while, Huaqiu's expression changed. A familiar face appeared in the divine sense detection. Boom! There were cultivators fighting ahead, and the battle was raging fiercely. Get out of my way! The Jiang clan chief forcefully pushed away the group that was attacking him, wanting to go and support the injured clansmen nearby, but they quickly attacked again, leaving him unable to defend himself. After entering the demon immortal realm, the Jiang clan chief followed Huaqiu's instructions and used the communication artifact given to him by Huaqiu to search for fellow cultivators. He finally managed to find a few members of the Jiang clan, but then he suddenly encountered a group of Xuanjin cultivators. The two sides were already enemies, so there was no need for further words, they started fighting on the spot. Zhang's side ultimately had fewer people and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Most of them were injured, and it would be difficult for them to continue fighting. Moreover, the Xuanjin cultivator they also seem to have special communication artifacts over there, and are actively contacting other Xuanjin cultivators to send people to besiege the Jiang clan leader and others. Boom! The Jiang clan chief was no match for the combined forces of several people and was defeated. He was very frustrated. He recognized most of those people, and the strongest among them were only two cultivators at the great perfection of the integration stage. However, since they were all at the foundation establishment stage, he was no match for them when they joined forces. This is why two fists can't beat four hands. During the foundation establishment stage, even if there are some differences in combat strength, they can be made up for by sheer numbers. Ha, we can kill a supreme cultivator from Kyushu, this is a huge win. Several Xuanjin cultivators were excited and attacked even more fiercely. The points gained from killing a supreme cultivator are much higher than those gained from killing a nascent soul cultivator. The Jiang clan leader was extremely anxious. Clan Chief Jiang, is this how I taught you to fight? Suddenly, a voice came over, sounding very displeased. Upon hearing that voice, the Jiang clan chief smiled as if he were listening to celestial music. 953, Chapter 953 Strange. Supreme Ruler of the 9 Provinces. Upon seeing Huaqiu appear, the Xuanjin cultivators all changed their expressions. Huaqiu is a figure comparable to the divine sons and daughters of a dominant force, while they are merely cultivators at the integration stage, so naturally they feel fear. What's there to be afraid of? We're all at the foundation establishment stage now. Even if there's a big difference, it won't be that big. Besides, we have such a big advantage in numbers. Some people were not afraid at all and instead said with a sneer. The others agreed that it made sense, and their fear lessened considerably. Your Majesty, we were injured by a sneak attack from Xuanjin cultivators. They outnumbered us. It was not that we were no match for them, the Jiang clan chief explained while fending off the attacks. Huaqiu sat on a large rock, showing no intention of making a move. So what if there are many of you? I taught you superior techniques and supernatural abilities. Have you all forgotten them? He questioned coldly. He passed down several sets of martial arts techniques and supernatural abilities to both the Jiang and Peng clans. In terms of rank, it is no less than the ultimate skill of any dominant force, and may even surpass it. Perhaps because they had not practiced for long enough, these members of the Jiang clan had not yet fully mastered their skills when facing the enemy. They could only hastily defend themselves and dared not launch a counterattack. "Your Majesty, we have no chance to make a move," someone shouted. "Shut up." Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold. "We've given you the best techniques and supernatural abilities. If you can't use them, that's because you're incompetent. I will not make a move today. If you are defeated and die, I will turn around and leave, leaving your corpses to be devoured by the demon beasts of the demon realm." The heartless words made the Jiang clan members look ugly, while the Xuanjin cultivator was overjoyed. "Kill them all." The Xuanjin cultivators attacked even more fiercely, intending to deal with the Jiang clan members before besieging Hua Qiu. If even the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces can be defeated, that would be an immense achievement. "Did you all hear what the Supreme One said?" The Jiang clan chief roared. "How could we let His Majesty down? Cannot." Boom. The Jiang clan members fought with a fierce determination, as if their lives depended on it. The high-level supernatural power was finally unleashed. In an instant, the Xuanjin cultivators were forced into retreat, and the situation began to reverse. "What happened?" the Xuanjin cultivator asked incredulously. Just a few words from the supreme being of the 9 provinces, and the Jiang clan members were like they'd been injected with chicken blood, undergoing such a huge change. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Qiu held a revered belief in the hearts of the Jiang clan. Seeing that they couldn't subdue the Jiang clan members, the leading Xuanjin cultivators exchanged glances. The next moment, they all turned their attention to Hua Qiu and attacked him together. Hua Qiu is the spiritual embodiment of the Jiang clan. With his death, the Jiang clan will surely collapse. No matter how powerful you are, you're still only at the foundation establishment stage. Someone shouted coldly, making a definitive statement while also encouraging the Xuanjin cultivators. Hua Qiu chuckled and sat on the rock, letting them attack and approach. Just as the group thought they had succeeded and revealed sinister smiles, he finally made his move. "Kneel." He waved his hand and uttered a single word. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from the space zhang in front of Hua Qiu, causing all the Xuanjin cultivators who had approached that space to freeze in place, unable to get any closer. They couldn't move at all, only their eyeballs could move. How could this be? The group was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this the power that can be unleashed during the foundation establishment stage? Weren't they all suppressed to the foundation establishment stage? Are not even supreme rulers exempt from this? Horror and fear gripped them, and they trembled all over. Even among those at the foundation establishment stage, the difference is still quite significant, Hua Qiu said calmly to the group. His cultivation, spiritual consciousness, and physical body were all suppressed, just like other cultivators. However, he was able to maintain some of his extraordinary abilities even under that powerful suppression. This was enough to make him invincible in the first level of the magic fairy realm. "You lot, perish on your own," Hua Qiu said indifferently, looking at the bound men. The next moment, those people were finally able to move. But it was involuntarily wiping it onto his neck. Their eyes widened in utter terror. Everyone wants to rebel, but no one has the power to do so. Bang! Bang bang! Corpses lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining Xuanjin cultivators were terrified. That's terrifying. This supreme being of the 9 provinces, suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, is even more terrifying than the nascent soul stage. How could you possibly kill them? The morale of the Xuanjin cultivators plummeted, and they began to abandon the fight and try to flee. How could the Jiang clan let them have their way? What followed was a battle of reaping rewards. Soon, peace was restored, and all the Xuanjin cultivators had been killed. Hua Qiu's eyes narrowed into slits. His eyes shone brightly, and he saw things that others could not. Blood and soul energy flew out from the bodies of those Xuanjin cultivators and drifted towards the same place. The place was shrouded in mist, and even when Hua Qiu pushed his divine sense to its limit, he was unable to probe inside. Hua Qiu stood on the large rock, gazing in that direction in silence for a long time. He sensed many unusual energies, and his heart felt heavy. After a long while, he finally uttered a sentence to himself. Could it be that the thing is still alive? After speaking to himself, he looked away. Your Majesty, not a single Xuanjin cultivator escaped, they were all killed, the Jiang clan chief reported. Hua Qiu nodded. Please instruct us, Your Majesty, on our next course of action? The Jiang clan chief asked. Hua Qiu looked around. The air here is thick with the stench of blood, which will soon attract the monsters lurking nearby. If we don't leave soon, we might encounter those monsters. For most cultivators, this is very dangerous, even more dangerous than the battles and struggles between different planes. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. You all leave first and find a relatively safe place to set up camp, he instructed. Originally, it was intended for the cultivators of the 9 provinces till they gained experience and trials in this magical realm. However, after observing the strange changes that occurred after the cultivators died, Hua Qiu changed his mind. This magical realm is full of strangeness, and even he finds it somewhat troublesome, unable to see through the whole picture. Yes. After bowing, the Jiang clan chief led his clan members away. They will use Hua Qiuzi's communication artifact to contact other cultivators in the same camp and reunite first. After the Jiang clan leader and his party left, Hua Qiu stood there for a long time. Once he was sure they were far away, Hua Qiu lifted off the ground and soared into the air. The suppression in the demon realm is too severe, cultivators who enter dare not fly, or are simply unable to fly at all. Hua Qiu had no worries at this moment and ascended to a high altitude. Spiritual energy rose from his dantian and gathered at his throat. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is here, how dare the Xuanjin cultivators come to fight? He uttered a voice that echoed in the air, reaching all directions. With the aid of spiritual energy, the sound spread throughout the surrounding area. Naturally, the news also reached the ears of the Xuanjin cultivators within the area. 954, Chapter 954. Let's go together. It is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Humph, arrogant and conceited, do you really think you're invincible? We're all at the foundation establishment stage, what makes him so arrogant? Does he really think he's invincible among his peers? Let's go, let's kill the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Hua Qiu's voice echoed everywhere, and all the Xuanjin cultivators who heard it were furious. For tens of thousands of years, the Xuanjin realm has been the number 1 in the starfield. They are used to being high and mighty and regard cultivators from other planes as barbarians. They have basically never seen anyone as arrogant as Hua Qiu. Even the first supreme ruler of Kyushu, whose combat prowess was recognized by them, was never this arrogant. Many people couldn't stand it and called their friends to run towards the source of the sound. Killing the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces would be a great achievement. Originally, the strength of the supreme being of the 9 provinces was comparable to that of the divine son and divine daughter, and ordinary cultivators dared not confront them, but now that they are both at the foundation establishment stage, everyone wants to give it a try. Hua Qiu's 2 shouts attracted quite a few Xuanjin cultivators. For thousands of years, this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is quite an anomaly. Interesting. Let's go and see where he gets his courage and confidence. Some cultivators from other planes, with amused expressions, also gathered in that direction, mainly to watch the spectacle. Hua Qiu sat cross-legged on the large rock. He still didn't give up using his divine sense to explore the depths of this magical realm. He discovered that, in addition to the suppression of immortal power and laws, there were also substances in this place that could affect a cultivator's consciousness and cultivation level. Various formations and restrictions are scattered underground. The cultivators who entered probably had no idea that the earth beneath was filled with arrays, and everyone was inside one of them. This made Hua Qiu even more suspicious, and he felt somewhat heavy-hearted. He was almost certain that the situation in the fairy realm was far from simple. The cultivators who entered were unaware that 12 rogue immortals were plotting behind the scenes to kill them all in the demon immortal realm, sacrificing them to the ascension platform left by the demon immortals, in order to open the gate to the immortal realm and allow them to sneak into the immortal realm. Oh. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. The schemers believed themselves to be the conspirators who controlled everything. They probably don't realize that there are many things in this magical realm that are beyond their control. Their so-called plans and schemes may not necessarily develop according to their predetermined route. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I have come to kill you. Just as Hua Qiu was deep in thought, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. The first group of Xuanjin cultivators who came to kill Hua Qiu have arrived. Hua Qiu frowned and looked up, only to see a figure rushing towards him, a long sword in his hand flashing with cold light, the blade pointed directly at his head. The goal was to behead Hua Qiu with a single sword strike. Hua Qiu stretched out his hand, flicked his finger, and flicked it onto the sword blade. Splash! A fine sword shattered into pieces on the ground, completely ruined. What? The man was terrified and stopped moving. When he was outside, the supreme being of the 9 provinces was truly formidable, able to destroy divine weapons and magical treasures with ease. But this is the realm of immortals, where everyone's strength is deeply suppressed. How could he possibly still do something like this? Before the cultivator could think further, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then he stared wide-eyed and fell straight down. It was a fragment of his sword that took his life. The man fell down, and Hua Qiu looked around. People came from all directions, and the Xuanjin cultivators had already surrounded them, each one exuding murderous intent. He was in the very center, surrounded by many people, as if he could not escape. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are truly overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can defeat all the cultivators of Xuanjin sect by yourself? Humph, today is your death day. Someone shouted angrily. Many people also made sarcastic and insulting remarks, venting their anger. But they didn't rush in. The Xuanjin cultivators held themselves in high esteem, considering themselves the most noble cultivators in this star field. With cultivators from other planes watching, they were afraid of being criticized. How can a sovereign plane, with its superior numbers, allow itself to bully the weak and become a laughingstock? Therefore, they only temporarily surrounded Hua Qiu to prevent him from escaping. Next, it will be a battle of attrition. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I am Wang Tong, a true disciple of the Great Yin sect of the second heaven of Xuanjin. Today I will take your life and uphold the prestige of the Great Yin sect of Xuanjin. A young monk was the first to jump out and shout out in a righteous tone. He was also a genius cultivator, proud and arrogant. Even though they were both at the foundation establishment stage, he was not afraid to fight the supreme being of the 9 provinces. Too much nonsense. Hua Qiu frowned and slightly raised his hand. Whoosh! A beam of light moved with incredible speed, arriving in front of the cultivator almost as soon as it was emitted. Before he could finish speaking, before his mouth was closed, he let out a muffled groan and fell straight down, dying instantly. The expressions of all the Xuanjin cultivators turned serious. That holy son of the Great Yin sect was, after all, a top genius, yet he was so easily defeated. Although it was unexpected, it was also within reason. After all, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is a being comparable to a godchild of a dominator-level power. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I am Tang Peng of the Chaolan sect, and I have come to kill you. Another genius cultivator from a major sect stepped forward, confidently announced his name, and charged towards Hua Qiu. He used a ranged attack magic weapon. Learning from past mistakes, he did not intend to get close. He used the magic weapon to unleash a burst of spiritual light at the furthest distance from where a foundation establishment cultivator could cast a spell. Hua Qiu didn't even lift his eyelids, just casually waved his hand. As a result, the incoming magical artifact's spiritual light was directly deflected back. How is that possible? The Chaolan sect cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they hastily took out another magic weapon to defend themselves. Boom! However, his magical artifact shattered in the blink of an eye. He was completely stunned. I know the power of my own magic weapon's attack. Where does it get such great power? He didn't have a chance to think about it anymore. The magical artifact's light pierced directly through his skull, blasting half of his head away. Seeing that even the Chaolan sect cultivators had fallen, none of them lasting more than a few breaths, the Xuanjin cultivators' expressions turned slightly grim. They were both geniuses, both at the same level, yet they were swiftly and decisively defeated. Is the level of a top genius really that high? What is so untouchable? The Xuanzhen cultivator did not believe it. Who should we send out next? They all looked on, wondering. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to step forward at this time. This supreme being of the 9 provinces is probably even more powerful than the first generation 5,000 years ago. It is truly remarkable that such a cultivator could be born in a declining plane. The cultivators from other planes whispered among themselves. They were just watching the show, but they were happy to see such monks appear. The Xuanzhen realm has been the overlord for too long. Which other plane can resist its suppression? It would be wonderful if some geniuses could emerge to shake up the competition. Hua Qiu stood up on the large rock. He glanced around and found that although there were many Xuanzhen cultivators, none of them were truly worthy of his attention. For example, none of the top-level cultivators or divine sons and daughters came. He then looked somewhat impatient. Is this all the foundation your Xuanzhen sect has? It's not enough, not even a little bit enough. Why are all these useless trash here? I don't have time to deal with them all since you're all here. Let's attack together. 955, Chapter 955, Cutting Melons and Vegetables. He's so arrogant. This star field hasn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. The cultivators from all directions marveled at the sight. There are at least 100 Xuanzhen cultivators here. During the foundation building stage, who dares to speak lightly of 100 battles? It's impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to fight against hundreds of others at the same level. If someone could truly do that, they wouldn't be considered a foundation establishment cultivator. Even those rare talents at the seed level wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, his courage alone is unmatched. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces truly deserves to be called a remarkable figure. The land of Kyushu is truly a breeding ground for heroes. Cultivators from other planes rarely mocked Hua Qiu, instead, they held him in high esteem. The Xuanzhen realm has been dominant for tens of thousands of years, they don't have that kind of courage. Damn it, they're courting death. Kill him, don't let him get away with this. On the contrary, the Xuanzhen cultivators were all extremely angry. Unfortunately, there are no seeds of theirs here, and no one in the same realm can truly rival Hua Qiu. This was his own request, it wasn't us ganging up on him, some of the cultivators said righteously, stepping forward. This time, they can legitimately gang up on each other. We are the 13 heroes of the Tianlin sect, and we will meet you together. 13 people stepped forward together and said coldly. They practiced a combined attack technique, and the 13 of them working together could even fight against cultivators who were half a realm higher than them. Such groups are very strong within the same environment. In an instant, the 13 people surrounded Hua Qiu, each wielding a magical weapon, and launched a combined attack at the same time. Hua Qiu looked impatient, and his creative spiritual power surged out, with dazzling spiritual light splashing out around him like water droplets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 13 people were originally moving forward and backward together, with spiritual energy shields in front of them to coordinate their defense and offense, but at this moment, their spiritual energy shields were as thin as paper and were penetrated in the blink of an eye. Puff puff puff. The 13 men looked terrified as they watched helplessly as their bodies were riddled with bullet holes. They stared at Hua Qiu in shock, unable to utter another word, and collapsed one after another. The Xuanzhen cultivator was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Even the 13 heroes of Tianlin couldn't stop them. 13 of them working together once clashed with the Heavenly Palace's divine son. Although they were no match for him, they were still among the best of their generation. How come they can't even withstand a single move from the supreme being of the 9 provinces? The Xuanzhen cultivators went from shock to horror. Now we have to admit that even if someone has fallen to the foundation establishment stage, the supreme being of the 9 provinces is still terrifying. I said, attack all at once. What are you all dawdling about? Hua Qiu said with a dark face. Since you are not moving, fine, I will personally send you on your way. As he finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared in his hand. It's the azure sword of the Heavenly Maiden. Someone shouted. Is he going to take the initiative and fight against 100 men single-handedly? Someone asked with an incredulous expression. As if to confirm it, Hua Qiu darted out like a dragon as soon as he finished speaking. A flash of cyan sword light, accompanied by swirling blood. With a single sword strike, several heads rolled to the ground. Ah! Puff! Hua Qiu walked with his sword drawn, and wherever the sword light touched, it took away fresh lives. He can kill several people in one step, and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Behind him lay the corpses of Xuanzhen cultivators, covering the entire area. They killed so many Xuanzhen cultivators that they were terrified. Stop playing defensively, we should take the initiative, stop fighting individually, we must all unite. A Xuanzhen cultivator shouted. If this continues, won't we be wiped out like chopping melons and vegetables? There are at least 100 people here. With the reminder, the other Xuanzhen cultivators also realized what was happening and immediately formed formations or used all their abilities. The combined efforts of 100 people are no small feat. Those who can enter the demon immortal realm are at least nascent soul stage cultivators, none of them are simple characters. Such a united force would be enough to engulf even seed cultivators. He shouldn't have challenged hundreds of people all by himself. He should have defeated them one by one. The other cultivators from different planes who were watching the show side, unable to bear to watch any longer. Everyone felt that a great man was about to disappear. Buzz. Suddenly, the green sword in Hua Qiu's hand emitted a bright green light. A wave of destructive energy enveloped the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. That was the destructive sword intent cultivated by Hua Qiu. A sword intent containing the power of destruction. This is beyond the comprehension and understanding of the mundane world. This is an existence that disrupts worldly rules. Foundation building? What kind of shackles are lowly realms? Hua Qiu remained silent, his eyes filled with indifference towards life. People are dying faster now. Unstoppable, step by step, a path paved with blood. What is this? A Xuanzhen cultivator was so frightened that he shouted, trembling all over. Why did more people die faster when they united? Is there no justice left? This. The cultivators from other planes were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene before them. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, alone with his sword, pursues and kills hundreds of Xuanzhen cultivators. They are all at the level of grandmasters, and they are all ancestral figures in the outside world. I've never seen a Xuanzhen expert so disheveled. I've never realized that Xuanzhen cultivators are so fragile. This makes one wonder if he was actually killing some powerful cultivator, or simply cutting vegetables in the ground. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is invincible. The Xuanzhen cultivator was utterly terrified and cried out a sentence in horror. Only now do I realize how terrifying the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is. The rules of the magical realm are so strict that even the supreme ruler can restrict them. But why can't it restrain a supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Run, otherwise we'll all die here. The Xuanzhen cultivator no longer had any intention of killing Hua Qiu. All he wanted to do now was escape. The scene was chaotic, with the Xuanzhen cultivators fleeing in all directions in a panic. Did I allow you to escape? Hua Qiu asked expressionlessly, throwing the cyan sword in front of him. With a flick of the green sword, hundreds of sword shadows instantly appeared. They shot out with a whoosh. The speed of the sword shadow was far faster than the speed at which the Xuanzhen cultivators fled. The land was filled with cries of despair, and the atmosphere was deathly still. In just a few breaths, the place became quiet. The cultivators from all planes stared wide-eyed as the supreme being of the 9 provinces slowly sheathed his azure sword. He could kill hundreds of people in an instant, without shedding a drop of blood, as if wiping out ants. It took a long time before someone finally managed to swallow hard. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how terrifying. Many people have a misconception. At this moment, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is even more terrifying and awe-inspiring than the supreme sovereign. What if he gets carried away and cuts us down too? Someone muttered under their breath. Everyone's expression immediately changed. This is not impossible. After all, once you enter the world of magic and immortals, everyone is an opponent, and every life is worth points. As a result, many people couldn't help but back away, wanting to stay far away. But Hua Qiu wasn't interested in them at all. He still soared into the air, his voice carrying far and wide. The Xuanjin cultivators are utterly pathetic. Is there anyone else capable of fighting? Come and battle. 956, Chapter 956, The Fairy Cave. Not long after, another group of Xuanjin cultivators were drawn over by Hua Qiu's voice. You think you're invincible, supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? We're here to kill you. As before, they were filled with murderous intent and very confident, believing that they could use their numerical advantage to kill Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't waste any words and simply took the green sword and left. Ah! How is that possible? We're both at the foundation establishment stage, how come he's so strong? Terrified screams rang out continuously. This group of Xuanjin cultivators were equally stunned and filled with immense fear. What kind of foundation establishment cultivator is this, killing fellow cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs? They're not even on the same level. Escape, this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is beyond human capability. After only a short time of fighting, they were so frightened that they wanted to flee. Clearly, Hua Qiu was not going to let them go. The cyan sword light danced, taking away one Xuanjin cultivator after another. Not long after, this group of Xuanjin cultivators was wiped out again. The cultivators from other planes were completely dumbfounded. Who is this person? Is he truly invincible at the foundation establishment stage? How come it seems like he didn't use any spiritual power beyond foundation establishment, yet he killed people even more easily than a nascent soul cultivator? Xiao Chun frowned again as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Among this batch of Xuanjin cultivators, there are still no geniuses among them. As for those divine sons and daughters, they never showed themselves from beginning to end. Even cultivators who were originally at the Mahayana stage are rarely seen. This shouldn't be the case. The Xuanjin cultivator should really want to kill him. With doubts in mind, Hua Qiu took to the air again to issue a provocative statement. The third batch of Xuanjin cultivators was much smaller. There weren't enough to kill as many as Hua Qiu could. The Xuanjin cultivators must have somewhere to go, Hua Qiu realized. There were also few powerful cultivators from other planes who came. Hua Qiu sheathed his green sword and strode forward. His consciousness was always open, constantly probing the surrounding situation. He wanted to know where the missing monks had gone. Gone. Awu. The howls of a monster came from the side. Hua Qiu immediately turned around and headed in that direction. After traveling for a short distance, they saw several cultivators fighting against demonic beasts. Judging from their aura, they don't seem to be cultivators from the Xuanjin realm. This group of cultivators is not very powerful. Their original cultivation level was only barely at the integration stage, and the supernatural abilities and techniques they used were not outstanding. They should be from an ordinary plane. The group was forced back by the enormous beast, and there were injured people lying on the ground nearby. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the entire army is wiped out. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow and swung his sword out. A streak of cyan swordlight slashed out and struck the giant beast. Whoosh! The giant beast was cleaved in two, and blood splattered all over the people. After their initial shock, the group looked in Hua Qiu's direction. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Please leave your name if there is an opportunity in the future. We will repay you sincerely. The leader quickly bowed to Hua Qiu and said gratefully. This person seems to be the supreme being of Kyushu. Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked surprised. At the entrance, Hua Qiu annihilated a Xuanjin prodigy with a single move, and even stood shoulder to shoulder with a seed-level prodigy of the Xuanjin realm, attracting much attention. After all, Kyushu is just a lower-level plane, and the fact that such a genius and powerful figure could emerge from it is something that cultivators from other planes greatly admire. So you're a fellow Taoist from Kyushu. You truly live up to your reputation. Your strength is truly admirable. The leader complimented. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Do you know why there are so few cultivators around here? He asked in a deep voice. Oh, fellow Taoist, you don't know? The group was somewhat taken aback. I don't know, Hua Qiu shook her head. That's right, this demon immortal realm is a small world created by that ancient demon immortal. It is said that he left behind 3 cave dwellings in the demon immortal realm during his lifetime, and each cave dwelling contains many incomparably precious natural treasures, and even top-level magical artifacts condensed by the demon immortal and his legacy. There is a cave dwelling on the first level of this demon immortal realm. Many cultivators have been searching for it since they entered, so very few cultivators linger on the outer perimeter. Hua Qiu understood upon hearing this. I see. Indeed, many powerful individuals leave behind cave dwellings and legacies in their own territories. However, this realm of demons and immortals is eerie, and there are probably many dangers inside the cave. There's news that someone has discovered a fairy's cave in this area, and everyone is heading there. We're on our way too, but we've encountered a demon beast that's comparable to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for your chivalrous intervention, we would probably be in grave danger. The group bowed to Hua Qiu again to thank him for saving their lives. Fellow Taoist, why don't you travel with us? We'll lead the way for you, what do you say? The leader said, his eyes shining. Hua Qiu's combat strength is so great that traveling with him would be a huge help. Lead the way, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Despite their indifference, the group showed delight and quickly agreed. Looking at the injured on the ground, Hua Qiu casually tossed over a few healing pills. After taking them, their injuries were quickly healed, which greatly surprised the group. On the way, the group kept flattering Hua Qiu, doing everything they could to curry favor with him. Hua Qiu was very cold and spoke very little. After walking for half an hour, Hua Qiu's expression began to waver. He sensed the presence of many cultivators ahead. Clearly, we've arrived at the fairy cave. After walking a while longer, they saw a bronze gate standing on a cliff in a valley, surrounded by many cultivators. We've arrived! The group exclaimed excitedly. Hua Qiu easily dealt with any dangers they encountered along the way, otherwise, they would have had a hard time getting here. Here, Hua Qiu saw many cultivators from the Xuanjin realm, who stood at the very front. He also met the prodigies and supreme beings of the great forces in the Xuanjin realm, including seed cultivators like the Heavenly Palace Goddess. Judging from the looks of it, they have been here for quite some time and are still figuring out how to break the formation. The fairy's cave naturally contains a powerful array that cannot be easily broken. Especially now that everyone's cultivation level has dropped to the Foundation establishment stage, breaking the formation is even more difficult. Hua Qiu's arrival attracted a lot of attention. His title of Supreme Ruler of the 9 provinces is quite eye-catching. Someone stared at Hua Qiu with murderous intent. The most conspicuous among them was Huo Li, the divine son of the underworld. At the entrance, he was about to have a great battle with Hua Qiu, but it was stopped by the appearance of the 4 rulers. He always believed that if it weren't for the appearance of the 4 rulers, Hua Qiu would have died under his iron fist long ago. At this moment, he was eager to make a move, his fighting spirit soaring. Breaking the formation is the priority now, don't act rashly, someone reminded him. Then let him live a little longer, Huo Li said, clearly displeased. The goddess of the heavenly palace fixed her gaze on Hua Qiu, her pretty face icy cold, her eyes flashing. Her killing intent toward Hua Qiu was no less than that toward Huo Li. Perhaps he is plotting how to kill Hua Qiu and take back her green sword. What, are you interested in me? Hua Qiu transmitted his voice with a faint smile, which immediately made the goddess of the heavenly palace freeze in surprise. 957, Chapter 957 Keeping Your Word? Every divine being in the Xuanjin realm wanted to kill Hua Qiu. However, opening the demon immortal cave is more important now, otherwise, they would have already attacked Hua Qiu. There are 8 divine sons and daughters in the 4 dominant forces, 5 of whom are seeds. These peerless geniuses each possess immense self-confidence, daring to claim superior strength within their own realm and capable of defeating opponents of higher levels with ease. They all believed that since they were both at the Foundation establishment stage, they would surely be able to defeat the supreme being of the 9 provinces. There's no other reason than that the foundation of a dominant force is there, how many extraordinary methods could a supreme being born from a ruined plane possibly possess? Outside the Xuanzhen realm, there are 3 promising talents. Ao Wuji from the Yuanyang realm was one of them. Hua Qiu had met him before. The other 2 are a man and a woman. The man is handsome and dashing, and the woman is beautiful and charming. Both are outstanding individuals. However, their aura was somewhat weaker than that of the promising talents of the Xuanzhen realm. The only one comparable to the Xuanzhen seed is Ao Wuji. The man and woman were standing together talking, clearly forming an alliance. They are discussing Hua Qiu, and it seems they intend to win him over. Just as they were about to go over, they stopped again. Because the arrogant Ao Wuji has already gone to Hua Qiu. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, do you still remember me? Ao Wuji looked Hua Qiu up and down and asked. What is it? Hua Qiu asked him coldly. Ao Wuji's gaze sharpened slightly, then he chuckled softly. You and I are the same kind of people, proud and powerful, he said arrogantly. Speak your mind. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. If the demon immortal cave opens, there will inevitably be competition. Once you enter, Xuanzhen has 5 promising talents who would be difficult for any plane to contend with, Ao Wuji said in a deep voice after glancing at Xuanzhen's camp. Your abilities are quite good, and you're the same type of person as me, making you a good fit for collaboration. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. So this guy came looking for a teammate. He acts all arrogant when asking to team up, as if it's a huge honor for anyone to team up with him, which is really annoying. Why don't you go find the other 2 seeds? Hua Qiu asked. Them, Ao Wuji said with a look of disdain, they are too weak and not worthy of being in my team. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. This Ao Wuji is truly exceptionally arrogant and conceited. Others may not know your strength, but I can sense it's no less than that of a Xuanzhen seed prodigy, and may even be stronger. Therefore, you are qualified to team up with me. Ao Wuji smiled. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. I'm not interested. You should find someone else. Ao Wuji's smile immediately froze, and his expression quickly turned extremely ugly. He was actually rejected. It's truly remarkable that someone as arrogant as him would lower himself to team up with Hua Qiu. But this kid completely ignored him. Ao Wuji's expression was extremely gloomy. Why did you refuse? He questioned. Because you are too weak, Hua Qiu replied calmly. You. Ao Wuji froze again, his eyes flashing with icy cold light. This was the first time he had ever been so despised and looked down upon among his peers. He was an extremely proud and unparalleled genius, yet he was looked down upon by others. Brother Ao, it seems there's someone even more arrogant than you. You've been offered a warm welcome but received a cold shoulder, haven't you? 2 promising talents from superior planes walked over, and the man said with a smile. The number 1 genius of the Yuanyang realm is actually looked down upon. Oh dear, this is truly the first time. The woman also smiled, giving Hua Qiu a bright and cheerful look. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is truly interesting. Snort. Ao Wuji snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Hua Qiu. This was the first time he had suffered a setback and humiliation, and his heart was already burning with anger. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening slightly. He sensed a hint of killing intent in Ao Wuji's glance. If he really dares to make a move, Hua Qiu wouldn't mind killing a prodigy in front of the demon immortal's cave first. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you'd better watch yourself. Ao Wuji said coldly, then turned and left. This is not a place for battle. He doesn't want the Xuanzhen seed to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, so he won't make a move. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Ao Wuji is arrogant and conceited. You have offended him, and you will inevitably be targeted by underhanded tactics in the future. You should be more careful, the man said solemnly to Hua Qiu. Yes, Ao Wuji is a very cunning kid. Why don't you team up with us? We can fight side by side then, the woman said with a charming smile. Hua Qiu shook her head and declined their invitation. Thank you both for the reminder, but I prefer to act alone. Ah, what a pity, the 2 sighed helplessly, but did not insist any further. After exchanging a few polite words, the 2 walked to the other side. Boom! Boom! At this moment, in front of the gate of the demon immortal cave, the cultivators of the Xuanzhen faction began to break the formation. A group of Mahayana stage supreme beings joined forces to bombard the Great Formation. They are all in the foundation establishment stage now, so even if more than 10 people work together, the destructive power they can cause is generally limited. The protective shield in front of the fairy cave only rippled a few times, creating some waves. No, this formation would be difficult to break even if you all join forces at your peak, let alone now, a supreme being from a dominant force said with a dark face, shaking his head repeatedly. What do we do then? This formation can't be opened. Are we just supposed to stand here and watch in front of the demon immortal's cave? What's the difference between this and entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? The Xuanzhen cultivators were all very unwilling. But no matter how they discussed it, they were at a loss. This is probably a celestial array, even a lower-level array master wouldn't be able to break it. Someone said with a grim expression. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we should not give up, the goddess of the heavenly palace spoke, her voice ethereal, which made many cultivators nod in agreement. Among the fellow practitioners present, there must be outstanding array masters. Why not come up and give it a try? If you can break this array, I will give you a 9th grade spiritual herb. A 9th grade spiritual medicine is considered very precious. I am willing to offer a top grade divine weapon. The heavenly palace divine son shouted. I can take out Oni top grade elixir. I'll offer 5 top grade spirit stones. Those noble sons and daughters of the gods spoke up one after another, and the rewards promised by the supreme beings of the Xuanzhen great forces were immediately very generous. Taken together, even a supreme cultivator would be envious. But the legacy of the fairy cave is worth it for them to do this. Is there no one here? As long as we can break the formation, we can take whatever we want. We will never go back on our word. The heavenly goddess said again. The cultivators looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Although they were envious of the reward, no one had the ability to break the immortal formation. You keep your word? A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly looked at the person who had spoken. But when they saw the man's true face, the Xuanzhen cultivators froze. The one who spoke was none other than the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, whom they all wanted to kill. The goddess of the heavenly palace frowned as she looked at Hua Qiu, strongly suspecting that he was deliberately causing trouble. Are you really capable of breaking the formation of the demon immortal's cave? She asked. It's just a mere immortal formation, nothing difficult, Hua Qiu said calmly. 958, Chapter 958 Regret. A mere immortal array? Hua Qiu's words caused the cultivators present to show surprise. That was a celestial array personally set up by the demon immortal, far exceeding the comprehension level of array masters in the lower realms, yet he spoke of it so casually and arrogantly. Even the most outstanding array master in the Xuanzhen realm wouldn't dare to make such a boast. Ha ha ha, how arrogant, you don't know your place. The netherworld godchild Holy was the first to laugh, his face full of sarcasm. A supreme being from a fallen 9 province, even if he knows a little about formations, it's probably very rudimentary. Who gave you the courage to spout nonsense here? None of the top formation masters in my Xuanzhen realm have spoken yet, so who gave you the right to do so? Exactly, we'd rather trust our Xuanzhen array master than him. What kind of array mastery could he possibly have? The others agreed. Get out of here while you still can, or you'll embarrass yourself. The Xuanzhen cultivators already harbored strong hostility towards Hua Qiu, and now they all voiced their mockery, using the most derogatory words possible. With the level of those few array masters in Xuanzhen, you dare to call yourselves grandmasters? Hua Qiu sneered, disdainfully. Kid, what did you say? Arrogant. The array masters, their faces contorted with anger, began to rebuke them. We are all powerless, so how do you think you are? Since when did the array masters of Kyushu dare to show their faces? If you can break this immortal formation, I will commit suicide here. Fine. Hua Qiu smiled coldly. Let me ask you one more time, if I break the formation, will you Xuanzhen keep your promises? You can't crack it, what are you pretending for? Do you even have that ability? You're overestimating yourself. Another round of noisy mockery ensued, making Huaqiu's face turn cold. The heavenly goddess gave Huaqiu a deep look and raised her hand to stop the Xuanjin cultivator's mocking remarks. "If you can truly break the formation, we will not go back on our word," she said calmly. "You're welcome to try, and see if my Xuanjin formation master is no match for you, or if you're more skilled." The important figures who made the promises also revealed a mocking expression. No one believed that Huaqiu had the ability to break the immortal formation, they just treated it as a joke. Only after receiving assurances did Huaqiu step forward. The Xuanjin cultivator made way for him. Upon reaching the entrance to the fairy cave, Huaqiu didn't even glance at it before reaching out to break the formation. This action made the Xuanjin formation masters frown, and their mockery intensified. "Fool, he'll definitely be devoured by the immortal array of the demon immortal cave and die a horrible death," someone sneered. Having learned from past mistakes, they dared not touch it lightly. Huaqiu's expression remained calm, but suddenly colorful light burst forth from his fingertips, and countless profound runes appeared in an instant. At that moment, the mocking smile on the face of the Xuanjin array master froze. They stared wide-eyed at the array runes fluttering in front of Huaqiu in disbelief. They were all at the peak of the lower realm's array formation level, so they could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of Huaqiu's array formation runes. Most of them were things they had never seen before. But recognizing even a few is already astonishing. How is this possible? He has mastered the immortal array sequence runes. A Xuanjin array master couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He is a celestial array master. Whoosh! In an instant, a commotion broke out in front of the fairy cave. Immortal array masters are array masters who only exist in legends, they cannot be born in the mortal realm. After all, immortal arrays originate from the immortal realm and are controlled by immortals. Cultivators in the lower realm are still mortals, so how could they possibly understand the rules of immortal arrays? But now it's happened. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, a celestial array master has appeared in the starfield. The supreme being of the 9 provinces is actually a celestial array master. The cultivators from all planes were extremely shocked. The Xuanjin cultivator's face was extremely grim. Those who had just made sarcastic remarks were now pale and ashen-faced, unable to utter a single word. The first immortal array master in history, he has an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance of breaking the immortal array. This supreme being of the 9 provinces is not only exceptionally talented, but his array formation skills have also reached the level of a celestial array master, a prodigy, a true prodigy. Exclaimed a supreme being from a non-Xuanjin plane, his face filled with admiration. The geniuses of Xuanjin fell silent. They looked down on the supreme being of the 9 provinces, thinking they could surpass anyone, but no one could match the identity of the immortal array master. Ao Wuji's expression grew increasingly grim. The more outstanding Huaqiu was, the more overshadowed he appeared. If he really breaks the demon immortal array, will he still give us our things? A Xuanjin prodigy muttered. So many people, all promising rare and precious treasures, the total amount is considerable, comparable to the treasury of a major sect. If we really give it to the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, wouldn't that just strengthen the enemy's power? But if we don't give it to them, it will damage the reputation of the first plane in front of cultivators from so many planes. All the prodigies and profound experts remained silent. They all looked at the goddess in the heavenly palace. Since it was the heavenly goddess who spoke first, we naturally have to consider her opinion. In front of the fairy cave, Huaqiu's body was surrounded by fairy array runes that danced and merged into the array. Soon, the formation began to fluctuate. There was no backlash, it began to dissolve from the very entrance to the fairy cave. It's done, we've really cracked it. Many cultivators showed expressions of great joy. Buzz. Finally, with a buzzing sound, the great array outside the fairy cave completely dissipated, revealing the unprotected entrance to the cave. The monks cheered. The runes around Huaqiu disappeared, and he turned to look at the Xuanjin cultivators. "Gentlemen, it's time to pay your wages," he said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, However, no one paid any attention to him anymore. Numerous cultivators had already rushed towards the gate like madmen. With the opening of the fairy cave, everyone was afraid of missing out on the treasures inside, so they desperately tried to squeeze in. The celestial goddess flew past Hua Qiu without even glancing at him. Clearly, this so-called goddess had no intention of paying any reward. "Heh, you want a reward? Do you deserve it?" A Xuanjin prodigy sneered as he flew past Hua Qiu. All those who made promises, none of them intended to pay any compensation, they simply treated Hua Qiu like a fool. Self-righteous, laughable Ao Wuji gracefully passed Hua Qiu, leaving behind only these words. Hua Qiu showed no anger, and calmly watched them rush into the cave. "Thank you for helping us break the formation, fellow Taoist." Only the male and female seed stepped forward and bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. "Be careful inside. If you can't get some things, just let it go." He rarely offered such a reminder. He sensed it when the formation was broken. The fairy cave is fraught with danger. There are treasures, but the dangers are far greater. "Fellow Taoist, please be careful as well." The two bowed again and hurriedly went into the cave. "If you're going in, pick up some scraps on the outside. You'll die if you go deep inside," Hua Qiu said to the men who came with him, before leaping inside. The group stared blankly as Hua Qiu went inside, exchanging bewildered glances. Let's listen to him. 959, Chapter 959 Skeleton. Hua Qiu was taken aback as soon as he stepped into the demon immortal's cave. The walls inside the fairy cave are inlaid with spirit stones. Although they were all low-grade spirit stones, the total number of spirit stones embedded in just one of the passageways was quite considerable. If the entrance is this luxurious, it's hard to imagine how extravagant the interior is. Some cultivators started fighting in the passageway, brawling over the spirit stones. In the demon realm, a place with extremely terrifying ceiling and suppression, many high-level cultivators find it difficult to even fully open their storage rings at this time. Basic consumables such as spirit stones become particularly important. The powerful and the talented cultivators from various forces would not linger here, they would have already gone deeper into the area. Hua Qiu will continue on his journey and will not stop here. But unlike the others, he wasn't impatient and wasn't worried about missing out on the treasure. If he arrived late, he walked by as if he were just admiring the scenery. This avoided a fight. As they walked, the road ahead narrowed. The divine sense detected that the auras of the cultivators ahead were increasing and gathering in various places. This indicates that there must be treasures ahead, which prevented the cultivators from advancing any further. Ahead was a canyon, narrow enough for a few people to pass through. There was another formation at the entrance to the canyon, which temporarily blocked everyone's progress. They crowded at the canyon entrance, studying how to break the formation. As Hua Qiu approached, he noticed some recessed areas on the rocky cliffs on both sides of the canyon. A precious light emanated from those recesses, which was extremely alluring. Clearly, this is a treasure trove within the fairy cave. It seems that some of the treasures are quite extraordinary, making the cultivators outside the canyon extremely envious. Even the powerful and talented cultivators were very interested. Hua Qiu looked at the cliff face with great interest. Without realizing it, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A golden light emanates from a recess in the cliff face, and upon closer inspection, one can discover that it contains some fragmented skeletons. The pure golden skeleton belonged to the supreme cultivator. What shocked Hua Qiu was that a familiar aura emanated from it. The remains of the first generation? He frowned, somewhat surprised. That's right. Within the ceiling formation inside the demon immortal cave, there are actually the remains of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces. This was something that should have been impossible. The first generation of the 9 provinces was surrounded and killed by the 4 great rulers of Xuanjin in ancient times, and his remains were lost. By chance, Hua Qiu obtained some of his remains and even used them as treasures. Initially, the first set of remains was obtained by chance. It gradually became more and more outrageous. Within the ceiling array, in the immortal abode of the 9 provinces. Now, it has reappeared in the fairy cave. The original remains couldn't have grown wings and flown to those places. Clearly, someone deliberately placed them in various places. Moreover, that person is not simple. Entering and leaving the Immortals' dojos is one thing, but the demon immortal realm is not so easy to enter. The immortal array outside the demon immortals' cave is something even those wandering immortals might not be able to break. But instead of breaking the formation, that person entered and exited the demon immortals' cave, placing the remains of the first generation on the cliff face of this canyon. Preliminary assessment suggests that he is at least at the level of a wandering immortal. But what was his reason for doing this? Do you want to resurrect the first supreme being? Hua Qiu murmured. The first skull in the Immortals dojo almost possessed sentience. Hua Qiu, being knowledgeable and experienced, felt that this was likely an attempt to bring the first generation back to life and allow them to live a second life. Now that he's here, he's even more certain. It's unclear who wants to resurrect the first emperor of Kyushu, or what their purpose is. It's broken, it's broken. Just as I was pondering this, cheers erupted from ahead. The array outside the canyon was broken by several Xuanjin realm array masters working together. It's not necessarily only the supreme beings of the 9 provinces who can break the immortal formation, they said with beaming smiles and boundless pride. Hua Qiu stood behind, expressionless. The immortal array outside the canyon is utterly useless, loose, and flimsy, having long lost its spiritual essence. These array masters spent so much time researching it, they're utterly incompetent. The formation was activated, and the cultivators rushed in. However, because the middle was too narrow to allow so many people to pass at the same time, a fight broke out. The high-ranking prodigies, including the heavenly palace goddess, also joined the fray, continuously attacking forward. The further ahead they went, the more extraordinary the treasures were. They paid no attention to what was on the cliff behind them. Buzz. Someone reached directly into the recessed area to grab the treasure, and immediately a divine light shot out, severely injuring them and causing them to fall. This made everyone very wary. Outside the notch, there is also a protective array. The heavenly palace goddess and others used their magical artifacts to bombard the formation and saw results. Those formations can be broken by bombardment. For a moment, the cliff face was filled with booming sounds. Hua Qiu strolled forward leisurely, not looking at anything else, and walked to the recess where the first generation's remains were placed, then leaped up. Boom! Several beams of divine light shot out from there, their power far exceeding that of the treasures in front. This scene drew attention from some people. Are you out of your mind? Why would you rob a few rotten bones when there are so many precious treasures to be had? Someone said, puzzled. Although the bones of a supreme being can be used to forge weapons, it is incomparable to those treasures. Some people frowned as they watched Hua Qiu's movements. Ao Wuji continued to watch, a look of suspicion on his face. Could it be that those bones are something extraordinary? He wondering if he should try to steal them. But soon, Hua Qiu removed the array outside the notch and reached out to take out the golden remains. Xiao Chen took it and looked at it. He then threw the bones into his storage space. Inside the storage space, he controlled the assembly of the first generation's remains, which quickly formed a skeleton. The skeleton sat in the storage space, completely lifeless, just an inanimate object. Hua Qiu stared at the skeleton with his divine sense for a while. Don't try to hide anything from me in my space. If you want to wake up, you'll have to call me first. Just a greeting, he said casually. The skeleton, of course, did not respond. It simply lay there like a skeleton. Hua Qiu spoke as if to thin air. After a long silence, he withdrew his divine sense. The battle for control of the front lines has reached a fever pitch, with fighting raging everywhere. Hua Qiu looked around and found that the heavenly palace goddess and those Xuanjin prodigies were constantly bombarding the formation under the protection of the powerful figures of their respective forces. As the array, with its dents, was about to collapse, they were about to obtain the priceless treasures within. Hua Qiu smiled playfully, his body rising into the air and flying towards the Xuanjin camp in front of him. The celestial goddess is forcefully attacking the formation. Through the light, one can see that inside is a slender and exquisite sword. This is much more advanced than her original green sword, and she really wants it. The supreme experts of the heavenly palace surrounded her, facing outwards, protecting her from others trying to take her away. Boom! The formation shattered, and the heavenly goddess smiled as she reached her jade hand towards the sword inside. 960, Chapter 960 Kill the Fire. Whoosh! Just as the celestial goddess was about to obtain the sword, a flash of light appeared, and the sword vanished without a trace. The goddess of the heavenly palace paused for a moment, then her pretty face turned icy cold. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. She glared angrily at Huaqiu to the side. Who else could it be but Huaqiu? Huaqiu held the sword in his hand, casually waving it a few times before revealing a look of disgust. It's not handy, it's too light, it looks like a woman's sword, just like your green sword, he laughed mockingly. The goddess of the heavenly palace had a gaze that seemed to devour people. Once again, Huaqiu snatched the sword that belonged to her from her hands. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are too arrogant. Before the heavenly goddess could do anything, the heavenly emperor couldn't hold back any longer. Enraged, an elder rushed toward Huaqiu with a magical artifact in his hand. Using the cliff face as cover, he quickly approached Huaqiu and swung his magic weapon directly at Huaqiu's head. I've had my eye on you for a long time, I'm going to smash you to death. The old man roared. Huaqiu's gaze turned cold, and he snatched the magic weapon away with a backhand, then swung it hard at the other person's head. Bang! The venerable elder was immediately split open and fell from the sky in horror. Puff! He fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood, and then died. A powerful supreme expert from the heavenly palace was actually killed by a fall. His cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage here, and he was severely injured and had his cultivation broken by Huaqiu falling from that height. Anyone who wasn't a body cultivator would just die. Damn it! I'm so angry! The other supreme beings in the heavenly palace were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, and they really wanted to kill Huaqiu. Don't fight him, the heavenly goddess commanded, stopping everyone. She could tell that Huaqiu had the upper hand here, and it was not a good time for a fight to break out. Let's continue to get other treasures. The heavenly goddess swallowed her anger and led the group of supreme beings to the next target. She's really good at keeping her composure. Huaqiu was quite impressed with her. As expected of someone who could become a goddess of the heavenly palace, she is calm and intelligent. Seeing that the people from the heavenly palace were studying how to break the formation on the other side, he didn't bother them anymore. His gaze fell on the other Xuanjin cultivators. Those prodigies and supreme powerhouses who broke their promises outside. Ah, it's done. A supreme being finally broke the seal with great effort, laughing as he reached out to grab the treasure. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed by, and the crater was empty. His smile froze. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. He roared in anger. But Huaqiu ignored him completely and turned to go to the next place. Just as a proud and talented young master was about to happily reap the rewards, everything suddenly went black before his eyes. The treasure is gone. You son of a bitch! He cursed angrily on the spot, grabbed his greatsword and chased after Huaqiu. Huaqiu ignored him and continued flying. He controls the origin of space, and even though he is greatly restricted in this world of demons and immortals, he still far surpasses other cultivators. This made him 10 times faster than other cultivators, or even more. Once someone breaks the seal and obtains the treasure, he will visit them. Damn it! Damn it! What's going on? Are you looking to get yourself killed? Give me back my baby! Roars echoed throughout the canyon. The people whose belongings had been stolen were seething with hatred. Some swallowed their anger and went to find a new target, but many others chose to hunt down Huaqiu. Thus, this wonderful scene came to be in the canyon. A group of cultivators angrily chased after Huaqiu, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. During this process, the hunting party grew larger and larger. Ha, interesting. Well done. Monks from other planes were overjoyed. Because Huaqiu only targets cultivators from the Xuanjin realm, and will not steal their belongings. This naturally garnered favor from many cultivators from other dimensions, who cheered Hua Qiu on and encouraged him to continue his success. Ahead, there was a familiar figure. The fire from the underworld was relentlessly bombarding a seal in a notch on the cliff face. Inside was a divine axe, his most prized weapon. He stayed there alone for half a day, oblivious to everything outside. Crack! Finally, cracks appeared in the seal. Overjoyed, he bombarded even more vigorously, not caring about the consumption of spiritual energy. Splash! Finally, the ceiling formation shattered, revealing the divine weapon, the giant axe. Laughing loudly, Holy reached out to take it. When he tried to grab it, he found nothing. Holy was shocked and quickly looked around. Hua Qiu was examining the large axe in his hand. "Give me back my axe!" Holy roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "Who said this is your axe?" Hua Qiu replied coldly. "Have you paid me back what you owe me?" The fire was so intense it was almost explosive. He couldn't take it anymore and didn't want to care about anything anymore. "Today, I'll definitely kill you." With a roar, Holy burst into flames and charged towards Hua Qiu. This time, no matter who tries to stop him, he is determined to fight Hua Qiu. "No one can save you this time," Holy shouted. Hua Qiu stopped, turned around, and looked at him coldly. "Some people are incredibly arrogant. If you don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think they can crush everything." Holy transformed into a large fireball and flew towards Hua Qiu. Even though they were fighting over the treasure, many people's attention was still drawn to it. This is a battle between top-tier geniuses, and it's worth paying attention to. Seeing the large fireball flying towards him, Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. He swung his sword down directly. Sizzle! Sparks flew up, and the ball of fire was instantly cleaved in two by his sword. Huoli revealed himself, roaring as he unleashed even stronger flames, intending to burn Hua Qiu to death. "Playing with fire in front of me?" Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. "He also controls the source of fire. Let me show you the real divine fire," Hua Qiu said coldly. The next moment, flames began to erupt from his body. The flames were so colorful that even Huoli was dazzled. Upon sensing the heat and energy emanating from it, Huoli's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that Hua Qiu could also control the spirit fire. Moreover, it seems that the control they have is far more advanced than his. How did you do that? Don't you love playing with fire? Here, take it. Hua Qiu moved, and flames flew off his body towards Huoli. Huoli looked horrified and retreated repeatedly. But those fireballs were always there, making him feel like his soul was leaving his body. Finally, after fleeing for some time, he was caught up by Hua Qiu's fireball. Ah! Huoli's screams echoed throughout the valley. Huoli is no match for him? Many Xuanzhen cultivators were taken aback. Those were top-tier geniuses. There were only 5 of them in the entire Xuanzhen realm. Is it reasonable for someone who plays with fire to get burned? Huoli tried desperately to absorb it, but he simply couldn't. As the screams grew fainter, the flames also shrank. When the sound subsided, the fire had turned into charcoal. 961, Chapter 961 The Last Ingredient. Huoli was actually killed by him. The most outstanding cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm were the most shaken. Huoli is one of the 5 great seeds of the Xuanzhen realm. Although he is the weakest among them, he is still a height that most geniuses cannot reach. He is very capable, and everyone acknowledges that. But no one expected that this battle would end so quickly. Moreover, Huoli was ultimately destroyed by the very firepower he was most skilled in. Previously, many prodigies underestimated the supreme being of the 9 provinces, believing that they could kill him. Now, they were completely silent, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu possesses seed-level strength, and his strength is quite remarkable, perhaps comparable to the top seed in the Xuanzhen realm. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you deserve to die. A group of cultivators were extremely angry, their killing intent surging. They are supreme cultivators from the underworld, who came here specifically to protect Huoli. But Huoli died so suddenly and unexpectedly. The underworld only had one seed, and now it's gone. How could they not be angry? A group of Netherworld Supremes immediately went berserk, yelling and charging towards Huaqiu. Stop! The heavenly goddess shouted. Huoli was no match for Huaqiu, so what role could these supreme beings who had fallen to the Foundation establishment stage play? Enraged, the supreme being of the underworld wouldn't listen to any of the advice and rushed over in a swarm. Huaqiu grinned and casually picked up the large axe he had taken from Huoli. He swung the axe and started chopping. Bang! A beam of axe light suddenly flew out, cleaving through the air like a tidal wave, heading towards the Netherworld Supremes. The supreme cultivators of the underworld all changed color. Aren't they all in the Foundation establishment stage? But even a core formation cultivator probably couldn't produce such a powerful axe strike. The once aggressive Netherworld sovereigns were so terrified that they dared not advance and hurriedly tried to escape. Some people did manage to avoid it, but others did not. A supreme being from the underworld was struck by the axe light and instantly split in two, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The others stared in disbelief. No one stepped forward anymore, they all dispersed to the side. Is this all the fighting spirit the Netherworld, one of the dominant forces, has? Huaqiu said sarcastically. The supreme being of the underworld had an extremely ugly expression, but dared not respond. It is truly invincible. As the leader of the four major powers, is the Heavenly Palace just going to watch that supreme being of the 9 provinces act so arrogantly? Some of them looked at the Heavenly Palace cultivators, trying to incite them to take action. Huoli is no match for others, there's nothing more to say, the Heavenly Goddess retorted directly. I, the Heavenly Palace, will kill the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, but not now. After saying this, the Heavenly Palace Goddess turned and left, followed by the Heavenly Palace cultivators. Even after Huaqiu snatched another sword from her, she did not order an attack on Huaqiu and remained calm. The Netherworld cultivator's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, so he could only keep quiet. The surrounding cultivators were discussing it animatedly. The Heavenly Goddess clearly intended to avoid conflict with the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Despite being a dominant force, the underworld was utterly humiliated here by a supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Almost all the treasures here have been excavated, and what remains is of average quality and not worth the attention of most people. Those Xuanjin cultivators whose treasures had been stolen by Huaqiu chose to swallow their anger and venture deeper into the area. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you will surely avenge this humiliation. Someone said through gritted teeth before leaving. Huaqiu's expression had barely turned cold when he had already run away. All Xuanjin cultivators are cowards, he chuckled disdainfully. The cultivators from all planes looked on with strange expressions. Regardless of the reason, the supreme being of the 9 provinces has indeed temporarily suppressed the Xuanjin cultivators, forcing them to retreat. There was a formation barrier in front of the canyon, but it was not difficult to break through, and the Xuanjin cultivators were the first to enter. Suddenly, a rosy glow shone through from ahead, followed by a rich, exotic fragrance that invigorated everyone who smelled it. Radiant light spreads, accompanied by a unique fragrance. This is a 10th grade spiritual medicine. The cultivators were immediately astonished. The top 10 grades of spiritual medicine are extremely rare in the world and can be called the king of medicines. Moreover, the glow coming through from the front is not just one color, indicating that there is more than one king of herbs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the cultivators became restless, ignoring the treasures in the canyon and scrambling to fly forward. The 10th grade spiritual medicine possesses spirituality and is far more precious than the treasures here. Huaqiu was also shaken by the rosy light and exotic fragrance, and set off to fly forward. After passing through the barrier, a medicinal garden came into view. This is a herb garden personally cultivated by the fairy. It wasn't until they entered this place that the cultivators realized the tremors outside were too mild. 11th grade, there's actually an 11th grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb surrounded by tricolored light in a certain part of the herb garden attracted the attention of many cultivators. An 11th grade spiritual herb is so rare that one might not be seen even once every few thousand years. Just as the cultivators were in shock, a burst of light suddenly shone from another direction. The sunset glow was colorful. 5 colored rosy clouds, 12th grade. A miraculous medicine, the legendary miraculous medicine. Heavens, there really are celestial medicines inside the fairy cave. All the cultivators were in an uproar. Legend has it that this star field contains celestial medicines, and if refined into pills and consumed, one can hope to become an immortal. For so many years it was just a legend, but today it has finally been confirmed. The 12th grade immortal medicine is located inside the demon immortal's cave. The Xuanzhen cultivators who had entered earlier had already gathered near the immortal herb. No one can resist the allure of elixirs. However, just like outside, the herb garden here is protected by an array. The formation here is different from the one in the canyon outside. It is a celestial formation, which is very difficult to break. This is also why the heavenly goddess and others entered first but made no progress. A celestial array can only be broken by a celestial array master. Everyone involuntarily looked at the same figure. Previously, outside the cave, the Xuanzhen experts and the prodigies made a solemn promise, which prompted the supreme being of the 9 provinces to take action to break the immortal formation. But after it was done, no one kept their promise. Using the same trick now will definitely not work. Just as everyone was pondering how to lure Hua Qiu into breaking the formation, Hua Qiu suddenly moved. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the spirit herb garden, his eyes fixed on the 12th grade immortal herb. He could disregard everything else, but not this elixir. The last of the 8 main ingredients is heavenly heartwood. He had been searching for 8 main materials to create a physical body for his wife, Yu Ziwei. After many events, 7 types were finally found. The last type is of the celestial medicine level, which was originally thought to be found only in the celestial realm. It's like searching high and low without finding it. I actually ran into them in the fairy cave. It's only natural that this place, imbued with celestial energy, can cultivate 12th grade celestial medicines. In an instant, Hua Qiu stumbled upon the immortal array outside the spirit herb garden. But he didn't linger long, he simply cast some runes, which quickly dissolved the immortal array, revealing the entrance. The cultivators were incredibly excited upon seeing this and immediately tried to fly in to snatch it. Today, anyone who dares to try and steal this immortal herb from me will be killed without mercy. Hua Qiu's domineering voice rang out. 962, Chapter 962 Sword Domain. This was the first time Hua Qiu had acted so domineeringly since entering the demon immortal's cave. That was the last key ingredient he needed, heavenly heartwood. Regardless of whether it was a miraculous medicine or not, Hua Qiu was determined to obtain it. Therefore, he began to speak loudly, uttering those words to all the cultivators. But clearly, his threats had little effect on the many cultivators who were blinded by rage. The legendary elixir can help people become immortals. How could such an immense temptation be deterred by Hua Qiu's words? Although he demonstrated his strength by killing Huo Li, it wasn't enough to earn everyone's respect. Hilarious, who does he think he is? Xuanzhen Tenjiu revealed a mocking sneer. Even a being like the Heavenly Palace's divine child wouldn't make such a boastful statement, attempting to provoke all cultivators with his own strength. Does he really think he's invincible? The Xuanzhen prodigies merely wore mocking expressions and did not immediately step forward. Because many cultivators rushed over to seize the elixir, they chose to observe and wait. They wanted those cultivators to weaken Hua Qiu before they could reap the benefits. Hua Qiu stood before the elixir, his face filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. A blue sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with it. The cyan sword light swept forward like a slicing motion. Ah! Whether the cultivators resisted or not, they all perished under the sword light. Wherever the sword flashed, not a single person survived. Create a vacuum zone directly. This sword strike was quite stunning, causing the Xuanzhen prodigies to show expressions of astonishment. Although the spiritual power contained in the sword light was limited to the foundation establishment stage, its power far exceeded the limits of the foundation establishment stage. If the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces were to unleash the sword strike at his peak, how terrifying would it be? The goddess's beautiful face froze. She could sense that Hua Qiu wielded the green sword with consummate skill, and the power it displayed even surpassed that of her, the sword's master. Charge, for the elixir of immortality. He's all alone, there's no way he could possibly guard the elixir. Although he killed many people with one sword, the temptation of the immortal medicine was too great, and the cultivators would not give it up because of it. More cultivators actually rushed forward. Everyone was hoping to snag that miraculous herb. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with a sharpness, his killing intent intensifying. With a cold face, he plunged the green sword into the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the ground trembled, and countless sword lights emerged from underground, weaving together to form a sword domain on the ground. This sword domain lies in front of the immortal medicine. The first cultivator to be touched stared wide-eyed and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The power of that sword domain is destructive. His flesh and blood were devoured in an instant, leaving only his head. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator was completely annihilated within the sword domain. Hiss. The cultivators behind couldn't help but gasp. This level of power is far beyond what is possible. This is not even within the scope of the foundation establishment stage. They even suspected that even a core formation stage cultivator would be completely annihilated if they encountered that sword domain. I refuse to believe it. After a brief silence, some cultivators still fearlessly pressed onward. However, they activated their defensive magic treasures, thinking that this would make them worry-free. Splash. However, as soon as they entered that sword domain, the dozen or so defensive magic treasures shattered in less than 2 breaths. What? The cultivators who entered only had time to show their fear before they were all wiped out in the next moment. The cultivators outside the sword domain were horrified. Even defensive magic items can be destroyed. The power of that sword domain is simply too terrifying. That sword domain contains the power of laws. A Xuanzhen prodigy exclaimed in surprise. The cultivator's eyes widened upon hearing this. How is that possible? Weren't all the others suppressed to the foundation establishment stage? They can't use any methods or supernatural powers that exceed the limits, so why is he an exception? What exactly did he do? How was he able to break the rules? Even the supreme ruler is not exempt. Could this supreme being of the 9 provinces be connected to the demon immortals in some way? Immediately, many cultivators expressed various doubts and dissatisfaction, giving rise to numerous speculations. Of course, Hua Qiu completely ignored them. The top geniuses, including the Heavenly Palace goddess, were clearly shaken. His sword domain is so powerful that even if we went in, we wouldn't be able to come out unscathed, one of the prodigies said leisurely. No matter how unwilling one may be to admit it, the power of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is undeniable. On the other side, the proud Wuji, the number 1 in the Yuanyang realm, gradually turned gloomy. He desperately wanted the 12th grade elixir. But he wasn't confident he could get through Hua Qiu's sword domain. Moreover, even if he managed to get through, there would still be formations there, and he wouldn't have the ability to break them. His expression shifted between light and dark for a moment, then Ao Wuji chose to remain on the sidelines, refusing to take the risk. Goddess and divine son of the heavenly palace, you are the highest-ranking people here. Make a decision. We cannot allow that supreme being of the 9 provinces to be so arrogant and damage the prestige of our Xuanzhen first realm. Many Xuanzhen cultivators turned their gazes to the goddess of the heavenly palace and the taciturn young man beside her. The heavenly palace is the leader of the 4 dominant forces. The most dazzling figures in the heavenly palace are the heavenly goddesses. Her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent have captivated countless cultivators. In comparison, the so-called Heavenly Palace Divine Child has a much weaker presence and is rarely discussed by outsiders. But all these top geniuses knew that the most terrifying genius in the Heavenly Palace was not the Heavenly Palace Goddess, but the taciturn Divine Son. At this moment, the heavenly goddess also looked at the heavenly god. Jiang Tong, what do you think? She asked. And what are your thoughts? The heavenly palace divine child asked calmly. The celestial goddess smiled gently. Of course, I hope you can step in and curb the arrogance of that supreme ruler of the 9 provinces if you are capable. You and I both know how important the opportunity to become an immortal is to the Lord. The heavenly palace divine child nodded. Then I shall make my move. He remained expressionless. Imitation everything about the Buddha seemed so ordinary to him that it could not stir any emotion in him. Even the terrifying sword domain of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces could not cause him to waver. Seeing that the heavenly palace's divine son was about to make a move, the Xuanzhen cultivators all perked up. This might be the pinnacle of Xuanzhen's top genius and a top contender. Even Ao Wuji, who always thought highly of himself and looked down on everything, began to become serious. The celestial prince was the most feared prodigy among them. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was the most unexpected seed. What kind of sparks will fly when the two collide? The heavenly palace divine child strode forward, heading towards the sword domain. As he approached the sword domain, his body began to appear as afterimages. With another step, ripples spread across the space beneath his feet. Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. Without a doubt, that was a manifestation of the power of the laws of space. This heavenly palace divine child has also comprehended the laws of space. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations, his level of comprehension seems to be quite high, perhaps even comparable to the legendary number 1 supreme being of the heavenly palace. 963, Chapter 963 Heavenly Palace Divine Child. The spatial laws controlled by the heavenly palace divine child must be of a high level, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to unleash them even under the suppression of the demon immortal realm's power. He took a step forward, traversing the space and directly crossing the sword domain set up by Hua Qiu, appearing within 1 zhang of Hua Qiu. Your sword domain is indeed impressive, but it can't harm me, the heavenly palace divine child said calmly. He didn't act superior to Hua Qiu like other Xuanzhen prodigies, but he possessed a strong sense of self-confidence. He treated all cultivators, regardless of their realm, equally. In this star field, all geniuses are inferior to it. Do you have any more impressive methods? Show them to us. The heavenly palace divine son stared intently at Hua Qiu and said. Hua Qiu's strength was recognized by him, which aroused his interest. That's an attitude that gives you a chance to shine. Hua Qiu chuckled to himself. Throughout the myriad realms, he had seen countless geniuses. Among them are many extraordinary figures, some of whom are unparalleled in history. What geniuses have in common is strength and confidence. This is normal. However, the biggest mistake of the heavenly palace divine son was that he placed himself above everyone else, including himself, the unknown supreme immortal emperor. Your talent is quite good, but in the vast star field, you're only outstanding, not at the top, Hua Qiu commented. The heavenly palace divine child's expression hardened slightly. Then he smiled. He rarely reveals his true strength, and to this day, no prodigy has ever seen his full power. He has many more formidable hidden tricks up his sleeve. He felt that Hua Qiu was short-sighted and could not see his extraordinary qualities. The 9 provinces are still far from being reached, the heavenly palace divine child said softly, then his body trembled slightly. Buzz. In an instant, space began to fluctuate, and ripples of space surged toward Hua Qiu. This is an application of spatial laws, and it has a strong destructive power. They crush everything by squeezing together the space between things. Make your move, the heavenly palace divine son said indifferently. It was no secret that the supreme being of the 9 provinces could use the laws of space. He deliberately wanted to use Hua Qiu's area of expertise to crush Hua Qiu. This is a contest of the same kind of law power. If one is defeated in this way, one can be considered to have gained both fame and fortune in a fair and square manner. The goddess of the heavenly palace nodded secretly. Playing with space in front of me, Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. Why compare yourself to anyone else? Compare yourself to someone who transcends the rules. Isn't this just asking for trouble? He made no move, letting the spatial compression caused by the heavenly palace god-child spread over. His body appeared distorted to outsiders, as if it were about to be swallowed by space. But it had no real effect, and Huaqiu remained unharmed. The heavenly palace god immediately frowned. At this level, even the first supreme being of the heavenly palace is not as good as you, he commented in a deep voice. They are all people who have comprehended the laws of space, and they can judge each other's level by a little detail. Do you think you can compare to me? Huaqiu suddenly flicked his sleeve. With a whoosh, Huaqiu's flick of his sleeve caused the spatial ripples to reverse, rolling back like a surging tide. The heavenly palace god's expression hardened again. Clearly, Huaqiu's level of spatial laws had finally shaken him. Little dour the heavenly palace divine child remained calm, watching countless spatial ripples emanate from him, and like Huaqiu, he flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! However, those spatial ripples did not decrease as a result, their momentum remained undiminished. The heavenly palace god's brows furrowed even deeper, quite surprised. But he quickly returned to normal, and with a wave of his hand, another wave of space surged forth. Splash! The spatial surge of the heavenly palace divine child collapsed. The heavenly palace god finally began to take Huaqiu seriously. Within this star field, there is actually someone who has comprehended the laws of space to this extent. He felt a surge of admiration for such a talent. But it was quickly replaced by murderous intent. Such a person must be a great enemy of the Xuanzhen realm, so we cannot allow him to continue to grow. Boom! The heavenly palace divine child trembled violently, his hair and beard fluttering wildly, and his eyes gleaming with golden light. His entire body was bathed in a holy light, while a terrifying aura permeated the air. The divine child actually released that power within him. This supreme being of the 9 provinces is indeed powerful, and the divine son only did this after careful consideration. Back off, otherwise, your life or death is uncertain. The cultivators in the heavenly palace were discussing it animatedly. At the same time, they urged the Xuanzhen cultivators to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The secret of the immense power contained within the heavenly palace divine child had not been revealed before. It's nothing more than a physique that allows him to unleash a bit more power than usual, Huaqiu said dismissively, seeing through the situation at a glance. All the Xuanzhen cultivators were stunned. Those in the know despised and cursed it. The divine child is one of the 5 ancient divine bodies compared to the laws of space. He hasn't even unleashed his more powerful methods yet, someone said with a sneer. I don't have time to go back and forth with you here, Huaqiu said impatiently. He couldn't be bothered to care about the supernatural powers or extraordinary abilities of the heavenly palace's divine son. Who dares to claim to be extraordinary before this emperor? Huaqiu sneered. You're nothing but a mere purple heaven divine body, don't be so arrogant. The spatial ripples caused by Huaqiu still exist, and the heavenly palace divine child has not broken them. The fluctuations quickly spread. The heavenly palace divine child's expression changed slightly. Huaqiu exceeded his expectations, his strength should be much greater than when he was injured. Boom! Caught off guard, the heavenly palace divine child was blasted by a spatial fluctuation and was immediately sent flying backward. He barely escaped by grazing the edge of the sword domain, otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as those cultivators before him. Huaqiu took a step forward, and ripples spread through the space. He had already captured the heavenly palace god-child before the child even landed. The power within the heavenly palace divine child is still brewing. He will unleash it to destroy the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Huaqiu's face turned cold, his expression one of utter contempt for the heavenly palace's divine son. Insolence, how dare you! Release the heavenly palace divine child immediately, or we will all attack. The Xuanzhen cultivator's face turned ashen. The heavenly palace divine child is the face of the heavenly palace and the number 1 genius of Xuanzhen. Who would have thought that even the heavenly palace's divine son couldn't defeat a supreme being of the 9 provinces? The heavenly palace divine son looked grim. He wanted to stand up and teach Huaqiu a lesson, but he was no match for him. Kill! Huaqiu's murderous intent arose, and he wanted to kill the heavenly palace's divine son. Think carefully, the divine child is the son of the supreme ruler of my heavenly palace. The heavenly palace goddess said coldly. If you dare to kill even the heavenly palace ruler's own son, then you are doomed. For an enraged supreme ruler, killing you would be far too easy. Hua Qiu glanced around indifferently. Many people are threatening him, forbidding him from killing the heavenly palace's divine son. So what if he's the supreme ruler of the heavenly palace? He'll be buried sooner or later. Why would Hua Qiu be afraid of those things? He raised his sword, and the blade angled slightly. The next moment, the heavenly palace's divine son was decapitated. Xuanzhen, the undisputed #1 prodigy, died just like that, at Hua Qiu's hands. 964, Chapter 964 is all mine. In the realm of magic fairies, the fourth layer of space. There is also a fairy cave here. There are 3 cave dwellings left by the fairy in the fairy realm, located on the first floor, the second floor, and the last 4th floor. The higher you go, the stronger the seal becomes, and the more astonishing the treasures within the cave realm become. Unbeknownst to the cultivators participating in the 100 Realms Grand Competition, some cultivators had already stepped into the 4th level of space and entered the central hub of the 3rd Demon Immortal Cave. There were 17 people in total, sitting on stone chairs around a round table. A beam of light shines in the center of the desktop, reflected in a mirror, showing the scene of the fairy cave on the 1st floor. These 17 people each have a different appearance and temperament. The mirror reflects Hua Qiu's actions in the 1st floor cave. When the heavenly palace godchild was easily killed by Hua Qiu, everyone except for an old madman changed their expressions. This supreme being of the 9 provinces is indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of an ancient immortal of the 9 provinces. He is so amazing, even more so than before, perhaps even in his previous life. The ancient immortal was not this powerful, someone said leisurely. The heavenly palace divine child possessed the potential to become an immortal and was the most talented among all the seeds, yet he was easily killed by him. Is there any other genius in the star field who can compare to him? Fellow Taoist Yun Song, you've really found a good chess piece. Someone looked at the old madman with envy. Master Yun Song smiled slightly. I discovered this boy when he first showed his talent in the 9 provinces. What ancient immortal, in this life, he is just a Mahayana cultivator who has not yet grown up. Isn't he just being schemed against by us to become a stepping stone on our path to immortality? Upon hearing this, the others all smiled. Ancient immortals were once a monument. However, he was reincarnated and started cultivating again, and is now only at the Mahayana stage, so these loose immortals are not very wary of him. Being able to outwit an ancient immortal gives them a great sense of accomplishment. What's going on, fellow Taoist Pang Feng? Why haven't you shown up yet? Someone asked in confusion. Pang Feng, the mastermind behind the Xuanzhen realm, possesses immense power. Logically, he should be present for such an important plan, otherwise he would miss the opportunity to become an immortal. Master Pang Feng has not shown up or been heard from since the beginning. It's as if they've vanished into thin air. If he doesn't come, he will miss the chance to become an immortal, and he can't blame us. Master Yun Song looked thoughtful. It seems that after the time he saved the supreme being of the 9 provinces in the Xuanzhen realm, Master Pang Feng completely disappeared. He suspected that Master Pang Feng must have had further contact with Hua Qiu later. What happened that made him stop showing up? It's a good thing that the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is powerful. Let him gradually stir up conflicts and contradictions, causing all cultivators to perish. If we can participate, we will not be afraid of the punishment of the laws of the demon realm, and I believe the process will be completed soon. After discussion, the 17 people decided to let Hua Qiu's audacious behavior go unchecked. They were hoping Hua Qiu would kill more people so that Shang Xiantai would have enough savings. Outside the first level of the fairy cave, Hua Qiu kicked aside the corpse of the heavenly palace god. Son of God. The cultivators of the heavenly palace were so anxious they were almost ready to mobilize as a whole. The heavenly palace's divine son is nothing special, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The Xuanzhen cultivator was so angry that smoke was practically billowing from his 7 orifices. They wanted to curse and argue back, but they couldn't withstand the tyranny of their elders. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and have a match? Hua Qiu looked around and said loudly. No one dared to answer. No matter how many people died before, it couldn't truly intimidate them, but the corpse of a heavenly palace godchild was far too terrifying. The number 1 seed of Xuanzhen is dead. Who else could be his match? Even the goddesses of the heavenly palace remain silent. The Xuanzhen prodigies who once looked down on Huaqiu all remain silent, like mute people. No one dared to claim they could be Huaqiu's opponent during the foundation establishment stage. Seeing that no one dared to step forward for a long time, Huaqiu finally turned around. The immortal array enveloping the 12th grade immortal medicine has not yet been broken. Everyone was watching him. 12th grade immortal medicines are incredibly precious. The immortal array must be far more profound than those in other places. Even the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces might not be able to unravel it. A few people were still kicking him while he was down. Splash! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the light barrier in front of Huaqiu shattered. All the monks found it incredible. Even if the formation needs to be broken, it shouldn't be this fast. That's a celestial array. It's hard to imagine just how far Huaqiu's array formation skills have gone. The protective barrier shattered, and Huaqiu stored the 12th grade immortal medicine in his storage ring. With the last key ingredient finally found, he could now begin preparations for reviving Yu Ziwei. Once we leave the Demon Immortal's cave, we can immediately set up an array to create a perfect physical body for Ziwei, Huaqiu muttered to himself. Then, he looked away. This is the Spirit Herb Garden of the first-level Spacefaring Cave. In addition to the 12th grade immortal medicine, many high-grade and precious spirit herbs are still growing here. Even grade 10 and 11 spiritual herbs would be helpful to Huaqiu now. He strode toward an 11th grade spiritual herb, where several cultivators stood. I want this 11th grade plant, Huaqiu said calmly. Whoever tries to take it from me will die. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators over there changed drastically. Having witnessed Huaqiu's strength, they realized that Huaqiu was not threatening them. His strength is truly terrifying. Since you want it, then take it, the group said with grim expressions. How could they possibly dare to fight over it? The Heavenly Palace's divine son has already been killed. To compete with the supreme being of the 9 provinces for spiritual medicine is undoubtedly a suicidal act. The strong always inspire awe. No matter how miraculous the elixir, it's not as important as life. The group dispersed, and Huaqiu accepted the spiritual herb without hesitation. Several people were so angry they wanted to grind their teeth. There was no other way but to compete for other medicinal herbs. I want this fireberry. Whoever tries to take it will die. Huaqiu set his sights on another precious spiritual herb. Among the cultivators vying for the spiritual herbs are prodigies from the Xuanzhen realm. It's that same line again. The man shouted, pointing at Huaqiu. It was filled with dissatisfaction. Fireberry is also an 11th grade spiritual herb. What, you're not convinced and want to have a go? Huaqiu asked jokingly. The man immediately turned pale. You'dn't push your luck. Xuanzhen Tianjiu was furious. I'll say it again, if you're not convinced, come and fight me. Whoever wins takes the elixir, Huaqiu said coldly. After weighing the pros and cons, that Xuanzhen prodigy could only swallow his anger in the end. I want this 7 mystery fruit. Long-lasting grass, what a good thing, I'll take it too. Blood orchid, excellent for alchemy, take it. Huaqiu wandered around, just like in the canyon, targeting the Xuanzhen prodigies he had promised to steal, forcibly taking away the spiritual herbs they coveted. Whoever steals it dies. The same phrase kept repeating itself, leaving everyone speechless and turning pale. He's invincible in this level of the Immortal's cave. A cultivator whispered, his eyes gleaming. 965, Chapter 965. The skeleton steals the medicine. I want this medicinal herb. Anyone who dares to try and steal it, step forward. What, you're not satisfied? Then make your move. Huaqiu's voice rang out incessantly, like a demonic chant, causing everyone who heard it to turn pale. Many cultivators were angry but dared not speak out. Especially the Xuanzhen cultivators, they were so hungry they wanted to eat people. Because Hua Qiu specifically targets the spiritual herbs that Xuanzhen cultivators fight over. He was extremely arrogant and conceited, and seemed ready to fight everyone. Even the Heavenly Palace's divine son was killed by him, so who would dare to fight him? And so, Hua Qiu's harvest in the herb garden grew more and more. Most of the high-grade spiritual herbs were stored in his storage space. Are we just going to let him continue to be so domineering? If he wants all the spiritual herbs in this herb garden, wouldn't the entire herb garden be his exclusive property? A Xuanzhen prodigy said angrily. At the foundation establishment stage, we are no match for him, but if we all join forces, surely we can defeat him alone? Some were eager to try, not believing in such a thing. There are still 3 seeds in the Xuanzhen realm, and so many other geniuses, their combined strength is immense. The Xuanzhen cultivators hoped that top geniuses like the Heavenly Palace Goddess could step forward and take the lead. But they were destined to be disappointed. The goddess of the Heavenly Palace had a cold expression and didn't say a word. She just stared at Hua Qiu for a long time. Soon after, the goddess of the Heavenly Palace turned around and walked to the side. He didn't even glance at the herb garden again. Does she really not care about those high-grade spiritual herbs? Some of these herbs are probably not even found in the Heavenly Palace treasury. The Xuanzhen cultivators were very puzzled. Seeing the Heavenly Goddess leave expressionlessly, the other 2 seeds exchanged a glance and, in unison, also chose to leave. They all knew very well that even if the Xuanzhen cultivators joined forces, their power would be limited. They are all in the foundation building stage now. Even if more foundation building stages are combined, it will not be possible to achieve a qualitative change from a quantitative change. Foundation establishment is merely the beginning of contact with purer forms of the power of heaven and earth, and it is far inferior to the realms above. But Hua Qiu can use the power of laws. A group of foundation establishment cultivators facing an unconventional deity transformation cultivator is no match for sheer numbers. So the goddess of the Heavenly Palace left without looking back. The other 2 seeds were shrewd individuals, and they didn't even have the slightest thought of fighting Hua Qiu. Divine Child, why do you allow that supreme ruler of the 9 provinces to run rampant? Someone asked curiously. In the first level of the demon immortal realm, he was invincible, but in the later levels, everyone's cultivation level increased, and he could no longer fight against everyone with just a little bit of the power of the laws. Take it, let him take it all then. As long as I kill him, all the resources he owns will be mine. Only then did everyone understand what the prodigy was thinking. What are you agonizing over? Do you really think that just because you possess the spiritual herbs, they belong to you? Which of you has the ability to break the immortal array? Another promising prodigy sneered. The expressions on everyone's faces were strange. The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. Everyone wants to obtain high-grade elixirs and fights desperately for them. But if you occupy the space but don't have the ability to break the immortal array protecting the spiritual medicine, isn't it all for nothing? We can't just stay here and never leave, can we? Give it to him, and wait for him in the 2nd level of space, one person said coldly. The Xuanzhen cultivators almost all reached a consensus. The supreme being of the 9 provinces can break the immortal array, and he's taken all the spiritual herbs. Once we reach the next level, everyone's cultivation should no longer be suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. If everyone joins forces, the chances of winning are very high. Wouldn't it be wonderful to kill someone and then divide the loot? After figuring it out, the Xuanzhen cultivators stopped worrying and made way for each other, continuing on their way. Hua Qiu noticed the changes in everyone's expressions and naturally understood their thoughts. But he just smiled and didn't seem to care much. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, can suppress everyone, reaching a higher level. It's still uncertain who will suppress whom. With the departure of the Xuanzhen cultivator, almost all the high-grade spiritual herbs fell into Hua Qiu's hands. As for the places occupied by cultivators from other planes, they mostly contained spiritual herbs that Hua Qiu didn't find particularly appealing. He had no interest in fighting over them, so he just let them guard them. Finally, amidst the strange yet envious gazes of the otherworldly cultivators, Hua Qiu left the herb garden with many high-grade spiritual herbs. With so many high-grade spiritual herbs, if I refine them into pills and consume them, I'll be close to reaching the 8th level of the creation technique. Huachio's mood improved. Once he reaches the 8th level of the creation technique, he will truly be fearless against cultivators undergoing tribulation and will be able to contend with loose immortals. Huachio had only gone a short distance from the herb garden when his expression suddenly hardened. Then, his expression turned gloomy. I just glanced at the storage space with a thought. The scene inside the storage space darkened his face. This is Huachio's storage space at this moment. Crackling. The sound of gnawing and chewing could be heard. A golden skeleton was sitting in the storage space where spiritual herbs were piled up, holding a high-grade spiritual herb in its bone claws and gnawing on it. Huachio's mood immediately soured. This golden skull is the remains of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces. Inside the demon immortal cave, the remains of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces were gathered together and assembled into a skeleton, which he then placed in his storage space. He had noticed the problem with the skeleton long ago and warned him not to mess around when it was pieced together, but he did not receive any response at the time. Now, he had piled up so many high-grade spiritual herbs in his storage space, but he never expected that it would dare to steal them. Crunch, crunch. The skeleton seemed oblivious to Huachio's attention, continuing to intently chew on the elixir in its hand. It was a skeleton, but it could digest the elixirs it ate. The elixir transformed into spiritual light and entered the skeleton's bones. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what changed, but the bone seems to have become more solid. It devoured the medicinal herbs with great care, meticulously finishing each one without leaving even the roots. After finishing one plant, it stretched out its claws again. Take one. They were enjoying the food immensely. Huachio's eyelids twitched as she read this. Grandma's. I've been working so hard outside to get high-grade spiritual herbs into my storage space, figuring out how to refine the most effective pills, and you, a mere skeleton, are here stealing them. Seeing that the skeleton had finished eating another plant and was about to reach for an 11th grade spiritual herb, Huachio could no longer hold back. Stop! He shouted, his face dark. The skeleton stopped moving and stiffly turned its head. Huachio's illusory divine sense appeared in the storage space, coldly staring at the skeleton. These are the remains of the first supreme being of Kyushu. Out of respect for him as the spiritual icon of Kyushu and for his sacrifice for Kyushu, Huachio collected his remains, intending to let his soul return to his homeland. But now, this skeletal skeleton dares to covet his high-grade spiritual medicine. He couldn't tolerate it. If you dare to eat another one of my spiritual herbs, I'll tear you to pieces. Huachio said coldly. 966, Chapter 966 Triple Repayment. Upon hearing Huachio's voice, the skeleton mechanically turned its head. 2 small points of light appeared in its empty eye sockets. Then, it made a gesture of handing over the high-grade spiritual medicine in its hand to Huachio. Huachio's expression hardened. What does this mean? The skull's eye sockets flashed a few times, and Huachio's divine sense received a message. The skeleton was trying to communicate with him through a peculiar vibration. That meant he shouldn't be shy and could eat whatever he wanted. Huachio's face darkened, and he suddenly felt an urge to curse. Those were clearly high-grade spiritual herbs that I painstakingly obtained, but it seems they all ended up belonging to it. How dare it let Huachio eat as much as she wants? Huachio's face was grim, and he felt an urge to tear the skeleton apart. These are the remains of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces, which developed sentience after being pieced together. The remains of the first generation were placed in different special places, such as ancient immortal dojos and demon immortal caves. Huachio could tell that someone was plotting to resurrect the first generation supreme being of the 9 provinces. However, this method may not succeed, and it is unknown whether the current skeleton is the consciousness of the original generation or the intelligence that was born during the resurrection process. Huachio is too lazy to care about any of them now. All he knew was that no one was allowed to touch his precious resources. Believe it or not, I can shatter your mind right now? Huachio's voice was chilling. The skull's eye sockets flickered a few more times. It put down the elixir in its hand, silently walked to a corner of the storage space, and sat down with its knees drawn up to its chest. It leaned against the corner, like a lifeless skeleton, motionless. It has returned to its original state. Hua Qiu snorted coldly and didn't pursue the matter any further. He cast several protective spells to safeguard all the valuable items within the storage space. Only then was he relieved and withdrew his divine sense. Should we still keep these original remains? Hua Qiu pondered. He had used it before, and since he was also the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he held the first generation in some respect. Now that the consciousness of the original remains has been revived, keeping them in the storage space is a destabilizing factor. After thinking about it, he still didn't throw the skeleton out. After all, the fact that his name appeared on the tombstone of the 9 provinces cultivator's tomb within the 9 provinces secret realm remains a mystery that has not yet been solved. If one wants to know the whole story, perhaps only this ancient first generation can answer the question for them. With this in mind, Hua Qiu picked out the 2 worst herbs from the pile and threw them to the skeleton in the corner. After that, he stopped paying attention. After leaving the herb garden, Xuanzhen cultivators gathered again ahead. This seems to be the end of a magical fairy cave, with only 2 stone doors. Outside the stone gate stands a stone tablet with the words treasure trove on it. Similarly, there are still immortal formations here, and their power surpasses that of the other formations. The Heavenly Palace Goddess and other Xuanzhen cultivators who arrived earlier are blocked here and are constantly trying to break the formation. Upon seeing Hua Qiu's arrival, the Xuanzhen cultivator's expression changed. The only one present who could break the immortal formation was Hua Qiu. Which cultivator who enters the magic fairy treasure vault wouldn't want to go in? This was their main objective in painstakingly entering the cave. Rumor has it that the magical treasure vault not only contains the top-grade magical artifacts he once used, but also the cultivation techniques he left behind. When it comes to the secret of becoming an immortal, no one can remain calm. Unfortunately, the immortal array was too advanced, and even the presence of a master of array formations was of no use. What, are you all waiting for me? Hua Qiu revealed a mocking smile. Judging from the demeanor of the heavenly goddess and the others, they were clearly waiting for him to come. Everyone was hoping he would break the magic array of the fairy treasure vault so they could swarm in and seize the treasures and resources. Humph, you overestimate yourself. We can manage just fine without you. Someone said indignantly. Is that so? Hua Qiu chuckled and simply sat down on the ground, refusing to go over. He even took out some fruits and sat there eating them. The Xuanzhen cultivators' lips twitched, and they all cast cold glances at the person who had spoken, making him tremble with fear. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, aren't you interested in the things in the demon immortal treasury? The Heavenly Palace Goddess asked. Not interested, Hua Qiu replied indifferently. The beautiful faces of the celestial goddesses froze for a moment. She didn't say anything more, and just waited quietly. All the Xuanzhen cultivators waited. They believed that Hua Qiu was acting out of spite and would eventually be unable to resist opening the magic fairy treasure vault. However, Hua Qiu seemed genuinely uninterested in the treasures inside, instead enjoying a leisurely meal and drinks on the opposite side. The Xuanzhen cultivators couldn't stay any longer. The first level of the demon immortal realm will continue to evolve. If you haven't entered the second level by a certain time, you will be rejected by the power of the demon immortal realm and die a violent death. A Xuanzhen prodigy muttered. They didn't have time to stay up with Hua Qiu. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, if you are willing to open the demon immortal treasury, the things I promised before can be given to you directly. The Heavenly Palace Goddess spoke again, her words laced with temptation. That's right, as long as you can open the treasure vault, we are willing to keep our promise. Others who had made the promise also expressed their agreement. Hua Qiu looked at them with a mocking expression. Will the same trick work the second time? Give us the goods first, then we'll do the work, he replied coldly. And each person needs 3 times the resources. What, why don't you just rob it? Upon hearing this, the Xuanzhen cultivator's eyes widened, his face filled with anger. 3 times? You're dreaming. You really dare to ask for such an outrageous amount. Are you out of your mind? Impossible. The things that everyone had promised were not ordinary treasures, they were extremely valuable to them. If the cost is tripled, most of them will be shaken to their very core, resulting in huge losses. 3 times, that's too much at most. We'll add a little more to the original amount, the heavenly goddess said, frowning. Trying to bargain with me? Hua Qiu sneered, then you can break the formation yourselves. The Xuanjin cultivator's expression shifted between light and dark. Everyone was filled with murderous intent, yet they could only rely on he held him. This feeling is so stifling. Hua Qiu continued to sit there drinking, and time passed by second by second. There's not much time left in this space. Many cultivators looked anxious. Even the goddesses of the heavenly palace had unusually dark expressions. Here you go, she tossed 3 treasures to Hua Qiu. This is a compromise made out of desperation. Hua Qiu accepted it with a faint smile, then looked at the others. Damn it, take it, what a greedy bastard. If you take the treasure, you must open the fairy vault, or you will have to give us an explanation. Consider it poverty alleviation, we'll get our money back sooner or later. The Xuanjin cultivator, who had made the promise, reluctantly opened his storage bag and painfully gave Hua Qiu the precious resources. This situation has led to a direct economic crisis for many people. If they don't have a good experience in the magic fairy realm, they'll only have a hard life after they leave. Hua Qiu accepted all the resources and treasures, further enriching his storage space. He slowly got up and walked towards the magic fairy treasure vault. 967, Chapter 967 The Fairy. The magic array in the magic fairy treasure vault can block others, but it can't stop Hua Qiu. In his eyes, this level of immortal formation was almost effortless. He followed the same method again, using profound divine array runes to infuse the immortal array. The profound mysteries contained within captivated the array masters of the Xuanjin realm. Just as they were about to gain some insight, all the runes vanished, and their understanding vanished like smoke. They were extremely distressed. Buzz. The magic array of the magic fairy treasure vault disappeared, and the vault's doors opened with a bang. Swish, swish, swish. As before, numerous cultivators frantically rushed towards the entrance. This is a treasure trove belonging to an immortal. It's hard to imagine what extraordinary treasures are inside, but it's definitely not simple. For those things, cultivators from all walks of life would go mad. No one cared about Hua Qiu anymore, including those who hated him. They were all focused on fighting for the treasure. Hua Qiu remained completely calm. He stood calmly at the entrance, without moving. He only stepped inside when there were few people outside the treasure vault. The treasure left behind by a demon immortal can still be of considerable use to Hua Qiu now. However, he did not compete for it because he sensed the strangeness of the fairy realm. This realm of demons and immortals is teeming with malevolent energy, like a gaping maw ready to devour everyone. Boom! As soon as they entered the magic fairy treasure vault, they saw many cultivators fighting fiercely for the treasures. The magical immortals have extraordinary resources. Any one of their magical weapons is at least of the highest grade in the Xuanjin realm. It's normal for those people to be bloodthirsty. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is here again. Upon seeing Hua Qiu appear, the cultivators who were vying for the position turned pale. If he were like the people outside, no one could possibly compete with an invincible foundation establishment cultivator. But this time, Hua Qiu acted out of character. He ignored the treasures that everyone was fighting over and walked straight past them. Has the supreme being of the 9 provinces changed his nature? This made the cultivators feel rather uncomfortable. Hua Qiu continued on his journey, and what he saw became increasingly extraordinary. Rare and precious materials, elixirs and divine weapons, as well as powerful supernatural abilities and spells. Each item was enough to cause a bloodbath, and corpses were scattered throughout the treasure vault. Many monks perished in the battles. Someone did indeed manage to snatch the treasure, and holding it, they laughed loudly with ecstatic joy, their expression growing increasingly frenzied and their aura increasingly manic. Hua Qiu walked past with a sullen face, his eyes revealing something others couldn't. Countless streams of blood emanated from the corpses, drifting towards hidden places within the demon realm. Further on, Hua Qiu saw cultivators of the highest caliber fighting. The treasures here are even more precious and rare, so the prodigies have set aside their pride and are fighting fiercely. Even the most outstanding cultivators no longer shone here, many corpses lay on the ground as well. Hua Qiu frowned. He could sense that once inside the demon immortal treasury, all the cultivators had gone mad, and few could maintain their original intentions. "Give me back my divine weapon." Suddenly a sound came from ahead. A group of people fought together, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Even the high and mighty goddesses of the heavenly palace were caught up in the battle, their expressions somewhat ferocious. The one flying ahead, carrying a divine weapon, was none other than Ao Wuji, the seat of the Yuanyang realm. "Mine, this is mine." Ao Wuji roared, his eyes turning red. Hua Qiu glanced at the things in his arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. A celestial artifact. Unlike the immortal artifacts of the dominant forces, this immortal artifact possesses a spirit. Boom! The celestial goddess unleashed a dazzling beam of spiritual light, striking Ao Wuji in the back, causing him to stumble and drop his magical artifact. It just so happened that it landed on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu grabbed it casually. "Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, hand over the immortal artifact, or die." The group of proud cultivators shouted fiercely, their killing intent surging. Hua Qiu ignored him and instead looked at the immortal artifact in his hand. This is a short knife, the blade is blood red and has some mottled rust. When Hua Qiu's gaze fell on the blade, he immediately felt a sense of disorientation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unknown space. Ahead, a sinister figure stood, looking at Hua Qiu indifferently. His aura was extremely powerful and filled with oppressive force. Let alone a supreme being, even a sovereign or a rogue immortal would be unable to lift their head in the face of such a being. Because this is an immortal. Evil immortal. Fairy, Hua Qiu squinted and uttered 2 words. This can only be the master of the fairy realm, the legendary fairy. Legend has it that he has ascended to the celestial realm and torn open a rift connecting the celestial realm to the demon realm. It now appears that this is not the case. Hua Qiu immediately recognized that the demon fairy before him was an incarnation. His eyes were deep and captivating. Fortunately, Hua Qiu possessed the divine soul of an immortal emperor, otherwise, his consciousness would have been controlled immediately. "I am the supreme demon immortal," the demon immortal incarnation said indifferently. "Young man, you are lucky to have entered this place. Although your natural talent is lacking, you still have potential. If you become my disciple, I will impart to you my immortal lineage, allowing you to glimpse the path to immortality in your lifetime." The fairy's words were flat. But even wandering immortals might not be able to resist it. There is a negative force spreading, which can drive people mad and lead them astray. The inheritance of the demon immortal? Hua Qiu smiled coldly. How could a supreme immortal emperor like him possibly care about a mere demon immortal inheritance? The inheritance of immortals, aren't you tempted? The demon immortal avatar looked displeased, and with a wave of his hand, numerous runes spread in front of him. That is the power of immortals, beyond this mortal world. Perhaps those people will be tempted, Hua Qiu said, his expression remaining indifferent. How dare such a vulgar creature make a fool of itself in front of me? What gives you the confidence? What did you say? The demon fairy's expression immediately changed, and a murderous aura surged forth. A terrifying pressure swept over, forcing Hua Qiu to kneel down. You mere ants! The demon fairy incarnate roared. It's too early to say who the ants are. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed sharply. Boom! The immortal emperor's divine soul was activated. Varied, huh? The demon fairy's avatar and spirit body fluctuated, overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure. This is the divine might of an immortal emperor. How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, the avatar was crushed to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Hua Qiu also snapped out of her daze. The group of geniuses, their eyes red with rage, approached. Hand over the immortal artifact or die. At this moment, no one feared Huaqiu anymore, all that remained was a frenzied killing intent. Huaqiu sneered, said nothing, and made no move, casually tossing out the immortal artifact shortsword. It's like throwing away a piece of trash. Amidst the frenzy, some of the prodigies were taken aback. It's a celestial artifact, after all, how could you just throw it away like that? Without time to think further, the group of prodigies quickly rushed towards the immortal artifact shortsword, vying for it frantically. Huaqiu watched coldly from the sidelines. The remains of the supreme being of the 9 provinces have been revived. The demon immortal realm is strange. The loose immortals are plotting, everyone has their own schemes. When will there be a result? He was somewhat unhappy. You can scheme however you want, but you dared to drag him into this. Then there is only one outcome. 968, Chapter 968, Second Level. The most talented cultivators from all walks of life are vying for the immortal artifact shortsword, gradually going mad. Perhaps they have lost their minds. Huaqiu was too lazy to pay attention to these people and had no interest in getting involved. He had already seen through it all. Although the fairy treasure vault contained many treasures, it also held a strange secret. Huaqiu continued forward, ignoring all the treasures and cultivators. Keep walking until you reach the end of the magic fairy treasure vault. The place is no longer filled with jewels and precious stones, there is only a small teleportation array. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow, stepped into the teleportation array, and pointed out with his finger to activate it with spiritual power. After a moment of discomfort from the teleportation, he found himself in a completely new space. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Huaqiu immediately felt much more relaxed. His suppressed cultivation level also rapidly increased, and after breaking through the foundation establishment stage, he continued to advance until he reached the early stage of the nascent soul stage before stopping. Have we arrived at the second layer of the demon immortal realm? Huaqiu guessed, sensing the difference in the laws of heaven and earth around him. The second level of the fairy realm. This space still exerts considerable pressure on cultivators, suppressing their cultivation level down to the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul cultivator? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Even more people will die in this space. The first watershed moment in a cultivator's strength is the nascent soul stage. At this level, the difference in strength between different cultivators can sometimes be quite significant. At the same level, it is possible for combat power to differ by several times or even more than 10 times. The more solid a cultivator's cultivation and the more outstanding their talent, the more they can unleash the power of the nascent soul realm. At the same time, the presence of numerous high-grade magic treasures further amplifies the disparity in strength. In the first layer of space, everyone was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Apart from exceptions like Huaqiu, the strength gap between the genius cultivators and ordinary cultivators was not too outrageous. However, the second level is now limited to the nascent soul stage, and the differences between them vary greatly, leaving much room for improvement. The greater the gap in strength, the more imbalances in power will occur, and the more cultivators will die. Huaqiu stepped out of the teleportation array, preparing to explore the situation of the second layer of space. Your Majesty, you finally arrived. An excited voice suddenly rang out from outside the teleportation array. Huaqiu looked over upon hearing the sound and discovered that it was a member of the Jiang and Peng clans. How long have you been up here? Huaqiu asked. After receiving the order from the Supreme One, we quickly gathered together following your instructions. We did not participate in the battles between cultivators from various realms, nor did we attempt to seize the treasures of the demon immortals. We soon found the passage to the second level, one of them replied. Then why don't you continue on? Huaqiu asked again. We wanted to. Both cultivators gave wry smiles. Your Majesty, this second space suppresses cultivators' cultivation to the nascent soul stage, but there are void returning stage demonic beasts active outside. Upon hearing this, Huaqiu's expression changed. At the same cultivation level, demonic beasts, with their powerful bodies and sharp claws and teeth, are naturally stronger than human cultivators. Now it's even beyond a whole realm. No wonder the Pang and Jiang clansmen were trapped here. Going out there will only lead to certain death. Your Majesty, we are guarding this place to prevent you from leaving. It would be dangerous if you encountered a void-returning stage demon beast. It's better not to venture into the realm of immortals. There's no need to take such a big risk. Hua Qiu scoffed. They are unaware of the rules of the fairy realm. Hua Qiu only learned about this from some cultivators after the demon immortal realm trial began. A destructive force would gradually spread from the bottom up. If cultivators remained in the lower space, they would only be waiting to die. This is the rule of the demon immortal realm. Outsiders must be killed no matter what, Hua Qiu understood. Every time a cultivator dies, their blood and energy are drained away, 8 or 9 out of 10 times, some being wants to revive them. It is very likely that he is the master of the fairy realm, the fairy. I'll go out and take a look. Hua Qiu's words startled both clansmen. Your Majesty, you mustn't. They hurriedly stopped him, fearing that Hua Qiu would be eaten by the monsters if he went out. But once Hua Qiu unleashed his movement technique, no one could stop him. This teleportation array is located in a valley depression, and it is imbued with the power of the array, so monsters dare not enter. Outside the formation, it's a matter of life and death. Hua Qiu remained calm and stepped directly out of the valley. The members of both the Pang and Zhang clans were extremely worried, so they could only go out together. Roar! Just as it appeared outside the valley, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and a giant claw reached out to grab it. It was a huge winged monster that had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Oh no! The cultivators from both races turned pale. They had seen this monster before. It was incredibly powerful, swallowing several cultivators whole with a single bite. At this moment, the monster flapped its wings and its sharp claws reached out to grab Hua Qiu and the others. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. A flash of inspiration appeared before him, and he unleashed a sword strike. In an instant, the monster's 2 large claws were severed and fell to the ground, creating a large crater. The monster let out a mournful cry, and another sword light shone brightly. The next moment, the nascent soul stage demon beast was split in 2, and blood kept flowing. Set up a fire and roast this big bird for me later, Hua Qiu said casually. The cultivators from both races looked at each other in bewilderment. Even a nascent soul stage demon beast is that powerful, and he cut it down with just 2 sword strikes. As expected of the Supreme Lord, he crushes all opponents regardless of their realm, even demonic beasts are no exception. Someone began to flatter him. Hua Qiu didn't bother to respond and walked out of the valley again. Buzz. The outside started shaking again. A cold light shone on his face. The next second, a sword appeared in front of Hua Qiu, about to cut off his head. Hua Qiu frowned and reached out to grab it. With a gentle touch, the sword's edge came to a halt, unable to advance any further. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the man was a ragged monk. Who are you? Hua Qiu coldly scrutinized the newcomer's appearance. His clothes were so disheveled that it was impossible to tell what he really looked like. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, give me your life. The newcomer was menacing and filled with murderous intent. Snap! The short sword broke in Hua Qiu's hand. The powerful magic weapon struck Hua Qiu, but it had no effect whatsoever. Hua Qiu felt that this person's aura was slightly familiar. After thinking about it for a while, I finally remembered it. This was a Xuanjin prodigy whom he had casually tormented in the previous level of space. This person didn't compete for treasures with those Xuanjin cultivators in the first level space of the demon immortal cave, but instead arrived at the second level space early on. But something's wrong with him now. His breathing was unsteady, his spirits were low, and he exuded a violent aura. It seemed that killing Hua Qiu in front of him was his only thought. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, within the first level I am only at the foundation establishment stage and cannot unleash my true strength here. I am at the nascent soul stage and will crush you. Die. The crazed man was about to attack again. Hua Qiu looked impatient, and the sword in his hand flashed out a double image. Immediately afterwards, the man's body stiffened. Even after reaching the divine transformation stage, I will still be king, Hua Qiu said calmly, an aura erupting from his body. 969, Chapter 969 Defeat of the Arrogant and Limitless. The sword in the hand of that Xuanjin prodigy was of a very high grade, a magical artifact possessed only by those at the Dominator level. But now all he has left is a broken blade. Even a supreme-level magic weapon can be destroyed at will by Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu sensed a familiar aura from the broken blade. Just like the spiritual power on the magical artifact below, this sword also possesses the same spiritual power. Perhaps all the treasures that emerge from the fairy caves within the fairy realm possess the same spiritual power. Immortal, do you intend to use this to control other cultivators? Hua Qiu pondered. He didn't know whether the fairy was dead or not. But they definitely want to make a comeback. We're both nascent soul cultivators, so why should I fear you? The Xuanjin prodigy exuded a fierce aura, his body radiating divine light as he unleashed a divine attack on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained calm as he unleashed a punch, instantly obliterating all supernatural powers and divine light. What? Xuanjin Tianjiao stared in astonishment. Although they were both at the nascent soul stage, the opponent's combat power horrified him. He was also a genius, much stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators, but he seemed far inferior to Hua Qiu. In the midst of the shock, Hua Qiu threw another punch. The prodigy looked terrified and tried to hide. Suddenly, his body froze, unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing down on him. Having reached the nascent soul stage, Hua Qiu could freely utilize the spatial laws. Bang! His physical body was directly blasted apart by Hua Qiu's punch. Before he died, he appeared terrified and regretful. If he had known that the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. Hua Qiu picked up the broken sword from the ground, his brows furrowed. His expression froze slightly for a moment. The same divine power of a demon appeared in his sea of consciousness. Young man, you have a bright future. Cultivate with me, and I will teach you the path to immortality. The demonic immortal's divine sense sent out an enticing message. Hua Qiu, expressionless, used the divine soul of an immortal emperor to destroy this divine consciousness. Thinking back to the demon immortal's cave in the first level of space, there were so many treasures, and so many cultivators fighting over them. Buzz. Just then, the teleportation array behind him suddenly made a sound and shone brightly. This means the formation has been activated, and someone is about to be teleported over. Everyone immediately moved back. Soon, the light faded. A man appeared in the center of the teleportation array, his body covered in blood. A prodigy from the Yuanyan realm, Ao Wuji. The Pang clan ancestor recognized the man. Ao Wuji was clearly being chased and was in a sorry state. He obtained a magical artifact in the first level of the Immortal Cave, but was chased by a group of talented cultivators. He accidentally entered a teleportation array and was teleported to the second level. Ao Wuji looked around nervously and soon spotted Hua Qiu and the others. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. His expression became quite interesting. My cultivation level is nascent soul. Feeling the abundant spiritual power within his body, Ao Wuji was overjoyed. At the same time, the gaze directed at Hua Qiu turned hostile. Now that he has a celestial artifact in hand and his cultivation has recovered to the nascent soul stage, he is no longer so wary of Hua Qiu. Coupled with the loss of his dagger, his killing intent surged. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Ao Wuji smiled sinisterly, carrying a short immortal sword in his hand, and walked step by step out of the teleportation array toward Hua Qiu. His intention was obvious. They wanted to kill Hua Qiu here. Ao Wuji, a peerless genius in the Yuanyang realm, possesses exceptional talent, but he is not magnanimous and can be considered the kind of person who holds grudges. Previously, Hua Qiu had publicly rejected him, a humiliation that had long made him resentful. Now is the time to avenge our humiliation. Sir, be careful of the knife in his hand. The Pang and Zhang clansmen all shouted. Hua Qiu remained silent, simply watching indifferently as Ao Wuji walked towards him. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are the first person to dare insult me like that. Now you will pay the price. After Ao Wuji finished speaking, he suddenly shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Hua Qiu. Buzz. He activated the spatial magic treasure on his body, making his movements extremely swift. With a single stroke, he slashed down at Hua Qiu's neck. Just as the blade was about to reach Hua Qiu's neck, it abruptly stopped. Ao Wuji's pupils dilated sharply, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. Hua Qiu managed to hold the blade between his fingers, preventing it from falling. This is a celestial artifact. It goes without saying how powerful immortal artifacts are, that's common knowledge. Even if the Supreme Ruler were to come, he wouldn't dare to directly confront the sharpness of a celestial artifact. But this Supreme Ruler of the 9 provinces dared to pinch it directly with his fingers, which is truly defying the heavens. Drink! Ao Wuji forcefully pulled back the short sword and slashed at Hua Qiu's head again. But the result was still the same. Hua Qiu easily caught it with 2 fingers. What kind of supernatural power is this, passed down by an immortal? Ao Wuji was extremely surprised. He simply couldn't believe that this supreme being of the 9 provinces could withstand the attack of a celestial weapon without even using his spiritual power. Supernatural power, this must be a divine power from the celestial realm, otherwise, it's impossible. A frog in a well, never seen the world, Hua Qiu replied casually. Ao Wuji's face immediately turned pale and he looked extremely ugly. I refuse to believe that you can keep using this supernatural power forever. He drew back his short sword and slashed again. In fact, with the spiritual power of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it's basically impossible to activate a celestial artifact. Ao Wuji was only relying on the sharp power of the celestial artifact. Hua Qiu could handle this level of difficulty with his physical strength alone. He didn't need to use any special methods. He countered with just 2 fingers, and Ao Wuji was unable to break through no matter what. This made Ao Wuji increasingly shocked and angry. He felt like he was being made a fool of. The other party was clearly toying with him. I am the most powerful genius in this starfield. Ao Wuji roared, his body began to emit red light, and his eyes turned blood red. His aura also rapidly increased, quickly climbing to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Hua Qiu frowned upon seeing this. At this moment, Ao Wuji was insane, as if he had lost his mind, and was just a fighting machine with nothing but killing on his mind. Because he was recklessly increasing his combat power, even at the cost of his own life, in exchange for a moment of explosive power. No normal person would do that. Boom! Ao Wuji moved in an instant, bringing with him a huge storm. His short sword emitted a red blade light, carrying a destructive aura. He actually activated this magical artifact. Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly, and he began to take things seriously as well. His body is filled with the spiritual power of creation, and he can change in countless ways. When Ao Wuji charged forward with overwhelming force, his creation spiritual power also formed a shark shape and pierced through. Clang! A metallic clang rang out, piercingly loud. In an instant, the crimson sky vanished. Ao Wuji, holding a short knife, fell like a kite with a broken string. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. I can't accept it, I can't believe it. 2 actually lost. 970, Chapter 970. Killing the Supreme Ruler of the 9 Provinces. Ao Wuji was arrogant and never took the many talented people seriously. At first, he didn't actually consider Hua Qiu a strong competitor, he just thought she was quite capable and wanted to take advantage of her. Unexpectedly, this supreme being of the 9 provinces surprised everyone and overshadowed even the seat of the primordial Yang realm. After being humiliated, Ao Wuji harbored resentment and wanted to crush Hua Qiu. With his cultivation level reaching the nascent soul stage and the magical artifacts of the demon and immortal realms at his disposal, he felt certain of victory. However, Ao Wuji could not accept this outcome. Even wielding a divine weapon, they couldn't defeat an unarmed opponent. How big is this gap? Ao Wuji was severely hit hard, and for a moment he was disheartened. His bloodshot eyes gradually returned to normal. He had already suffered serious injuries in the previous battle, and now felt extremely weak, only wanting to find a place to heal and recover. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Ao Wuji said with a wry smile. He never submitted to anyone, but this time he had no choice but to submit. The difference is just too great. There are many factors that can be used as excuses during the foundation establishment stage, but the nascent soul stage is the best test of a genius's level. The difference in combat power between two sides is evident in how much they can exert when they are in the same realm. Ao Wuji, carrying a short, magical sword, was about to leave. I can't win against Hua Qiu if I keep fighting, so I might as well try to seize the opportunity. But as soon as he took 2 steps, the dagger began to vibrate. Ao Wuji was greatly shocked, and his eyes quickly returned to their bloodshot state. The short sword emitted a bright red light, devouring much of Ao Wuji's spiritual power, and a powerful aura permeated the air. The knife came to life. The spirit of the immortal artifact controlled Ao Wuji, causing him to recklessly unleash all his spiritual power, causing his dantian to churn violently, all in order to release a powerful divine might. I'll fight you to the death. Ao Wuji roared, gripping his short sword, his blood energy solidifying into a tangible form. Hua Qiu's expression turned somber. Whoosh! Ao Wuji charged at Hua Qiu with a frenzied, life-or-death fighting style. Hua Qiu was not intimidated at all and immediately threw a punch. Boom! This punch was mainly due to the power of his physical body. He faced the immortal artifact short sword barehanded, and the short sword was knocked away in an instant, but Hua Qiu's fist was not injured. His fist slammed into Ao Wuji's chest. Puff! Ao Wuji coughed up blood and staggered back, his face deathly pale. The force of that punch was beyond his ability to withstand. All the bones in his chest were broken, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. Are immortal artifacts really that useless? He muttered to himself with a bitter laugh. Even he couldn't determine just how great a genius this supreme being of the 9 provinces truly was. That's beyond reason, it's practically defying the heavens. Ao Wuji took out some healing pills from his storage ring and ate them all as if they were free. Hua Qiu was too powerful, he wanted to recover from his injuries quickly so he could escape. However, these high-grade healing pills were all ineffective at this moment, and instead made his injuries even more serious. How is this possible? Ao Wuji was extremely shocked. There is a destructive force within him that is constantly destroying his internal structure. No matter how powerful the healing pills are, their repair speed is far slower than the damage inflicted on his body. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I have no grudge against you, why do you want to kill me? He shouted in terror, hoping Hua Qiu would spare him. Hua Qiu's face was cold, showing no sympathy whatsoever. Given his arrogant and unbridled nature, if their roles were reversed, he would definitely kill me without hesitation. He didn't take Ao Wuji seriously, but he didn't intend to ignore him either. Why keep someone who intends to kill him alive? Cough cough cough. Ao Wuji kept spitting out and coughing up blood, his life force was rapidly draining away. Not long after, he stopped breathing and lay motionless on the ground. The number 1 prodigy of the Yuanyang realm is gone just like that. The Pang and Zhang clans looked on with sighs. A top-tier prodigy, wielding a magical artifact, was so easily killed by Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu reached out and beckoned over the magic fairy dagger, examining it once more. There was once a divine consciousness left behind by a demon fairy, which attempted to control him, but was destroyed by him. It now appears that, besides the demonic spirit's consciousness, the immortal artifact itself also has problems. This is a malevolent immortal artifact that can drive people mad and cause them to lose themselves. Hua Qiu wondered whether he should destroy this immortal artifact. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly fluctuated and emitted light. After the light faded, a group of young cultivators appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Hua Qiu looked over and found that they were all the geniuses who had competed for treasures in the first-floor demon immortal cave, with most of them being Xuanzhen geniuses. They caught up with us, wanting to seize the magical artifact. The dagger in Hua Qiu's hand immediately attracted everyone's attention. The immortal artifact is with him, let's seize it. Someone shouted loudly, and many Xuanzhen prodigies rushed out of the teleportation array. Ha, my cultivation level IVE reached the nascent soul stage. They quickly discovered that the laws of the second layer of space were different. Haha, nascent soul stage, I can finally unleash the power of laws and powerful divine abilities. When he was in the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't unleash his true strength, which allowed that supreme being of the 9 provinces to be extremely arrogant. Now that we are both in the nascent soul stage, he may not be our match. The prodigies who had just experienced the power of the nascent soul stage were overjoyed, their eyes fixed on the magical artifact in Huaqiu's hand. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, hand over the demon immortal artifact at once. Someone shouted. Huaqiu ignored him. Every one of you, come with me together, he said calmly. The prodigies listened with wide eyes, filled with indignation. Kill! A group of prodigies shouted that they wanted to kill Huaqiu and take away the magical artifact in his hands. These prodigies were holding treasures they had fought for from the first level of the demon immortal treasury. Their eyes were all red, and they looked rather mentally unstable. Boom! A group of Xuanjin prodigies joined forces to attack Huaqiu. In an instant, divine light shone brightly, and a deafening roar filled the air. 971, Chapter 971 Helplessness. Court Death. Huaqiu's face was icy cold, and his aura gradually revealed its sharpness. He originally intended to annihilate the cultivators of the Xuanjin realm. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, it's not just those geniuses who have had their restrictions lifted on their laws and divine powers, he is one of them. These people just happen to be oblivious to their own mortality and came up to us, so let's wipe them all out. Huaqiu channeled his creative spiritual power, and his body shone with divine light. In the center of the teleportation array, the heavenly palace goddess and other top geniuses observed for the time being, without making a move. They were less affected by the magical treasures and were able to maintain some rationality, so they decided to wait and see. Kill the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Xuanjin Tianjiao, who was the first to rush to Huaqiu, shouted and swung his weapon at Huaqiu. Roll! Huaqiu coldly uttered a single word. Boom! The single word was uttered like a thunderclap, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Ah! The first person's eyes widened, and his physical body collapsed and disintegrated in the turmoil, all his flesh and blood disappearing, leaving only a skeleton. It didn't last more than 2 breaths before even the bones turned to dust. In an instant, the Xuanjin cultivator who was charging forward stopped in his tracks, his face filled with horror. The goddesses and others from the heavenly palace behind them also showed surprise. What's going on? The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces seems to have become terrifying. What kind of supernatural power or ability does he possess? How can he be so powerful? Kill! After a brief pause, the Xuanjin cultivator's eyes turned red again, and their frenzied consciousness overwhelmed their fear, leading them to charge forward once more. A bunch of puppets, their existence is nothing but a waste of air, Huaqiu said coldly, drawing a sword with murderous intent. He swung his sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless smaller swords shot out from the thick swordlight, each carrying his powerful sword intent. Ah! Screams echoed in front of him. Those light swords were unstoppable, piercing through magical artifacts, protective shields, and everything else, ultimately striking the Xuanjin cultivator's body. The sword intent also carries the power of the law of destruction. Let alone the fact that these cultivators are at most at the Mahayana stage, even a tribulation transcending stage master would be severely injured if hit by the arrow. The goddesses and others in the heavenly palace watched from behind, their hair standing on end in horror. All cultivators struck by Huaqiu's sword light had their physical bodies shatter and vanished into nothingness in an instant, leaving nothing behind. And such scenes kept playing out at the same time. Huaqiu's sword light was as dense as raindrops, sweeping across an area in an instant, causing many Xuanjin cultivators to perish. Among them are many prodigies from powerful and mysterious forces. Which one isn't the hope of the sect? Which one isn't a top genius painstakingly cultivated? In just a moment, a whole bunch of them died. The Xuanjin realm has never suffered such a great loss. Moreover, the killing continues. If this continues, all the geniuses in the Xuanzhen realm will be wiped out by Hua Qiu. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is extremely terrifying. Someone whispered beside the heavenly palace goddess. His tone was already extremely wary. These strongest geniuses in the starfield, who were close to or had become seeds, always had extremely high standards, but now they couldn't help but be terrified in the face of the terrifying supreme being of the 9 provinces. He is also a nascent soul cultivator, yet he kills geniuses of the same level as easily as crushing ants. I am afraid no one in this starfield can compare to him, a seed said leisurely. Everyone fell silent. The goddesses of the heavenly palace remained silent. No matter how unwilling we are to admit it, the facts are undeniable. None of them could do that. That man was incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring. We can't let him keep killing like this, or my Xuanzhen generation will be wiped out. The last seed said. The goddess of the heavenly palace nodded. Let's all make a move together, she said. They all agreed. Boom. At the same time, several of the most talented individuals in the Xuanzhen realm made their move. They each unleashed their most powerful magical artifacts and unleashed their strongest supernatural abilities and spells. It's no longer about fighting for immortal artifacts, it's about stopping the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces from continuing his slaughter. The group worked together, and their combined forces formed an incredibly thick beam of divine light that shot towards Huaxiu Cave. Disciples of Xuanzhen, retreat immediately, the supreme being of the 9 provinces is not someone you can defeat. The voice of the heavenly palace goddess rang out. Some people still retained some awareness and obediently stepped back. But most people, with red eyes, were unconscious and motionless. Then the divine light encompassed them as well, causing them to die and their spirits to dissipate. The heavenly goddess and the others looked grim, but they could no longer back down. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. He glanced at the divine light shooting towards him and gave a slight smile. Finally, they've figured out how to join forces. Too bad, it's useless no matter what. He stretched out one hand to receive the powerful divine light. Soon, the divine light engulfed Hua Qiu, obliterating everything in its path. The goddesses and others in the heavenly palace were covered in sweat, and some were panting heavily. This time, almost no one held back, everyone went all out. They were delighted to see that Hua Qiu had chosen to confront them head-on instead of dodging. We should be able to blast him to pieces, right? One person murmured. Such immense power could perhaps even annihilate a ruler of the same realm. Even the strongest ruler of the 9 provinces should have a limit. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead, full of mockery. What? The expressions of the top geniuses changed drastically, and they looked over in disbelief. As the smoke cleared, Hua Qiu's imposing figure was revealed. He stood in front of him with a faint smile, one hand behind his back, his clothes perfectly neat. Unharmed, completely calm. How is this possible? The top talents stared wide-eyed, their hearts filled with astonishment. The combined full-force attack of all the strongest geniuses has surpassed the current limits of the nascent soul stage in terms of power. How could the supreme being of the 9 provinces possibly withstand that? It's already unreasonable that he's not dead. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single scratch on him. How can anyone accept this? Monster, what kind of monster is this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? What exactly is he? There's no way such a being, exceeding the limits of the rules, could exist in this starfield. Even in the celestial realm above, such a monster should not exist. This is a product of breaking the rules. The top geniuses of Xuanzhen are going crazy. The goddess of the heavenly palace had a gloomy face and could no longer maintain her goddess demeanor. Her expression became ferocious. When they first met in the lower realm until they entered the demon immortal realm, she never regarded Hua Qiu as anyone special. But now, he has become someone he can no longer control, someone he must fear. Who the hell is this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Don't be discouraged, everyone. Given your abilities, it's only natural that you couldn't hurt me, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. The top geniuses immediately turned pale and began to curse. Alright, Hua Qiu's smile vanished, and her face turned cold. Today, I will annihilate all the geniuses of the Xuanzhen realm. 972, Chapter 972, The Despair of the Prodigies. Hua Qiu took a step. He stopped attacking from the spot and took the initiative to strike. He intends to kill all the Xuanzhen cultivators here. What happened before was just an appetizer, now comes the real slaughter. As he moved, lives were relentlessly harvested. Those top-tier Xuanzhen geniuses were also dumbfounded. Because Hua Qiu has far too many tricks up her sleeve. The laws of space. The law of destruction. The law of weakness. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Electricity, light, darkness, ice. The heavenly goddess and the others felt their senses go numb. Since the birth of this star field, there has never been so much power of laws emanating from a single individual. Even in the Xuanzhen realm, someone who can comprehend 2 or 3 laws is already considered a rare genius. The highest record in the Xuanzhen realm belongs to a person who comprehended 6 laws, was exceptionally talented, and, had he not died prematurely due to an accident, he would definitely have become an immortal. In such a short period of time, Hua Qiu has displayed more than 20 kinds of laws. Moreover, they keep appearing. No one knows exactly how many kinds of power he has mastered. The top geniuses of Xuanzhen were truly dumbfounded. Moreover, the supernatural powers and techniques used by the supreme being of the 9 provinces were something they had never seen before. Each one is exquisite and unparalleled. That's a secret technique passed down only by a dominant force, and it pales in comparison. There are rumors that the supreme being of the 9 provinces is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces. I didn't believe it before, and I still don't believe it now. Someone said slowly. Is this some kind of ancient immortal reincarnation? Even the ancient immortals of the 9 provinces wouldn't be this outrageous. What the hell is this thing and what's its background? Everyone shared the same feeling. Such an existence exists in dimensions beyond the comprehension of this star system. The ancient immortals of the 9 provinces are truly incomparable. They weren't the only ones shocked at that moment. Inside the fairy cave in the 4th level of the fairy realm, the 11 scattered immortals watched Hua Qiu wreaking havoc in the scene and remained silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. Fellow Daoist Yunsong, is this the pawn you chose, the one you nurtured? Master Yunsong's face was grim. Of course, he had no idea that Hua Qiu was hiding so many abilities. Bare-handed, wielding immortal artifacts, mastering all laws. Let alone those geniuses of the Xuanzhen realm, even these self-proclaimed rogue immortals who control the star field have never seen such a monstrous talent. Hua Qiu's existence was also beyond their comprehension. This displeased the planners. No one likes something that is beyond their control and unknowable. Moreover, their presence made them feel threatened and wary. Master Yunsong remained silent, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. How could he not understand that the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces had been deceiving him all along? This child cannot be allowed to live. A rogue immortal said in a deep voice. He was destined to die in this demon immortal realm. Venerable Yunsong said calmly, if Xuanzhen has no one who can kill him, I will personally take action. Everyone nodded and continued to observe. At the 2nd level spatial teleportation array, the ground was littered with corpses. In a short period of time, Hua Qiu almost wiped out all the Xuanzhen cultivators. Even in the ancient battle of the 9 provinces, Xuanzhen's losses were far less than this. With most of the Xuanzhen prodigies dead, this generation will experience a generational gap, which will then affect the next generation. This is an unprecedented decline. Soon, only a few seeds, including the heavenly palace goddess, and a few geniuses who were close to becoming seeds remained. It's your turn, Hua Qiu said calmly, looking at them. Even the most promising talents couldn't help but tremble. Goddess, what should we do? Several people looked at the goddess of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace goddess is dead, and since she holds the highest position here, everyone wants her to make decisions. The goddess of the heavenly palace turned pale. What solutions could she possibly have? He was a demon-like killing god, and even when everyone joined forces, they were no match for him. Escape. The goddess of the heavenly palace managed to utter a single word after a long pause. Everyone was stunned. The word escape doesn't exist in their vocabulary, but it's the only way out for them right now. Okay, let's split up and escape, as many as we can get away. Now only the 4 sovereigns can restrain this supreme being of the 9 provinces. Let's hurry and find the 4 sovereigns. Roar. As they were discussing this, a roar came from outside the valley where the teleportation array was located, and the aura of a powerful demonic beast spread over. The men immediately turned pale, their faces ashen. That was the aura of a void-returning stage demon beast, and there was more than one. Escaping from here would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. There is no way out, only a dead end. Am I, Xuanzhen, destined to be wiped out by the supreme being of the 9 provinces? Someone roared, filled with despair. Why would such a monster be born in a desolate land like Kyushu? They even began to resent the injustice of fate. Damn it, even if I die, I want to die with dignity. One of the seeds, with a fierce expression, took out a magic weapon and charged towards Hua Qiu. Go to hell! He charged forward like a fireball, radiating brilliant spiritual light. He actually chose to self-destruct, intending to perish together with Hua Qiu. I'm buying you time, you must find a way to escape. His desperate voice echoed in the minds of the others. The geniuses of Xuanzhen looked on with sorrow, and could only watch helplessly as he went to his death. However, such a reckless self-destruction should at least injure that supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. They regained their hope. Self-destruct? Hua Qiu's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Countercurrent. He uttered 2 words. Suddenly, the seed prodigy who was halfway through his self-destruction froze, and the terrifying power emanating from his body flowed back. Everyone was speechless. The 10 supreme laws, the law of time. A self-destruction was immediately prevented. You? The seed, about to self-destruct, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Hua Qiu pointed a finger, causing it to be enveloped in spiritual light annihilation. The last few Xuanzhen prodigies were plunged into despair once again. If they can't even self-destruct, what other abilities do they have? They can only wait to die. Good, well done, let the Xuanzhen realm be completely severed. The Pang and Jiang clans were extremely excited from the very beginning. Such a supreme being, how magnificent! This is far more astonishing than what the original supreme being did. Inside Hua Qiu's storage space, the skeleton seemed to be able to sense the situation outside, its joints making creaking sounds, its emotions unknown. Goddess, I will personally send you on your way. Hua Qiu looked at the goddess of the heavenly palace and smiled. The entanglement between him and the goddess of the heavenly palace has existed since he descended to the mortal realm, now it's time to end it. The goddess of the heavenly palace sighed. With no other choice, she had to accept death. Fortune's wheel turns, and in this life, nothing can stop the 9 provinces. Buzz. Just as Hua Qiu was about to make a move, the sky suddenly trembled, and a halo spread out. 4 figures stood tall in the sky, their imposing presence overwhelming. In an instant, the last few prodigies went from sorrow to joy. Lord. 973, Chapter 973, The Overlord Scheme. The 4 rulers of the Xuanzhen realm have not shown their faces since entering the demon immortal realm. Perhaps they have something important to do, or perhaps they have some ulterior motive. They wouldn't have shown themselves if Hua Qiu hadn't been trying to wipe out all the Xuanzhen prodigies. My lord, you finally arrived. The last few surviving prodigies couldn't help but burst into tears. The 4 rulers stood in the sky, their faces grim. The ground was littered with the corpses of Xuanzhen cultivators, mostly supreme beings and young prodigies. The new generation and core strength of the Xuanzhen world were almost all lost at Hua Qiu's hands. Including those he killed before, the number of Xuanzhen cultivators who died at his hands has reached several thousand. My lord, kill him quickly, avenge my Xuanzhen cultivators. A prodigy shouted angrily. But the 4 rulers stood in the sky, making no move. They didn't show much anger, nor did they seem to have much murderous intent. This puzzled the goddesses and others in the heavenly palace. Huaqiu looked up at the four high and mighty rulers, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze flickering. This is the second level of the demon immortal realm, where even wandering immortals are not exempt from the rules. Therefore, the four great rulers are also at the nascent soul stage. Of the four rulers, Huaqiu had only met one. That is the ruler of Mount Futu. At this moment, his face was stern, and an object appeared in his hand. Huaqiu's expression immediately became very strange. That's a small, magical pagoda from the treasure vault of Mount Futu. The real immortal tower is still in Huaqiu's storage space. The one he created was merely a replica made using the law of replication. Fortunately, the ruler of Mount Futu did not actually activate it, but simply let it float in his palm. The other three rulers also unleashed their respective magical treasures. They seemed determined to join forces and annihilate Huaqiu. In ancient times, when the Xuanjin realm invaded the 9 provinces, they did the same thing, besieging the first supreme being of the 9 provinces who was at the Mahayana stage, and finally killing him. How shameless! We swear to live and die with the Supreme One. The Pang and Jiang families stood behind Huaqiu, their faces filled with indignation. The four rulers naturally wouldn't care about these small fry. Initiate the formation, the heavenly palace ruler said calmly. The other 3 rulers simultaneously cast spells, creating a large array that completely enveloped the area. Huaqiu glanced at the formation but didn't seem to care much. In the lower realms, this is the highest level of formation, and it can be considered to be of the level of a celestial formation. The 4 rulers didn't really set up an array, they simply activated an array plate, and the array was released by that plate. This formation can seal off space and isolate everything, including the divine sense of cultivators. It's a good tool for encircling and killing enemies. Inside the 4th level of the immortal cave, 11 rogue immortals had darkened faces. The formation not only sealed off Huaqiu and the others, but also prevented them from observing. Inside the seal, Huaqiu found himself alone. The Pang and Jiang clans were separated and isolated on one side. Those few Xuanjin prodigies couldn't see it either. He didn't know what the 4 rulers were up to, nor did he try to break the formation. Instead, he waited and observed. Not long after, 4 figures emerged from the mist, facing Huaqiu directly. The supreme ruler, the high and mighty ruler of the star field, is full of majesty. Huaqiu remained extremely indifferent when facing them. Judging from their appearance, they didn't seem like they were going to make a move. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the ruler of Mount Futu conjured up a pavilion on the ground, with a tea room upstairs. The 4 of them leaped upstairs and stood at the door. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, pleased the sovereign of Mount Futu gestured to Huaqiu below. Huaqiu had no qualms or hesitation, so he flew up and entered the pavilion. The 5 people sat together at a table. The ruler of Mount Futu casually served everyone a cup of fine tea. I consider myself honored to be able to drink tea personally poured by the supreme ruler, Huaqiu said jokingly. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are a smart man. Some things don't need to be said too explicitly, the heavenly palace ruler said calmly. Why don't you explain it more clearly? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. You are the reincarnation of an ancient immortal, so your memories must have been awakened. You should be able to sense what kind of conspiracy those rogue immortals are plotting. There's no need to play dumb, the earthly sovereign said in a muffled voice. The so-called 100 Realms Grand Competition is just a smokescreen for them. They want to use the blood energy of high-level cultivators to activate the Ascension platform in the demon immortal realm, thereby opening the path to the immortal realm. Everyone is just a pawn in their game. Hearing this, Huaqiu already understood. As the overt rulers of this star field, the 4 sovereigns naturally possess wisdom. They already knew about the schemes of the wandering immortals. This reaction is actually quite obvious. They wanted to rebel, they didn't want to be used as pawns and made pointless sacrifices. So, you want to cooperate with me? Huaqiu asked with a half-smile. It cannot be denied that within this restricted realm of demons and immortals, your combat power is extraordinary, the Lord of the Underworld also spoke. Perhaps, even if we four were to fight one-on-one, we might not be able to defeat you. These rogue immortals have undergone numerous tribulations and are extremely powerful. Moreover, they have entered this demon immortal realm many times and are more familiar with it than any of us. It is difficult for us to fight them here, but we have no choice but to enter this demon immortal realm. Huaqiao smiled slightly. Because, in the realm of immortals, even rogue immortals are subject to the same restrictions, right? That's right, all four nodded. As long as they are at the same level, the gap between a rogue immortal and a cultivator will not be so great as to be insurmountable. However, there are 12 loose immortals. Even in a battle between those of the same realm, they have the advantage in numbers. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, your combat strength is unparalleled among those of the same realm, making you a very good ally. All 4 rulers looked at Huaqiao. You have no choice but to cooperate with us when we reach the 4th level and deal with those rogue immortals. We'll ascend the ascension platform together. Once the immortal path opens, we'll travel together to the immortal realm to become immortals. Huaqiao's gaze microcondensation. I originally thought the 4 rulers were just trying to defy fate. They were also after that path to immortality through smuggling. Therefore, even though they knew that the 100 Realms Grand Competition was a conspiracy by the wandering immortals, they still chose to comply. They personally led numerous Xuanzhen cultivators, bringing the backbone of the Xuanzhen realm into this demon immortal realm, intending to sacrifice them. All for the sake of opening the path to immortality. These are the reclusive immortals who aspire to be the Oriole in the rear, but instead outmaneuver the Mantis. They didn't care how many Xuanzhen cultivators were sacrificed, even if some of them were their disciples or followers. So many lives were sacrificed for an uncertain path to immortality. What a cold and ruthless ruler, Huaqiao sneered inwardly. Whether it's those wandering immortals or the 4 rulers, none of them are good people. All that scheming is nothing more than self-righteousness. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, what is your choice? All 4 stared at Huaqiao. If Huaqiao doesn't agree, they'll have no choice but to silence him. Huaqiao smiled meaningfully. Tell me your plans. 974, Chapter 974. A close call. The Pang and Jiang clansmen were extremely anxious in the center of the erase mist, both worried about Huaqiao's safety. The heavenly goddess and her companions were also extremely anxious. They were all worried about the same thing. What happened to the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Was he successfully surrounded and killed by the 4 sovereigns? Just as they were getting anxious, the surrounding fog suddenly began to dissipate. This means the sealing formation will dissipate. Both sides tensed up. Before long, the formation completely dissipated. What? Both sides were stunned when they saw what was happening before them. Inside the pavilion, the 4 rulers and the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces sat together, drinking tea and seemingly having a pleasant conversation. What's going on? The 2 sides looked at each other, completely baffled. Can mortal enemies sit together peacefully and drink tea? In the 4th level of space, the 11 scattered immortals, witnessing this scene through their magical artifacts, were also stunned. Have they formed an alliance? All 11 men had grim expressions. This is not the outcome they wanted. If the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces were to fight the 4 great sovereigns, one side would inevitably suffer damage. The blood energy required for the ascension platform is almost sufficient, but we lack the blood energy of some powerful individuals. The stronger the better of these 5, at least 2 must perish to be enough. One of them said coldly. If they don't fight, then we might have to step in. Some people frowned deeply. Getting involved personally is something they are unwilling to do. It's not just because they are also subject to the restrictions of the fairy realm and their fate is at risk. Furthermore, because the world of demons and immortals is full of strange occurrences, the more battles one participates in, the more likely one is to encounter trouble. If that's the case, we'll have no choice but to take action, Venerable Yunsong said in a deep voice. Given the character of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, getting him to put aside his hatred and cooperate is harder than climbing to heaven. Let's wait and see, there may be many more twists and turns. The other wandering immortals nodded. On the 2nd floor, Huaqiao and the 4 rulers walked up to the crowd. From this day forward, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces will hold the same position as the 4 of us in my Xuanzhen realm. You shall all pay your respects and pay your respects, the heavenly palace ruler said calmly. What? The remaining geniuses, including the heavenly palace goddess, all changed their expressions, looking incredulous. The Pang and Zhang clans were also astonished. How could things have turned out like this so soon after the formation was set up? What kind of show is this? My lord, what exactly is going on? A man asked, his voice heavy with shock and anger. Presumptuous. The master of Mount Futu let out a fierce shout. Anyone who dares to object will be killed. The several Xuanzhen prodigies immediately shut their mouths. The ruler has always been high above and full of majesty, which Xuanzhen cultivator would dare not be afraid? Come here and pay your respects to the ruler of the 9 provinces, the heavenly palace ruler said coldly. The group looked on incredulously. What kind of situation is this? What exactly happened during the time the formation was sealed off? Do you dare to disobey orders? The earthly sovereign raised an eyebrow. Greeting sovereign of the 9 provinces, a prodigy, his face grim, bowed and spoke slowly and deliberately. Greetings, sovereign of the 9 provinces. Another prodigy bowed down, gritting his teeth. The surviving prodigies bowed to Hua Qiu one by one, their hearts filled with reluctance. In the end, only the heavenly goddess remained. When the gazes of the 4 rulers fell upon her, she could not withstand the pressure. This humble servant greets the ruler of the 9 provinces, the heavenly goddess said gracefully, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. She could guess that Hua Qiu had reached some kind of cooperation with the 4 rulers, but she was surprised by Hua Qiu's high status. He's actually on par with the 4 great rulers. Hua Qiu watched with great interest. These people were protected by the 4 sovereigns. They are all top geniuses, reaching the peak of the Mahayana stage, and their combat strength within the same realm is also excellent. They can play a significant role in the plans of the 4 rulers. As for the other Xuanzhen prodigies, the 4 rulers didn't care and let Hua Qiu kill them. Your Majesty, the Pang and Jiang families stared blankly at Hua Qiu. They feared that Hua Qiuzhen had defected to the Xuanzhen realm and abandoned her duties. Hua Qiu merely cast a cold glance at them, and the Jiang clan chief and the Pang clan patriarch trembled. They knew that the Supreme One must have his own plans. At their signal, the cultivators from both races remained calm. Alright, let's work together and move towards the 3rd level, the heavenly palace ruler commanded. This strange group then set off towards the outside of the valley. Outside the valley, void-returning stage demonic beasts lurked, eyeing the group's flesh and blood. They quickly became agitated upon smelling their approaching scent. Hua Qiu made no move, acting as if it were none of his business. You beast, get out! The 4 rulers stood in front, emanating a terrifying aura, and each activated a magical artifact, causing an inexplicable aura to permeate the surrounding area. This worked very well. The void-returning stage demonic beasts outside the valley were stunned and fell silent. The sound of the monsters retreating reached everyone, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Led by the 4 rulers, they finally emerged from the valley. This time, everyone was only focused on getting there and didn't pursue the opportunities within the 2nd level. This greatly increases the speed. After flying in the air for about an hour, the group arrived at a mountain peak. There were traces of formations on the mountain peak, as well as signs of cultivator activity. A beam of light pierced through the clouds from the mountain peak. That is the passage leading to the 3rd floor. Roar! A powerful demonic beast is blocking the way at the foot of the mountain. There's no way around it this time. The Lord of the Underworld stepped forward first, holding a long sword. He only drew his sword when the void-returning stage demon beast charged straight at him. With a single, astonishing strike, the sword light shot out swiftly, carrying considerable power. The sword light struck the demonic beast's head, cleaving it in 2. Apart from Hua Qiu and those at the Dominator level, everyone else was at the 10th level. Extremely shocking. Despite being limited to the void-returning stage in cultivation, he could instantly kill a void-returning stage demon beast with a single sword strike. Such strength is something even a prodigy like a goddess of the heavenly palace cannot achieve. as expected of a ruler-level being. This scene frightened the other monsters, and they all scattered on the road to the mountain peak, no longer daring to block the way. The group moved forward without any further obstacles. Once we reached the summit, we saw the beam of light. There are array patterns on the summit, clearly indicating that it is another teleportation array that needs to be activated. The four rulers each took out several top-grade spirit stones and threw them into the array's surrounding holes. Buzz. The teleportation array was activated, and the beam of light leading to the clouds began to rotate. Through the magic artifact, they saw that everyone had easily passed through the second level and gone straight to the third level. The 11 scattered immortals on the fourth level had increasingly gloomy expressions. This is not the outcome they wanted. They've entered the third level. The only solution now is for us to take action ourselves, causing 2 of those 5 to perish, and using their blood as a sacrifice to activate the ascension platform. 975, Chapter 975. Goddess throws herself into my arms. The third layer of the magic fairy realm. The third level was somewhat desolate, with a barren landscape as far as the eye could see. There was hardly any life in sight, even the grass and trees had withered and died. The four rulers clearly had some understanding of the situation in the demon immortal realm, and with them leading the way, things would be much easier. It is said that there is a great formation set up by the demon immortals on the third level of the demon immortal realm, where all living beings have sacrificed themselves in order to condense the essence of a spring, said the sovereign of Mount Futu, walking ahead. We cannot stay on this level any longer, or we will be refined by the formation and become nourishment for that spring. Then came silence. The team continued moving forward. Because the spiritual energy in this layer of space is depleted, flying would be extremely taxing on the individual, so the group walked to the teleportation point. After walking for about several hours, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy came from ahead. Not far ahead, you will see a pool of water, milky white in color, exuding an alluring fragrance and containing an extremely rich spiritual energy. This is the fountain of life, condensed from the depletion of the third layer of vitality, the sovereign of Mount Futu said in a deep voice. I wonder what the demon immortal's purpose was in setting up the great array to annihilate the beings in the third layer of space and condense this spring water. But this pool of water in front of them is a treasure to cultivators. If it were placed in the outside world, it would surely attract a lot of cultivators to fight over it. This fountain of life can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded as long as there is still a breath left. Drinking this water will bring you back to life, said the Lord of Mount Futu. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. But this spring water cannot be taken away, otherwise it will trigger the great formation of the demon immortal realm and be swallowed by that formation. One sentence caused everyone to show their disappointment. The spring water can't be taken away, but bathing in it would be of great benefit to the cultivators themselves, one of the rulers added. Let us rest here for a while, and everyone can bathe in the fountain of life. When the ruler spoke, everyone readily agreed. The spring is small, and there are many people, so they need to bathe in batches. Those who enter first will undoubtedly be the four sovereigns and people of Huaqiu's level. Huaqiu occupied a corner of the spring, entered naked, and enjoyed the nourishment of the spring of life. The four rulers are located in other places. Because the spring water produces a thick mist, it is impossible to see each other clearly. Buzz. Just as Huaqiu was enjoying himself, a beam of light suddenly flew over his head, turning into a light curtain around him, enveloping him and isolating him from the outside world. Huaqiu's expression hardened. He did not let his guard down and continued to release his divine sense. This beam of light was sent by the heavenly palace ruler. It wasn't an attack on him, and I don't know what his intention was. There was a slight noise behind me. Huaqiu turned around and saw a snow-white body. The celestial goddess, completely naked, swayed gracefully as she walked towards him. She was already stunningly beautiful, and now she was completely exposed to Huaqiu. Looking across the entire starfield, few people could resist such temptation. What is the goddess doing? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow and asked. He didn't believe that the goddess of the heavens would actually throw herself into his arms. This woman wanted to kill him more than anyone else. The Lord has sent me to serve you, the heavenly goddess said calmly, her expression aloof. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. Was she using her beauty to seduce him because she was afraid he wouldn't cooperate? If it weren't for his ability to cleanse his mind with spiritual power, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. So, you agreed? Hua Qiu asked with a mocking expression. The heavenly goddess is a woman of great aloofness. There are almost no men in the world she would even look at. She would certainly be extremely unwilling to do something like offering herself up to please someone. We have no choice but to obey the Lord's command, the heavenly goddess replied. As she spoke, she took light steps and walked to Hua Qiu's side before entering the water. Those patches of snow white were so captivating that it was impossible to look away. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are so stunning, you are worthy of my body, the heavenly palace goddess said softly. With her slender, jade-like arms wrapped around Hua Qiu's neck, the heavenly goddess sat on Hua Qiu's lap. Warm and soft, with endless charm. Every move she makes can make countless men's blood boil. Hua Qiu, however, appeared quite calm. The celestial goddess frowned. She had never treated any man like that before. As she said, there are almost no men in the world worthy of her body. Although their positions differ, the supreme being of the 9 provinces' extraordinary talent makes him arguably the greatest person in the history of this starfield, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to surpass him in the future. She may be unwilling, but she wasn't exactly resentful. What, my charm can't sway you? The goddess of the heavenly palace pressed herself against Hua Qiu, and began to actively seduce him. It was as if he was sulking. Few in the world can match the goddess's charm, Hua Qiu said. That's the truth. Then why are you unmoved? The goddess of the heavenly palace asked. Or would you like me to do it myself? Her voice became increasingly alluring. Hua Qiu also felt a surge of heat in her body and experienced some reactions. He quickly activated the creation technique to calm the agitation. Goddess, please have some self-respect, Hua Qiu said, changing her expression. I am a married man. The goddess's pretty face instantly darkened. She never expected that even after lowering herself so much, she still couldn't win over the supreme being of the 9 provinces. Is your wife some kind of celestial being descended to earth? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. In my heart, she is a true celestial being. Upon hearing this, the heavenly goddess's expression grew even colder. A moment later, she got up and put on her clothes. You don't know what's good for you. After leaving behind a few words, the goddess of the heavenly palace angrily departed. Hua Qiu said nothing about this. All 8 main ingredients have been gathered, and the other ingredients are also easy to collect once we leave this demon immortal realm. Ziwei, I will give you a new life, he said silently to himself. In other locations around the Fountain of Life, the 4 rulers had actually been keeping an eye on that isolated place. Seeing the heavenly goddess emerge with a cold expression, the 4 of them couldn't help but show surprise. They used a honey trap because they were worried that Hua Qiu wouldn't cooperate properly. Even the goddesses of the heavenly palace couldn't move his heart. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has such a firm will that even immortals might not be able to match him, the Lord of Mount Futu said, his face darkening. The more extraordinary Hua Qiu was, the more they feared him. The 4 exchanged glances, some things left unsaid. But they have their own plans. The meaning is quite clear. What, walking the path to immortality together? Oh. The light curtain above Hua Qiu's head dissipated. He was about to close his eyes and rest when suddenly his expression froze. A figure was lying in the spring water next to him. A skeleton. It had somehow escaped from Hua Qiu's storage space and was now lying next to him, soaking in the fountain of life. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. When did you come out? Hua Qiu asked with a dark face. These are the remains of the first supreme being. How can it so casually run out like this? Isn't it afraid that if the 4 sovereigns discover it, they will destroy its remains completely? Hua Qiu glanced at it, then his expression froze again. 976, Chapter 976 The First Generation's Revival. This skeleton is actually absorbing the fountain of life. Hua Qiu raised his hand and cast a restriction, isolating the area once again so that even the four rulers could not detect it. The first-generation skeleton absorbed the fountain of life without regard for others, and the speed and amount of absorption increased rapidly. Hua Qiu frowned as she looked at it. The fountain of life cannot be taken away, otherwise it will trigger the demon fairy array. Even if it is transformed into other forms, it still cannot be taken away, otherwise the cultivators here would have already been drinking it wildly in the pool. Where did that skeleton get the guts to do that? Regardless of whether it triggers the demon immortal array, the way it absorbs energy is enough for the four sovereigns to detect. Soon, the water level of the fountain of life in the pool dropped. Outside, the four rulers frowned. What is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces doing? He has triggered the Great Formation, and no one can leave. The four people looked grim. They tried to use their divine sense to probe the situation over there, but Hua Qiu's attack consisted of a restriction composed of immortal array runes, which they could not break through. As the fountain of life dwindled, the four men's faces grew increasingly grim. They are currently in a cooperative relationship, and they cannot directly go over and forcefully break the restrictions. Fortunately, the magic array has not reacted for the time being. The four of them only hoped that Hua Qiu could know how to handle the situation. Inside the restricted area, Hua Qiu's face darkened. The skeleton finally stopped absorbing the fountain of life. He was speechless as he looked at the clearly declining water level. How does it digest so much life-giving water after absorbing it? It's just a skeleton, is there even room for it? Strangely, despite absorbing so much of the fountain of life, the magic fairy array was not activated. Has the magic fairy array malfunctioned? Just then, the skeleton changed again. Its skeleton radiated a precious light, as if it were about to undergo a transformation. Hua Qiu frowned as he looked at it, then his expression hardened as if he had thought of something. This guy wants to refine his physical body. He finally realized. Sure enough, flesh began to grow on the skeleton, and red veins appeared. No wonder it absorbed so much of the fountain of life without making a sound. It turns out it was used to regenerate muscle and bone. Hua Qiu's expression fluctuated. The first supreme being is about to condense his physical body and revive. However, relying on this fountain of life to succeed would be very difficult. Without hesitation, he took out a bunch of pills from his storage space and threw them all over. Those are all pills made from top-grade spiritual herbs, which are among the best in the lower realm. The skeleton accepted all the pills without hesitation, opening its mouth to swallow them all, which greatly accelerated the speed at which it condensed its physical body. I'll help you one more time, Hua Qiu said, his eyes shining, as he used his creation spiritual power. The power of creation inherently possesses the ability to turn decay into wonder, and its effects are even more powerful than the fountain of life. Hua Qiu condensed a drop of creation elixir and applied it to the skeleton. In an instant, the skeleton glowed green and its speed increased dramatically again. Hua Qiu watched from the side, acting as its protector. He didn't help the other party because he was the first generation and made great contributions to Kyushu. He wanted to resurrect the original and learn the truth from him. He wasn't interested in things like ancient layouts. He just wanted to know why his name, Hua Qiu, was on the tombstone of the ancient tomb of the cultivators of Kyushu. Even the soul of the powerful immortal emperor has returned. Who in this world could possibly outwit him? Only the resurrection of the original can answer this mystery for him. Buzz. Suddenly, the third layer of space began to vibrate and hum. What happened? What's going on? The monks outside were terrified. This is a harbinger of a great upheaval that is about to occur. The four rulers had dark faces. Is it the demon immortal array? With so many fountains of life disappearing, the demon immortal array should have reacted by now, the Lord of the Underworld said in a deep voice. It's not the demon immortal array, the heavenly palace ruler said coldly. His divine sense was stronger than that of the other three rulers, enabling him to detect more accurate information. The magic fairy array hasn't been activated, but the current situation is even more troublesome than the activation of the magic fairy array. How so? The heavenly punishment of the magical realm has been moved. What? Even the supreme ruler changed color, filled with dread. The scattered immortals in the fourth level were also confused and somewhat flustered. Heavenly punishment, what's going on? Heavenly punishment only descends when something outside the rules appears in the demon immortal realm. If the laws of the magic and immortals exist, how can something exist outside of those rules? What could possibly transcend the rules of the magic and immortals? The scattered immortals were extremely shocked and hurriedly used their magical artifacts to survey the entire demon immortal realm. I searched everywhere but couldn't find the reason. Only within the wellspring of life, the location of Huaqiu remains undetectable. What exactly is this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces up to? If anything goes wrong, we could all be implicated. The wandering immortals were filled with rage. The supreme ruler of Kyushu is no pushover. Even Master Yunsong had a cold expression. He somewhat regretted having regarded Huaqiu as the seat of Kyushu. Damn it, is this skeleton trying to defy the heavens? Inside the sealed area, Huaqiu's lips twitched. The skeleton triggered divine punishment from the realm of demons and immortals, which was beyond his expectations. Isn't this skeleton just a condensed physical body? The fluctuations in energy were not significant, far from reaching the level of divine punishment. He also knew that the divine punishment in the demon realm was determined by the laws of the demon realm. Which aspect violated the laws of the magical realm? Boom! Thunderclouds gathered over the fountain of life. The 4 rulers wanted to curse. When this divine punishment descends, who can withstand it? Damn it, they really know how to cause me trouble. Huaqiu cursed as he rummaged through his storage space to retrieve his belongings. He had no choice but to shield the skeleton from this divine punishment. He used the precious resources to set up a celestial array. They even brought out celestial artifacts, which could withstand heavenly punishment if necessary. At the same time, they must conceal their presence to prevent the 4 rulers and those rogue immortals from noticing their presence here. When everything is ready, the heavenly punishment of lightning was about to descend. Boom! The long, thunderous serpents danced and roared, striking the restrictions and immortal arrays set up by Huaqiu. Fortunately, his skill in array formations was extremely high, and although the immortal array was hastily set up, the effect was still quite good. The lightning strikes ahead were all blocked by the immortal array. Buzz. The 9 provinces dragon seal automatically flew out from Huaqiu's body to meet the lightning tribulation. It's unclear whether they're protecting Huaqiu or the original generation. Unexpectedly, the 9 provinces dragon seal shone brightly, blocking numerous bolts of lightning. Not only was it undamaged, but its light shone even brighter. Has the 9 provinces dragon seal also undergone a transformation? Huaqiu glanced at the skeleton undergoing changes, then looked at the dragon seal in the air, revealing a hint of surprise. The 4 rulers stared at the dragon seal with some surprise. They had come into contact with this dragon seal in ancient times, but back then it was not so powerful. The scattered immortals in the 4th level of space looked at each other, their expressions fluctuating. This is actually a high-grade immortal artifact. 977, Chapter 977 Deciphering the First Generation. With a top-grade immortal artifact blocking the way, the pressure on the immortal formation below was immediately reduced. Huaqiu stared at the 9 provinces dragon seal for a while. He was certain that the 9 provinces dragon seal was not being moved for his sake. Although he is now the owner of the dragon seal, this move by the dragon seal was unexpected. It was made for the first supreme being. It developed its power for its first owner. Huaqiu had previously discovered that the dragon seal was no ordinary object, but he hadn't realized that it was actually a top-grade immortal artifact. The dragon seal possessed a spirit and intentionally concealed itself, so he had not investigated it thoroughly. Huaqiu stared at the skeleton thoughtfully. Even the most powerful first-generation supreme being of the 9 provinces was only a Mahayana cultivator. How could he possibly command such a celestial artifact to serve him? The heavenly tribulation lightning grew increasingly violent, exceeding the tolerance of even a master-level cultivator. Even wandering immortals would be terrified in the face of it. Hua Qiu didn't know if Long Shi and the immortal array he had set up could withstand it. Just then, the skeleton, which had already condensed half of its flesh and blood, suddenly stood up and rapidly formed hand seals. Then some runes appeared, and the lightning tribulation in the sky suddenly calmed down and then began to dissipate. Hua Qiu's expression hardened again. With his keen eye, he immediately noticed the clue. The spell cast by this first supreme being had the same aura of rules as the one that permeated the demon immortal realm. He and that demon fairy definitely have a close relationship, they can be said to be from the same clan. Seeing that the divine punishment had dissipated, the people outside breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Qiu sat by the pool, staring intently at the skull. Its lower body's flesh and blood have already solidified, and it won't be long before its upper body is completed as well. Seeing this, Hua Qiu sent another burst of creative spiritual energy over. The speed at which the skeleton's flesh and blood condensed increased even further. Hua Qiu simply watched as it gradually condensed its physical body. After an unknown amount of time, a handsome man appeared before Hua Qiu. "Tesis, the first supreme being of Kyushu," Hua Qiu said calmly. His physical body revival was naturally not as good as Hua Qiu's creation of a physical body for Yu Ziwei. This physical body is not very strong, and its cultivation level is only at the integration stage. It seems to be in a period of weakness. Once it fully recovers, it may be able to reach the realm of immortals. Hua Qiu created a perfect physical body for Yu Ziwei. Not only is it an exceptionally gifted body for cultivation, but its cultivation level can reach the realm of immortals immediately after it is created, and its growth is limitless. The first supreme being opened his eyes bright and piercing. He was not confused. He looked at Hua Qiu immediately and then bowed respectfully. "Thank you, fellow Taoist," he said with a smile. He understood that without Hua Qiu's help, it would have taken him many more years to reach this point. Hua Qiu, his face dark, strode over to him. "You, first generation, you plotted against me from the very beginning, didn't you?" His eyes were sharp. He managed to collect all of the original's remains. They all seem like coincidences, but upon closer examination, they are not as simple as just coincidences. And it was precisely because of his help that the first generation was able to recover so quickly. No one else could possibly have this ability. Hua Qiu would never believe it wasn't a scheme, not even if he died. Everything was done out of necessity. "I hope you won't blame me, fellow Taoist." The first supreme one bowed deeply once more, full of apology. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Hua Qiu couldn't keep blaming him. "Tell me, who helped you plot against me?" Hua Qiu asked, her expression turning cold. "At your level, you cannot reach this world." The first supreme ruler smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist is right. I am just a minor Mahayana cultivator from the lower realm. Naturally, I do not have such abilities." Hua Qiu raised a cold smile. "Mahayana ah. Ancient immortal of the 9 provinces, if you continue to try to deceive me, don't blame me for being impolite." Combining all the clues, Hua Qiu already understood most of the situation. Everyone says he is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces. In reality, this first generation was the true reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Therefore, he possessed such amazing talent that he could contend against a supreme ruler in the tribulation transcending stage during the Mahayana stage. The burial and placement of his remains after his death was not something an ordinary person could do. Ancient immortal dojos nurture corpses, and the demon immortal realm stores bones. There must be an extraordinary person to help. Such profound knowledge and resources are possessed only by the ancient immortals of the past in the entire starfield. The first supreme being's expression froze, revealing a strange look. Fellow Daoistia truly deserved to be a celestial being from beyond the realm. Hua Qiu guessed correctly, he was indeed an ancient immortal reincarnated. "Tell me the background, including your entanglement with the fairy." Hua Qiu's expression returned to calm. The first supreme being, seeing that he could no longer hide it, smiled helplessly. "Fine. Since I can't hide it from you, fellow Taoist, I will tell you everything. The first Supreme Being composed himself and began to speak. I am the first cultivator in this star field to achieve immortality, and I am an exception, having explored the path to immortality entirely on my own. To become an immortal, I abandoned many things, even my human emotions. I severed all distracting thoughts, forming an avatar, another me, the evil me. In the many years that followed, I constantly battled my evil self. I wanted to destroy it, while it wanted to devour me. We fought to the point of exhaustion, but neither succeeded. After a long time, unexpectedly, we both embarked on the path of immortality. I became an ancient immortal of the 9 provinces, while he became a little-known demon immortal. Huaqiu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It turns out that the demon fairy was actually an incarnation of an ancient fairy. In a star field where no immortals have ever emerged, it is truly remarkable that an ancient immortal could achieve immortality through his own exploration. Such talents are highly sought after in the immortal realm. The fairy was the same, even more outstanding. Even a mere avatar can cultivate to become an immortal, and even if they follow an evil path, they are still very powerful. The first Supreme Being continued his narration. Finally, I had a final battle with the evil body. In that battle, we were both severely injured and on the verge of death, almost perishing. After that, I suffered. Following some guidance, we chose to reincarnate, but our evil form seemed to have followed the same path because neither of us has a complete path to immortality. If we cultivate anew, we can reach a higher level. I became the first supreme ruler of Kyushu, and you know what happened after that. That life was also imperfect. I accepted guidance again, chose to fall and rebuild, reforged my physical body, and walked another path. My evil body also chose a different path. As you can see, with your help, I condensed a physical body here, and that evil body is about to be completed. After hearing this, Huaqiu stared intently at the first generation Supreme. He wasn't interested in anything else, no matter how bizarre it was. He only cared about the one sentence he heard. The first Supreme Being underwent 2 periods of cultivation rebirth, both times guided by some kind of inspiration. First Supreme Being, tell me truthfully, who gave you guidance, and how did they guide you? The one who guided the first Supreme Being was the one who truly plotted against him. 978, Chapter 978. The Last Floor. After Huaqiu finished asking the question, the first Supreme Being fell silent. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and uttered 2 words. I don't know. Huaqiu's expression instantly darkened. You don't know? You're telling me you don't know? He was furious. He went through all that trouble to resurrect the original Supreme Being, but that wasn't the answer he wanted. He naturally didn't believe this answer, thinking that the first Supreme Being was deceiving him. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. The first Supreme looked rather helpless. I truly do not know who that person is, or rather, I don't even know what he is. Huaqiu frowned even more deeply. From beginning to end, it was just a voice that appeared in my mind. Have never seen its true form, let alone know what kind of existence it is. Huaqiu's expression began to darken. A voice. The only thing guiding the first Supreme Being was a voice. He had just carefully monitored the soul fluctuations of the first Supreme Being with his divine soul and found that he was not lying. But this result left him with nothing. What did that voice say? He could only press. The voice claimed to come from beyond the mortal realm, capable of seeing through the past, present, and future. It said that if one wanted to change their destiny, they had to follow its guidance because it easily revealed my various secrets and showed me the future of the 9 provinces. As everything gradually came true, I began to believe in it. He told me to rebuild my cultivation twice, and said that in this second life, an unprecedented and unparalleled godlike being would be born in Kyushu. That person would change the course of history of this starfield, create a new era, and my destiny would change accordingly. This second life is my cycle of fate. After listening, Huaqiu had even more doubts. What exactly was that sound? How did he know him? It should be noted that he was the reincarnation of the Supreme Immortal Emperor, a being beyond the mortal realm. Even an immortal emperor who simultaneously controls time and the origin of reincarnation could not calculate the trajectory of his destiny. How did that voice know him? And how did they scheme to get him entangled in the so-called interstellar turmoil? What is his purpose? This is the most crucial point. There were too many questions, but no one came to answer them for Huaqiu. It is now certain that the appearance of my name on that tombstone was the work of that unknown entity. I have no idea what he's planning. Compared to him, those rogue cultivators who devised strategies were nothing more than small fry. This is the real mastermind behind it all. He was secretly driving the rotation and direction of a star field. As for whether he is friend or foe, it is impossible to determine at this time. Huaqiu remained silent for a long time, and did not ask the first-generation Supreme any further questions. No matter how many times you ask, you won't get any results. Fellow Taoist, I am currently in a weakened state and it is not advisable for me to appear outside, otherwise, the demon immortal will surely try every means to devour me. Please allow me to stay in your storage space a little longer. The day I emerge from seclusion will be the day when the sword of the 9 provinces points at Xuanzhen, and the day I sever ties with that evil body. Huaqiu thought for a moment and nodded. Go into my storage space, and don't touch anything inside, especially those precious medicinal herbs, he said in a muffled voice. No, the first Supreme One chuckled awkwardly. After sending the first Supreme Being into the storage space, Huaqiu lifted the seal on the place. Those outside were already anxiously waiting. It's good that your majesty is alright. The cultivators from the Jiang and Pang clans were finally relieved. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, what were you doing in there? The 4 rulers came forward, and one of them spoke coldly, with a rebuking tone. Huaqiu immediately frowned. What I do in there is none of your business, he retorted. The lord of the underworld paused, his face darkening. The 4 of them were already furious from what happened outside. Huaqiu did something inside that attracted divine punishment from the demon realm, causing them great unease. They were all afraid that disrupting their plans would make their chances of ascending to immortality slim. I had planned to question Huaqiu properly when he came out, but I ended up losing face instead. The Lord of the Underworld is, after all, one of the 4 supreme rulers. Apart from the loose immortals, they are the strongest in this starfield, and have been ruling the starfield for thousands of years on the surface. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I don't think you are sincerely interested in cooperating, the Netherworld Lord said in a sinister tone. Our plan can work just as well without you. Huaqiu's face also darkened. If that's the case, you can always go find someone else, he said indifferently. Or rather, if you have a problem with me, you can take action. You, the Lord of the Underworld, was speechless, his face filled with murderous intent. The other 3 rulers also frowned. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces seems to be quite arrogant and overly dismissive. Alright, business is important, let's not let a little disagreement ruin our harmony, the Heavenly Palace ruler stepped in to mediate. When we reach the 4th level, it will be fraught with danger. If we are injured here, all our efforts will be in vain. The Lord of the Underworld then fell silent. A cold glint flashed in Huaqiu's eyes, and he remained silent for the time being. When the time is right, I'll kill them all. This was a true reflection of his inner thoughts. If the 4 rulers could hear his thoughts, they would probably be astonished. Because they share the same idea. The so-called alliance is nothing more than a superficial one. This is an alliance where both sides want to eliminate the other. After leaving the Fountain of Life, the group headed towards the teleportation array in the 4th level of space. Since there are almost no living beings in the 3rd level, there are no obstacles in front of you. About 2 hours later, a high platform appeared ahead. A teleportation array was set up on the high platform, but the 1st and 2nd floors were much smaller. Clearly, the demon immortal anticipated that very few cultivators would be able to come here, and therefore the setup of the teleportation array was rather perfunctory, only allowing a few dozen people to be teleported at a time. Fellow Taoists, are you ready? The Heavenly Palace ruler stood at the very center of the formation and asked with great seriousness. The group exchanged glances and nodded emphatically. The Heavenly Palace ruler withdrew his gaze, and the top-grade spirit stone in his hand flew out, landing in the designated consumption area. Soon, the teleportation array shone brightly, and the teleportation began. After a dizzying spin, everyone found themselves in a completely new space. We've arrived at the 4th level. The Heavenly Palace ruler said in a deep voice. This is the last level of space in the fairy realm. There exists the last cave dwelling of the demon immortal, rumored to contain all his legacy, waiting only for a destined person. The concentration of spiritual energy in the fourth layer is incomparable to that of the 3 layers below, and the rules of heaven and earth in this layer have also changed. The cultivator's cultivation levels have been raised once again. The 4 supreme rulers are the only exceptions. I've returned to the Mahayana stage. One of the prodigies exclaimed joyfully. For them, there are no more restrictions, they are already in the Mahayana stage. On this level, all cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, are at the Mahayana stage. The Heavenly Palace ruler said meaningfully. 979, Chapter 979 Killing a Loose Immortal. Inside the 4th level of the fairy cave. They've arrived. A deep voice sounded. Of the 5, at least 2 must perish. Who will go into battle? The 11 people looked at each other, and none of them stepped forward. Fellow Daiwas Qinghong, you should go. Your cultivation level is lower here, so you are less affected by the rules of the demon immortal realm and less likely to cause a riot in the demon immortal realm, said the person in the main seat. When the path to immortality opens, you may go first, we swear this oath. Then, a thin old man stepped forward. Remember your oath, he said in a gruff voice, then strode away. Hua Qiu and the others walked out from beside the 4th level spatial teleportation array. Get ready, they're coming, the Heavenly Palace ruler whispered. Everyone immediately went into battle alert, their morale soaring to its peak, filled with vigilance. Boom! A sonic boom came from afar, and a figure flew towards them at high speed, leaving a long trail. From the moment he saw that trajectory, in just a short time, he had already reached the sky above everyone's heads. The gaunt old man carried a large gourd on his back and looked down at the crowd with murderous intent. May I ask which venerable one has come? A ruler shouted loudly. I am Qinghong, the gaunt old man said coldly. Master Qinghong, with the cultivation of a 3rd-level loose immortal, possesses a pseudo-immortal artifact as his natal artifact, a wine gourd. That wine gourd can refine all things. The Heavenly Palace ruler's voice immediately echoed in the minds of Hua Qiu and the others. He warned everyone to be careful. Hua Qiu glanced at the large gourd behind the old man, his eyes deep. He didn't need to walk with the Xuanjin cultivator. Only after communicating with the 4 rulers did they learn about the situation within the demon immortal realm. In the 4th level, everyone's cultivation level is controlled by the rules to the Mahayana stage, and even loose immortals are no exception. After all, immortals have experienced countless tribulations, and their physical bodies and souls are far stronger than those of ordinary cultivators. Even supreme rulers of the same realm have no confidence in defeating them. And there is one more point that is particularly important. The wandering immortals in this star field all refined their own natal pseudo-immortal artifacts. The pseudo-immortal artifact was connected to their aura, and could help them when the immortal tribulation came, while also being tempered by it. Because it has been imbued with celestial energy, it has become extraordinary, but it is still not as good as a true celestial artifact. Although pseudo-immortal artifacts cannot compare to immortal artifacts, their characteristics can provide great assistance to the wandering immortals in the demon immortal realm. The rules of the demon immortal realm are the laws and power of the immortal realm. The pseudo-immortal artifact is connected to the aura of the scattered immortals. When fully activated, it can release the aura of the laws of the immortal realm, temporarily obscuring the laws of the demon immortal realm. This allows the scattered immortals to be free from the suppression of the laws for a period of time, and to unleash their original powerful strength. Hua Qiu agreed to form an alliance with the Xuanjin cultivators only after he knew this. Throughout the myriad realms, below the immortal realm, there are numerous wandering immortals. Hua Qiu has seen many of them and knows that what they say is true. The fake immortal artifact could indeed achieve that effect. What are your instructions, Venerable Qinghong? The Heavenly Palace ruler asked, bowing his head. If we can avoid a complete falling out, let's be tolerant for now. What are your orders? Master Qinghong's expression was full of sarcasm. I am here to kill you, you don't need to play games with me anymore. The crowd wore grim faces and adopted a defensive posture. The four rulers stood very close together, with Hua Qiu standing next to them. If a rogue immortal were to make a move and use a pseudo-immortal artifact, they would be no match for him. However, the five of them had already discussed and devised a plan beforehand. Even without using pseudo-immortal artifacts, a rogue immortal is still at the Mahayana stage. Then don't give him the chance to use it. Move. The Heavenly Palace ruler uttered a single word. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all four of them moved, reaching their current speed limit. They pulled up a formation plate, activating the formation. I'd like to see what brilliant ideas you have, Master Qinghong said calmly. Confident in possessing a pseudo-immortal artifact, he naturally disregarded everyone present. If he wanted, he could wipe out everyone here in 2 breaths. It's just that it might cause fluctuations in the laws of the demon realm, which would be a bit tricky. Inside the demon immortal's cave, 10 rogue immortals stared at the screen, some of them frowning. Why don't you just kill them all and be done with it? Why does he have to put on this act? They are all at the Mahayana stage, which Qinghong can handle. Some people were non-committal, sharing the same mindset as Master Qinghong. In the arena, the array plates of the four rulers have been activated and have been set up in a simple manner. When the formation rose up, Master Qinghong's expression faltered slightly. He sensed danger. Could this be a celestial array? Master Qinghong's expression changed. He didn't expect these people to casually produce a celestial array plate. Brush. Master Qinghong flashed and tried to fly out of the immortal formation. But how could the four sovereigns let him escape? The array disc followed them like a shadow, and the four of them moved with it, still enveloping Master Qinghong within it. Bang bang bang. The array plate was fully deployed, and a celestial array bound Master Qinghong to a certain place. This immortal array is a completely sealing formation. Once its power binds a person, they will find it difficult to move. Master Qinghong was too arrogant and confident. He was caught off guard and controlled by the immortal array, and it was difficult for him to break free. Of course, if given more time, this formation won't be able to trap him. But why would we give him time? Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. The Heavenly Palace sovereign shouted. Hua Qiu, who was standing to the side, leaped high into the air and flicked his wrist, sending a long sword flying out of his storage space. As agreed beforehand, he was the one who would carry out the killing. As the cold light of the sword magnified in his pupils, Master Qinghong's expression changed rapidly, and fear appeared in his eyes. Having endured numerous tribulations in their immortal journey, the wandering immortals are most afraid of death. Each death requires the physical body to be reformed, and it takes a long time to cultivate back to health. Master Qinghong was extremely anxious and frantically racked his brains for a solution. With a thought, the large gourd behind him poured out spiritual light, enveloping him and providing both defense and protection. They also wanted to break the binding seal of the immortal array. His natal pseudo-immortal artifact has actually been refined to this extent. The four rulers looked rather grim. The immortal array bound the person, but it couldn't bind the pseudo-immortal artifact. Master Qinghong's cultivation is about to surge to the level of transcending tribulation, allowing him to easily annihilate everyone. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, hurry! Everyone pinned their hopes on Hua Qiu, staring intently at the sword in his hand. Hua Qiu's sword strike appeared extremely slow to everyone. There was no dazzling sword light, no grand display of power. It seemed like just an ordinary swing of the sword. With a single sword strike, the sword cleaved the radiant light of the pseudo-immortal artifact. Splash! The precious light shattered. Impossible! Master Qinghong's expression changed drastically, revealing shock and disbelief. The defense of a pseudo-immortal artifact is so easily breached? He no longer had the chance to think further. Hua Qiu's sword fell, and Shanghong Shangren, who had no more support, was directly struck. The next moment, his body was split in two. 980, Chapter 980 Soul Destruction. Hua Qiu cleaved Shanghong Shangren's body in two with a single sword strike. The four rulers showed surprise. They hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be so powerful, capable of killing even a rogue immortal with pseudo-immortal artifact defenses. Although the result was good, it also made them more wary of Hua Qiu. Master Qinghong's physical body was destroyed, but his soul flew out from the remains. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He was furious and filled with resentment. He was a powerful rogue immortal, the controller of a starfield, yet he lost his physical body to several tribulation-transcending stage cultivators due to a moment of carelessness. The one who destroyed his physical body was not even a Mahayana cultivator. Master Qinghong's anger had never been so intense. Without a physical body, even if the ascension platform is activated this time, he will not be able to go to the immortal realm. Moreover, it's unknown how many years it would take to reconstitute the physical body. He wished he could tear the people in front of him to pieces, especially the damned supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. When I reconstitute my physical body, I will surely annihilate you both, body and soul. Qinghong Shangren roared. The 4 rulers remained unmoved and simply ignored him. Once the ascension platform is successfully activated, they will ascend to the immortal realm and become immortals. Why would they care about the soul of a mere wandering immortal from the lower realm? The 4 of them had no intention of doing anything to Qinghong Shangren's soul. The soul of a wandering immortal is far more refined than their physical body, and they have means of self-preservation, making them extremely difficult to destroy. There is no need to waste time and spiritual energy on such a pointless thing. They didn't care. But Hua Qiu had no intention of letting it go. You think you can still leave? He sneered. Humph, brat, you'll be the first person I kill when I return. Master Qinghong said coldly, do you think you have the ability to retain my soul? You overestimate yourself. Why not? Hua Qiu asked with disdain. After he finished speaking, he moved his hands, and numerous mysterious runes appeared around his body. These runes scattered around, instantly sealing off a space. Master Qinghong's soul changed color drastically. Immortal Array Master, your mastery of array formations has reached such a level. He exclaimed in surprise. Hua Qiu is a master of immortal arrays, which is astonishing, but it's no secret. But Master Qinghong did not expect that his mastery of array formations was beyond what ordinary immortal array masters could match. To casually set up a celestial array with immortal runes even in the celestial realm, this must be the work of a highly accomplished celestial array master. With the space sealed off, his soul could not escape. Fortunately, the speed of divine soul flight is much faster than that of a cultivator's physical body flight, and he felt that Hua Qiu could not do anything to him in a short time. When the other rogue immortals come to help, that will be the end for that kid. He thought to himself. Inside the demon immortal's cave, 10 rogue immortals stared at the magic mirror in silence. A dignified immortal, fallen so easily. While everyone felt ashamed, it also served as a wake-up call for them. These 5 people should be killed, the rogue immortal sitting in the main seat said indifferently. This time, those who go will be richly rewarded. He looked at the other scattered immortals. 3 people represent the limit of what the wandering immortals can achieve in battles within the realm of demon immortals. If there are too many people, it will disrupt the laws of the demon realm and cause chaos. As long as the 3 of them don't underestimate their opponents like Master Qinghong, it won't be difficult for them to kill those people. Soon, 3 wandering immortals stepped forward and flew out of the cave. This time, having learned from past mistakes, they will not underestimate their opponent. Within the sealed space, Master Qinghong's spirit sneered. The other rogue immortals will arrive soon, and then you'll only have one way out, death. Trying to capture the soul of this venerable master, dream on. Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged. The space has been sealed off, so those wandering immortals cannot see into this place. Even though the 4 rulers outside were very close, they couldn't sense anything from them. Within this sealed space, he could do whatever he wanted. Dealing with the soul is far simpler for him than dealing with a physical cultivator. What gives you the confidence to jump around in front of me, a mere wandering immortal soul? Hua Qiu said indifferently, his eyes widening. Buzz. In an instant, an unknown fluctuation raged through the space. Master Qinghong's spirit, which had been wearing a cold smile, suddenly froze, and then his expression changed drastically, revealing an extremely painful look. His spirit suddenly dimmed considerably, and his soul became unstable. With that single glare from Hua Qiu, his soul suffered unimaginable damage. You. How do you know such a soul attack technique? Master Qinghong was utterly terrified and his voice was filled with disbelief. There are very few soul cultivators in this starfield. Those who know the secrets of soul attack are even fewer. What terrified him was that Hua Qiu could severely damage his soul. This not only requires a high-level soul attack technique, but also a powerful soul to support it. Otherwise, if the soul energy is insufficient, even the most powerful mental attack techniques will be unable to harm the soul of a wandering immortal. That was a divine soul that had survived countless tribulations. Is there anyone in the world whose soul can be cultivated to a level stronger than that of a wandering immortal? Master Qinghong was utterly shocked. Qinghong, you're nothing but a frog in a well, Hua Qiu said calmly. What strategist or controller, have you ever seen the outside world? Master Qinghong's face was grim. He knew he was truly in danger this time. There is a danger of being completely destroyed, both physically and spiritually. Show me your divine soul, and let this old man see just how powerful you are, he said in a deep voice, prepared for the worst. Hua Qiu smiled lightly. Can. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light shone from the back of his head. Buzz. The entire sealed space trembled and hummed as a golden giant appeared, towering into the sky. The spirit of Master Qinghong was as insignificant as an ant in comparison. This was still due to limited space, and Hua Qiu had compressed the immortal emperor's divine soul and body. Master Qinghong's mind was wide open, unable to utter a single word. What kind of spirit is this? It was a divine soul that was beyond his comprehension, unimaginable and inconceivable. It is to make him spiritual. The soul trembled with utter terror. Master Qinghong had never imagined that anyone in the world could cultivate such a terrifying soul. Can immortals do that? Absolutely not. So, what exactly is this terrifying thing right in front of us? Master Qinghong stared blankly at Hua Qiu, and suddenly a wave of sorrow and regret welled up in his heart. These arrogant and self-important immortals actually dared to scheme against such a terrifying being. He. Master Qinghong's soul let out a bitter laugh. He seemed to have foreseen the fate of the other wandering immortals. As for himself, he was utterly despondent and had no other thoughts. Master Qinghong's soul began to disintegrate and dissipate. Hua Qiu didn't do anything to him, it was just that his severely injured soul couldn't withstand the pressure of the immortal emperor's soul. Soon after, the sealed space was broken, and Hua Qiu appeared. Not seeing Qinghong Shangren's divine soul, the four rulers looked at each other in bewilderment. This Kai didn't actually destroy the soul of a rogue immortal, did he? There was no time to think. The sound of wind breaking rang out, and a powerful pressure descended. The three wandering immortals have arrived. 981, Chapter 981 Backstab. Where is Master Qinghong? The three immortals stood in the sky, their eyes searching everywhere, but they could not find the soul of Master Qinghong, so they frowned. He may have escaped, he certainly wouldn't sit here and wait to die, one person said. The other two nodded, agreeing that this was most likely the case. Then, the three of them lowered their gazes and looked down at the people below. They wouldn't underestimate their opponent like Master Qinghong did, risking their lives in vain. In a moment, the three of us will unleash our pseudo-immortal artifacts and slaughter everyone below, one of them said. Although three people were involved, they dared not simultaneously unleash pseudo-immortal artifacts to disrupt the laws of the demon immortal realm, as that would invite divine punishment. That supreme being of the 9 provinces is only at the Mahayana stage, and is the easiest to kill. Let's go and kill him first. After discussing the matter, the three began their operation. One person went straight to Hua Qiu. One person flew towards the four rulers. The last one flew towards the heavenly palace, where the goddess and others were. These survivors are all top-tier geniuses, all at the peak of the Mahayana stage, and together they are not to be underestimated. The other two rogue immortals were merely there to stall their opponents, but the one Hua Qiu was facing was the one who truly wanted to kill him. The four rulers clearly saw this too, and exchanged glances. Boom! A battle was about to break out, and the three sides were locked in combat. Even without using pseudo-immortal artifacts to disrupt the laws and unleash the power of cultivators above the tribulation transcending stage, the strength of a rogue immortal soul and the numerous methods they employ are beyond the capabilities of even the most talented cultivators within the Mahayana realm. Even when the four rulers faced a single rogue immortal, they dared not be careless. The celestial maidens and others were filled with fear. The 8 of them were forced to retreat continuously by a wandering immortal, and could only struggle to hold on. The four rulers joined forces and were able to temporarily divide the situation. On the other hand, Hua Qiu's situation appears extremely dangerous. "Your Majesty, we are here to help you," shouted the members of the Pang and Jiang clans, and 2 Mahayana cultivators were ready to charge forward regardless of the consequences. "I command you all not to come any closer. Anyone who disobeys will be banished from the 9 provinces," Hua Qiu said coldly, causing them to stop in their tracks. Hua Qiu knew very well that these people coming to help would not only not put much pressure on the loose immortals, but would also become a burden to him. "He's just a wandering immortal, we can't kill him." "You're very clever," the immortal before him sneered. "Clever people deserve to die." After speaking, he immediately unleashed the pseudo-immortal artifact. They were a pair of Vajra rings, radiating intense light. The immortal laws contained within them were at work, disrupting the laws of the demonic immortal realm surrounding the wandering immortal. When the laws are disrupted, the suppression of the demon realm loosens. In an instant, the aura emanating from this rogue immortal reached the tribulation transcending stage. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from him, filling him with confidence. "You brat from Kyushu, just die already," he roared, charging towards Hua Qiu with the force of a thunderbolt. Hua Qiu remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever. Even if he is extraordinary, he cannot defeat someone at the tribulation transcending stage. However, for someone in the tribulation transcending stage to kill him is nothing short of a pipe dream. Buzz. Hua Qiu exudes a unique aura. At this moment, he simultaneously used the power of multiple laws. Most importantly, it mobilized the very essence of space. That kind of power that can't exist in the lower realms. The scattered immortal attacked, and the Vajra ring slammed heavily into Hua Qiu. At this moment, he showed joy. The four rulers' expressions changed, and the Pang and Jiang clans were greatly alarmed. Everyone thought Hua Qiu was doomed. The next second, the golden ring passed right through Hua Qiu. What? Everyone was shocked and found it unbelievable. In his perception, Hua Qiu was clearly standing there, but why didn't the pseudo-immortal artifact attack him? The immortal himself was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. Why? The rogue cultivator who attacked Hua Qiu paused for a moment, staring intently at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was right in front of him, within reach. Yet it also feels like we are infinitely far apart, impossible to reach. It's no secret that Hua Qiu controls the laws of space. But the laws of space can never reach this level. The immortal understood that Hua Qiu and he were not in the same space at this moment. But this is the realm of demons and immortals, suppressed by the laws of demons and immortals, making spatial leaps unlikely. Suddenly, the immortal's eyes widened. The origin of space, this is the origin of space, he exclaimed. What, the origin of space? The four rulers all showed surprise. The other two wandering immortals couldn't believe it. The wandering immortals in the fairy cave looked dazed. As for the goddesses and others in the heavenly palace, they still do not know what the origin is. He has mastered the origin of space. The scattered immortals were all numb. According to legends about the celestial realm, only the celestial king can access the power of origin. That is a powerful force that one must encounter even at the peak of immortal cultivation, far surpassing the 3,000 laws, and its power has increased by countless levels. This mere supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is actually able to control the very essence of space. Even among the immortal kings of the celestial realm, very few can control the origin of space. Die, they must die. The wandering immortals shouted in unison. Such a person, let alone covet his source power, would become a great threat if he were allowed to escape. Don't hold back, go all out. The scattered immortals transmitted their voices to the scattered immortals in front of Huaqiu. The wandering immortal became ruthless, emanating a terrifying aura. He was prepared to bombard them head-on. No matter how many dimensions separate Huaqiu from him, he'll blast them all apart. Huaqiu remained calm and non-committal. Buzz. Suddenly, an array plate flew to Huaqiu's feet. Huaqiu's face immediately darkened. This array plate is the very same immortal array plate that the four sovereigns used to bind Master Qinghong. They actually used it to bind themselves? This is a sealing power that can penetrate space, and it can be effective against Huaqiu. Huaqiu turned around and looked coldly at the four rulers. The four rulers all had expressions at this moment indifferent. The Ascension platform in the demon immortal realm only requires the blood and chi of two experts who have just undergone tribulation to activate. We already have one, and we are still missing one, the Netherworld Lord said indifferently. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, would you be one of them? Huaqiu understood. The two sides are locked in a struggle, each wanting to kill one of the other's members to activate the Ascension platform. For the four rulers, killing another rogue immortal would be extremely difficult, almost impossible. Killing a supreme ruler of the 9 provinces would be much easier for them. Perhaps that was their intention from the very beginning when they approached Huaqiu. After Huaqiu's death, the Ascension platform was activated and the path to immortality was opened. All they cared about was ascending to immortality, they wouldn't care about anything else. Seeing that the rogue immortal was using a pseudo-immortal artifact to disrupt the rules and kill Huaqiu was exactly what they wanted. So they summoned the immortal array plate, hoping to lend a helping hand to the wandering immortal. So this is your alliance, ridiculous. The immortal in front of Huaqiu laughed loudly. He has gathered his strength and it is time for him to make his move. Huaqiu remained silent, only a cold smile playing on his lips. 982, Chapter 982 Teaching you how to use immortal artifacts. Huaqiu began to take action. He moved about in that space, different from the others, completely at ease and unaffected. How can you move so freely? The Lord of the Underworld exclaimed in shock. They threw the immortal array plate at Huaqiu's feet to restrict his movements, so that the rogue immortal opposite could shatter space and kill Huaqiu. But now it seems that the array plate didn't work at all. This shouldn't be the case. The power of that immortal array plate can penetrate space to exert its influence. Huaqiu walked in the direction of the four rulers with an indifferent expression. Every step he took created an unusual ripple. Although everyone could see him clearly, he was actually not in the same space as them. Boom! Having gathered all his power, the rogue immortal launched a thunderous attack on Huaqiu. Under his powerful attack, space shattered layer by layer. However, Huaqiu had her back to him and was only focused on walking towards the four rulers, without even glancing at him. Enraged at being ignored, the rogue immortal unleashed a burst of divine light, unleashing a series of terrifying divine attacks. The space continued to collapse, but it could never affect Huaqiu. Just how many spaces are there? The rogue immortal asked, filled with shock and anger. He had shattered many layers of space, yet he still couldn't reach the layer where Huaqiu was. This caused him to waste a lot of his strength. A dignified loose immortal was actually no match for a Mahayana cultivator. The immortal was so angry his face turned green. He had no better options, so he could only forcefully bombard space with his power in an attempt to reach the level where Huaqiu was. But he didn't know that Huaqiu had used the spatial origin, and his true body was switching between different spaces every moment, so that the wandering immortal could never reach him. And so, Huaqiu approached the location of the four rulers. At this moment, they were still engaged in a fierce battle with another wandering immortal. Upon seeing Huaqiu approach, the four rulers revealed expressions of apprehension. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you'd better not act rashly, or you'll break the balance and find yourself in danger. The Netherworld Lord warned him coldly. Balance? Hua Qiu smiled coldly. He originally intended to have the four rulers restrain the rogue immortals, which would save him a lot of trouble. Since the four rulers want to kill him, and the pretense has been laid bare, someone has to pay the price. He's not the type to hold grudges overnight, he usually settles things on the spot. Hua Qiu immediately set his sights on the Lord of the Underworld. Among the four rulers, the Netherworld ruler is relatively weak and is the best target. Seeing Hua Qiu looking at him with murderous intent, the Lord of the Underworld let out a series of cold laughs. Of the four, he was the one whose intent to kill Hua Qiu was the most obvious. "Come, I'll fight you." He jumped out of the battle circle and said coldly. Both were at the Mahayana stage, and he would have some respect for loose immortals, but he was confident that he could be invincible against Hua Qiu, who was only at the Mahayana stage to begin with. If we can injure or kill it, that would be even better. Lord of the Underworld, do not act rashly. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace shouted in a deep voice. The three scattered immortals were watching them intently, and if the two of them were to fight now, their situation would be very dangerous. I did not act rashly, the Lord of the Underworld replied. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces must die. He was more clear-headed than anyone else. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces possesses unprecedented and unparalleled potential. It is truly terrifying. If he doesn't die and grows stronger, who in this star field can suppress him? Xuanzhen is doomed. A long, pure black sword appeared in the hand of the Lord of the Underworld. The aura emanating from that long sword was extraordinary. The 3 immortals were all startled. A celestial artifact. They recognized it as the aura of a celestial artifact. The 4 dominant sects of the Xuanzhen realm have profound foundations, each possessing immortal artifacts, treasures, and immortal formations. The long sword in the hands of the Lord of the Underworld is a celestial weapon passed down from the Underworld. Hua Qiu showed no change in expression when he saw the long sword. Immortal artifacts are powerful, but it depends on who uses them. Among the cultivators in the lower realms, only rogue immortals can barely unleash the divine power of some immortal artifacts. Other cultivators simply cannot activate them. Even cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage cannot do it. Therefore, Hua Qiu was not afraid. Hua Qiu walked up to the Lord of the Underworld in the overlapping space. The Lord of the Underworld raised his long sword and slashed down fiercely. The sharpness of the immortal weapon shattered the space in front of him, but it could not reach the layer where Hua Qiu was located. The dark blade flashed wildly, its power raging. The space rippled incessantly, emitting a buzzing sound. Immortal artifacts are not used like this, Hua Qiu said calmly, causing the Lord of the Underworld to darken his face. After saying that, a small tower appeared in Hua Qiu's hand and spun around. This is the Tower of Suppression. The Lord of the Underworld exclaimed in surprise after taking a look. What? The others were taken aback when they heard this. Jinshi Tower. Isn't that a divine artifact from Mount Futu? How did it end up in the hands of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Everyone quickly looked toward the floating mountain ruler who was engaged in a fierce battle. The Lord of Mount Futu frowned deeply, and an identical world-suppressing pagoda appeared in his hand. The scene fell silent immediately. The 2 small towers are exactly the same. Which one is real and which one is fake? The expression on the face of the Lord of Mount Futu gradually turned ugly. He already had a guess in his mind. Bang! The ruler of Mount Futu slammed his palm down on the small pagoda in his hand, and the pagoda immediately shattered into pieces. It's fake. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. The master of Mount Futu turned pale. We've been fooled, we've been ripped off big time. On that day, witnessed by 2 immortals, Hua Qiu returned the Jinshi Pagoda to Futu Mountain. 2 rogue immortals and 1 ruler, no one could tell it was fake. They were all fooled by the supreme ruler of Kyushu. But the returned Jinshi Pagoda was so realistic that it was impossible to tell the difference. If Hua Qiu hadn't produced the real thing now, it would have remained as an authentic artifact in Futu Mountain forever. Inside the demon immortal's cave, Venerable Yun Tsang's face was gloomy. Both he and Master Pengfang were deceived. What a supreme ruler of the 9 provinces! Venerable Pengfang said coldly. To this day I can't fathom how Hua Qiu could have faked it. On the battlefield, Hua Qiu held the world-suppressing tower in his hands, staring at the Lord of the Underworld. I will teach you how to use celestial artifacts. After saying that, he activated the spiritual energy of creation within his dantian, transforming it into immortal energy, and poured it into the tower. The world-suppressing pagoda suddenly took flight, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, a terrifying pressure emanated, causing the 3 rogue immortals to change their expressions drastically. This was a divine artifact whose power none of the people present had ever witnessed before. Because no one in the world has ever been able to truly unleash the power of a celestial artifact. The Lord of the Underworld was under the shadow of the world-suppressing tower, and the terrifying pressure made his expression freeze. This oppressive aura made him feel extremely threatened. He also possessed a celestial artifact, but he had no ability to unleash its divine power. The gap is just too big. Hua Qiu waved his sleeve. Bang! The tower of earth and the sky suddenly trembled. The terrifying shockwave directly impacted the Lord of the Underworld. Puff! In an instant, the Lord of the Underworld spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. 983, Chapter 983 Killing the Overlord. The injury of the Lord of the Underworld shocked everyone. This is the immense power of a celestial artifact, it's terrifying. They exclaimed in horror. Even a supreme ruler as powerful as him couldn't withstand a single instance of its might. Truly worthy of being a weapon used by immortals. Boom! The rogue immortal behind Hua Qiu had never given up attacking now. It seemed that he had finally managed to attack the space where Hua Qiu was located. Overjoyed, he attacked even more vigorously. Hua Qiu looked impatient, turned around abruptly, and flicked his sleeve. Splash! Instantly, countless shattered fragments of space swirled back, forming a spatial storm that swept back. The attacking immortal froze, quickly preparing to defend himself. Bang! He was also blasted backwards and sent flying a long way. If you keep pestering me, I can still kill you, Hua Qiu said coldly. The immortal who had stopped in his tracks turned ashen-faced. When had he ever been threatened like this? The one threatening him was just a Mahayana cultivator. But he just kept a gloomy face and didn't say a word. That kid on the other side wields a celestial artifact and can unleash its divine power. Even rogue immortals in this demonic immortal realm have to be wary of him. However, if they do not move, they will be even less able to kill the sacrificial offerings once the pseudo-immortal artifact's effect wears off. Snort! With a cold snort, he stepped forward again, intending to continue his attack on Hua Qiu. Roll! Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and fierce as he uttered a single word. Amlung. In an instant, chaos erupted around him, and layer upon layer of space collapsed. The spatial collapse triggered a spatial riot, generating a violent force that swept over the scattered immortals. Upon seeing this, the immortal's pupils instantly contracted. Although he could unleash the power of the tribulation transcending stage, he dared not confront such a violent force head-on. At that moment, he had no choice but to halt his offensive and flee in a sorry state. Hua Qiu turned back to face the Lord of the Underworld, his face filled with murderous intent. Buzz! With a flick of his hand, the world-suppressing pagoda above his head reverberated once. Puff! The Lord of the Underworld, who had just gotten up, coughed up blood and flew backward again. The power of the immortal artifact was something he simply could not withstand. Buzz! Hua Qiu once again caused the Jinshe Tower to tremble. Puff! The Lord of the Underworld continued to vomit blood. Buzz! Puff! Buzz buzz buzz. Hua Qiu seemed tireless, causing the Tower of Suppression to tremble again and again. The fluctuations injured the Lord of the Underworld time and time again, causing him to cough up an unknown amount of blood. Everyone was stunned. The 3 wandering immortals all had strange expressions. This is the first time someone has been able to activate a celestial artifact, but I never expected it to be used in this way. The Jinshur Pagoda was like a game to Hua Qiu. Doesn't activating it so frequently consume energy? Even the immortals couldn't understand how such a person could exist in this world. The Lord of the Underworld was pale and unable to speak for a moment. But it's not hard to guess that he was probably full of profanities at that moment. This might be the most miserable he's ever been since becoming the ruler. Lord of the Underworld, how are you? The other three rulers, still engaged in battle, hurriedly inquired during a lull in the fighting. The Lord of the Underworld finally caught his breath and opened his mouth to speak. Buzz. The tower of suppression above his head trembled, and the Lord of the Underworld coughed up blood once again. Oh shit! He cursed viciously, utterly defeated and speechless. Such injuries wouldn't kill him, but they were enough to make him wish he were dead. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, are you ever going to stop? The Lord of the Underworld roared, barely suppressing his rage. Are you tired of playing? Hua Qiu said calmly. The Lord of the Underworld's face was as black as could be. Aren't you the only one playing this game? Since you're tired of playing, let's send you on your way, Hua Qiu added. What? The Lord of the Underworld was shocked. What's this kid up to? Hua Qiu poured his spiritual power into the world-suppressing tower, causing the tower to expand. After that, he controlled the world-suppressing tower to cover the Underworld Lord. The ruler of the Underworld would naturally not sit idly by and wait for his doom. He braced himself and used his movement techniques to try to escape the range of the world-suppressing tower. Hua Qiu stared at him coldly and indifferently. Let him escape into the distance. Seeing that he had escaped the range of the Tower of Suppression, the Lord of the Underworld couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was a sense of relief, as if I had survived a disaster. That world-suppressing tower is a celestial artifact, and now it has been activated by the Supreme Being of the 9 provinces. If it is truly trapped, the chances of survival are slim. He glanced back and saw Hua Qiu staring at him with a half-smile. Hua Qiu's lips moved slightly. Against the current, he uttered. Against the current? The Lord of the Underworld was somewhat puzzled after guessing the word from the lip movements. The next moment, he looked horrified. His body was uncontrollably flying back. As if everything were going backwards, he traced back along the original path in the opposite direction and postured to his original position. The Lord of the Underworld was utterly horrified, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. This was a power he could not comprehend, a power he could not resist. Like the immutable laws of the heavens, they bound his movements like invisible shackles, from which he could not break free. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded. Time, the origin of time. Finally, someone couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, it's the power of time itself. If it were a time-based law, this effect would be impossible. The origin of time? The 4 rulers were in turmoil, their hearts in turmoil. It's clearly only the Mahayana stage. Even if he were a reincarnation of an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces, it couldn't be this outrageous. If you took this to the celestial realm, even the immortals there would be dumbfounded. This is something our lower realm cannot bear, the earthly sovereign side. The legends of the ancient immortals of the 9 provinces have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but who knows what limits the ancient immortals once reached, the heavenly palace ruler said leisurely. It can only be said that the ancient immortal of the 9 provinces was too low-key, so much so that the world has very little record of his life, very few were ever recorded. Everyone had different thoughts. They could only watch helplessly as the Lord of the Underworld was sucked back into place, and the Tower of Suppression covered him without warning. This world-suppressing tower of my floating mountain can refine all things. The Lord of the Underworld was trapped inside, and his survival rate is not high, the Lord of Floating Mountain warned. The Jinshur Tower, being weak, flew back into Hua Qiu's hands. After the Lord of the Underworld was enveloped, he fell silent. A moment later, Hua Qiu saw 2 lines of blood fly out of the tower and disappear into a hidden place. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire magical realm seemed to buzz. The ruler of the underworld is dead. His blood-red aura was absorbed by the demon immortal realm, meeting the minimum requirements for opening the ascension platform. The entire magical realm was violently shaken. The ascension platform has been opened. The three rulers looked at each other in bewilderment. The opening of the ascension platform was achieved in such a way. It was the death of the Lord of the Underworld that enabled the activation of the ascension platform. But the supreme ruler of Kyushu, who should have died, remained alive and well. What kind of situation is this? 984, Chapter 984 Trampling the Clouds. No one expected that the ascension platform would be activated in this way. In the center of the fourth level of the magic fairy realm stands a tall altar, now radiant with light, a beam of light shooting straight into the sky, seemingly forming a passage. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. The path to immortality. The wandering immortals in the fairy cave looked on with longing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without hesitation, the seven immediately set off, flying to the altar at top speed. The path to immortality has begun. On the battlefield, the three rogue immortals exchanged glances, then turned around and, ignoring Hua Qiu and the others, headed towards the ethereal path to immortality. Becoming an immortal is the lifelong pursuit and obsession of these wandering immortals. Let's go too. The three rulers acted decisively and flew away instantly. Even if one of their companions died at Hua Qiu's hands, they didn't care. Becoming an immortal is the most important thing. One can disregard everything else for that goal. The heavenly goddess gave Hua Qiu a deep look before following the ruler. The path to immortality has opened, and anyone has a chance. As long as one sneaks into the celestial realm and is nourished by its celestial energy, one will eventually achieve an immortal body. Those few Xuanjin prodigies also quickly followed and left. For a moment, no one paid attention to Hua Qiu and the others. Your Majesty, what should we do? Jiangshi and Pineshi stood behind Hua Qiu, requesting his instructions. Which cultivator could remain unmoved by the prospect of becoming an immortal? However, what was more important to them was to restore the lost territories and avenge their grievances. Hua Qiu stared at the towering beam of light in the distance for a long time. Is this really the path to immortality? His expression was full of sarcasm. There is no such thing as a path to immortality. Those so-called immortals and rulers, with their repeated schemes and plans, are nothing but self-righteousness. Stay put where you are and don't go near the center of the fourth floor, Hua Qiu ordered calmly. Then, he took to the air and flew in that direction. No matter what the outcome, he had to go and see. When Hua Qiu arrived at the altar, all the scattered immortals had already gathered together. The beam of light in the center of the altar was still changing, and the passage within it had not yet fully taken shape. Immortals, rulers, and prodigies are all waiting silently. Hua Qiu's arrival drew everyone's attention. Many people made no attempt to conceal their murderous intent. Hua Qiu has offended too many people and is a true thorn in their side. But with the path to immortality about to open, they restrained themselves even though they wanted to kill Hua Qiu. But one person couldn't bear it. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Master Yunsan's face was icy cold as he stared intently at Hua Qiu. He is the mastermind behind Kyushu, choosing Hua Qiu as a pawn and helping him on multiple occasions, all to help this pawn grow and play a better role. He believed that Hua Qiu was completely under his control, and would always be just a pawn to be manipulated at will. It wasn't until he entered the fairy realm that he realized he was nothing more than someone who had been deceived and manipulated by Hua Qiu. On the contrary, he was more like a chess piece. This infuriated Venerable Yunsan. As a high-ranking immortal, a true superior, he could not tolerate such blasphemy. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how dare you? Venerable Yunsan said murderously. His natal pseudo-immortal artifact was spinning directly in front of his chest. It was a jade bottle, with 5-colored light flowing around it. Judging from his posture, he seemed to want to use a pseudo-immortal artifact to disrupt the laws of the demon immortal realm, restore his cultivation as a rogue immortal, and kill Hua Qiu. You're incredibly audacious, Hua Qiu replied calmly. I am the one who should be angry. Who do you think you are, daring to treat me like a pawn? Master Yunzong was stunned. Everyone looked surprised. Unexpectedly, it was Hua Qiu who started the trouble, accusing Yunzong Shangren. I, the Venerable One, will destroy you. Venerable Yunzong roared, about to unleash the pseudo-immortal artifact. Fellow Taoist Yunzong, you mustn't. Immediately, a wandering immortal appeared and stopped them. The path to immortality is about to open, and there is no room for error. Your use of a pseudo-immortal artifact at this time has disrupted the laws of the demon immortal realm, which may affect the altar. Fellow Taoist Yunzong, think it over, don't you want to become an immortal? Haven't you been planning for thousands of years just for this moment? Once you become an immortal, a mere supreme ruler of the 9 provinces will be nothing but an ant, easily destroyed with a flick of the wrist. The wandering immortals all tried to dissuade them. Master Yunzong's expression was uncertain, but he finally nodded. You're lucky you survived, he scoffed. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. What, you're already backing down? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. After speaking, Hua Qiu directly launched an attack while carrying the world-suppressing tower. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how dare you be so insolent? Venerable Yunzong roared in fury. Buzz. The only response he received was the awe-inspiring power of the world-suppressing tower. In order not to affect the opening of the path to immortality, Venerable Yunzong dared not use a pseudo-immortal artifact, and was immediately blasted away by the divine power of the world-suppressing tower. He slammed hard onto the ground, creating a huge crater, and was filthy and disheveled. Master Yunzong's face was more grim than ever before. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, stop right now. He roared. Screw you. Hua Qiu swung the world-suppressing pagoda and smashed it down. Bang! Master Yunzong was sent flying again, and a large bump swelled up on his head. Damn it! Venerable Yunzong was furious. If he weren't afraid of affecting his path to immortality, he would have already unleashed the pseudo-immortal artifact. How dare a mere Mahayana cultivator be so insolent towards a rogue immortal like him? Normally, he would have wiped out this kind of person countless times. The extreme frustration and anger nearly drove Yunzong Shangren mad. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, don't you want to become an immortal? Why don't you stop? He tried to persuade Hua Qiu to stop. Why should I become an immortal? Hua Qiu remained non-committal as the world-suppressing pagoda came crashing down on him again. Master Yunzong was slammed into the ground, with only half of his head sticking out. Ah! He roared in fury. I really can't stand it. I really want to offer sacrifices use of fake immortal artifact to kill this bastard. Fellow Taoist Yunzong, calm down. Achieving immortality is the priority, don't act impulsively. The other wandering immortals continued to try to persuade him. Perhaps they were all secretly laughing. Master Yunzong was furious and wanted to jump up and drag those rogue immortals down so they could taste the same pain. He was so frustrated, yet he couldn't take action. With his Mahayana stage cultivation, he was no match for Hua Qiu. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Beside the altar, Yunzong Shangren was brutally beaten by Hua Qiu, repeatedly blasted away and slammed down. Like a punching bag, being ravaged in every way. Later, Venerable Yunzong was coughing up blood and had suffered serious injuries. But for the chance to become an immortal, he endured it all. Hua Qiu, fearing his madness, did not endanger his life but instead ravaged him to death. Just when Venerable Yunzong was about to give up, the beam of light on the altar finally reacted. A soft light emanated from it, radiating an aura that did not belong to the lower realms. 985, Chapter 985 The Revival of the Fairies. A passage gradually formed within the beam of light at the center of the altar. This excited everyone present except Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu stopped attacking Yunzong Shangren and frowned as he stared at the end of the beam of light. He sensed danger. Yungsong Shangren was finally able to catch his breath covered in dust and tattered clothes. He crawled out from underground and quickly flew to the group of scattered immortals. His eyes were filled with resentment and malice. Everyone stared intently at the beam of light, their expressions tense. Hua Qiu silently stepped back a distance, suspended the world-suppressing pagoda above his head, and took out several top-tier magic treasures, activating them all. Inside the storage space, the first Supreme Being's expression was solemn. A while later. Bang! The beam of light trembled violently, and countless streams of blood energy suddenly flew out from beneath the altar, rising and pouring into the beam. That was the blood essence of cultivators who died in the demon immortal realm, all of which was absorbed into this altar and is now condensed together in the beam of light. The wandering immortals frowned slightly. They sensed something was wrong. The blood and chi condensed, as if about to solidify into a tangible form, but the so-called path to immortality was nowhere to be found. The more I looked, the deeper their brows furrowed. Blood essence condensed into a human form. A Xuanzhen prodigy exclaimed in surprise. The blood energy within the beam of light gradually coalesced into a human shape. This caused quite a stir among the crowd. Those cunning and shrewd immortals all changed their expressions. Even if they're stupid, they can't be so stupid as not to guess what this means. This isn't the path to immortality, it's a demonic immortal trying to resurrect. A rogue immortal shouted, his face grim. Oh no, we've been tricked. The wandering immortals were thrown into disarray. The four rulers' expressions were filled with disappointment. Everyone plots and schemes to become immortals, but in the end, it all comes to nothing. This is a conspiracy by the fairies. It's the fairies' plan to revive. The legend of the path to immortality in the demon realm has been circulating for many years, and only those cultivators who have reached the pinnacle of this star field know about it. It turns out that this was just a scam. How could this be? A rogue immortal, enraged, angrily activated his pseudo-immortal artifact and slammed it into the beam of light in the center of the altar. Bang! The beam of light was completely undamaged. Instead, a counterforce reversed and sent him flying in an instant. This is the realm of fairies, the world of fairies, where the laws of fairies exist. Although the demon fairy has not yet fully condensed her physical body, her divine soul has already been revived. The spirit of the demon fairy has been sleeping in the demon fairy realm for thousands of years, waiting for this moment. Retreat immediately! A wandering immortal shouted anxiously. The magical fairies have revived, and this place is extremely dangerous. Everyone could feel the violent, malevolent aura. The demon immortal was indeed a demon, bloodthirsty and fond of bloodshed, and the heavy smell of blood was filled with malevolent energy. It's hard to say how many people will survive here once he truly recovers. Even wandering immortals are afraid of death, they would never wait to die here. They immediately dispersed, trying to leave the fairy realm. Buzz. Unexpectedly, the fourth level of space suddenly trembled a few times, and the energy flow changed. We can't get out, we can't leave. The wandering immortals cried out in terror. The space was sealed off. Confined to the narrow area around the altar, even wandering immortals cannot escape. Ah! At this moment, the cowardly immortals no longer cared about causing chaos and used pseudo-immortal artifacts to try to increase their cultivation and blast open the space to escape. Boom! However, this time, no matter how hard they bombarded it, it was to no avail. The pseudo-immortal artifact had lost its function and could no longer disrupt the laws of the demon immortal realm. Naturally, their cultivation level could not be improved and was firmly suppressed at the Mahayana stage. The demon immortal has mastered the laws of the demon immortal realm, he has truly been resurrected. They stared in horror and terror at the flesh gradually taking shape in the beam of light. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Whether they were wandering immortals, rulers, or prodigies, they all felt despair. Only Hua Qiu remained calm. How is your recovery going? He asked the first supreme being in the storage space. He is the true form of an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces, the so-called demon immortal is merely an avatar of the ancient immortal. If we attack the real body, there should be a way to control the clones. It will take me a long time to recover my original cultivation level. My current cultivation level is only at the peak of the Mahayana stage, the first Supreme replied in a deep voice. That evil body uses a wicked and quick method. Once he condenses his physical body, he will probably have the strength of a loose immortal at the 10th tribulation. No one here is his match. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. 10 tribulations of a loose immortal. There are 12 loose immortals in this star field, but the strongest of them is only at the 7th tribulation stage. Moreover, they are suppressed by the laws of the demon immortals in the demon immortal realm, and cannot even exert the strength of the tribulation stage. What should we do? What should we do? The cultivators were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and even the less experienced geniuses were on the verge of collapse. The four rulers frowned, as if they were pondering a solution. The wandering immortals darted around in all directions, trying to find a weak point in the space to break through, but all their efforts were in vain. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you control the origin of space and the origin of time, you must have a way, right? Venerable Yun Song stared at Hua Qiu and asked loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Hua Qiu. Of course, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone was overjoyed. What are you waiting for? Open the space now. Venerable Yun Song shouted. But I don't want to save you, Hua Qiu said with a cold laugh. Everyone's faces froze. So you want to take everyone down with you? Hua Qiu revealed a mocking smile. I just want to watch you all perish here. I can leave whenever I want. The crowd's faces were so gloomy they looked like they were about to drip water, and their eyes could devour someone. Hua Qiu said that, but the situation was not so optimistic. He can indeed travel through space using the essence of space. But the fairy's consciousness had already been revived. He could sense that the fairy's consciousness was constantly. He observed the crowd. As long as he makes a move, the magical fairy consciousness can control the changes in the magical fairy realm. Breaking through won't be easy. Bang! The beam of light in the center of the altar oscillated once more, and its color began to shrink. Countless spiritual energies within the demon realm were absorbed and gathered, then injected into the still unrefined physical body. In the 3rd layer of space, the entire spring of life flowed up and rose to the 4th layer of space, where it was all absorbed by the demon immortal's body. Moreover, at this moment, all life on the 1st and 2nd levels perished, transforming into countless forms of life that surged toward the altar on the 4th level. The fairy realm created this fairy realm to provide energy for his 3rd reconstruction. In this life, he will be reborn from the ashes, taking great strides on the path to immortality and marching toward the pinnacle. Buzz buzz buzz. All 4 levels of space were vibrating, and the beam of light at the center of the altar was constantly shrinking. In the end, all the energy entered that physical body. Suddenly, the figure opened its eyes and revealed a wicked smile. 986, Chapter 986 Scaring the Fairy. Magic Fairy. Resurrection. He solidified a physical body, his soul entered the body, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura of the demonic immortals permeated the entire demonic immortal realm, causing the survivors to tremble. From the moment he opened his eyes, the entire magical realm resounded in unison, welcoming the return of their king. This is the ancient demon immortal. The scattered immortals stared blankly at the demonic figure in the sky, their faces filled with fear. They were merely cultivators who failed their tribulation to become immortals, they were wandering immortals. But the fairy is a true fairy. A single word makes all the difference. Even though the demon immortal's strength has not yet recovered, he still possesses the strength of a loose immortal at the 10th tribulation, far surpassing those loose immortals below the 5th tribulation. Even the strongest among them, the 7th tribulation loose immortal, was horrified and dared not look directly at the figure in the sky. His strength was at the 10th tribulation level, but his aura and pressure were at the level of a true immortal, which was beyond the ability of beings in the lower realms to withstand. The sealed-off space was completely silent, no one dared to utter a sound. The power of the fairy was too terrifying, they were terrified of disturbing her and ending up with nothing but dust. In the sky, the fairy's gaze moved, slowly sweeping over everyone. His eyes were filled with indifference, as if he were looking down on a group of weak ants. "My lord, I have long admired your reputation and have come to congratulate you on your return." A rogue immortal stepped forward, revealing a fawning smile, attempting to curry favor with the lord. The fairy gave him a cold look. Suddenly, the fairy revealed a wicked smile. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at the wandering immortal. "Come here," he beckoned with his finger. The immortal thought his flattery had worked, and hurriedly flew upwards. Upon reaching the fairy, he immediately bowed deeply. "I am Lu Shang, and I pay my respects to the demon immortal. I am willing to go through fire and water for the demon immortal without hesitation." He shouted emphatically to express his loyalty. "Is that so?" the fairy said with a mocking expression. "Then offer yourself up for me. I am deeply honored." The wandering immortal quickly replied, completely unaware of the hidden meaning in his words. The fairy sneered and waved her hand, instantly creating a powerful suction force. The immortal was terrified and his body flew uncontrollably toward the demon immortal. "My lady of the demonic realm, spare me, I'm willing to give my life for you, spare me," he cried out hastily. But the fairy no longer responded, and with one hand forming a claw, she inhaled again. The rogue immortal immediately let out a painful scream as his flesh and blood disintegrated, and all his cultivation, essence, and blood energy flew towards the demon immortal and were absorbed by him. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-level immortal was reduced to a pile of white bones, falling from the sky and shattering upon hitting the ground. Everyone present, except for Hua Qiu, was stunned. That was a powerful rogue immortal, yet he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. If it were them, they wouldn't be much better off. Fairies are truly terrifying. "Lord Demon Immortal, we are willing to submit to you. Could you spare our lives?" The seventh tribulation loose immortal took the lead in speaking and knelt down before the demon immortal. "The space is sealed off, there's no way to escape. There is no other way but to submit. We are willing to submit to the demon immortal." The other scattered immortals also knelt down one after another. Without hesitation, the four rulers also knelt down. Those are demon immortals. No matter how noble their status is normally, they are now fish on a chopping board and can only be extremely humble. The Xuanzhen prodigies naturally bowed down as well, not daring to even breathe loudly. Only one person stood out from the crowd. That was Hua Qiu. He stood tall and proud, showing no sign of his presence, standing out from the crowd. The fairy noticed Hua Qiu, and her gaze paused slightly. Why don't you kneel?" he asked coldly. "You are nothing but a mere lower realm demon immortal, not even having entered the gates of the immortal realm. How dare you make me kneel?" Hua Qiu said coldly. "I am truly kneeling, you cannot accept this." Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in shock. This kid. That's a demon fairy, who holds the lives of everyone in her hands right now, and he still dares to provoke her. How can he be so arrogant? Does he have a death wish? Everyone was cursing inwardly at that moment. It's one thing if he doesn't value his life, but if he angers the fairy, they'll be caught in the crossfire and have no one to complain to. The fairy in the sky looked at Hua Qiu and revealed a meaningful smile. "In 10,000 years, you are the first cultivator to be so arrogant in front of me," he said calmly, revealing no emotion. "I can sense that person, he's with you." The fairy's eyes shone with a sharp light, filled with oppressive force. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. He understood that the demon fairy was referring to the ancient immortals of the 9 provinces, the first supreme being. He was hiding in Hua Qiu's storage space. One is the main body, and the other is the clone. Naturally, they can sense each other. Being able to sense it means it hasn't completely become an independent entity yet, Hua Qiu murmured, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. "Yes, he's with me," Hua Qiu replied with a faint smile. The fairy's expression gradually turned cold, as if she was pondering something. Perhaps he was also wary. After all, it originated from the original body of the ancient immortal of the 9 provinces and was previously under its control. The fact that the true form is now here might be part of some conspiracy. The people kneeling on the ground were completely bewildered, unable to understand the two people's cryptic words, but they dared not ask any questions. If you, as an avatar, want to achieve the great Tao, you must completely sever ties with your main body, or sever the cause and effect with great supernatural powers. Hua Qiu spoke eloquently. However, given your background as a lower-level immortal, you probably don't possess any great supernatural powers. His tone was somewhat dismissive. The fairy narrowed her eyes as she listened, while everyone else trembled with fear. For a lower-level immortal like you with no foundation, there is only one path to take, and that is, to devour the main body. Hua Qiu's gaze deepened. So, your main body is right here with Mado, you dare to devour it? The fairy's expression turned somber, and she remained silent for a long time. Given Hua Qiu's behavior, anyone would have doubts. Perhaps this is a trap. He really wanted to swallow it. Devours the main body, but similarly, because it is controlled by the main body, if the main body is stronger than it, it will be the one that is devoured. Although he sensed that the original body was currently very weak, he dared not let his guard down. This is likely a deliberate act of feigning weakness to lure him in. Inside Hua Qiu's storage space, the first-generation Supreme Being's face turned black. Hua Qiu's reckless advance startled him, giving him a fright. He currently only possesses the strength of the Mahayana stage. That evil body was a 10th stage immortal. If they really break in, what ability does he have to resist? He knew that Hua Qiu was trying to scare the evil spirit, hoping to make it afraid to make a move. But that would be far too risky. Do you want to come down or not? Let me tell you, your main body is very weak right now. You can devour it without lifting a finger, then you will be the main body, and your path to immortality will be much smoother. Hua Qiu continued to provoke him. The fairy frowned and stared at Hua Qiu. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. You're bluffing. 987, Chapter 987. Desperate situation? Don't forget, I still have a slight connection with my original self. If he were truly powerful, why would he hide and remain hidden? I have fought him for 10,000 years, how could I not know how much he desires to destroy me? The fairy's mind cleared, and she saw through Hua Qiu's bluff. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and he was very displeased. He really didn't want to fight a mere 10th stage immortal cultivator. Ancient immortal, your time has come to an end, the demon immortal said coldly. After saying that, he leaped up and flew down towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu lifted his foot and took a step, creating ripples in the space beneath his feet, instantly placing him in a different space. The fairy's gaze sharpened for a moment. The origin of space. Even he showed an extremely shocked expression. Because this kind of power should not exist in the lower realms at all. The origin of space. Only a celestial king in the celestial realm can comprehend and control this power. Even at his peak, he couldn't reach that level. Now, this power has actually appeared in a Mahayana cultivator, which has shocked him. The fairy's flight speed increased slightly, and it did not stop even after approaching Hua Qiu. He used his physical body and immortal techniques to travel through different spaces, getting closer and closer to Hua Qiu. He is an immortal, far superior to those wandering immortals. Hua Qiu stood swaying between different spaces, able to roughly locate himself, and continued to move towards that node. If this continues, we will eventually reach the space where Hua Qiu is located. The fairy's expression was somber. At this moment, he not only wanted to devour Hua Qiu's main body in the storage space, but his interest in Hua Qiu was no less than that in the main body. Devouring a cultivator who controls the origin of space would be of great benefit to him. It's quite possible that he can also access that power. In this way, when he goes to the immortal realm, he will have the ability to defeat enemies of higher ranks, and he will have a chance to reach the immortal king realm. Hua Qiu remained expressionless, calmly watching the magical fairy continuously traverse space. His body is constantly shifting between different spaces, so how could it be so easy to track him down? The fairy quickly noticed the situation and frowned deeply. A monstrous demonic aura emanated from him, carrying immense power. Each time he penetrated a layer of space, he left behind some demonic energy in that space. In this way, if Hua Qiu were to travel to a space he had previously visited, he would be attacked by demonic energy. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. This fairy is quite clever. As the fairy drew closer and closer to him, he used the power of time. Countercurrent. This is an old, familiar tactic. For a moment, the fairy's expression froze. He stopped moving forward and started retreating, constantly going backward through the layers of space he had passed through. Time the origin. The fairy could no longer contain her shock. He actually controls two primal powers at the same time, and both of them are supreme primal powers. Such beings are among the strongest in the immortal realm. Anyone who can control either time or space is a powerful immortal cultivator with exceptional talent in the immortal realm, let alone two. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the demon fairy's gaze was fixed solely on Huaqiu's figure. For him, devouring the original body was no longer that important. Even if it means abandoning its own body, it is determined to devour this Mahayana cultivator. Boom! The fairy mobilized a large amount of immortal power from her dantian, making her radiant with divine light surrounding her. Her speed increased, and her momentum became stronger. The immortal powers surrounding him could influence the corrosive effect of Huaqiu's original power of time. The power of the time source is extraordinary, but Huaqiu is only at the Mahayana stage, so there are limits to how much he can utilize it. A person's realm of cultivation limits the strength of their fundamental power. Despite expending a great deal of immortal power in weakening Huaqiu's power of time origin, he advanced once more. Although the speed was much slower than at the beginning, at least it was still moving forward. Huaqiu's expression was not good. The demon immortal spared no expense in expending a great deal of immortal power, but this was his demon immortal realm, where a continuous stream of power would gather and transform into immortal power for him to consume. This is very tricky. After all, it's someone else's home turf. We've gone too far. Inside the storage space, the first supreme being revealed a helpless bitter smile, a smile containing worry. He has no way to deal with that evil body now. If he really confronts it, he will only be devoured. Immortal Venerable, these are all your instructions. Can fellow Taoist Hua really resolve everything? I'm a little worried, he muttered to himself, head down. Everything is evolving and developing according to his instructions. Countercurrent. Countercurrent. Go against the current again. Huaqiu activated the time source time repeatedly, which consumed a lot of energy. The magical energy was inexhaustible, and the overall momentum was forward, getting closer and closer to Huaqiu. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to devour Huaqiu as soon as possible. Due to the immense influence of the laws of the demon realm, Huaqiu's ability to jump between realms is limited, making it impossible for him to transform indefinitely. Finally, the fairy was very close to him. By this time, the two had already traversed countless spaces, their figures long since disappearing from everyone's sight, residing in places that were difficult for them to detect or see. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is doomed. The Lord of Mount Futu said resolutely. When the fairy returns, how should we conduct ourselves? Everyone couldn't help but ponder deeply. While the demon fairy is away, we must quickly find a way out. The heavenly palace ruler stood up and went to search around. The wandering immortals hesitated for a moment, then did the same thing. In the endless space, Huaqiu continues to leap. The fairy had a cold smile on her lips, and her divine light was blazing brightly. He felt that he was very, very close to Huaqiu, perhaps only 1 or 2 spaces away. Instead of being in such a hurry, he followed Huaqiu like a stray dog. The vast majority of spaces have been filled with his demonic energy, leaving Huaqiu with less than 10 spaces for leaping. After a while, Huaqiu slowed down. After entering another space, he stopped moving and turned to face him Magic Fairy. Not running away anymore? With a mocking expression, the demon fairy stepped into the space where Huaqiu was in 3 steps. Demonic energy also permeated this space. The fairy had no interest in what was going on in this space, her gaze was fixed on Huaqiu. It was the excited look in his eyes, like he was eyeing his prey. He is about to obtain the 2 primal powers. After absorbing the original body to achieve perfection and reach a higher level, he can then safely travel to the immortal realm. With so many extraordinary qualities bestowed upon him, he will surely shine brightly in the immortal realm, becoming a legend and ascending to the position of immortal king. The fairy's vision and blueprint for the future have already begun to unfold in her heart. There's no way out, give up, the demon fairy sneered, controlling her demonic energy to permeate the space, enveloping Hua Qiu's location from all directions. This was a desperate situation. He didn't believe Hua Qiu could still have any other tricks up his sleeve. Fairy, you're too arrogant, Hua Qiu said calmly. Don't you even look at the kind of space you've entered. 988, Chapter 988, The Great Immortal Power. The fairy's expression hardened slightly. Only then did he take a good look at the space he was in. Upon seeing this, his pupils immediately dilated. This space, he said with some surprise. Indeed, this is the space I created, Hua Qiu said coldly. Even the usually composed fairy couldn't help but change her expression. Within the realm of demon immortals, his laws apply everywhere. Any cultivator whose realm does not exceed his by 2 realms will be restricted within the realm of demon immortals. He confidently pursued Hua Qiu all the way, never caring how many spaces he had traversed or what kind of spaces he had jumped between. Suddenly, he found himself in a space that belonged to Hua Qiu. This place, created by him personally using the essence of space, is permeated with his laws. The roles were switched instantly. Those who were restricted became magical fairies. You're very good, the fairy said in a low voice. Only now did he realize that Hua Qiu's previous behavior was nothing more than a pretense to lure him into this space. He is a cautious person and would almost never make such a mistake. The temptation was too great, and the person was too confident, otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen for such a scam. The fairy showed no sign of annoyance. This space was hastily created by Hua Qiu, so it is naturally not as stable as the realm of immortals. The suppression of the laws did exist, and it did indeed affect his cultivation level. His strength as a loose immortal at the 10th tribulation stage was forcibly suppressed to the tribulation transcending stage. But it is still a whole major realm higher than Hua Qiu's Mahayana stage. Therefore, he was not alarmed. You've put in so much effort, and this is all you've achieved? The fairy asked. You control the origin of time and the origin of space in my current state. It will not be easy for me to catch you, but I will eventually catch you. You're just wasting your time, the fairy said, somewhat displeased. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled suddenly. He suddenly opened the storage space and released the first supreme being. The fairy's expression hardened. Ontology. The first supreme being was completely bewildered, but his expression changed drastically after he came to his senses. Fellow Daoist Hua, you've gone mad. He cried out in disbelief. Aren't you afraid I'll devour him? The demon fairy said in a sinister tone, her eyes fixed on the first supreme being, making him feel uneasy all over. You're welcome to give it a try, Hua Qiu said jokingly. The fairy's face darkened. The original supreme being turned green with rage. What is this second-generation rich kid doing? Does playing with fire have to be this thrilling? The fairy, with a cold face, strode forward. He needs to devour the original body first to achieve perfection, which will make the pursuit of Hua Qiu much easier. The first supreme being was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly looked at Hua Qiu and asked him what his countermeasures were. It's very simple. Hua Qiu chuckled, her hands twirling and dancing, every movement exuding an air of mystery. The fairy suddenly stopped, staring intently at Hua Qiu's movements. For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly arose in my heart. The great divine power of immortal path, tracing the source, a successive attack. Hua Qiu shouted out a sentence and slammed his palm hard into the chest of the first-generation supreme. Fellow Daoist Hua, you. The first-generation supreme stared at him with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected Hua Qiu to attack him. The fairy was also stunned. What was going on? Puff! Suddenly, the fairy felt a sharp pain in her chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. What's going on? The first supreme being stared in disbelief. He was struck by Hua Qiu's palm, but he was completely unharmed, while the demon fairy inexplicably vomited blood. The fairy raised her head, bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Why, he couldn't understand either. They were attacking his physical body, but it was he who was injured. Immortal path, great supernatural power. His eyes widened in anger. In the celestial realm, divine abilities are classified into different levels. Those that can be called great divine abilities are all top-tier sect-protecting divine techniques. Indeed, this is the great divine power that I personally created. Hua Qiu smiled calmly. This supernatural power can trace the blood ties of the attacked person and transfer the power to the relative. The closer the blood ties, the more power is transferred. Both the first supreme being and the demon immortal stared wide-eyed. Such divine magic actually exists. The fairy almost coughed up another mouthful of blood. He and the first supreme being were once one, their blood ties were so close. To the fairy's dismay, this was not a tangible attack at all, and he had no way to avoid it. This is something that his understanding cannot explain. Fellow Daoist Hua, hit me, quickly, hit me a few more times, don't hold back on my body. The first generation supreme lay directly on the ground, beckoning to Hua Qiu with a seductive air. He was excited when he heard that it could harm the fairy. Anyway, I won't get hurt. You bastard. The fairy was so angry that she cursed and wanted to kick him a few times. I can't refuse such kindness, Hua Qiu replied with a smile, and immediately began to ravage the first generation supreme being. Bang bang bang. Push harder, I can handle it. Feels good, harder, I like it. The voice of the first supreme being kept ringing out, sounding very smug. Puff. The fairy kept vomiting blood, and her complexion grew worse and worse. He was unable to deal with those strange and powerful immortal abilities. In just a short time, he had already sustained multiple injuries. Fellow Daoist Hua, haven't you eaten? Give it your all, can't you see the kid can still stand? The first supreme shouted louder and louder, becoming increasingly audacious. You bastard! Hua Qiu was speechless. It must be said that the demon fairy's body, forged from the blood and energy of so many living beings, was quite sturdy, and it could still stand even after taking so many attacks. While these powerful immortal abilities are useful, they also have limitations. Hua Qiu couldn't use a lethal attack. Otherwise, even the first supreme being would have been killed by him. He could only rely on relatively ordinary attacks to continuously injure the fairy, thereby weakening his condition and greatly reducing his strength. The effect was noticeable because of the severe injuries. The demon fairy's strength had declined again and again, dropping from the peak of the tribulation transcending stage to the early stage. Fellow Daoist Hua, give me something ruthless. The first generation supreme also sensed that Hua Qiu was holding back each time, and roughly guessed the reason. He suddenly said with a solemn expression. What? Hua Qiu looked at him in confusion. The demon immortals were born because of me, and for 10,000 years they have committed countless evils and committed too many murders. I should bear the consequences of this karma, the first supreme being said in a deep voice. I'm willing to sacrifice my body and soul to destroy it. Hua Qiu was moved by the first supreme being's charisma. It is indeed rare to find a monk as righteous, awe-inspiring, and generous as the first generation. Have you thought it through? Hua Qiu asked slowly. I'm absolutely certain. The first generation said solemnly. Fellow Daoist Hua, let's begin. Thank you for your assistance. In the future, I hope you will lead the 9 provinces forward. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. You think you can destroy Mayori? Far from it. The demon fairy roared, rising to her feet with bloodshot eyes. A dark, oppressive demonic aura emanated from him, which was extremely terrifying. 989, Chapter 989 Demon Devouring. I'll devour you. The demon fairy, radiating demonic energy, suddenly lunged at Hua Qiu. He could not tolerate Hua Qiu continuing to ravage the first generation supreme, because when the blows were delivered to the main body, it was he who felt the pain. Watch out, he wants to devour us. The first supreme one sprang to his feet with a somersault, leaped a great distance away, and shouted loudly at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was somewhat speechless. He's supposed to be an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces, the first person in this star field to achieve immortality. Can't he at least be a little more serious? The demon fairy arrived in front of him and launched a fierce attack on Huaqiu. Huaqiu immediately used his spatial jump technique to shrink the distance between them, creating a gap in the blink of an eye. The fairy was furious, her expression gradually turning crazed, and she once again gave chase at an extremely fast speed. Huaqiu remained calm and used the same method again, managing to keep his distance whenever the creature was about to get close. The demon immortal's cultivation was suppressed by more than one major realm in this space, and his speed was far slower than outside. If this continued, he would never be able to catch up with Huaqiu. Fellow Taoist, Hua is truly a divine being. The first supreme exclaimed from the side. The fairy suddenly turned around and glared at him fiercely. You wretched creature, why are you looking at me? That supreme being of the 9 provinces possesses 2 primordial powers, controls 3,000 laws, and also has supreme secret techniques. If you devour him, you will surely achieve the supreme immortal path. I have just condensed a trashy physical body. You will gain nothing by devouring me, the first supreme being quickly said. Huaqiu's lips twitched. Who could have imagined that the first generation, so revered and radiant in the hearts of the cultivators of the 9 provinces, would have such a face? There's a certain amount of cheeky or despicable about it. Although he shouted that, the fairy did not pursue Huaqiu any further. He also understood that Huaqiu was someone he couldn't catch up to now. So he set his sights on the first supreme being. If Huaqiu didn't care, he would have swallowed the original body, perfected his Tao, and would no longer be so suppressed by this space, which could even destroy the space itself. If Huaqiu were to intervene, he would inevitably be hampered, making it much easier for him to capture Huaqiu. After careful consideration, the fairy approached the first supreme being. You wretched creature, can't you listen to reason? I told you it's useless to devour me. The first supreme being was furious and immediately took off running at breakneck speed. The fairy flew after it, but she couldn't catch up. This first generation has practiced quite a bit. Huaqiu was taken aback. That kind of posture clearly showed they were experts at escaping. This is not the behavior of an ancient immortal. You bastard, why don't you go and devour the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces instead of trying to devour a useless person like me? Are you stupid? Did a donkey kick your brain? So what if you catch up? I'm only at the Mahayana stage. Swallowing you won't help. I'll just stuff a mouthful of bone fragments in your mouth and stab you to death. The first supreme being ran wildly while cursing incessantly. Huaqiu's face was full of black lines. Is this truly the faith of the people of Kyushu? Is this the first immortal born in this starfield? Why does he look more like a thug? Huaqiu was speechless, and the fairy was even more unable to bear it. 10,000 years have passed, and you're still the same old bird, he said in a sinister tone. Today, let's settle this once and for all. I won't have to listen to your bastards nagging anymore. As she spoke, the demonic energy around the fairy increased, and in the blink of an eye, she approached the first supreme being. Fellow Taoist Hua, help me. The first generation supreme's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly begged Huaqiu for help. Huaqiu flew over with a dark expression. He couldn't just stand by and watch the demon fairy devour him and transform into a perfect being. That would only make him more difficult to deal with. Space, appear. He waved his hand casually, instantly creating a space that enveloped the first supreme being. Countercurrent. Then use the essence of time to slow down the fairy's form. Destructive sword intent. Weak. All elements unleash. In just a few breaths, Huaqiu used various methods to attack the demon fairy. The fairy looked surprised and had no choice but to switch to defense. Fortunately, he defended against all these attacks and did not suffer much real damage. However, Huaqiu's numerous and powerful methods still made him feel apprehensive and wary. If Huaqiu's cultivation level were higher, any one of these attacks could have killed him. These should all be mine, the fairy grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Not good. The first supreme's expression immediately changed. Fellow Taoist Hua, retreat quickly. It's too late. The fairy sneered repeatedly, her hands quickly forming hand seals. He was waiting for the opportunity for Huaqiu to approach him. Endless blood and demonic energy surged from all directions, quickly enveloping Huaqiu. The fairy transformed into a bizarre form. His body opened up, and countless blood vessels extended from his body, spreading towards Huaqiu. Blood swallowing technique. Huaqiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he uttered 4 words. You actually knew, too bad, you can't escape now. The fairy sneered, her expression revealing excitement. Huaqiu's face darkened, and he remained silent. The so-called blood-swallowing technique is a secret technique of the heavenly demon clan in the immortal realm, and not many cultivators know it. This is an evil devouring technique that completely consumes the target cultivator. They devour flesh and blood, they devour souls. Then, one can acquire the supernatural powers, spells, and innate cultivation of the person being devoured. The surrounding demonic energy and blood energy formed a force field, greatly restricting Huaqiu's movements. Huaqiu remained motionless, seemingly stunned. The fairy laughed loudly, and countless blood vessels spread across Huaqiu's body. Trying to devour me? Huaqiu suddenly sneered. Demon devourer. He flipped his hand to form a hand seal, and uttered words that exploded like thunder. What? The fairy instantly showed an expression of extreme shock and horror. Demon devourer, how could you devour a demon? This is impossible. He roared. Demon devourer is the reversal technique of blood devourer, and is naturally countered by it. That's the bloodline and divine power inheritance of the heavenly demon clan in the immortal realm. Outsiders shouldn't be able to master it. The demon devouring technique isn't that difficult, Huaqiu said calmly. Back then, I casually destroyed a heavenly demon royal family and obtained it using the soul-searching technique. Smell. Upon hearing this, the fairy was utterly shocked. Casually wiped out a heavenly demon king's clan. Every heavenly demon king's clan has several celestial kings overseeing them. Who exactly are you? The fairy felt a tremor in her heart for the first time. I should have thought of that earlier. How could a cultivator who possesses 2 kinds of primordial power during the Mahayana stage be a person from the lower realm? I am the Immortal Emperor, the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Huaqiu responded indifferently. Immortal Emperor. The demon immortal's eyes widened suddenly, almost scared out of his wits. Immortal Emperor. The celestial realm is supreme, and the emperor's might shakes all the heavens and myriad realms. How could anyone in heaven or on earth dare not submit? He. The fairy gave a helpless, bitter laugh. Who could have imagined that a celestial emperor would intrude into their plans? He knew he was finished. Truly, fate is cruel, the fairy sighed sadly. No matter how proud and invincible one may be in the lower realms, encountering such an existence will only lead to failure. The magical fairy's blood energy was reversing, uncontrollably transforming into a pure energy source that flowed into Huaqiu's body. 990, Chapter 990. I destroyed the demon fairy. The demon fairy painstakingly orchestrated a scheme using the lie of the path to immortality, killing so many cultivators before finally managing to condense her demonic form. But now, it all benefits Huaqiu. The endless energy will be used by Huaqiu, becoming the cornerstone for his breakthrough in the creation technique. The blood-devouring technique can devour the target cultivator completely, gaining their supernatural abilities and cultivation level. Huaqiu activated the demon-devouring technique, and the effect was the same. He will gain all the cultivation of a demon immortal. However, it needs to be refined first. It certainly can't skyrocket in a short period of time. After all, the demon immortal is currently at the 10th level of the loose immortal realm, which is far inferior to Huaqiu's realm, which is roughly equivalent to the peak of the Mahayana stage. It takes time to convert a large amount of cultivation energy into one's own use. Moreover, Huaqiu did not want to simply absorb the cultivation of the demon immortals and reach their level. He will use that energy to help himself break through the creation technique and gain greater cultivation strength. As the demonic energy dissipated, Huaqiu's figure was revealed. The first supreme being, who had been waiting anxiously outside, was overjoyed to see him. Fellow Taoist Hua, you've won. He hurriedly went to greet him. The demon immortal is too arrogant, Huaqiu said calmly. If he hadn't insisted on using the blood-devouring technique on me, I would have had a hard time dealing with him. He was telling the truth. The demon-devouring technique is powerful, provided it is countered by the blood-devouring technique, which is naturally restrained by it. Otherwise, even if the demon immortal is suppressed, he is still in the tribulation transcending stage. He can protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to kill the other party. Where is the evil body? The first supreme being searched everywhere for the demon immortal's figure, somewhat bewildered. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear? The demon fairy will vanish into thin air, Huaqiu said noncommittally. The first supreme being was immediately stunned. His evil body, is it gone? The first supreme being was immediately shocked. With the strength of a Mahayana cultivator, he annihilated a tribulation transcending cultivator. Unbelievable. Truly defying the heavens. Fellow Daoist Hua, you are truly more astonishing than ever before. He could only sigh with emotion. He fought against the evil body for so many years, but he could never destroy it. Instead, he almost died and perished. I never imagined it would end like this. Following that person's instructions was indeed correct, said the first supreme being. Huaqiu's face darkened. What exactly is guiding it from behind the scenes? He can even predict the future of the most powerful immortal emperor? Huaqiu was very curious. What exactly was that thing? I really want to find out who this person is. He believed that existence would definitely reappear. The fourth level of the magic fairy realm. The group kept groping around, trying to find the weak point in the space in order to escape the fairy realm. As for the battle in the unknown, they didn't care at all. Because I felt there was no suspense whatsoever. He can easily defeat even rogue immortals and demon immortals, so how could he be helpless against a grand ascension stage supreme being of the 9 provinces? No, I can't find it, I simply can't find it. After searching extensively, everyone looked dejected. The laws of the magic fairy realm are very different from those of the outside world, and they cannot be touched by them. Are we really just going to wait here to die? The Xuanzhen prodigies roared. Submitting to the demon is not safe either, you never know when you might be devoured by it. That supreme being of the 9 provinces is about to collapse, right? He should have already been devoured by now. Let's hurry up and search again, someone encouraged from the side. Buzz. Suddenly, space began to fluctuate, and ripples spread through the space. Everyone's expression changed instantly. The demon immortal has devoured the supreme being of the 9 provinces and is returning. In shock, everyone immediately knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. This applies to even those wandering immortals. They were afraid that if the fairy came out and saw their disrespect, she would take their lives. Splash! The space suddenly rippled, and someone flew out from inside. Congratulations, demon immortal, for devouring the supreme being of the 9 provinces and obtaining 2 primal powers. May the demon immortal reign forever, invincible throughout the celestial realm. Everyone quickly flattered and fawned over him, doing everything they could to please him. There's no other way, even the most self-important person has to lower their stance and be as humble as possible. The figure paced slowly and lightly among the crowd. No one dared to even glance at it. Some people were trembling with fear. The fairy is capricious, and everyone is afraid of being harmed. Is this your respect? A detached voice rang out, tinged with displeasure. Hamajito, the invincible demon immortal of heaven and earth. A rogue immortal very sensibly performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Others followed suit and bowed, trying their best to be sincere. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to raise their eyes to look at the scene. Huaqiu looked down at the crowd with a blank expression. These people used to be superior to him. The Xuanzhen people are aloof and arrogant, looking down on people in the lower realms, and even daring to despise the nascent soul stage. The wandering immortal even boasted that he was the strongest in the star field, believing he controlled everything and treating him as a pawn. They probably never imagined that one day they would be as insignificant as ants. Look up at me, Huaqiu said indifferently. We dare not. The crowd's voices trembled. I'm afraid of meeting the gaze of a demon fairy and being swallowed up by her. I'll make you raise your heads. Huaqiao shouted coldly, his voice full of authority. Only then did everyone dare to cautiously raise their heads. At a glance, everyone was stunned and speechless. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Their eyes widened in disbelief. How come the one standing in front of me is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? This isn't right. Shouldn't he have been devoured by the demon? How come he's standing here unharmed? Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you're not dead? A Xuanzhen prodigy exclaimed in surprise. No, you are not the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are an incarnation of the demon immortal. Immortal, right? They were still terrified, feeling that this was the most likely possibility. Huaqiao looked at everyone with a mocking and sarcastic expression. He truly is the supreme being of the 9 provinces. Exclaimed a rogue immortal holding a mirror. He looked at Huaqiao and, seeing that she hadn't changed at all, his face darkened. Where did the fairy go? Everyone asked in surprise. I destroyed it, Huaqiao replied truthfully. Everyone's expressions froze. Impossible, you think you can kill a demon fairy? Who do you think you are? With your strength, even a rogue immortal could easily defeat you. How dare you claim to be a match for a demon immortal? The Xuanzhen prodigies immediately began to mock them. The 4 rulers seemed to be deep in thought, their expressions not pleasant. The wandering immortal stared at Huaqiao with surprise and uncertainty. The fairy has yet to appear. Could it be that he really killed the demon fairy? But how is that possible? The thought of how they had just bowed and kowtowed so humbly to the supreme being of the 9 provinces, completely devoid of dignity, made the scattered immortals turn ashen-faced. Even a loose immortal would kneel before a Mahayana cultivator. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, what exactly happened? Speak. A rogue immortal demanded. Huaqiao looked over coldly, a murderous aura emanating from him. The fairy is dead, but some people are still alive, and they're an eyesore. 991, Chapter 991. Even a loose immortal can be instantly killed. Huaqiao's words caused all the scattered immortals to frown. His words were too arrogant and offensive. Although I don't know what method you used to trap the demon immortals, you are still only at the Mahayana stage. How dare you insult a group of noble rogue immortals like this? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Someone said coldly. Huaqiao smiled faintly, said nothing more, and the world-suppressing pagoda appeared in his hand. Seeing him directly unleash a celestial artifact, the mouths of all the rogue immortals twitched. Without disrupting the laws of nature, no matter how strong a rogue immortal is, they are no match for Huaqiao within the same realm. This is a freak who can wield immortal artifacts at will. It's just that his cultivation level limited his ability to perform, otherwise, he could have directly used a celestial artifact to kill all the rogue immortals present. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you need to think this through. There are many of us, but you are all alone. Do you really think you can fight against everyone by yourself? Another rogue immortal warned coldly. They didn't really want to fight Huaqiao. This is the realm of the immortals. Everyone is currently in danger and unable to escape. Escaping the realm of the immortals is of paramount importance. My idea is very simple, Huaqiao said calmly. Either I kill you all, or you kill me. Everyone's expressions froze. Stubborn and ignorant, overestimating yourself. The first of the scattered immortals said disdainfully. Huaqiao looked over and made his move on him first. He directly carried the Jinshi pagoda and smashed it down. The rogue immortal's face turned pale, burning with rage. He was also a hot-tempered man, and without thinking twice, he charged forward with his natal pseudo-immortal artifact. Boom! This was a fierce clash between a true immortal artifact and a pseudo-immortal artifact. Crack! The pseudo-immortal artifact of the wandering immortal emitted a crisp sound and cracks appeared. He himself was blasted away and crashed into the altar, shattering it into pieces. The immortal's expression changed, filled with terror. He wasn't afraid of Huaqiao, but rather terrified because he had smashed the demon fairy altar and feared being punished later. You deserve to die. He roared, charging forward again with the cracked pseudo-immortal artifact in hand. This time, he frantically activated the pseudo-immortal artifact, even disrupting the laws of the demon-immortal realm. As soon as the laws were disrupted, his cultivation level improved, and he broke through the Great Ascension stage in an instant, reaching the early stage of Tribulation Transcending. I'll kill you. The rogue immortal was filled with murderous intent, causing his natal pseudo-immortal artifact to shine brightly. A shockwave blasted towards Huaqiu, destroying everything in its path. He had gone mad, determined to kill Huaqiu no matter what. Huaqiu's face was grim, and the world-suppressing pagoda in his palm also emitted divine light. At this moment, an unusual aura also appeared on his body. It has exceeded the boundaries of the Mahayana period. What? Tribulation Transcending Stage. He can also unleash the power of a Tribulation Transcending Stage cultivator. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has actually gained the strength of the Tribulation Transcending Stage. How did he manage to break through after fighting the demon fairy? But isn't this place under the strong suppression of the laws of the demon realm? How could he possibly break through? In fact, Huaqiu has not yet made a breakthrough. He did not refine the demonic power of the immortal, but intended to save it for using to break through to a higher level of the creation technique. What he wanted was not to inherit the other's cultivation level, but to reach a higher level. At this moment, it was merely a matter of using some stored magical energy to deal with the scattered immortals. That's enough. The Tower of Suppressing the World shone with divine light, forming a 7-colored beam that pierced through everything and shot towards the wandering immortal. Bang! The light emanating from his pseudo-immortal artifact immediately dissipated. How could a fake immortal artifact possibly compare to a real immortal artifact? The divine light of the immortal artifact had not yet dissipated and continued to shoot towards the opponent's body. The opponent was terrified and hastily used a pseudo-immortal artifact to block. Bang! The pseudo-immortal artifact shattered instantly, turning into useless fragments. The wandering immortal immediately vomited blood and was severely injured. Even so, the divine light of the immortal artifact continued to advance relentlessly. He strained against the spiritual energy shield, and the shield shattered. The defensive magic weapon was unleashed, but it collapsed. No matter what means were used, they could not be stopped, they were all wiped out. Finally, several beams of divine light shot onto his body, piercing through him without any suspense. Well, the immortal cultivator's face turned deathly pale the next moment, his physical body vanished, leaving only his soul adrift. His soul screamed in terror as he dodged the divine light of the celestial artifact. Fellow Taoists, save me quickly! The wandering immortal's soul cried out. Everyone was stunned. Huaqiu has become so terrifying. Even a dignified rogue immortal was no match for him even when he used a pseudo-immortal artifact to disrupt the laws of the demon-immortal realm and enhance his cultivation, he was instantly killed. Who here could possibly be his match? He seems invincible. A futile effort, Huaqiu coldly watched the rogue immortal's soul desperately trying to dodge and said indifferently. He swiped his hand across the Jinshi pagoda. Buzz. The Tower of Worlds trembled once, and powerful shockwaves spread out like a tide. The immortal soul let out a miserable scream, and amidst the fluctuations of the immortal artifact, it was torn into pieces like paper, slowly dissipating. A wandering immortal can go from madness to destruction in a very short time. Everyone was speechless, staring in astonishment. What exactly happened in the space we can't see? Someone murmured. Now, they are starting to have doubts. Perhaps, the demon immortals really might be destroyed by the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Seeing Huaqiu turn his gaze towards them after dealing with the rogue immortal, everyone was immediately terrified. Could it be that he also wants to kill us? Some people were terrified. Huaqiu carried the Jinshi pagoda in his hands and walked over step by step. Killing one rogue immortal isn't enough? The crowd was shocked and became alert. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, aren't you afraid of exhaustion? Aren't you afraid we'll unite? Enough is enough. This is the demon immortal realm, not a place where you can do whatever you want. A rogue immortal spoke up, trying to persuade Huaqiu to stop. If you hold a grudge against us for our past grievances, we can apologize to you and are willing to offer compensation. Stop fighting, the priority now should be finding a way out. Even the wandering immortals took the initiative to yield and were willing to compromise. But Huaqiu remained unmoved and continued to carry the Jinshe pagoda. The murderous intent showed no sign of diminishing, sending chills down one's spine. Oof, don't think we're afraid of you, you're all alone. Do you really think you're invincible? If we all attack together, you'll fall too. Seeing that their soft approach wasn't working, the rogue immortals started to resort to intimidation. Enough with all this nonsense, Huaqiu said impatiently. If you want to fight, then fight. If you think you can kill me, then feel free to do it. If you want to join forces, then join forces. Everyone was even more surprised. How come he's not afraid of anything? He's so fearless. Isn't this level of confidence excessive? Bang! As Huaqiu approached, he activated the world-suppressing tower in his hand, causing it to emit intense divine light, and the divine power of the immortal artifact gradually became apparent. The wandering immortals all turned pale upon seeing this. This kid is so stubborn, does he really want to fight to the death? 992, Chapter 992 Murder. If war is inevitable, then let's fight. Huaqiu's aggressive manner also angered several of the wandering immortals. I've been holding back for so long, and I'm really eager to vent my anger. If there's no way to avoid it, then fight. I refuse to believe that 8 rogue immortals combined cannot defeat a mere supreme being of the 9 provinces. Gentlemen, do not lose the dignity of a loose immortal. The 7 tribulation loose immortal said in a deep voice. Provoked by his words, the other rogue immortals also revealed their ruthlessness. Kill him, let him be arrogant. The 8 rogue immortals all took out pseudo-immortal artifacts, full of ambition. Count us in, the heavenly palace ruler said. The 3 rulers also joined in, and all the Xuanzhen prodigies followed. The 7 tribulations immortal nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, they put aside their grudges and worked together. Huaqiu remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. The 20-odd people on the other side combined were indeed a force not to be underestimated. The Xuanzhen prodigies were already the best of their generation, and those who survived were all geniuses at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Needless to say, the 3 rulers are stronger than the geniuses. Each of the 8 rogue immortals possesses a natal pseudo-immortal artifact, which can disrupt the laws of the demon immortal realm and elevate them to the tribulation transcending stage. 8 tribulations are enough to cause a devastating blow. This gave everyone a significant boost of confidence. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is only one person. Can he possibly turn the world upside down? Huaqiu frowned slightly. With the entire opposing team united, he's definitely not so easy to kill. The first generation, he called out. Coming. The first supreme one replied, stepping out of his storage space. The first supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. The 3 rulers' expressions hardened. They were the ones who surrounded and killed the first supreme being, how could they not recognize him? In ancient times, the first supreme ruler of the 9 provinces fought against the one who had transcended tribulation at the Mahayana stage, a story that is still told today. This was also a figure they deeply feared. You didn't die, how did you come back to life? The earthly sovereign questioned. You should call me. Ancient immortal of the 9 provinces, the first supreme being grinned. Are you an ancient immortal from the 9 provinces? Everyone was shocked. Isn't the ancient immortal of the 9 provinces the current supreme being of the 9 provinces? Even wandering immortals believed he was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. The first generation was an ancient immortal, but who was he? Damn it, why does Kyushu only produce monsters? First generation, you share the same origin as the demon immortal. Now that he is dead, you should be able to manipulate some of the laws of this demon immortal realm, right? Huaqiu asked calmly. He remembered that when the first generation absorbed water from the fountain of life, it attracted divine punishment from the demon realm, but he only needed to form a few hand seals to dispel the punishment. This shows that his manipulation was effective. Indeed, I can control some of them and they can assist you in battle, the first Supreme Being grinned. I will try my best to suppress their strength for you, go ahead. As he spoke, he opened his mind and began to erode the realm of the immortals. The fairy is dead. If he can infiltrate the fairy realm, it will belong to him and become his world. Buzz. As the divine consciousness of the first Supreme Being continued to permeate, the realm of demons and immortals resonated with him. He smiled slightly and pressed down with his hand. In an instant, the expressions of those on the other side tightened. The gravity has increased, and the suppression of cultivation has become even stronger. What's going on? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. It was that first generation who took over the demon immortal realm. The Heavenly Palace ruler said solemnly. This was devastating news, causing the others to change their expressions in various ways. Hua Qiu has already set out with the immortal artifact, the world-suppressing tower. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go against everyone. Whoosh! With one step, he appeared before the earthly sovereign. The tower of suppression was blasted directly at them. Puff! The earthly sovereign was unable to withstand the attack and was blasted out of the crowd. Hua Qiu pressed his advantage, appearing before him across space with a single sweep of his hand. Ripples spread through space, separating him into another dimension. No one could provide assistance even if they wanted to. Die! Hua Qiu activated the world-suppressing pagoda, and divine light shot out once more. The Lord of the Earth Palace was horrified and used the immortal artifacts of his own faction to defend himself. Ultimately, the immortal artifact was sturdy enough to block some of the attacks from the world-suppressing tower. A ray of light struck his arm, piercing through it. The earthly sovereign hurriedly swallowed a top-grade pill, and his severed arm quickly regenerated. You are not worthy to possess a celestial artifact, Hua Qiu said calmly, taking a step closer and smashing the world-suppressing tower directly onto his head. His other hand reached for the magical artifact in his hand. The earthly sovereign tried to block him again with the immortal artifact in his hand, but Hua Qiu grabbed him. Give it to me. With a domineering tug, he snatched the immortal artifact from the other party. The ruler of the Earth Palace was greatly alarmed and hurriedly went to seize it. But how could he possibly outmaneuver Hua Qiu? Another magical artifact has been acquired. Enraged, the Lord of the Earth Palace launched a preemptive attack on Hua Qiu. Boom! Hua Qiu slammed the tower down, smashing it hard on his head. The earthly sovereign was struck until he was dizzy and his head was covered in blood. Sending you on your way. Hua Qiu took the immortal sword from the earthly palace, infused it with the spiritual power of creation, and slashed at it with one stroke. The legend of Sword and Fairy is extremely sharp. It carries immense power within itself. This is a powerful offensive immortal artifact, and its attack power is much stronger than that of the world-suppressing tower. This sword strike was not something the earthly sovereign could withstand. One sword strike, and his head was severed from his body. With another sword strike, the earthly sovereign's physical body collapsed, leaving only his head. Using the divine soul of an immortal emperor, he launched a secret soul attack technique, instantly annihilating the divine soul of the earthly sovereign. Of the 4 rulers, 2 have already departed. The others felt their scalps tingle. That is an unparalleled ruler. He was in charge of a dominant force, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the tribulation transcending realm, yet he was killed so easily. Even the dominator level isn't enough here. Whoosh! Hua Qiu continued his actions, this time appearing before a Xuanzhen prodigy. Without even separating them, a single sword stroke sliced them in 2. Even geniuses are like ants. Stand close together, don't scatter. The 7 tribulations loose immortals saw that Hua Qiu wanted to defeat them one by one, and quickly shouted. Everyone carried, they stood back to back, none of them wanting to die here. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and set out once again. His speed was several times faster, and even the wandering immortals couldn't track his movements. I thought he would target a relatively weak cultivator this time, but unexpectedly, he appeared standing in front of a rogue immortal. "What do you want to do?" the hermit asked warily. "I'll kill you," Hua Qiu replied simply and decisively. As he finished his hand movements, another spatial extension separated the wandering immortal. Then, Hua Qiu also plunged in. Destruction Sword Intent. He unleashed the Destruction Sword Intent with his immortal sword, its power immense. The immortal retreated in terror, while Hua Qiu pressed closer and closer. He attacked, but Hua Qiu did not dodge. His body radiated a magical light, and his powerful physique withstood the attack without hindrance. Finally, a sword struck its back, and the sword's intent spread out. Ami body. His body was being eroded by the destructive sword intent and was constantly collapsing. This wandering immortal looked pained. It seemed he too was not going to survive. 993, Chapter 993 Escape. Boom boom boom. Hua Qiu made his move time and time again, and although no one was killed due to the extreme vigilance of the crowd, he left each of them injured, and the injuries were quite serious. "This won't work, he'll still pick us off one by one." Everyone was shocked and frightened by Hua Qiu's methods. Everyone gathered together to fight the enemy, yet he still managed to easily kill a ruler, a prodigy, and a rogue immortal. "If this continues, we're all going to die here. We must truly unite our strength to fight against the supreme being of the 9 provinces, otherwise more will perish." The 7 tribulations immortal shouted, leading the crowd. "You all transfer your power to me, and I will fight against him." The 7 tribulations immortal still has influence. In an instant, everyone pressed their hands against each other's backs, forming a line to transfer their power to the 7 tribulations immortal. A protective shield immediately appeared, enveloping the group. "This is the method of that 7 tribulations loose immortal." Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. "This is a protective shield formed by the combined strength of many people. It is very sturdy and not easy for him to break through in a short time." The 7 tribulations immortal gained immense power, causing his aura to surge. At this moment, his cultivation aura began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the tribulation transcending stage. The first supreme being controlled the laws of the demon realm by virtue of his shared origin with the demon immortals, but he could not control much in a short time and could only exert initial control. Therefore, when everyone joined forces, that power broke through the limits of the suppression of the laws and also broke through the control of the first supreme being. The aura of the 7 tribulation loose immortal continued to rise, and soon reached the peak of the tribulation transcending stage. Then he broke through again and rose to the level of the first tribulation loose immortal. Chaos broke out in the world of magic fairies. This powerful aura defied the laws, but the first generation of supreme beings could not control the laws of the demon immortal realm for the time being, which restricted them too much. The laws that no one controlled were also unlikely to endanger the people protected by the protective shield. "I cannot infiltrate the immortal realm yet. With the death of the immortals, the laws of the immortal realm have become much weaker," the first supreme said solemnly to Hua Qiu. On the other side, the 7 tribulations immortal gathered his strongest power, forming an incomparably huge sword light. He had no intention of attacking Hua Qiu at all. "Go!" The 7 tribulations immortal roared and slashed fiercely, sending the enormous sword light hurtling towards the sky. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and the space of the demon realm trembled continuously. A crack slowly appeared where the giant sword had struck, revealing the dark void outside. The realm of magic fairies has been shattered. By pooling everyone's strength, they successfully created an opening when the laws of the demon realm weakened. Whoosh! As soon as the gap appeared, the 7 tribulations loose immortal immediately set off, flying to the gap with lightning speed and disappearing in the blink of an eye. He escaped the fairy realm. Run! The others quickly realized what was happening and flew towards the gap as if their lives depended on it. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and he immediately grabbed a sword and rushed forward. With a single sword strike, the destructive intent of the sword surged forth. Ah! 3 Xuanzhen prodigies were immediately severed and died a violent death. The others were much more cautious, always on guard against Hua Qiu. When Hua Qiu drew his sword, their speed increased dramatically, barely managing to escape the attack range, but this also prevented them from flying away in time. Want to leave? Not so easy. Huaqiu blocked the gap with his sword, his killing intent palpable. Those who hadn't escaped looked extremely grim. We must get out, no matter what. They were determined. As the gap behind Huaqiu was gradually being repaired, everyone was extremely anxious. Charge together, so we won't have time to attend to everyone, shouted a robe immortal. Everyone nodded in agreement. This is the most effective method at present. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost simultaneously, everyone moved. They split up and flew in different directions toward the gap. The gap wasn't small, Huaqiu's body couldn't completely block it. Huaqiu chuckled softly. Then, his body began to tremble. An avatar. As the 4 words were uttered, Huaqiu's body appeared as a double image, which then solidified into an avatar. In an instant, dozens of identical Huaqius appeared. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Because each Huaqiu possesses a terrifying aura, although their strength is not as great as a single Huaqiu, it is enough to kill them. Kill! Huaqiu pointed his sword downwards, and all his avatars were mobilized. The sword light was dazzling and flew beneath the gap. The first to suffer were the surviving Xuanjin prodigies. They were the weakest in the group and had no ability to resist or escape the pursuit of Huaqiu's avatar. Screams rang out as several more prodigies fell. The top geniuses of the Xuanjin realm only managed to defeat one heavenly palace goddess. Her eyes were filled with terror. If the heavenly palace ruler hadn't pulled her up, she would have perished under his transformed sword. Whoosh! The heavenly palace ruler suffered another significant wound for helping the heavenly palace goddess. Boom! Not far away, a rogue immortal, besieged by several Huaqiu avatars, was so enraged that he detonated a top-tier magic weapon while blasting away the avatars. He was also blasted away, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Feasible. The others' expressions changed, and they all summoned several top-tier magic treasures, detonating them to repel Huaqiu's avatar. In this way, they were able to escape and head towards the gap. However, there is still Huaqiu's original body at the gap. Die! Huaqiu's sword light shone like a rainbow, instantly killing another heavily wounded rogue immortal. Now no one dared to make a move, as they were being relentlessly pursued by Huaqiu's avatar. Heaven is going to destroy us. They cried out in despair. Huaqiu's expression was cold, his killing intent undiminished. If this continues, he can trap all these people in the demon realm and kill them all, so that they won't become a major threat after they leave. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tremor came from the gap, as if it had been hit by a powerful force. The gap suddenly widened tenfold more than. Huaqiu's face immediately darkened. Through the gap, he saw the figure outside. It's that 7 tribulations loose immortal who has already escaped. He was no longer suppressed by the laws outside and recovered his cultivation. Instead of leaving, he used a pseudo-immortal artifact to blast a gap in the demon immortal realm. Master Xiaoyao. The scattered immortals were overjoyed. Boom! The carefree monk unleashed another attack, widening the breach even further. If you don't come out now, when will you? The voice of the carefree monk rang out from outside the breach. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly leaped up. Such a large gap is impossible to plug, no matter how hard Huaqiu tries. Huaqiu turned around and stared coldly at the 7 tribulations loose immortal outside the gap. The other person stared at him coldly in return. Neither side concealed their intense killing intent towards the other. Although Huaqiu was displeased, he understood that with that 7 tribulation loose immortal interfering outside, his plans were doomed to fail. Ultimately, these people could not be wiped out in the world of demons and immortals. But it's impossible for him to just sit idly by and watch. 994, Chapter 994 severely injures a 7th tribulation loose immortal. Huaqiu summoned all his avatars back to guard the breach. Once these rogue immortals and rulers have recovered their cultivation levels after leaving, they will still be top-tier cultivators in this star field, posing a huge threat. He wanted to prevent them from causing trouble for a short period of time, buying time for himself and Kyushu. Boom! Buzz. Seeing that the people were getting closer to the breach, Huaqiu used swift and decisive measures. They unleashed all their strongest attacks in quick succession, hurling them down at once. Damn it, has the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces gone mad? The faces of the fleeing people turned black. With such power of supernatural laws crashing down, they would be crippled even if they didn't die. But they themselves went up to meet them. Boom! At the critical moment, a loud boom suddenly came from behind, and a powerful force blasted in through the gap. It's that 7 Tribulations immortal, the carefree immortal. He intervened remotely once again, intervening in Huaqiu's dealings with the people inside. The power of a 7 Tribulation loose immortal will also be greatly weakened after entering the demon immortal realm due to the suppression of the laws. However, because the two sides were not far apart, the power still possessed considerable strength when it descended, posing a life or death threat to Huaqiu. Huaqiu had no choice but to withdraw and ease his pressure on those below. He used both the source of time and the source of space to weaken the power of the carefree monk to the point that it posed no threat. This delay allowed the people below to rush up, enduring the attacks of Huaqiu's avatar, and charging into the breach despite their injuries. They finally managed to break through and escape from that nightmarish fairy realm. At this point, Huaqiu had no choice but to give up, withdraw his avatar, and stand at the gap, sword in hand, gazing at the fleeing crowd. These people will no longer be suppressed by the laws of the demon realm, and their cultivation will be restored. Tribulation stage, loose immortal. That's enough, Huaqiu muttered to himself. Everyone who escaped was injured by him, and none of them suffered minor injuries. These injuries are not easy to heal. It can take anywhere from 7 or 8 years to several decades or even 100 years. As for those with more severe injuries, they will probably have to remain in seclusion for over 1,000 years. This is enough time for Huaqiu to grow. Once he utilizes the energy of the demon immortals to break through the creation technique, he will no longer be afraid of these rogue immortal cultivators. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you deserve to die. After escaping the demon immortal realm, those people did not leave, but instead stared at Huaqiu through the gap, their eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. I never want to relive my experiences in the magical fairy realm. A group of wandering immortals and rulers, all of whom are incomparably noble and high-ranking beings in the starfield. However, in that realm of demons and immortals, they were so insignificant, swept away by a mere peak Mahayana stage 9 provinces supreme, their lives and deaths in the hands of others. Dignity utterly lost, utterly despicable. How can a chess player be injured by a chess piece? Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, if you have the guts, come out and see if I kill you or not. A rogue immortal shouted indignantly. Come in if you dare, Huaqiu replied calmly. The man's face immediately turned ashen. Having finally escaped the fairy realm, I never want to go back. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, are you planning to spend your whole life holed up in the demon immortal realm? What a coward. Some rogue immortals tried to provoke him. You don't have to come out, that's fine, you have friends, right? You have family, right? Heh. I will kill them all and torture their souls with the most vicious methods. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, just wait and see the entire 9 provinces be devastated. Because of you, the 9 provinces will truly perish, the starfield will cease to exist from now on. Huaqiu remained completely calm. You should heal your injuries first, he said jokingly. You? The immortals looked grim. Huaqiu was right at this moment, they were all exhausted and seriously injured. How could they have time to go to Kyushu to kill people? Those injuries could become dangerous if left untreated. Once we recover from our injuries, we will do as we just said, we will ensure that not a single person in the entire 9 provinces survives. The man said viciously. After saying that, he swallowed the pill and sat down to meditate and heal his injuries. Huaqiu did not answer. Once these people have recovered from their injuries, they probably won't be able to wait that long. Huaqiu frowned as he looked outside the gap. The 7 Tribulations immortal, the carefree immortal, stared at him with a half-smile. This is the strongest cultivator among the scattered immortals, and the injuries he suffered are not very serious. He is now fully capable of crossing boundaries. If he wanted revenge, he was capable of going to Kyushu and slaughtering Huaqiu's relatives and friends, as well as all living beings in Kyushu. For a seventh tribulation loose immortal, destroying an entire 9 provinces is not a difficult task. Some people also thought of this and bowed to the venerable Xiaoyao. Master Xiaoyao, we beg you to take action and teach the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces a lesson. Moreover, at this distance, Master Xiaoyao could pose a threat to Huaqiu. Master Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Do you think I would let this person grow up? His face turned icy cold in an instant. Such a prodigy should not appear in this star field. All traces of him should be erased. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, if you do not come out, I will go on a killing spree throughout the 9 provinces, said the carefree immortal coldly. Huaqiu narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you still do not come out after that time, the whole land will be reduced to ashes, the carefree monk said indifferently. Huaqiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Master Xiaoyao, you shouldn't have threatened me with the 9 provinces, he said coldly. What can you do? Master Xiaoyao chuckled, looking at Huaqiu with a hint of sarcasm. I am right here. You are welcome to come out and fight. Why cross the line? Huaqiu said coldly. In an instant, his eyes narrowed. Buzz. For the first time in public, he used the power of his divine soul to launch a secret technique of divine sense attack. An attack at the soul level is invisible and intangible. There are few soul cultivators in this starfield. Due to special circumstances, wandering immortals primarily cultivate their spiritual souls, which makes them quite perceptive. But by the time Master Xiaoyao realized what was happening, it was too late. That his expression changed drastically as the terrifying soul attack struck him. Without any warning, Master Xiaoyao closed his eyes and suddenly collapsed. What's going on? The other cultivators were shocked and confused. A soul attack technique. The carefree immortal has been attacked by a soul attack technique. A nearby rogue immortal exclaimed. The immortals were horrified once again. Huaqiu's soul is even more powerful than that of a 7 tribulation loose immortal, which is truly astonishing. What's frightening is that he is currently in the demon immortal realm, where not only his cultivation level but also his soul and consciousness are being severely suppressed. Under such conditions, how could he still severely injure the free and unfettered master? Inside the demon realm, Huaqiu's face turned pale. Launching this soul attack while resisting the suppression of the laws of the demon realm also took a heavy toll on him. Fortunately, it worked. The 7 tribulations immortal, the carefree immortal, suffered a more severe injury to his soul than any other immortal, because injuries to the soul are the most difficult to heal. The carefree monk has vanished. He probably never imagined that Huaqiu had such a trump card. 995, Chapter 995 10 Years of Seclusion. Outside the gap, the cultivators dispersed. Before leaving, almost everyone made a bold statement, vowing to raise the entire country to the ground when they emerged from the pass. The gap in the magical realm is slowly being repaired. Fellow Taoist Hua, are you going out? The first supreme asked. Huaqiu shook his head. I will go into seclusion in this magical realm, he said calmly. When I emerge from seclusion, it will be the time of change for this starfield. The first supreme being nodded in agreement. I also want to go into seclusion in the magical realm and completely take control of it. The two said their goodbyes. Huaqiu randomly found a place in the 4th layer of the demon immortal realm, carved out a cave dwelling, and began his seclusion there. His storage ring is now filled with treasures, and even if it's not enough, there are still rare and precious materials from the demon immortal cave to supply him, so he doesn't have to worry about resources at all. Moreover, the magic fairy has plenty of energy, so breaking through the creation technique is not difficult. During seclusion, the speed of time is imperceptible. When Huaqiu opened her eyes again, 10 years had passed. He slowly got up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, life thrives. It was springtime in the fourth dimension, and life on Earth was reviving. The first generation should have taken control of the demon immortal realm by now, Huaqiu muttered to himself upon seeing this. The world of magic fairies used to be very desolate, with little vitality. Now that it is under the control of the first supreme being, things have changed. Huaqiu flashed and appeared on the second floor in the next moment. The second level is the space where the fairy once condensed the fountain of life, where all life has been destroyed. It's changed now, like a paradise. There is still a pool where the fountain of life used to be, but the water flowing in it has become hot spring. The first supreme being was lying naked in the hot spring, looking quite content. Over the years, he has completely taken control of the fairy realm, and can change the seasons of the fairy realm with a single thought. 10 years have passed, and I wonder when fellow Taoist Hua will emerge from seclusion, the first supreme muttered to himself. I have emerged from seclusion, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who? The first supreme being suddenly bristled, leaping up in a defensive stance. This is the world he controls, and it's terrifying that someone could come to him so silently. Upon seeing the person beside him, the first supreme being's expression was one of surprise and delight. Fellow Taoist Hua, it's you, you've emerged from seclusion. Huaqiu nodded and glanced at him. The first supreme being's current realm is the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Taking control of the demon realm also improved his cultivation level. Fellow Taoist Hua, you. The first supreme being looked at Huaqiu with surprise and uncertainty. He discovered that even if Huaqiu were standing right in front of him, he couldn't sense anything. This is a world under his control. Even those wandering immortals who enter here can only have their lives and deaths controlled by him. He is no longer the same person he was 10 years ago, now he rules the laws of the magical world. Yet, he couldn't even sense Huaqiu. The first supreme being suddenly felt a sense of dread. He found it difficult to guess what level Huaqiu had reached. Fellow Taoist Hua, you've broken through. Are you now in the tribulation transcending stage, or are you comparable to a loose immortal? He asked curiously. Neither, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. The first supreme being was taken aback and wanted to ask more questions. Come back to Kyushu with me, Huaqiu interrupted him, then casually waved his hand. The surrounding scenery immediately changed, then returned to reality after a brief transformation. We've arrived, Huaqiu said. What, we've arrived? The first supreme being's eyes widened. He only noticed that the scenery had changed slightly. When did Huaqiu's spatial origin become so incredible? The first supreme being felt that Huaqiu was too mysterious now, and he could not detect anything about him, nor dared to guess anything. Ahead lies the Emperor Immortal sect, founded by Huaqiu. 10 years have passed, but the scenery here hasn't changed much. Halt, what are you doing here? The gatekeeper stopped the two. Huaqiu nodded silently. In 10 years, the Emperor Immortal sect has developed rapidly. The cultivators guarding the gate are all at the nascent soul stage. He could sense that the Emperor Immortal sect had many nascent soul cultivators, quite a few void return cultivators, and dozens of body integration cultivators. More than 10 Mahayana periods also appeared. It can now be compared to the top powers in the Xuanjin realm in the past. This is thanks to the revival of spiritual energy in the 9 provinces and the perfect elixirs left behind by Huaqiu. As long as one is not afraid of an unstable foundation, one can forcefully create a Mahayana cultivator using elixirs in a short period of time. Immortal Emperor sect, I'm back, Huaqiu said with emotion. 10 years is neither a long nor a short time. I haven't seen my old friend for 10 years. Wait, who are you? One of the gatekeepers suddenly looked surprised and stared intently at Huaqiu's face. You are the sect leader. He suddenly shouted. Isn't this person exactly the same as the portrait that always hangs in the main hall? What, sect master, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness, please forgive me. The cultivator who blocked the way was terrified and immediately knelt down. With a single glance from Huaqiu, he was lifted up by an invisible force. The sect leader is back. One person shouted at the top of their lungs. In an instant, the entire Emperor Immortal sect was greatly shaken. Numerous cultivators emerged, their figures flying towards the mountain gate. Sect Master. Your Majesty. The cultivators familiar with Hua Qiu were overjoyed and knelt down at his feet. Looking at those familiar faces from the mundane world, Hua Qiu was overwhelmed with emotions. In less than 20 years, everyone has performed differently. No one aged, since they had all cultivated immortality. I just feel like everyone looks a bit more weathered now. Hua Qiu smiled and reminisced with everyone. The Imperial Immortal sect was filled with joy and harmony. Your Majesty, you have been in seclusion for 10 years. What has been the result? The Pang and Jiang clans asked eagerly. 10 years ago, Hua Qiu used his spiritual power to send them out of the demon immortal realm and back to Kyushu. Following Hua Qiu's instructions, they kept a low profile and bided their time to prevent anyone from attacking. Both races now have no shortage of top-tier combatants, so there's nothing to fear. Unless the ruler himself arrives, the Xuanjin realm of the Emperor Immortal sect will never be breached. Your Majesty, when should we send troops to attack the Xuanjin realm? The Jiang clan chief asked again. They couldn't wait any longer. We're just waiting for Hua Qiu to come out of seclusion. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. You can send troops immediately if you wish. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. To outsiders, it seems ridiculous and presumptuous for a mere Emperor Immortal sect to attempt to attack the Xuanjin realm. At most, it's equivalent to a major force in the Xuanjin world. The potential of the Emperor Immortal sect is enormous. Especially with someone like Hua Qiu, whose existence is beyond comprehension, in charge. Pass down the Supreme One's order, prepare to send troops to attack the Xuanjin realm. Patriarch Peng said excitedly. The resurrection of the first Supreme Being gave cultivators across the 9 provinces great confidence. With 2 legendary Supreme Beings from the 9 provinces joining forces, how could they not overturn the Xuanjin realm? 996, Chapter 996. The Xuanjin army attacks. Hua Qiu and the first-generation Supreme entered the Emperor Immortal sect. The two sat outside the main hall, while numerous cultivators from the Emperor Immortal sect gathered below. Seeing the current strength of the Emperor Immortal sect, the first-generation Supreme's eyes gleamed with admiration. Even when he led the 9 provinces in ancient times, there was no such grand occasion. Although the number of cultivators is far less than in ancient times, the number of top experts is incomparable to anything seen before. Fellow Taoist Hua, how did you establish such a lineage? How many years did it take? He couldn't help but ask curiously. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Aside from providing cultivation techniques and elixirs, we basically leave them to their own devices. The Emperor Immortal sect has been established for less than 20 years. What? The first Supreme Being was immediately dumbfounded. In the first plane of the Xuanjin realm, this kind of sect is among the strongest top-tier forces, second only to the 4 dominant powers. It was created in just 20 years. In a mere 20 years, an ordinary cultivator probably wouldn't even be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. There are already more than 10 Mahayana practitioners here. No one would believe it if I told them. I wonder what kind of peak figure fellow Taoist Hua is in that immortal realm, the first-generation Supreme thought to himself. It is an immense fortune for the land of Kyushu to have such an amazing person. Boom! As they were talking, the sky suddenly shook violently, and the loud noise was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Someone's attacking. The first Supreme's face immediately darkened as he looked up at the sky. According to my divine sense, there are many cultivators invading outside the barrier of the 9 provinces' starry sky. The first Supreme Being continued his exploration, and his expression changed upon seeing the banners of the army. Mount Futu. The dominant force of the Xuanjin realm, Mount Futu, led a massive army of cultivators to attack, making a great show of force. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm and composed, as if he had already anticipated this. Disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect, follow me beyond the starry sky to confront the enemy. With these words, Hua Qiu's figure vanished from the spot. Beyond the starry sky of the 9 provinces, the army of cultivators from Mount Futu was approaching. Since the Demon Immortal Realm Grand Competition, the overall strength of this star field has declined significantly. The situation is most severe in the Xuanjin realm. Many powerful figures and geniuses from major forces perished in the Demon Immortal Realm. The 4 dominant forces are all in similar condition, the strong are dwindling and geniuses are extinct. But their dominant position remains unshakable. The Floating Mountain Master's injuries were not too serious. After recovering, he immediately led the Floating Mountain cultivators and commanded some powerful Xuanjin forces to invade the 9 provinces world. He didn't want to give Kyushu and Huaqiu any chance. Perhaps it was also out of a desire for revenge, wanting to provoke Huaqiu, who was holed up in the fairy realm, and destroy his rear lines. My lord, shall we challenge him? According to the detection stone, there are Mahayana stage experts in the 9 provinces. Someone stepped forward, bowed, and asked. No need. The sovereign of Mount Futu waved his hand. I will personally break through the barrier of the 9 provinces, and then you can directly attack. But if any Mahayana cultivator from the 9 provinces appears, I will annihilate them directly. Those below all showed strange expressions. In past invasions, the sovereign almost never took action. In ancient times, the rulers would not have intervened unless the first supreme being of the 9 provinces had killed several Xuanjin Mahayana cultivators. Now, the Lord is actually going to take action immediately. This is an attempt to destroy Kyushu as quickly as possible. The ruler of Mount Futu rose and stood outside the boundary of the 9 provinces. He slammed his palm down on the boundary wall. An enormous palm print appeared and pressed down upon the world of Kyushu. The Lord of Mount Futu has fully recovered from his injuries and his strength has also been restored. When he takes action personally, no dimension can stop him. This time we'll have it easy. The Xuanjin cultivator who followed us smiled. Who doesn't like to relax a little? Bang! Just as the giant hand was about to strike the boundary wall of the 9 provinces, causing widespread damage, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from nowhere, and the sovereign's giant hand actually dissipated like dust. What's going on? The Xuanjin cultivator's eyes widened. The ruler of Mount Futu frowned slightly. Does Kyushu still have the power to resist? After a moment's hesitation, he gave a half-smile. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, now that you've returned, why hide your face? The voice of the floating mountain ruler echoed in the starry sky. Who in this ravaged land could withstand a single blow from him? Aside from that exceptionally talented supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, there would be no one else. The fact that the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has left the realm of demons and immortals is actually good news for the ruler of Mount Futu. They were also afraid that Huaqiu might be hiding inside and cultivating, and would become a great threat when he came out. Brush! Huaqiu's figure suddenly appeared at the boundary wall, coldly staring at all the Xuanjin cultivators. He glanced at the overlord of Mount Futu, somewhat surprised. Although the Lord of Mount Futu was less seriously injured in the Demon Immortal Realm, his injuries would normally take decades or even centuries to recover. It now appears that everything has been fully restored. Seemingly sensing Huaqiu's question, the Lord of Futu Mountain took the initiative to speak. I once killed a Mahayana cultivator from the Glazed Realm and the Demon Immortal Realm and obtained a top-grade healing pill from him. Huaqiu immediately understood. He once formed an alliance with cultivators in the Glazed Realm and refined many top-grade pills for them. One of these healing pills is more effective than any other pill in the lower realms, capable of restoring a cultivator's injuries in a very short time. It's inevitable that the master of Futu Mountain will recover sooner after consuming that elixir. So eager to lead a large army to attack my Kyushu? Huaqiu sneered. Delay will only lead to unforeseen changes, the Lord of Mount Futu replied indifferently. I originally intended to use the lives of the people of Kyushu to control you, but I never expected that you would step out on your own. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you shall become dust in the starry sky along with the 9 provinces, the sovereign of Mount Futu declared. In his eyes, Huaqiu's aura was unremarkable, not much different from when he was in the Demon Immortal Realm. In just 10 years, he didn't believe Hua Qiu could achieve any breakthroughs. The tribulation transcending stage is not something that can be achieved so easily. Even if the person before me is a genius, it would still take at least a century. You want to destroy my 9 provinces? Dream on. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, and the first supreme being appeared. The expression of the master of Mount Futu was immediately shaken. Mid-stage tribulation transcending. He could tell that the first supreme being's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm, far surpassing his previous level. Is it because of the demon realm? The Lord of Mount Futu frowned. When the first supreme being was at the peak of Mahayana, he was able to fight beyond his level and contend with rulers. Now that he has reached the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm, just how strong is his combat power? Fortunately, I have also made a breakthrough and reached the peak of the tribulation transcending realm. The sovereign of Mount Futu's eyes darkened. After the journey to the magic fairy realm, it was a process of destruction followed by reconstruction. Even if there's one more tribulation in the 9 provinces, the outcome won't change, he concluded. Slay the foreign invaders and protect our land. A unified shout rang out as the cultivators of the Emperor Immortal Sect soared into the starry sky, their momentum like a rainbow. Upon seeing these people who had appeared out of nowhere, the Xuanjin cultivators were all taken aback. Wasn't the power of Kyushu destroyed in ancient times? 997, Chapter 997. The terrifying supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. The ruler of Mount Futu narrowed his eyes. The current foundation of Kyushu is astonishing. Even in the desolate Xuanjin realm, the number of Mahayana stage experts from the dominant forces is less than that of the 9 provinces. Kyushu was once so devastated, it's impossible for it to have accumulated such wealth. There is only one possibility. This is the work of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Even the ruler of Mount Futu couldn't help but marvel at how this supreme being of the 9 provinces was truly a figure outside the rules, capable of turning the rotten into the miraculous. That is precisely why we cannot allow him and Kyushu to continue existing. Cultivators from the earthly realm, cultivators from the netherworld. The Lord of Mount Futu roared. Please give your orders, Lord of the Floating Pagoda. The cultivators from the Earth Palace and the Underworld shouted, their voices booming like thunder. Both their rulers died at Hua Qiu's hands, and their peak experts were almost all killed by Hua Qiu in the demon immortal realm, creating an immense blood feud. You shall be the vanguard, charge into the 9 provinces, and leave no survivors, no matter what life may be. The floating mountain master commanded. Kill. The battle cry shook the heavens as cultivators from the 2 dominant forces advanced towards the 9 provinces world. Did you think this was ancient times, that my 9 provinces could only be slaughtered? The first supreme being sneered, waving his hand. He personally led the cultivators from the 9 provinces to meet the enemy. The number of cultivators in the 9 provinces is more than 100 times less than the army of Xuanjin cultivators. But they have many strong individuals. The Emperor Immortal Sect, the Pine Clan, the Jiang Clan, and the Withered Bones awakened in the tombs of ancient cultivators from the 9 provinces. The number of Mahayana stage cultivators is no less than that of Xuanjin. Moreover, there is one major variable. First generation supreme being, mid-stage tribulation transcending. He alone was enough to sweep away a dominant force, comparable to dozens of Mahayana cultivators. The master of Mount Futu changed his expression. He thought the first supreme being would come to restrain him, so Hua Qiu led the cultivators of the 9 provinces to meet the challenge. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu did not budge. Even the ruler of Mount Futu couldn't remain calm now. What could a mid-stage tribulation transcending expert possibly withstand in such a battle? It was a complete sweep. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, do you think you can stop me? The Lord of Mount Futu sneered. There's no need to stop us, Hua Qiu said calmly. Why didn't you let the first generation protect you? This isn't the realm of demons and immortals, there's no suppression from the laws of demons and immortals here. The Lord of Mount Futu's expression was somewhat sarcastic. Yes, there is no suppression of the laws of magic and immortality here, Hua Qiu nodded. You will perish. The master of Mount Futu's expression hardened. Oof, I'd like to see what kind of confidence you still have. After saying that, he stood up from his throne and took a step that covered a great distance, getting closer to Hua Qiu. The humiliation of the demon immortal realm shall now be avenged. The aura of the floating pagoda mountain sovereign was overwhelming. He was a peak tribulation transcending being, yet he was suppressed in the demon immortal realm and severely injured by Hua Qiu. That pent-up anger was released at that moment. Resentment, murderous intent. I vow to annihilate Hua Qiu, body and soul. The ruler of Mount Futu stretched out his large hand and clenched it towards Hua Qiu from a distance. The space was instantly compressed, creating a strong feeling of suffocation. This is enough to crush any Mahayana cultivator. With his peak tribulation transcending cultivation level suppressed, even if Hua Qiu controlled the origins of time and space, he wasn't afraid that Hua Qiu would escape. The ruler of Mount Futu thought Hua Qiu would at least panic, but he didn't. His expression was utterly calm, as if he were watching a clown. The floating mountain master frowned again. This supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, does he have some hidden trump card? You've recovered your strength, and this is all you've got? Hua Qiu's voice rang out, laced with sarcasm. The ruler of Mount Futu frowned deeply. He encountered obstacles. When his power shattered space and reached Hua Qiu, he could no longer achieve anything. The area 3 feet in front of Hua Qiu was an absolute domain that he could not even step into. Boom! The void between the two resounded with a deafening roar, followed by vast stretches of annihilation. This is the sovereign of Mount Futu unleashing his powerful divine might at the peak of his tribulation transcending cultivation. It is a terrifying power capable of destroying an entire plane. However, this was to no avail. It still could not break through Hua Qiu's absolute domain. The ruler of Mount Futu finally revealed his surprise. What kind of power is this, supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? What methods do you have? He asked coldly. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, naturally not explaining anything to him. The peak of the tribulation transcending stage is nothing more than this. One sentence was enough to turn the face of the master of Mount Futu ashen. Arrogant. The lord of Mount Futu's long hair stood on end as he recklessly unleashed all his spiritual power. Boom boom boom. The starry sky here is in disarray, and all sorts of strange phenomena are appearing. The cultivators who were engaged in battle stopped in their tracks, watching this scene in shock. No one has ever witnessed the supreme ruler unleash his full power. The first supreme being stared at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression, hesitating whether he should go and help. Destroy. With a loud shout, the lord of Mount Futu unleashed a torrent of power upon Hua Qiu. The dark starry sky shone with divine light, dazzlingly brilliant. It felt as if a sun was crashing down on Hua Qiu. It was terrifying. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. He opened his mouth and softly uttered a single word. Destroy. Buzz. The starry sky suddenly trembled, and its blazing, sun-like brilliance dimmed instantly, disintegrated, and turned into countless specks of starlight that scattered. At this moment, all the Xuanzhen cultivators were dumbfounded. The supreme ruler's most powerful attack was completely neutralized by a single word, vanishing without a trace. How is that possible? The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is only at the Mahayana stage, isn't he? The pupils of the floating mountain ruler trembled violently. This scene stirred up a storm in his heart for a moment. He even thought he was still in the demon immortal realm, or he was suppressed and completely controlled by Hua Qiu. You are not a Mahayana practitioner. The ruler of Mount Futu slowly uttered a sentence, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is definitely not Mahayana Buddhism. Even the most extraordinary Mahayana teachings have their limits. The ability to annihilate the divine radiance of a peak tribulation transcending cultivator at will cannot be attributed to a Mahayana cultivator. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has broken through. This was the worst-case scenario. The ruler of Mount Futu had considered. This has now been confirmed. He didn't know which level Hua Qiu had broken through to. Is it the early, middle, or late stage of the tribulation? We can't kill him, the ruler of Mount Futu sighed. Such an amazing person became a cultivator undergoing tribulation, he simply couldn't kill him. The rise of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is unstoppable. It's more than just that we can't kill him, Hua Qiu said coldly. I have said it before, beyond the 9 provinces, in the starry sky, lies the burial place of you, the ruler of Mount Futu. Hua Qiu made his first move. One step forward, and countless ripples suddenly appear. Bang! An aura erupted from him, like a terrifying storm in the starry sky, spreading out like towering waves. All the cultivators were like withered leaves drifting in a vast ocean, swaying and trembling. How is this possible? No cultivator was not terrified and felt their scalp tingle. Such an aura. Fear. It was terrifying beyond description. The Lord of Mount Futu turned pale instantly. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is actually terrifying to this extent. 998, Chapter 998 Great Victory. The master of Mount Futu had no idea what realm Hua Qiu was at. All he knew was that the oppression was too great. It was so powerful that even a peak tribulation transcending cultivator like him couldn't withstand it. He couldn't believe that in just 10 years, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces had suddenly become so terrifying. 10 years ago, he was only at the peak of Mahayana. Even if there is a breakthrough in the next 10 years, reaching the tribulation transcending stage would be the highest one can achieve. A rogue immortal? Has he become a rogue immortal? The Lord of Mount Futu wondered, his mind unsettled. After the tribulation, the celestial tribulation descends. If one passes through it, one can open the celestial gate, embark on the path of immortality, and ascend to immortality. If one fails and survives the celestial tribulation, one can only embark on the path of a wandering immortal. They may be stronger than cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage, but their actual potential is not as high as that of cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage. Hua Qiu is so powerful that the ruler of Futu Mountain can only associate him with the realm of a loose immortal. Such a powerful aura seemed even the most oppressive immortals I'd ever seen before didn't exude this much pressure. 10 years, only 10 years. The eyes of the floating mountain master were filled with resentment. Why is his progress so different from that of the supreme being of the 9 provinces in the same 10 years? Is this what a prodigy is like? The ruler of Mount Futu suddenly felt a pang of envy. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you are truly a remarkable person to protect the 9 provinces. You are willing to give up becoming an immortal and leave, becoming a wandering immortal just to guard this wretched plane? The ruler of Mount Futu said under pressure, his tone filled with admiration. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback, but didn't explain anything to him. He can think whatever he wants. Killing me won't be that easy. The Lord of Mount Futu revealed a ruthless expression. The next second, blood gushed from his body. His life energy was burning rapidly, providing him with immense power. Whoosh! The ruler of Mount Futu transformed into a beam of light and fled towards the starry sky outside the battlefield. Hua Qiu was so terrifying that he lost all will to fight and burned his life force just to escape. Just as ruthless as when he escaped the fairy realm 10 years ago. Freeze! Hua Qiu said softly, looking at the light that it had transformed into. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. It's not a small-scale stagnation. In this starry sky, throughout the entire battlefield, all the cultivators were frozen in place, and the starry sky itself was completely still. Naturally, it also includes the light that the ruler of Mount Futu transformed into. The ruler of Mount Futu stared wide-eyed, his expression one of utter terror and horror. He never expected that Hua Qiu's cultivation level had become terrifying, and his methods were also so astonishing. The starry sky is frozen. Is this something that people from the lower realms can do? He had never heard of it. Going against the current, Hua Qiu uttered 2 more words. The ruler of Mount Futu degenerated from light into human form, retreated, and returned to a place not far from Hua Qiu. Buzz. The starry sky resumed its rotation, and everything returned to normal. But the ruler of Mount Futu had turned pale. What are you now? He asked Hua Qiu with surprise and uncertainty. Hua Qiu did not answer. Let's get going. With just a flick of his sleeve, the physical body of the floating mountain ruler began to disintegrate in the starry sky. An unparalleled ruler at the peak of the tribulation transcending stage gradually turned to ashes. The cultivators who witnessed this scene all stared wide-eyed and trembled. The supreme ruler has always been the most powerful being in the open in this star field, like a god. They are invincible, unkillable. But now, many cultivators have witnessed the annihilation of a supreme ruler. It vanished completely, leaving not a trace. The floating pagoda ruler is dead. He was killed by the supreme being of the 9 provinces. A Xuanzhen cultivator cried out in extreme terror, his courage shattered. What, the overlord is dead? How is that possible? I don't believe it. The people of Kyushu aren't even worthy to carry the sovereign's shoes. How could they possibly have that kind of power? This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. How could the overlord be killed? The Xuanzhen cultivators' camp is in disarray. With the death of the leader of Mount Futu, they lost their backbone. The cultivators from the 2 dominant forces, Earth Palace and Netherworld Prison, who were at the forefront, panicked and their morale plummeted instantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the cultivators from the 9 provinces launched an attack, routing the enemy and forcing them to flee in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Where is Futu Mountain? Come and provide support. They placed their hopes on the Futu Mountain cultivators who were waiting for orders. Little did they know, the cultivators of Mount Futu were in a far more chaotic situation than they were. The Lord is dead, killed by the supreme being of the 9 provinces. How could this be? Our Lord is gone. What should we do? Retreat? Should we retreat? We're no match for them. The Futu Mountain camp was thrown into disarray, and its members were filled with fear and anxiety. Upon seeing this, the first supreme being was filled with murderous intent. He personally led several Mahayana cultivators from the Jiang and Pang clans into the Futu Mountain camp, where they began a frenzied massacre, cutting down everything in sight. No one can stop a cultivator at the mid-stage of the tribulation transcending realm. At this moment, the terrified cultivators of Mount Futu had no will to fight and became a pack of stray dogs, slaughtered without any suspense. The hat-wearing child had lost all will to resist. In fact, his legs went weak and he trembled. The invasion by Xuanzhen cultivators has never been like this before. The negative impact of the demise of a supreme ruler is devastating. Kill. The cultivators from the 9 provinces fought with unbridled joy, never having felt so relieved. In ancient times, the Xuanzhen cultivators' army invaded the 9 provinces, slaughtering all living beings and plundering the resources of the 9 provinces. Even the spiritual mountains and springs were dug up, and the spiritual energy was depleted for thousands of years. The 9 provinces in Xuanzhen are sworn enemies, their blood feud irreconcilable. Now is the perfect time for revenge. The first supreme being was originally an ancient immortal who should have been indifferent to worldly affairs, but now he was also bloodthirsty and roared for the cultivators of the 9 provinces to follow him and charge forward. The starry sky is inherently dark. Here, a radiant light shines, illuminating patches of crimson. The corpses floated, forming a sea of corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Run, run, these people are all lunatics. The Xuanzhen cultivator cried out in terror, his heart pounding, as he tried to escape. Hua Qiu stopped participating and simply watched silently from the sidelines. The cultivation world is rife with bloodshed, a constant cycle of killing and conflict. Seeking revenge is commonplace. It's either being killed or going to kill. Because of him, Kyushu's fate was reversed, and the first plane was overturned. Kill as many as you want, the road to Kyushu is still long, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. He cultivated many powerful cultivators for the 9 provinces. With those inheritances, the 9 provinces will become stronger and stronger in the future, becoming the #1 star field after Xuanzhen. This can be considered his contribution to his homeland as a native of Kyushu. Boom! The first supreme being displayed great power, leaving no survivors wherever he went. In such battles, cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage are truly overwhelming. A casual strike can annihilate numerous cultivators. The killing lasted a long time. The 3 dominant forces in the Xuanzhen realm, along with a coalition of other major powers, were completely wiped out. With Hua Qiu and the first supreme being there, they had no chance of escaping. The space is sealed off, and there is no way to escape. After the great battle, the cultivators of Kyushu cleaned up the scene and collected the spoils of war. The 9 provinces and the mysterious realm have clashed once again since ancient times, and this time, the 9 provinces have won a great victory. Such a war naturally alarmed other planes, and the scouts who witnessed the outcome returned to report in trepidation. Next, this star field will be completely shaken. 999, Chapter 999 Assaulting the Heavenly Palace. The most powerful force in the Xuanzhen realm, the Heavenly Palace. After the Heavenly Palace ruler and the Heavenly Palace goddess returned from the demon immortal realm, the Heavenly Palace remained silent for 10 years. For the past 10 years, the gates of the Heavenly Palace have remained closed. No one knows what has happened in the Heavenly Palace over the past 10 years. There was a temporary palace within the Heavenly Palace, where all the inhabitants were female cultivators. This is the residence of the goddesses of the Heavenly Palace, and the female cultivators are all servants who serve the goddesses. The nuns walked through the palace, whispering amongst themselves as they looked toward a particular room. The goddess has been in seclusion for 10 years. When will she emerge? When the goddess returned from the demon immortal realm, she was injured after consuming the first divine elixir of our Heavenly Palace. She spent 5 years recovering from her injuries. For the next 5 years, she cultivated continuously, and we don't know what kind of shock she suffered. I really hope the goddess will soon complete her seclusion, otherwise this place is too deserted. As they were talking, the palace suddenly seemed to be struck by an earthquake. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Palace. The sky darkened rapidly, and lightning was hidden in the thunderclouds, ready to strike. The entire Heavenly Palace was shrouded in a sea of thunder, the thunder rumbling and terrifying. The Heavenly Palace cultivators were greatly alarmed. This is a heavenly tribulation. Is someone in my Heavenly Palace about to undergo a lightning tribulation? Such a vast sea of lightning, this is a supreme tribulation of lightning. Is my Heavenly Palace finally about to give birth to its second supreme ruler? The Heavenly Palace cultivators were overjoyed. The trip to the demon realm resulted in the loss of 90% of the Heavenly Palace's personnel, marking the greatest loss in history. At a time of decline, the sudden emergence of a supreme-level powerhouse is undoubtedly fantastic news. Is it the first supreme being? Has he emerged from seclusion, or is it our goddess? Everyone speculated. The answer was soon revealed. It's the goddess. The goddess has been in seclusion for 10 years and is finally about to break through. Someone shouted. The heavenly goddess appeared, bathed in holy light, her aura at its peak, becoming the focus of the entire Heavenly Palace. With the help of the Heavenly Palace's #1 divine pill, she secluded herself for 10 years, not only recovering from her injuries but also accumulating enough energy to prepare for the tribulation of the tribulation stage. Her experiences in the fairy realm made her anxious and her belief was stronger than ever before. She was determined to break through to the tribulation transcending stage. She wanted to walk ahead of that person. Now, the tribulation of lightning has finally arrived, marking the beginning of their tribulation period. The celestial goddess was bathed in divine light, and her body gradually rose. Soon, the heavenly tribulation descended, and the sea of thunder roared. It is unknown how much time passed, but the sea of thunder gradually dissipated. The celestial goddess emerged from the sea of thunder, her entire body radiant. She successfully survived the heavenly tribulation and advanced to the tribulation transcending stage, ranking among the sovereigns and standing at the same level as the 4 sovereigns. Congratulations, goddess! The Heavenly Palace cultivators knelt down and offered their congratulations. The celestial goddess wore a faint smile, exuding confidence and composure. She successfully survived the tribulation. Throughout history, there has never been a single cultivator in the Xuanzhen realm who reached the tribulation transcending stage at this age. She is the #1 genius. I have become the ruler, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, and what about you? The goddess of the Heavenly Palace looked in the direction of the demon immortal realm, a hint of gloom flashing across her pretty face. Urgent report, Kyushu invasion. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted. What did you say? The 9 provinces have invaded, you're not mistaken. The Heavenly Palace cultivator grabbed the messenger and asked with a frown. Everyone thought they had misheard. Kyushu invasion? That dilapidated plane, which was almost completely destroyed by Xuanzhan cultivators, has invaded the Xuanzhan realm. Utterly ridiculous. No one could believe it. The celestial goddess frowned. Tell me slowly, what is this Kyushu invasion? The messenger monk took a breath. It's true, the cultivators from the 9 provinces have invaded my Xuanzhan sect. They have successively flattened the Earth Palace and the Underworld Prison, and even the floating pagoda mountain has been wiped out of the 4 supreme powers. Only my Heavenly Palace remains. The cultivator said anxiously. The people in the Heavenly Palace were filled with disbelief upon hearing this. The goddesses of the Heavenly Palace looked puzzled. Is Kyushu's power really that strong? What kind of lineup can they field? This was everyone's question. There aren't many people in the 9 provinces, but there are quite a few strong ones. Dozens of Mahayana cultivators, a bunch of void-returning cultivators. The scouts' words left the Heavenly Palace cultivators astonished. Such a lineup. No force in the Xuanzhan realm can currently produce such a thing. How did they do it? Hasn't Kyushu fallen into a terrible state? Knock knock knock. Loud war drums sounded outside the Heavenly Palace. A streak of light flew in from the distant sky. It was a powerful cultivator. Each streak of light represents a supreme being at the pinnacle of power. The celestial cultivators were all numb from watching. What's going on with Kyushu? How could they possibly have such a luxurious lineup? The goddess of the Heavenly Palace had a cold expression on her face. Disciples of the Heavenly Palace, follow me to suppress the invading enemy. She commanded. 1 call and 100 responses. The Heavenly Palace cultivators stood in a line above the Heavenly Palace, waiting for the cultivators from the 9 provinces to attack. Despite being outnumbered, they were not afraid. The Heavenly Palace goddess has just broken through to the tribulation transcending stage, which is their source of confidence. Soon, cultivators from the 9 provinces arrived. Goddess of the Heavenly Palace, it's been a long time. Hua Qiu's figure appeared in front of him, standing opposite the Heavenly Palace goddess. The celestial goddess's beautiful eyes narrowed for a moment, then relaxed. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how dare you step out of the demon immortal realm, she said with a playful smile. The fairy realm is Hua Qiu's sanctuary. Once he leaves the demon realm, the overlord and the loose immortals can kill him at will. Oh, so you've broken through to the tribulation transcending stage. Hua Qiu glanced at her and said indifferently. No wonder they were so confident. The goddess of the Heavenly Palace revealed a cold expression on her pretty face. I've already broken through the tribulation in just 3 days. What about you? She said with a hint of sarcasm. Finally, he can outdo Hua Qiu. She sought to transcend tribulation, while Hua Qiu sought Mahayana enlightenment. She didn't sense any aura of tribulation from Hua Qiu, and concluded that he was still a Mahayana practitioner. This isn't the realm of demons and immortals. Tribulation is tribulation, and Mahayana is Mahayana. Do you understand? There was an air of arrogance in her tone. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and said nothing more. Dare to offend the Heavenly Palace, does the 9 provinces wish for destruction? The Heavenly Palace goddess said coldly. She didn't believe the news that cultivators from the 9 provinces had wiped out 3 sovereign-level forces. After returning from the fairy realm, all the major powers closed themselves off to recuperate, and news of them had long ceased to circulate. You'll find out soon enough, Hua Qiu said, waving forward. Cultivators from all over the land mobilized and attacked the Heavenly Palace. The goddess of the Heavenly Palace looked even colder, preparing to make her move. He intended to use his cultivation level, which had transcended tribulation, to crush all realms in the 9 provinces. Goddess, hold your hand, let this old man deal with him first. A voice suddenly rang out. Ripples spread through the space, and an old man appeared opposite Hua Qiu. The first supreme being of the Heavenly Palace, Hua Qiu glanced at it and said. The opponent possesses spatial power. It should be the so-called first supreme being of the Heavenly Palace, the so-called expert who has mastered the laws of space. Both of them control the laws of space, so the other party wanted to see just how powerful Hua Qiu's spatial origin was. The first supreme being of the heavenly palace used spatial laws on Hua Qiu, saying, "You're courting death." Hua Qiu's expression darkened, and he immediately activated the power of spatial origin. The power of origin surpasses the power of laws by countless degrees, they are not even on the same level. The moment the power of the spatial origin was used, the first supreme being of the heavenly palace suddenly changed his expression. 1000, Chapter 1000 The Destruction of the Heavenly Palace. You dare to use such a meager amount of spatial law in front of me? Hua Qiu, with a disdainful expression, directly used the spatial origin to strangle him. The spatial law power of the heavenly palace's first supreme being was completely devoured, like a stone sinking into the sea. He profoundly demonstrated how foolish it is to overestimate one's abilities. The laws and the origin are vastly different, yet he still refuses to believe it. As Hua Qiu clenched his fist, the first supreme being of the heavenly palace let out a painful growl. His body kept constricting, almost suffocating. Bang! The first supreme being of the heavenly palace exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The heavenly palace cultivators were immediately surprised. The first supreme being was killed so easily. The goddess of the heavenly palace couldn't help but change her expression. Hua Qiu killed her so quickly that she didn't even have time to react, and by the time she did, it was too late. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you deserve to die. The heavenly palace goddess said through gritted teeth. The heavenly palace cannot afford to lose such a powerful figure. Boom! The celestial goddess's cultivation aura exploded, creating a continuous booming sound. She was very unhappy and wanted Hua Qiu to pay a bloody price. This time, all the humiliations will be returned to you. The heavenly goddess said in a low voice, approaching Hua Qiu. You're getting too cocky, Hua Qiu said calmly. Just because you broke through to the tribulation transcending stage doesn't mean you can crush everyone. I am undergoing tribulation, I have every right to be proud. The heavenly goddess sneered. Is that so? Hua Qiu chuckled. He stared at the goddess in the heavenly palace and uttered 2 words. Weak. As if his words were law, the goddess of the heavenly palace felt a sudden, inexplicable tremor in her heart. Then, she was suddenly horrified to discover that her cultivation level was regressing. In an instant, he would fall from the tribulation transcending stage. No! The celestial goddess exclaimed in surprise, finding it hard to believe. She finally broke through to the tribulation transcending stage. Only those who have experienced it know how difficult the process was. Now your cultivation is actually regressing? How could the goddess of the heavenly palace accept this? But it was no use no matter how unwilling she was. Under the influence of Hua Qiu's law, the heavenly palace goddess's tribulation transcending realm was severed, and she returned to the Mahayana stage. But this was not the end, her cultivation level was still declining. Late Mahayana, Middle Mahayana, Early Mahayana. Fusion period. Returning to the void period. In the end, the heavenly palace goddess's cultivation was reduced to the nascent soul stage before the matter was considered closed. Nascent soul, the heavenly palace goddess was heartbroken. Her cultivation level for transcending tribulation was completely destroyed, and her Tao heart collapsed directly. How did you become like this? She asked incredulously. I thought that now that I had broken through the tribulation transcending stage, I would definitely be able to surpass Hua Qiu. Unexpectedly, she was forced to undergo tribulation at the very beginning of the war, and even became a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul that she considered as insignificant as an ant. She didn't understand what kind of monster this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was. Goddess of the heavenly palace, you should have left long ago, Hua Qiu said calmly. He raised his hand and flicked his finger at the goddess of the heavenly palace. In an instant, a beam of spiritual light shot out, piercing a bloody hole about the thickness of a finger between his eyebrows. The celestial goddess fell from the sky with wide eyes. A peerless goddess, her story ends tragically. Goddess. A mournful sound filled the heavenly palace. A new ruler was finally born, but he fell before he could show his power. Quickly, go and invite the sovereign. The situation is urgent. If he doesn't come out of seclusion soon, the heavenly palace will be destroyed. Shouted a senior cultivator from the heavenly palace. Tiangong is facing its biggest crisis in history. Even though the heavenly palace ruler had instructed that we should not disturb him for the next 30 years, we can't care about that now. Inside the magnificent palace, the heavenly sovereign sat cross-legged. Over the past 10 years, his injuries have healed considerably, but he is still far from fully recovered, and it will take at least another 20 or 30 years. Boom, boom, boom. The constant booming sounds outside made him frown deeply. Such a commotion has disturbed his secluded retreat. He didn't want to pay attention. However, the noise outside was getting increasingly louder, making it impossible for him to continue his seclusion. Your Majesty, please emerge from seclusion. If you do not emerge soon, the heavenly palace will be doomed. The noise outside kept going on. The heavenly palace ruler frowned and had no choice but to get up. He removed the magic array. What is it? Didn't you say that I shouldn't be disturbed for the next 30 years? The heavenly palace ruler asked, displeased. Your Majesty, I don't want to bother you, but our heavenly palace is in grave danger. Cultivators from the 9 provinces have invaded, and the first supreme has died in battle. Even the goddess who just broke through to the tribulation transcending stage has died at the hands of the supreme of the 9 provinces. The scout reported truthfully. The heavenly palace ruler's expression changed upon hearing this. Without saying a word, he immediately took to the air and flew towards the center. While one is on the journey, one's consciousness has already gone ahead to explore. The cultivators of Kyushu are slaughtering the cultivators of the heavenly palace. The body of the celestial goddess lay on the ground, her life extinguished. The heavenly palace ruler's face was extremely ugly, and his killing intent was stronger than ever before. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. When his divine sense saw Hua Qiu, his whole being trembled. At that moment, only one thought occupied my mind. That means killing the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. If he dares to come out, today is his death day. Hua Qiu sensed his divine consciousness and then looked on with a mocking expression. Of the 4 great rulers of Xuanzhen, only the heavenly palace remains alive. Soon, the heavenly palace ruler appeared not far from Hua Qiu. If you dare to come out, you're recording death. The heavenly palace ruler roared. If he had arrived any later, the heavenly palace might have been razed to the ground. A boundless killing intent filled the air. He wished he could tear Hua Qiu to pieces. Heavenly palace ruler, come and face your death, Hua Qiu said calmly. You arrogant brat. The heavenly palace ruler was furious and immediately summoned a celestial artifact from the heavenly palace. Although celestial artifacts are powerful, cultivators in the tribulation transcending stage cannot unleash much of their divine might. Therefore, Hua Qiu easily accepted it. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly palace immortal artifact broke free from the control of the heavenly palace ruler and flew into Hua Qiu's hand. He then casually put it into his storage space. The heavenly palace ruler's face turned ashen. He took out his magic weapon and charged directly at Hua Qiu. There's absolutely no need for anything with such powerful methods and terrifying strength. They were about to crush Hua Qiu. The heavenly palace ruler is the cultivator in this star field who is closest to an immortal. There are no restrictions here, and he feels that no matter how much Hua Qiu improves, he can still maintain a steady advantage. Heavenly palace ruler, you too should embark on your journey, Hua Qiu said calmly. He extended a finger and gestured towards the heavenly palace ruler, then drew a vertical line. The heavenly palace ruler suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body, and the next moment he was separated from his lower body. Before his shocked eyes, his body was split in 2. The heavenly palace cultivators were all dumbfounded. Even the heavenly palace ruler was no match for him. Just how powerful is this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? What realm are you in? The heavenly palace ruler's divine soul emerged, filled with shock. The fact that he was killed with a single finger shows that the gap between the 2 sides was huge. The Heavenly Palace ruler couldn't fathom the extent of Hua Qiu's strength. Since we're dead, let's make sure we die a clean death, Hua Qiu said calmly, his sword intent of destruction surging forth. The soul of the Heavenly Palace ruler was cleaved into pieces. Leave no one alive, he ordered. 1001, Chapter 1001 Reunion with Venerable Pengfang. There exists an independent space in the void of the Xuanjin realm. Boom boom boom. A figure was in the space, constantly bombarding the surrounding area. This is a rogue immortal at the peak of the starfield. Master Pengfang stayed in this space for a full 10 years. For 10 years, he has been bombarding space, trying to break through it and escape, but he has never succeeded. The space here is too strange, even bombarding it with all one's might has little effect. Master Pengfang is almost going crazy. The plan of the demon realm has been implemented. Has the path to immortality been opened? Have they already ascended to immortality along the path to immortality and gone to the immortal realm? As he thought about it, his expression grew increasingly grim. Because of that kid, he missed the grand ascension ceremony in the world of magic and immortals, and lost a tremendous opportunity. Damn the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, one day when I break free, I will tear him to pieces. Venerable Pengfang said viciously. This part of his soul is not the main soul, but it is still very important. If something happens to it, the main soul will be greatly affected. Therefore, when the divided soul was trapped, the main soul searched for the divided soul all over the starfield with the original body, so much so that it did not participate in the 100 Realms grand competition of the demon immortal realm. He thought that as soon as he got out of trouble, he would contact the main soul and then go to settle accounts with Hua Qiu. The soul of that supreme being of the 9 provinces is terrifyingly strong, but his physical cultivation is only at the Mahayana stage. He must be a top expert from the immortal realm who has been reincarnated and is cultivating again. We must kill him before he grows up. Venerable Pengfang pondered in his divided soul. 10 years is a very short time for cultivators of their level. That person probably won't improve much. At most, they'll reach the early stage of tribulation transcending. Click click click. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the space. Master Pengfang's divided soul revealed an unusual expression. Just as he was about to investigate, a sudden fluctuation occurred, and the layers of space that had been trapping his soul shattered. For a moment, Master Pengfang didn't quite react. It took him a while to show a look of surprise. The shattering of space meant he was free. Good, finally out. He was overjoyed and immediately sent a signal to contact his main soul and body. The main soul of Master Pengfang was not far from here, and it took him a short while to tear through space to arrive. His divided soul and main soul merged into one, and he was restored to perfection. Then we'll go find the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces and kill him, he said with a sneer. No need to search, I am here. A voice suddenly rang out. As Pengfang Shangren was still in shock, Hua Qiu's figure appeared before him. It's you! Venerable Pengfang's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Hua Qiu used overlapping space to trap his divided soul for 10 years. Over the past decade, his hatred and resentment have grown endlessly, and he has dreamed of killing Hua Qiu. It's your fault that I couldn't go to the immortal realm. It's your fault that I lost such a great opportunity to become an immortal. Venerable Pengfang said with a stern face. You should be glad you didn't go to that demon realm, Hua Qiu replied calmly. Master Pengfang naturally didn't understand the meaning behind his words, but he grew angrier and angrier. Judging from your aura, you haven't broken through to the tribulation transcending stage yet, he sneered. Even if you have, it doesn't matter. No matter what incomparably noble and extraordinary status you have in the celestial realm, when you come to this mortal realm, everything starts from scratch. Haven't you heard the saying that even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake? As he spoke, he tossed out several magical artifacts. Buzz. The surrounding space was quickly sealed off. Hua Qiu watched him perform the act indifferently, without any reaction. Why don't you run away? Master Pengfang asked in a sinister tone. Because there's no need to escape. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. Master Pengfang frowned upon hearing this. He had his doubts, but there was no turning back now. He had to kill this man. After thinking for a moment, Venerable Pengfang summoned his pseudo-immortal artifact. Although Hua Qiu's demeanor was calm, he felt it was better to play it safe. After all, this is the reincarnation of a powerful immortal. Only by going all out can we avoid any mistakes. He activated the pseudo-immortal artifact, and a blue light filled the space, forming a powerful pressure field. This can significantly weaken a cultivator's strength, and the azure light is corrosive, causing irreversible damage. After thinking for a moment, Venerable Pengfang felt that it was still not enough, so he took out an array plate from his storage ring and threw it out to set it up. This is an additional layer of protection, further reducing the restricted area. Of course, this array also has an offensive function and will be used at crucial moments. Master Pengfang offered some refreshments. He almost never used this kind of force. Even if it were a battle between loose immortals of the same level, this would be the most they could manage. Using it to kill a mere Mahayana cultivator is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Is that all? Hua Qiu asked. Master Pengfang sneered repeatedly. You can remain calm even when you're about to die. I don't know if you're stupid or just pretending, he said sarcastically. Then, he used his magical artifact to begin his attack. Boom! Bang bang bang! In an instant, numerous destructive divine lights shot towards Hua Qiu from all directions. Hua Qiu didn't make any move, he just stood there. In the blink of an eye, he was bombarded by numerous divine lights. The dazzling light created utter chaos, shattering large sections of space, and Hua Qiu's figure was no longer visible. The people on the tent watched coldly. He felt that was enough. Even that 7 tribulation loose immortal didn't dare to take his attack head-on. This kid is simply courting death. After a long while, the attacks finally stopped. Finished? Suddenly, the voice came again. What? Master Pengfang was greatly alarmed. He's not dead yet? How could that be? He endured so many devastating attacks, how could he not have died? Master Pengfang could not accept it. But when Hua Qiu walked out unharmed, he could only stare in disbelief. At this moment, Hua Qiu's aura finally changed. Continuous improvement, making Pengfang a sight to behold. His eyes widened and widened until his eyeballs almost popped out. You. He pointed at Hua Qiu, speechless. Only 10 years. In 10 years, the other party has grown to be so terrifying. He was a 4 times tribulation wandering immortal. But the aura emanating from Hua Qiu was so terrifying that it made his whole body tremble. What is that? A 10 tribulations immortal? Or perhaps it's the great perfection of a 12 kalpas scattered immortal? Master Pengfang couldn't guess or measure it. After all, the strongest in this starfield was only a 7 tribulation loose immortal. How did you manage to do that? Only 10 years have passed. Master Pengfang's aura weakened, and he gave a bitter laugh. There are some things you can't understand, and you don't need to understand them, Hua Qiu replied indifferently. Master Pengfang continued to laugh bitterly. The powerful beings of the immortal realm are indeed extraordinary. Even if they fall to the lower realm, it's not something these so-called wandering immortals can control. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely stay far away from you, he sighed, filled with regret. You've lost your chance, Hua Qiu replied calmly. A flash of light disappeared in an instant, and Master Pengfang passed away. 1002, Chapter 1002. The loose immortals have all arrived. This is a harsh and cold place. Barren, lifeless, and desolate mountains and wilderness where not a single blade of grass grows. In that rugged canyon, there was a simple monk's cave on the cliff face. An old man sat cross-legged inside the cave. He has been in seclusion here for 10 years. 10 years ago, he returned from that world, severely injured and unable to heal. He couldn't wait to return to his home, so he randomly chose a place along the way to retreat and heal. When I first arrived, this place was full of life, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Today, this place is desolate and devoid of vitality. It was only because he absorbed and seized the life force from the outside world without restraint while healing that this place became a Gobi desert. 10 years have passed, and with the help of numerous elixirs, his injuries have finally healed somewhat, and he is no longer so weak. This is a wandering immortal who returned from the demon immortal realm. At one point, he frowned and opened his eyes. The wandering immortal looked around and released his divine sense. He had clearly sensed a slight movement just now. But now, when I try to probe with my divine sense, I find nothing. After a moment of doubt, he closed his eyes and prepared to continue using his internal energy to heal his injuries. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them again. The immortal's pupils contracted sharply. A figure stood before him, looking down at him indifferently. At first, the hermit was startled. But soon, when he saw the person in front of him clearly, his face instantly darkened. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, it is you. The murderous intent spread out uncontrollably. He has become like this entirely because of the person in front of him. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Yes, it's me, Hua Qiu said calmly. You still dare to come out from there? Are you tired of living? The wandering immortal sneered as he stood up from the ground. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power, appearing ready to attack Hua Qiu. Even though his injuries were still severe, he thought that it was just killing a Mahayana cultivator, and he wouldn't need to expend much effort. Hua Qiu, however, paid no attention to his reaction or his little actions. I want you to send a message to the other wandering immortals, telling them that I've come out, he said in a commanding tone. The immortal cultivator's brows furrowed immediately. You dare order me around? Boom! He raised his hand and waved it, sending a burst of spiritual light straight to Hua Qiu's face. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed, and the spiritual light vanished on the spot. You? The immortal's expression changed drastically. This spiritual light, though seemingly simple, was still emitted by his cultivation at the 3rd level of the loose immortal realm. Let alone those in the Mahayana stage, even those in the tribulation stage would be severely injured. But a single glance from the other party was enough to shatter him. The immortal's expression froze. Only 10 years have passed, and the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has become so powerful? He didn't believe it. He mobilized his spiritual power, preparing for an even more ferocious attack. Presumptuous! Hua Qiu's sharp gaze swept over. Buzz! An immense pressure, like a giant mountain, pressed down on the wandering immortal, instantly filling him with terror and horror. My joints were cracking and creaking, and I was drenched in sweat. This wandering immortal had never experienced such pressure in his life, nor had he ever felt such terrifying oppression. This sudden fright almost scared him to death. What exactly happened to the supreme being of the 9 provinces? He even suspected that Hua Qiu had been possessed by a demon fairy, otherwise how could he have improved so quickly? Spare my life. He uttered words of humiliation, begging for mercy. Ill send a message to all the scattered immortals right away. Jojo, Emperor Immortal Sect. This place was once a sacred site for immortals, and now it is thriving with spiritual energy. Hua Qiu sat cross-legged above the temple, closing his eyes and waiting. In the starry sky, several streaks of light approached from afar, eventually stopping outside the world of Kyushu. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of scattered immortals. This star field once had 12 rogue immortals, but now almost half of them have been reduced. You also received Yao Guang's message? Venerable Yun Tsang asked, a look of surprise on his face when he saw everyone had arrived. Indeed, we have all come for the same goal. Together they turned their gaze to the 9 provinces world, piercing through the obstacles, and focused their divine senses on the Imperial Immortal Gate. The prosperity of the Emperor Immortal Sect surprised even the scattered immortals. If such a sect develops for another few hundred years, it will probably produce even transcending tribulation loose immortals, and Mahayana cultivators will be as common as dogs. Soon, they saw Hua Qiu sitting cross-legged above the temple. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he's really come out. The faces of the wandering immortals were filled with murderous intent. They still bear the marks of their injuries, and some may need hundreds or even thousands of years to recover to their peak condition. This means that during the time they spend healing, they can no longer advance towards immortality, thus wasting so many years. No wandering immortal is without hatred for Huaqiu. Therefore, upon receiving the message from Master Yaoguang, they immediately stopped healing and dragged their injured bodies to this world of Kyushu. Just to kill one person. This kid is someone I raised, so the responsibility lies with me. Will kill him. Venerable Yuntsong said coldly. The group nodded in agreement. Master Yuntsong, his face icy cold, plunged headlong into the world of Kyushu. The celestial phenomena above the Emperor Immortal Sect's training grounds underwent a dramatic change, with roars, howls, and wailing sounds. That was a celestial phenomenon created by the wrath of the Venerable Yuntsong, who descended upon the 9 provinces world with a murderous aura. Not only do they want to kill Huaqiu, but they also want to destroy the entire 9 provinces world. Slaughter them all, eradicate them completely, vent your boundless rage. Huaqiu's expression remained calm. Master Yuntsong revealed his true form and stood atop Huaqiu Peak. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, your death is imminent. He said coldly. A powerful aura permeated the entire Emperor Immortal Sect, creating a suffocating pressure. The person before him was a pawn he had personally chosen. In order to preserve this peace and enable him to play a good role, Master Yuntsong intervened several times to help Huaqiu solve his problems. Unexpectedly, I ended up being the clown. He viewed Huaqiu as a pawn, only to realize that he himself was merely a pawn in the opponent's game. Master Yuntsong's anger was almost the entire sky was ablaze. Ignoring his injuries, he was determined to use his strongest power to reduce Huaqiu and the entire Emperor Immortal Sect to ashes. Die, die! He shouted angrily and pressed down with his large hand. A large expanse of black mist covered the Emperor Immortal Sect and quickly pressed down. When this black energy presses down to the ground, the Emperor Immortal Sect will be reduced to ashes. Huaqiu didn't even look at it, he just blew a breath. Call. The vast black curtain of clouds dissipated as the clouds cleared and the wind calmed. Master Yuntsong was taken aback. The wandering immortals outside the boundary were equally stunned. Did it directly disperse Yuntsong Shinran's divine attack in one breath? He's a 4th level loose immortal, after all, how could his methods be so pathetic? The wandering immortals couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. When did this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces become so powerful? Didn't Master Yaoguang say that he is still only in the Mahayana stage? How did you do that? Venerable Yuntsong asked incredulously. Is everyone here? Huaqiu said calmly, straightening up. Today, I will exterminate all the scattered immortals in this starfield. 1003, Chapter 1003. The curtain falls, the end. Huaqiu made a move. He carried a sword and soared straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Master Yuntsong. Master Yuntsong still looked astonished, seemingly unaware of how dangerous he was. Before they could react, Huaqiu had already slashed at them with his sword. In his terror, he tried with all his might to dodge, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot and he couldn't move them at all. He immediately realized that he was being bound by Huaqiu using the power of the spatial origin. Etc. He wanted to say something more, but all he got in response was a wisp of sword light. Huaqiu held Yuntsong Shinran's head and gave it a slight tremor. The head and body both vanished into thin air. As for the soul, it too was annihilated, leaving no trace. The wandering immortals outside the 9 provinces stirred up a commotion. Master Yuntsong was a 4th tribulation loose immortal, whose strength was by no means weak among loose immortals, yet he was instantly killed by the supreme being of the 9 provinces. Wouldn't it be the same if they were in their shoes? What's going on? How did the supreme being of the 9 provinces become so powerful? It's only been a short time. The scattered immortals couldn't understand. They hadn't even recovered from their injuries, yet the supreme being of the 9 provinces possessed such a vast difference in strength. He skipped the tribulation transcending stage and can instantly kill a loose immortal. There is only one possibility. The Seven Tribulations Immortal said in a deep voice. What's possible? The group asked hastily. This supreme being of the 9 provinces must have been possessed by a demonic immortal. The Seven Tribulations loose immortal stated his conjecture with certainty. The group was filled with doubt and surprise. But upon closer reflection, it seems that only this guess is somewhat plausible. How could a mere supreme being of the 9 provinces possibly kill a demon immortal who possessed the strength of the 10 tribulations at that time? His physical body was very powerful, so it's understandable that he was targeted and possessed by a demon fairy. Since it's a demonic immortal possessing our body, how could we possibly be a match for them? Let's run. A rogue immortal said in a panic, turning to leave. The others shared the same thought and dispersed to prepare to leave. You've come, and you think you can leave? Hua Qiu, who was above the Emperor Immortal Gate, sneered. Lung. The starry sky outside the 9 provinces was immediately sealed off by an invisible force, and none of the scattered immortals were able to escape. The immortals' faces turned pale and then red. Holding the immortal sword, Hua Qiu stepped forward and soared into the starry sky. The scattered immortals fled in panic within the confined space. My lord, have mercy, we are willing to submit. A wandering immortal shouted. I am not a demon fairy. Hua Qiu's expression was icy. I am who I am, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Hua Qiu. With a single slash, the sword's light shone brightly in the starry sky. Ah! A wandering immortal screamed as half of his body was severed. No matter how hard he tried, he could no longer reassemble his body, and his life force vanished in an instant under the destructive sword intent. His soul flew out and was crushed by Hua Qiu's foot. In Hua Qiu's eyes, the so-called wandering immortals are nothing more than slightly larger ants. You can kill whenever you want, no special methods are needed. After exhausting all the energy of the demon immortals, Hua Qiu's creation technique directly rose 2 levels now. His strength was much greater than that of a newly ascended immortal, and killing some rogue immortals was effortless for him. With another sword strike, a rogue immortal was torn to pieces, his soul crushed. The immortals were terrified and fled in trembling fear. This was their nightmare, a nightmare they had never experienced in their entire lives. Who exactly are you? What realm have you reached? The 7 Tribulation loose immortal roared with a grim face. I am the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Hua Qiu's voice rang out. In an instant, the expressions of all the wandering immortals changed drastically. Immortal Emperor. The legendary Supreme Emperor of the Celestial Realm stands at the end of the path to immortality. Ordinary immortals are nothing more than ants in his eyes. None of them could have imagined that Hua Qiu was actually an immortal emperor from the immortal realm. No wonder he's so monstrous, able to wield the 2 fundamental powers of time and space at will. There's nothing we can do but wait for death, the 7 Tribulation immortal sighed sadly. At this moment, he had no choice but to accept his fate. There is no hope. Hua Qiu charged forward with his sword, slaughtering the scattered immortals as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Soon after, the starry sky outside Kyushu became quiet. He killed all the loose immortals, and there were no loose immortals left in this star field for a short time. There is nothing left that can threaten Kyushu. At the Emperor Immortal Sect's training ground, Hua Qiu piled all the materials and resources on the ground. The 8 main ingredients are placed in front of you. He was finally going to create a physical body for his wife. Using pure spiritual energy of creation, along with numerous rare and precious materials, and adding the 8 main ingredients one by one, Hua Qiu meticulously refined that perfect physical body. Xia Ziwei sat cross-legged to one side, and Hua Qiu was sculpting her likeness. Yu Ziwei and Xia Ziwei are one, and their new physical bodies are largely the same. To differentiate them, Hua Qiu made some adjustments to certain parts to create a striking contrast that makes them instantly recognizable. This perfect body was refined over 7 days and 7 nights. On the 8th day, the perfect physical body was completed. Hua Qiu extracted Yu Ziwei's dormant consciousness from Xia Ziwei's body and implanted it into her perfect physical body. Boom! The sky was filled with a sea of lightning, and a celestial tribulation was about to descend. Once the perfect physical body is created, it becomes the body of an immortal, thus attracting an immortal tribulation. Huaqiu soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts and injecting pure energy into Yu Ziwei's body. The lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. "Ziwei, my wife, wake up," Huaqiu called softly. Yu Ziwei's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. "My husband." With a cry, tears streamed down her face. More than a decade later, the two finally reunited. This time, it was her own body that made the reunion. Huaqiu landed and pulled Yu Ziwei into a tight embrace. "Ziwei, this time, we will never be apart again," Huaqiu said. Yu Ziwei nodded emphatically. "Come on, let's go meet our parents." Huaqiu pulled her along to meet her family. What followed was a scene of great joy and harmony. For several years, Huaqiu and Yu Ziwei lived in this area. I traveled freely through the star system, visited many places, and experienced different customs and cultures. Yu Ziwei felt extremely happy, and a smile was often on her face. Huaqiu only took her back to Kyushu after she had finished swimming and playing. Now, it's time to move forward. Huaqiu used a great supernatural power of the creation technique when no one was around. That is the power of reincarnation, which predicts the past, present, and future. He wanted to find out what kind of being guided the first supreme being, and why it was able to scheme against him. How could a celestial emperor, so high and mighty, be plotted against without even realizing it? What kind of thing has that ability? When the creation technique reaches its peak, the power of reincarnation continuously radiates outwards, affecting the immortal realm, the cultivation realm, the human realm, and all the myriad realms. Huaqiu, at the level of an immortal, unleashed this great supernatural power, sparing no expense to uncover the truth. After a long while, his eyes gleamed, and he suddenly stood up. "So it was you." His face was icy cold. "Nether Immortal Emperor, my dearest friend, you were the one orchestrating all of this." He finally understood that his reincarnation was orchestrated by that person. "Its purpose is unknown. I will find out everything." Leaving behind a single sentence, Huaqiu pierced through the void. The gates to the celestial realm have opened.